The world is ending, and it starts with those eyes. A monstrous, horned beast stares through the darkness, its red gaze burning with enough hatred to level a kingdom. Back then, our boy never could have imagined a future this twisted. He was just a regular guy, but now, he's trapped in a nightmare. A massive pillar of blue light tears through the clouds, and standing right in the center of the storm is a demonic figure, watching the world burn. The scale of the destruction is insane. Ancient buildings are crumbling as the light swallows everything, and Ed realizes he has to go back to school at a time like this. A holy beam of energy erupts from the academy's main hall, looking less like a blessing and more like a death ray aimed at the heavens. Everything is a blur of motion as the city below turns into a graveyard of stone and smoke. Suddenly, we see him, the hero, Taylor McClure. He's soaring through the air, sword raised high, looking like the perfect protagonist he was born to be. But look closer at his eye, you can see the reflection of the chaos. He's locked on to his target, and he's not planning on missing. Taylor lunges down at the beast, his golden blade clashing against the monster's jagged teeth in a desperate struggle for survival. The monster lets out a blood-curdling roar that shakes the very foundation of the academy. Our MC realized early on that his life was no longer about grades or status. He ended up fighting literal monsters, just to see tomorrow. Shadows and steel collide as the battle reaches a fever pitch. Taylor's strikes are precise, landing heavy blows against the beast's legs, trying to bring the giant down to its knees. Taylor moves with a grace that Ed could only dream of, flipping through the air while keeping his grip tight on his hilt. The beast isn't backing down though, it snarls, its red eyes glowing brighter as it prepares a counterattack. With a massive thum, Taylor lands a heavy hit, shockwaves rippling through the air and sending debris flying everywhere. Taylor looks back, his face a mask of focus and determination. He knows the weight of every life rests on his shoulders. Behind him stands the Golden Generation, his friends and allies, watching the aftermath of a brutal victory. Taylor gives a small, confident smirk. He's the guy everyone relies on, the one who's supposed to save the day. These are the heroes of this world, the ones who were destined for greatness, while everyone else was just background noise. Ed can't help but find it ironic. He never thought he'd end up becoming friends with these main characters. But the peace doesn't last long. Rain begins to fall over the academy, washing away the blood but not the tension. Crack! A window shatters as fire begins to consume the interior of the school. The banners of the elite are burning away, a symbol that the old order is falling apart. Inside the burning hall, Taylor confronts our boy. He's confused, asking why Ed is going through so much trouble just to stand in their way. Ed is a mess, covered in blood and holding a simple dagger. He tells Taylor straight up, "You aren't getting past this point." Taylor grips his sword, the tension thick enough to cut. He doesn't want to fight a friend, but he will if he has to. See, that guy over there? He's the star of the show. The one with the glowing sword and the perfect hair? That's the protagonist. His name is Taylor McClure, and in any other version of this story, he's the one who wins. But then there's the guy on the other side of the blade, the reflection of the fire dancing in his eyes. He's not the hero, and he knows it. He whispers one word: ignition. Magic circles flare to life around Ed's arm. He's fully embraced his role as the third-rate villain of this story. The two clash in a massive explosion of fire and steel, the heat turning the room into an oven. Taylor pushes through the flames, his eyes glowing with divine power. He's the unstoppable force. But Ed is the immovable object. His eyes widen as he spots an opening, a split second where the hero is vulnerable. A massive wave of fire sweeps through the hall, obscuring everything in a haze of orange and red. Ed drops low, reaching for a bow he had hidden. He knows he can't beat Taylor in a fair sword fight. The flames lick at the walls, and Ed's vision starts to blur from the heat. He fumbles for his weapon, his gloved hands slick with blood. But then, he finds his focus. He draws the bowstring back, his eyes turning cold and predatory. In the original game, Ed was just a nobody, a loser who didn't even make it past the prologue. But here he is, leaping through the air and trading blows with the world's strongest warrior. But things have changed. Ed releases the arrow, a streak of wood and steel aimed right at the hero's heart. Behind him, the girls are huddled together, terrified. Ed is the only thing standing between them and the hero's justice. They look up in shock. They never expected the Academy's biggest loser to be the one putting his life on the line for them. Ed knows he's a third-rate character, but he realizes that even third-rate characters have their own dirty ways of winning. The arrow flies true, but Taylor is fast. Too fast. In a brutal exchange, Taylor's sword pierces Ed's shoulder at the exact moment Ed drives a blade into Taylor's side. Ed coughs up blood, but a dark, twisted smile creeps onto his face. He's finally got the hero right where he wants him. He doesn't care if people think he's a monster. He doesn't need anyone to understand his reasons. They're inches apart now, blood dripping onto the carpet. Taylor is furious, but Ed's gaze is steady. He's already made his peace with death. He's doing things a hero could never do. He's doing things the way a third-rate villain would. Outside, the sky turns blood red as a massive summoning circle covers the entire horizon. Chains of dark energy erupt from the ground, binding everything in sight as a girl collapses in the center of the ritual. Lortel and the maid race through the courtyard, the shadows of the disaster looming over them. Lucy, the silver-haired mage, looks up at the sky, lightning crackling around her hat. Even she looks worried. A massive shadow falls over the academy, turning day into a cursed night. A colossal obsidian dragon descends from the clouds, its wings creating hurricanes of fire that burn the city to ash. Soldiers are being slaughtered in the streets. The hero's story is turning into a total massacre. The ground is littered with the fallen. It looks like the end of the world is finally here. But Ed isn't done. He's reached the final page of this chapter, and he's made a vow. Covered in blood and pushed to his absolute limit, Ed stares into the camera with those piercing blue eyes. Lightning strikes as the final word echoes through the burning academy: survive. No matter what it takes, he's going to live through this story. Imagine having everything: the money, the status, the fancy chandeliers, and watching it all vanish in a single second. Our guy is sitting in a room that's no longer his, realizing the life of a high-ranking noble's son is officially over. The list of his sins is long: disrespecting a princess, rigging exams, and being a general jerk. He's being wiped from the family tree like he never existed. Ed stares at the notice, feeling like the gods themselves are laughing at his downfall. He's gone from a king to a nobody overnight. His name is Ed Roth Taylor, but the person inside that body? He's someone else entirely. And he knows that as of this moment, the original Ed's life is completely done. His bags are literally tossed out the door as the academy staff tells him to get lost. Everything he knew is gone. Students are already whispering as he sits on a bench, pointing and laughing at the fallen noble. The rumors are brutal: he's been disowned, he's broke, and he's definitely not coming back next semester. Ed just sits there with his head in his hands, feeling the weight of 1,000 hateful glares. He thinks to himself that this is totally unfair. He's sweating, panicking, and trying to process this nightmare. He's not the villain everyone thinks he is. He remembers his old life: a dark room, a glowing monitor, and a game that he spent way too many hours playing. That game was The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, a masterpiece that he knew inside and out. Usually, in these stories, you wake up as a genius prince or a superpowered hunter. You're supposed to be the SSS-rank character, who breaks all the rules and gets all the girls. But of all the people to possess, he's a third-rate villain who gets booted from the story in the very first scene. He looks at the disowned notice again, the purple aura of his misfortune feeling more real than ever. He's stuck in the worst character at the absolute worst possible timing. Ed snaps and starts shouting at the sky, complaining that he's always lived a simple, greedy, free life. The students nearby think he's officially lost it, calling him a shameless scumbag for acting like a victim. He slumps back down on the bench, realizing that shouting isn't going to fix his bank account. He takes a deep breath and decides to check the one thing every gamer relies on. A stat window pops up, and Ed's heart sinks. His stamina is a 3, and his intellect is a 4. This is beyond pathetic. He can't believe his eyes. In the game's story, Ed was just a blur. The guy the hero, Taylor, beats up and forgets about immediately. Wait, he suddenly remembers something from his 5 playthroughs of the game. He thinks back to the very end of the game, the tiny details in the credits that most people skip. There was a single image of a man sitting in the dirt looking like he hadn't showered in years. He ended up as a literal beggar, lucky to even be alive while the rest of the world moved on. Ed shivers. He is not going to let that be his future. He grabs his suitcase, his mind racing. He doesn't know why he's here, but he knows he has to act fast. The how and why don't matter right now. Survival is the only priority. He clenches his teeth, promising himself that he won't let his life end in a gutter. With a new fire in his eyes, he picks up his bags and starts walking. He's going to make it, no matter what. The Sylvania Academy is huge. It's basically a city built into the Arkan Mountains. He heads northeast, far away from the dorms and the judging eyes of the other students. He pushes through thick brush and tall trees, the sounds of the academy fading behind him. He's looking for the undeveloped forest, a place where he can hide and figure out his next move. After walking for half a day, he finally collapses on his suitcase, completely exhausted. He closes his eyes, trying to piece together everything he knows about this world's timeline. Right now, the main story is just starting. Taylor McClure hasn't even begun his legendary journey yet. The good news? Ed hasn't been expelled from the school yet, just his dorm and his family. This is his only lifeline. If he can stay a student, he has a chance. Graduating from Sylvania is a golden ticket to a secure future, and Ed knows exactly how to pass every test. Using his gamer knowledge, he can live a much better life here than he ever did in the real world. So his goal is simple. He draws a single word in the dirt: graduation. But there's a massive wall in his way. The tuition fees for this place are astronomical. This semester is paid for, but he needs to secure a scholarship for the next one, or he's back to being a beggar. He looks at his trash stats again and sighs. Getting a scholarship with a 4 in intellect is going to be a miracle. But tuition is a problem for future Ed. He clicks open his high-end suitcase, hoping the original Ed packed something useful. It's a disaster. Showy clothes with 0 stats, a ceremonial dagger, and an ornamental cup. All style, no substance. He's got enough clothes to look like a noble, but he can't eat a silk tie. He sits in the dirt, his stomach growling. He's got no job, no home, and he can't exactly go crawling back to the dorms. He's stuck in the woods. At least there's a stream nearby, so he won't die of thirst today. 10 days until school officially starts. 10 days to turn this around. He stands up and stretches, deciding it's time to start his training. He needs to be school-ready. He starts casting Windblade over and over, trying to chop wood for a fire. He's huffing and puffing after just a few minutes. At least he can use magic, even if it's weak. It's better than nothing. He's absolutely drained after only cutting 15 logs. He's sweating through his shirt and his stomach is screaming. Magic uses energy, and energy requires food. He's caught in a vicious cycle of hunger. He's not just hungry, he's starving. His vision is starting to go a bit blurry. Suddenly a memory of his grandfather pops into his head. Back in the day, when times were tough, his grandpa told him they used to eat tree bark to survive. Desperate, Ed uses his ignition magic to boil some water and tosses a piece of wood into the pot. He pulls it out, trying to convince himself it looks like a piece of chicken breast. He takes a massive bite, hoping for the best. For a split second, he actually looks content, his face glowing with a weird sense of accomplishment. He carves another mark into a tree, his movements slow and weak. He looks like a ghost. 2 days of starving and puking have left him cursing his ancestors. He realizes he needs to use the wood for what it's actually meant for, building a shelter. He starts setting up a frame, trying to remember everything he knows about basic construction. It's a struggle. He's only got 2 hands, but he needs 4 supports to stay upright at once. The logs fall on him, pinning him to the dirt. This survival stuff is way harder than it looks in the movies. He grunts, his face turning red as he pushes the logs back up. He refuses to be defeated by a few pieces of wood. He uses his silk ties and belts to lash the supports together, noble fashion turned into survival gear. The frame is finally standing. He's huffing like he just ran a marathon, but it's progress. He can't sleep on the cold ground, so he starts layering his expensive noble clothes inside to make a bed. He works through the night under the full moon, the sound of his hammering echoing through the quiet woods. The sun rises on a new day, the birds chirping as Ed puts the finishing touches on his new home. It's done. It's a messy, leaning pile of sticks and leaves, but it's his shelter. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Something is happening. A system notification pings. His crafting proficiency has just increased. He successfully built a basic wood shelter. The description says it's crude and shabby, but it works. His life skills window appears. He's a novice craftsman now, with his handiness level jumping to 4. Ed is stunned. He didn't expect the game's crafting system to be this literal. He realizes the original Ed was a pampered noble who never worked a day in his life. But this new Ed? He's actually more talented with his hands than he is with magic. His stomach growls again, reminding him of his next mission. He's going to put that handiness to good use. He's made a simple harpoon by lashing his ceremonial dagger to a long branch. It's genius, he shouts, heading toward the stream with renewed energy. 2 days of an empty stomach and heavy labor have made him a man on a mission. He's wading into the water, his movements sharp and desperate. Desperation is a hell of a motivator, he yells as he spots some fish swimming in the current. He uses ignition to start a massive fire on the bank, his face looking a little too excited. Finally! Real food. The smell of grilled fish fills the air, and it's the best thing he's ever smelled. 1 week until school starts. He just needs to hold out and keep his head down. He shoves the fish into his mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head from the pure joy of actual protein. If he can just manage this routine, he'll get through the semester without anyone even noticing he's gone. But then, he hears a voice. A very familiar, very royal voice. He looks up, a half-eaten fish hanging from his mouth, and freezes. He forgot the most important rule of the game. The main characters are always everywhere, and of all the people to run into his campsite, it had to be her. He remembers her from his trial, the girl who looked down on him like he was a bug on her shoe, the princess who told him to disappear from the academy and never show his face again. Princess Pina stares at him in disbelief, her arms crossed and her eyes full of judgment. "You still haven't left this place?" she asks. Ed's peaceful life just went up in smoke. He was the typical arrogant noble, harassing the hero's childhood friend and getting his face smashed into the dirt for it. But he didn't stop there. Fueled by pure spite, he tried to ruin the hero's life before it even began. Look at that face. Original Ed was a total creep, a guy who lived to make others miserable. He tried to rig the entrance exams for Sylvania Academy, a crime that would get anyone else executed. But he got careless and was caught red-handed by a girl hiding in the shadows. That girl was none other than Fenia Elias Cloel, the third princess of the Empire. She's known as the Princess of Fenia, and she has no mercy for corruption. Her insight skill is basically a cheat code. It lets her see right through any lie or conspiracy by looking into your soul. The original Ed was caught gritting his teeth, making pathetic excuses while his world crumbled. With all his lies exposed, he was kicked out of the academy gates like trash. Now, everyone in the school hates him, and honestly, they have every reason to. Fast forward to now, Princess Pina is standing in the middle of the woods, demanding to know why Ed is still on academy grounds. Out of all the people Ed could have bumped into while trying to survive, she's the absolute last person he should meet. She's shocked that the academy hasn't officially expelled him yet, while Ed tries to explain that he's still technically a student, just a homeless one. The princess isn't interested in his sob story. She cuts him off immediately. She tells him to leave, flat out. She's so disgusted by him that she promises to go to the administration and demand his expulsion personally. As she lists his crimes, Ed watches his precious fish char and burn over the fire, 3 days of starving, and his dinner is literally turning to ash. The burning food is bad, but Ed is more annoyed that her short speech is taking forever. This is a total life crisis. If the princess of the empire wants you gone, you're gone. She's yelling, her golden eyes burning with righteous fury. She wants him erased from her sight. Ed knows she's not bluffing. She has the political power to end his career with one signature. The sun is setting, and the woods are getting dark. Ed realizes he needs to play his trump card right now. He gives a dark smirk and notes that it's pretty brave for a noble princess to wander into a dark, isolated forest without any guards. Pina immediately gets defensive, Mana swirling around her as she warns him that he'll regret it if he tries to threaten her. Ed just blinks and asks, "Threaten? What are you talking about?" He steps forward, his movements calm and non-threatening. He drops to one knee and tells her he's simply trying to thank the princess for everything she's done. Her insight activates again, her eyes glowing as she tries to catch him in a lie. She's completely stunned because the system tells her one thing: he's telling the truth. She looks totally confused, her brain short-circuiting because she can't find a single lie in his words. They were doing human experiments for eternal life, stepping over mountains of bodies to get what they wanted. In the original game, they're a trash family that eventually gets destroyed by the hero. Everyone in that family is destined for a cage or a guillotine, but because Ed was disowned, he's actually safe from that fate. He stares at his burnt fish, thinking that being cold and hungry is way better than being dead. In the long run, getting kicked out of the family was actually the best thing that ever happened to him. He gives a genuine, peaceful smile that completely throws the princess off. He needs to keep this streak of truth-telling going, or it's game over. If he fails to convince her, he'll be expelled and end up as a beggar in the credits. And he knows this world won't give him a second chance if he fails now. Ed thinks back to the game's timeline. It's a week before school starts, so why is the princess here alone? He looks at her simple clothes and realizes she must be doing the secret class placement test. It's a vicious test designed by Professor Glast to find magic beads hidden deep in the forest. Glast's tests are legendary for being unfair and brutal to anyone who isn't a genius. Ed tries to butter her up, saying a princess like her must be aiming for Class A, but she just snaps that he hasn't changed a bit. She's about to walk away and file those expulsion papers, but Ed stops her with one sentence: "You won't make it to Class A without my help." He looks her dead in the eye, challenging her. "If I'm lying, go ahead and expel me." He's putting his entire future on the line with this one gamble. He points toward the southeast of the forest, telling her there's a lake with a small island. On that island, there's a massive ancient tree that stands out from everything else. That's Marilda's guardian tree, and hidden right there is a glowing golden bead with insane amounts of magic power. He calls it a present he left for her, a shortcut to the top class. Pina stares at the vision of the bead, her mind racing with suspicion. She remembers the Ed from 3 days ago, a pathetic liar and a fraud. She can still see his screaming, desperate face in her mind. However, the Ed standing in front of her right now feels like a completely different person. He's calm, confident, and dangerously honest. She eventually leaves, heading toward the tree to see if he was actually telling the truth. Cut to the academy hall, the class placement test has officially ended. Professor Glass stands at the front, his shadow looming over the students as he tells them to show what they've found. Most of the students have gathered giant, weird-looking beads, thinking bigger is better. Glass just sighs and tells them all they're starting from the bottom, Class F. The trick to Glass tests is understanding his intent. It's never a simple scavenger hunt. The only people who make it to Class A are those who found beads that were actually lacking in magic power, proving they could sense the subtle details. Only 3 people pass. First up is Zix, looking bored and confident. Then there's Lortel, giving a sly smile like she knew the answer all along. And finally, Glass points to the back of the room, asking for the one who found the hidden bead at the guardian tree. Princess Pina stands up, ready to take her spot at the top of the class. Back at the camp, Ed is depressed. His food is ruined, and he's so weak he can't even lift his spear. He starts building a crude fishing rod instead, thinking about Princess Pina's special title. She's always been able to see through flattery, which is why everyone respects her. That insight skill is what makes her the perfect ruler. No one can hide their true intentions from those golden scales in her eyes. Ed knew he had to give her 100% authentic information, or she would have ended him right then and there. But there's a bigger problem. In the game, Pina is supposed to fail this test and fall to Class F. That failure is what humbles her and turns her into the Princess of Love later in the story. If she enters Class A now, she'll stay arrogant, and the entire main story will collapse. Pina looks at the golden bead in her hand, remembering Ed's words. If she uses this bead to get into Class A, the original timeline will shatter, and all of Ed's future knowledge will become useless. He realizes that if the story changes too much, he's basically dead because he won't be able to predict the dangers coming. But of course, the top of the class is actually someone else. It's Lucy, the sleepy mage, who somehow found an even crazier bead. Ed realizes the future might not be as easy to change as he thought. Pina walks down the hall, looking frustrated. She stares into the distance, her eyes full of conflict. She knows Ed didn't lie about the bead being there. She grips the bead tightly, her hand shaking. She realizes that the bead wasn't a present. It was a trap for her pride. Pina hid her identity during the exam because she wanted to prove herself without her royal title. She stands under the giant tree, looking small and unsure of herself. She wanted to earn her place, not have it handed to her by a disgraced noble. She knew that bead would give her the best results in the school's history. But her sense of justice wouldn't let her take it. Taking a shortcut isn't the royal way. She looks down, feeling the weight of her own morality. That Princess of Love title she gets in the future, it's not a stat. It's something she earns by staying on the righteous path, even when it's hard. Ed knew exactly what he was doing when he threw bait at her. He used her own goodness against her. Whether he was telling the truth or lying didn't matter. Her pride would have forced her to reject it either way. She had so much confidence that she wanted to succeed her own way just to rub it in Ed's face. But because she rejected the bead, she failed to make Class A, exactly like Ed predicted. She mutters his name under her breath, promising to keep a very close eye on him from now on. She's furious, but she's also intrigued. Ed Roth-Taylor has become a mystery she needs to solve, and just like that, her power to expel him is neutralized. She can't kick him out for being dishonest when he was the only one telling the truth. Back at the river, a line snaps against the water. Ed shouts, pulling a massive fish out of the stream. He's finally got his meal! He's huffing and puffing, but his face is full of life. It's the morning of the opening ceremony. Ed has to run miles from the forest just to get to school on time. He's sweating through his uniform, but he doesn't care. He stops to catch his breath, looking up at the clear blue sky. He's back. He walks onto the main campus, the cherry blossoms falling around him. The academy is as beautiful and dangerous as ever. He moves through the crowd, a lone figure in a sea of red uniforms. He's officially back at Sylvania Academy, and he's not leaving until he graduates. The opening ceremony begins, the voice of the headmaster booming through the hall. The tables are loaded with incredible food, and Ed's eyes are glued to the feast. He can hear the students whispering behind his back, wondering how he has the nerve to show his face here. He ignores them and cuts into a juicy steak. To him, this isn't just a meal, it's the reward for surviving the woods. He eats slowly and calmly, looking more like a composed noble than he ever did when he was actually rich. A group of girls watches him from a distance, noting that he feels different somehow. Even his manners have improved. Ed has zero ambitions for fame or power. He just wants that diploma so he can live a quiet life. The other students move on, talking about their vacations and the new semester. But one girl lingers. Yenica Fialore looks back at him, a strange feeling in her gut. Ed takes another bite, hoping for a peaceful year. He feels like a different person, Yenica thinks. She can sense spirits and auras, and Ed's soul is unrecognizable. The sky is clear, the birds are chirping, and the prestige of Sylvania Academy is on full display. It's officially the first day of school. The main hall is packed with students ready for a new semester, but while everyone else is excited for classes, Ed is just trying to stay alive. However, things never go as planned for a guy with villain written all over his face. Ed finds himself standing in front of the one door every student fears, the dean's office. On the very first day, our boy was already on the verge of being kicked out for good. Apparently, Princess Pina had a chat with the dean about him, but judging by the old man's smile, it looks like she didn't just trash his reputation. He lets out a massive sigh of relief as he leaves the office. He barely managed to dodge that bullet. Ed knows he has to be incredibly careful from now on. If he shifts the original story too much, his future knowledge becomes worthless. He checks his stats, his novice fighter rank is climbing, and his proficiency with a bow is finally starting to look decent. He spent every waking hour honing his life skills for pure survival. But he's a magic student too. He needs to find a way to blend his handiness with actual spells. He realizes there's no better weapon than a bow to combine magic and physical combat. An arrow is the perfect delivery system for a spell. The plan is to level up his crafting enough to make high-quality arrows that can hold a charge. If he can imbue his shots with magic formulas, he'll actually have a fighting chance against the monsters coming his way. Suddenly, Ed feels a presence behind him. He spins around, eyes wide, sensing someone nearby. Sitting under a massive, glowing tree is a girl who looks like she stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Meet Yenica Fialore, the second-year genius spirit sorcerer and the undisputed top of the class. She stares at him with those big, curious eyes, catching Ed completely off guard. She smiles and asks if he's the amusing guy that the forest master, Marilda, was talking about. Ed is stunned. Yenica is a major heroine, so what the hell is she doing way out here in his territory? She notices his shock and giggles, wondering if he's surprised that she already knows who he is. She explains that this entire forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit who has been watching Ed's every move. Ed realizes that his secret survival camp has had a giant invisible wolf spirit watching him since day one. He feels a bit guilty about all the trees he's chopped down, but Yenica just waves it off as the natural order of the woods. Ed is confused. He never expected a legendary spirit to have such a tender heart for a guy like him. They lock eyes for a moment, and the air feels different. Yenica isn't looking at him like a villain. She's actually interested. She laughs at his serious face, her bubbly energy filling the quiet forest. She suddenly gets excited and tells him there's something she really wants to show him. She holds out her hands, glowing with mana, and tells him about a cute and adorable contract she just signed. Ed looks at her empty hands. He knows she's talking about a spirit, but there's just one problem. He thinks to himself that if he wants to be friends with her, he should just play along and pretend to see it. But Ed decides to keep it real. He bluntly tells her he has zero spirit affinity and can't see a single thing in her hands. Yenica's face drops. She's genuinely shocked that someone can be that magically blind to the spirit world. Ed doesn't care about making friends. He tells her he's only there for food and starts to walk away. He knows that staying close to her is dangerous. Following the original storyline is the only way he keeps his advantage. Yenica Fialore isn't just a friendly classmate. In the game, she's a pivotal character with a dark path ahead. Ed recalls the game's hidden lore. Yenica eventually becomes a tragic figure, consumed by shadows. She is a character he must never get close to if he wants a peaceful graduation. He walks away without looking back, leaving the school's most popular girl standing alone in the woods. But Yanica's gaze lingers on him. She isn't used to being ignored, and Ed's mysterious aura is like a magnet to her. She repeats his words to herself, wondering why the forest wolf thinks so highly of this villain. She reaches out into the air, stroking an invisible companion. He really is fascinating, isn't he, Marilda? Behind her, the massive, glowing form of the spirit wolf appears. Yenica realizes Ed truly couldn't see the giant beast standing right in front of him. But there's more to her curiosity than just a spirit's recommendation. She pouts, annoyed that she tried so hard to be nice only to get a yep and a cold shoulder. She looks down, feeling a bit lonely despite her status, but she knows their paths will cross again. Far above the forest, the scale of the academy is revealed. Ed's camp is a tiny speck in a massive wilderness. The distance between his hidden shelter and the actual student area is brutal. He's living in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by mountains and monsters. His daily commute is a marathon. Just by running to class every morning, his physical stats are hitting the roof. If he wants that scholarship, he has to be the hardest working student in the room. He takes notes on stone slabs because he can't afford paper. After classes, he heads to the river to wash his only uniform. His life is a non-stop grind of school and survival. By the time he preps his firewood and food for the next day, he's only getting 4 hours of sleep. He's living on the edge. But the lack of sleep isn't what's bothering him the most. He senses someone in the bushes, and finally snaps. He shouts into the trees, asking how much longer she's going to keep following him. Janica pops out, looking like she's been caught stealing cookies. She can't believe he actually noticed her. Ed leans in, eyes glowing with a fake menace. He reminds her that he's Ed Roth Taylor. He asks why she would ever want to hang around a guy with such a trash reputation. Janica doesn't blink. She just smiles and says that reputation is just other people's judgment. She doesn't even know the real him yet. Ed is speechless. He forgot that Janica was always this kind of stubborn, independent thinker. She might look naive, but she has a heart of steel that doesn't care about social status. But that's the problem. That same kindness is what leads her to the dark transformation Ed saw in the game. Knowing her tragic future, Ed finds it impossible to just smile back and be friends. Because he knows the truth about Janica Failore, she is the final boss of Act 1, and her power is enough to level the entire academy. Ed decides he has to play the villain one more time to push her away. Janica's eyes light up. She's genuinely happy to help him with whatever he needs. Ed looks down at his messy, half-clothed state and plays the role of the disgraced noble perfectly. He looks her dead in the eye and asks for the one thing he knows will disgust a hero. "Can you give me some money?" He keeps the act up, telling her it's just a loan, and asking how much she's carrying. Janica freezes. She's at the top of the class, so she gets a scholarship every year. But Ed knows something the other students don't. Janica comes from a family so poor they can't even afford to send her to school without that money. She spends her nights studying in the library because she doesn't have a single coin to waste. The ranch girl from a small village has one major weakness. Ed knows he's hitting her where it hurts most. The light in her eyes dies out as she whispers a soft sorry and turns away. Ed watches her leave, his heart feeling like lead. He's done it. He's officially cut her out of his life. 3 days later, the forest is quiet again. Ed feels like a scumbag, but he tells himself it's better this way. No more main characters, no more drama. He doubles down on his training, promising to stay on the path that leads to his graduation. He heads back to his shelter after a long day of school, ready to collapse. But as he pushes open the flap to his hut, he realizes something is very wrong. What the hell? Ed's eyes go wide. There's someone even more dangerous than Janica inside. This girl is a legend. Even the professors whisper her name with a mix of awe and fear. It's Lucy Merrill, the rare genius and the most powerful character in the entire game, and she's fast asleep on his bed. Lucy wakes up and lets out a massive, unbothered yawn, looking like she doesn't have a care in the world. Ed is panicking. Why is the strongest mage in history napping in a mountain valley hut? He asks what he did to deserve this, but Lucy just blinks and tells him she isn't talking to him. She points a finger over his shoulder toward the shadows of the forest. She tells him that the wolf as big as a house over there won't stop talking to him. The air begins to ripple with intense spirit energy as Marilda reveals herself in full. Lucy's eyes turn serious. She says the spirit has a message for him. Marilda looms over Ed, her presence divine and terrifying, as the message echoes through the clearing, "Save Janica at all costs." The peace is officially over. Lucy's been crashing at Ed's camp for 2 days now. At first he thought it was just a weird coincidence that wouldn't change anything, but it didn't take him long to realize just how naive and complacent that thought really was. In this world, every butterfly effect is a potential death sentence. The next big event is here, the Joint Combat Training Quest. This is where the elite are separated from the fodder. The arena is massive, lit by high-hanging chandeliers and packed with students ready to watch some high-level magic and swordplay. This isn't a deathmatch, it's a mock exercise with fake weapons meant to show off skill without anyone actually losing a limb. The heavy hitters are all here, the righteous Princess Pina and the cunning merchant prodigy Lortel. Then you've got the spirit master Janica, the sleepy disaster Lucy, and the cold-hearted Clebius. The list of monsters just keeps going. But even with all those geniuses around, the most important person in the room is still the protagonist. That's Taylor McClure, the failing swordsman who's supposed to rise from nothing to become a legend. Ed is leaning over the railing, heart pounding, waiting for Taylor's match to start. He's got a confident smirk on his face because he already knows how this is going to end. Matches fly by in a blur of elemental magic and steel. Zix Effelstein is down there casually dominating his opponent with wind magic. In the original game, the first years, especially Taylor, swept almost all the matches, with exactly one exception. Suddenly, Janica pops up next to him, waving her hand and acting like they're best friends again. Ed can't believe she's being this friendly after he literally begged her for money 3 days ago just to drive her away. He tries to act uninterested, but Janica shoves the match list in his face, asking if he's seen his own opponent yet. Down on the stage, Taylor stands tall, gripping his wooden sword with everything he's got. He's ready to prove his worth. Ed shakes off his panic and tells himself his own fight doesn't matter. He needs to make sure Taylor wins his match first. Ed feels a weird connection to Taylor. He lived as this guy for hundreds of hours across the screen back in his world. He's seen Taylor die, fail, and get game-over screens in every way possible. He's guided Taylor through miserable bad endings and hard-earned true endings that left him in tears. Every time the screen faded to black, Ed was the one who clicked yes to try one more time. He's completed Taylor's journey countless times, knowing every struggle and every victory by heart. He knows better than anyone that there wasn't a single path Taylor took that wasn't brutal and full of pain. "I'm cheering for you, man," Ed thinks, looking down at the hero with genuine respect. "You can do this." By the way, there's a slight delay in the schedule. The announcement booms through the arena, looking for a student who seems to have vanished into thin air. Ed's eyes bulge out. Where the hell did Lucy Merrill go? Someone points to a backup podium under the stage. Lucy climbs out, letting out a massive, unbothered yawn. She was literally napping right up until her name was called. The matchup is set, the top of the class, Lucy Merrill versus the underdog, Taylor McClure. Taylor settles into a fighting stance, his eyes sharp and focused. He knows he's facing a monster. The protagonist of this world was born to be a swordsman, carrying the weight of his destiny in his hands. Even though the original Taylor had never held a sword before this semester, he's already cutting through high-level magic with pure instinct. Lucy's eyes widen. For the first time, a look of actual surprise flits across her face. She thought her first spell was a guaranteed hit, but Taylor blocked it like it was nothing. Taylor doesn't give her a second to breathe, closing the distance in a blur of speed and determination. Panicked, Lucy reflexively casts Lightning Strike, an intermediate-level spell that's way too dangerous for a mock duel. A massive bolt of green energy erupts, completely overpowering Taylor and engulfing the entire stage in a blinding flash. In the game, this is where Lucy gets disqualified for using forbidden magic, giving Taylor a technical victory and the respect of the school. Ed is practically vibrating with excitement. This is it. The legendary scene that kicks off the main plot. It was supposed to be the most iconic moment of the first act. The referee raises his hand. Taylor is still in it, but he's battered. He's kneeling in the crater, coughing through the dust. Ed is starting to get a bad feeling. The timing is off. Everything feels different. Lucy stretches and yawns again. She looks like she's bored and wants to go back to sleep. The crowd starts whispering. They think it's over. There's no way a failure like Taylor can touch the top of the class, but Taylor McClure's life has always been a series of impossible trials. He's been called a country bumpkin and a failure since the day he arrived at this academy. He's the underachiever that everyone loves to pity, the guy who hasn't gotten a single decent grade. But as he grips his sword, the desperation in his hands turns into pure, unadulterated power. Even as he's crawling on the ground, blood dripping from his forehead, he refuses to give up. Ed watches him, a small smile returning to his face. Taylor leaps into the air, a shadow falling over Lucy. This is the moment of truth. Ed's eyes are glued to Lucy. This is where she's supposed to slip up and use that lightning magic. He zooms in on the smallest detail, waiting for the spark that signals the hero's victory. Instead of green lightning, a terrifyingly sharp blade of wind magic forms in Lucy's hand. The two powers clash with a sound like a jet engine, the air pressure in the arena reaching a breaking point. Taylor screams as he tries to push through the gale, but the wind is like a solid wall of steel. A massive, spectral wolf head made of pure air erupts from Lucy's mana, its jaws snapping shut on the hero. Taylor is sent flying, a tiny speck caught in a violent, swirling tornado. The hero of the world is left hanging from the rafters like a broken doll, unconscious and defeated. Ed stares at the crater in horror. Lucy didn't use lightning magic. She used wind magic. She stands there, the wind whipping around her hat, looking more like a dark god than a student. Taylor is out cold. The protagonist just lost his defining moment of growth. Ed's world is crumbling. The game story he relied on is officially dead. Taylor lost. If the hero can't win, what chance does a third-rate villain have? The arena is still echoing with the referee's voice. Lucy Merrill is the winner. The crowd is going wild, but for our MC, this is a total nightmare. Taylor is slumped against the wall, looking completely shattered. The hero who was supposed to be the world's last hope just got treated like a training dummy. Ed stares down from the stands, his face pale as he realizes his informational advantage is officially dead and buried. Taylor lost? This one change could set off a chain reaction that ends with everyone being dragon food. Our boy watches Taylor limp away, realizing he can't just sit back and watch anymore. If Taylor gives up on himself now, the entire story collapses, and Ed's cozy survival life goes up in flames. A system notification reveals Protection of the Wind, a passive magic Lucy got from her contract with the high-class spirit Marilda. Lucy casually floats past Ed, completely unbothered by the chaos she just caused, and asks him where her beef jerky is. In the original game, Marilda and Lucy were never supposed to be on the same team this early, but because Lucy started hanging out at Ed's camp, she's leveled up way faster than she should have. Ed doesn't have time to process it, because the announcer calls his name for the next match, against Princess Pina herself. Pina steps onto the stage, looking ready to give Ed a piece of her mind, but Ed's brain is still stuck on the fact that Taylor was supposed to win. He remembers the game scene where Taylor gains confidence by picking up his sword, a moment that's been totally erased now. The princess's eyes glow with her insight ability. She can tell Ed is distracted, and she's not happy about it. Ed grits his teeth, realizing the hero lost because of the changes he accidentally caused in the world. He looks toward the exit where Taylor is walking away and decides he has to do something, even if it's risky. He yells out to Taylor, knowing he has to play the part of the annoying villain one more time to spark some fire in the hero's soul. He shouts that Taylor's efforts will eventually pay off, but he says it with a tone that sounds like he's mocking him. He tells Taylor there's nothing to be embarrassed about, secretly hoping the protagonist doesn't let his heart break here. Ed screams, acting like a total jerk while actually trying to remind Taylor that he's the only one who can face the hardships ahead. He warns Taylor that the academy is full of trials, and if he fails here, he'll never survive what's coming next. In Ed's head, he's pleading for Taylor to be the hero so he doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting himself. We get a flashback to Emperor Cloel, the first person to realize that Princess Pina was born with a special blessing. But her insight isn't actually a gift from a god, it's a survival skill forged in the fires of royal betrayal. Growing up in a palace full of snakes and liars, she had to learn how to read souls just to stay alive. She built this wall around her heart, using her ability to filter out the fake people surrounding her. That's why she's so confident in her ability to judge a person's character at a single glance. She's looked into the ugly abyss of the imperial court and seen exactly how dark people's intentions can get. Even as the Princess of Love, she lived her life pretending she didn't see the filth in everyone's hearts. Back on the stage, Ed gives her a casual "please go easy on me," and for the first time Pena is actually thrown off. He's standing there looking calm and collected, rolling up his sleeves like he's about to go for a light jog instead of a duel. Pena stares into his eyes, trying to find a lie, but all she sees is a man who seems to have made peace with everything. In the stands, the students are gossiping, calling Ed persistent and a bully for yelling at Taylor earlier. They think he's just picking on the underdog to make himself look better, and their words are cutting deep into Pena's thoughts. Everyone remembers Ed Roth Taylor as the noble who used his power to humiliate his juniors, the shameless guy who tried to rig exams when things didn't go his way. In the past, there was no doubt, he was a first-class scumbag through and through, but Pena is looking at the guy who gave her the golden bead, and the guy who's currently surviving in a tent in the woods. She remembers the look in his eyes when he yelled at Taylor earlier, and something doesn't add up. That desperation she saw in Ed's face while he was mocking the hero, it felt too real to be an act of bullying. It felt like someone genuinely trying to save another person from drowning. The referee announces the start of the match, and the tension in the room hits a boiling point. "Ed Roth Taylor, you confuse me," Pena thinks as she begins to gather her magic. She wants to end this duel quickly and get some answers, charging up a powerful orb of water magic. She launches the attack, a massive blast of mana aimed straight at Ed's chest. Ed knows basic wind and fire magic, but instead of countering or dodging, he just stands there, watching the spell come toward him with a look of total apathy. Pena expected a dramatic struggle, a finale that would reveal his true nature. She thought he'd try to fight his way out of her heart's suspicions with everything he had. But Ed just lets out a bored "huh" as the water orb closes the distance, the impact sending him tumbling across the stone floor of the arena. He slumps to the ground and immediately raises his hand, saying a flat "I lost." Pina is absolutely livid. "What did you say?" she screams, her face turning red from the sheer disrespect of it all. She realized he didn't even try to block. He saw the trajectory and just decided to take the hit so he could leave early. The crowd bursts into laughter, mocking Ed for being even weaker than the failing Taily. Ed just bows slightly, telling her it was a good fight and that he learned a lot. Pina is vibrating with rage. She knows he's playing with her, and she's determined to find out why. She realizes that from the moment he stepped on stage, he didn't make eye contact with her even once. He had no interest in this duel in the first place, she thinks, watching him walk away like it was a chore. Ed is thinking about the timeline. Is now really a time to be playing around with fancy duels? He needs to be careful not to let any more interactions with the princess affect the original scenario. Pina is way too important to the story to be distracted by a minor villain like him, but the most important person is still Taily, and Ed needs to track him down before he quits for good. "Where did that punk go?" Ed mutters, scanning the hallways for any sign of the hero. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. He turns around to see the princess standing there alone, looking like she's about to explode from pent-up frustration. Ed tries to play it cool, acting like he's just a student who learned a valuable lesson from a superior. She cuts him off, yelling that she knows he didn't even intend to win that fight. "You were just thinking about how to quickly get off the stage," she shouts, her face inches from his. She starts ranting about all her stresses, the fox-like merchant Lortel, the grumpy Professor Glast, and the endless royal servants breathing down her neck. She towers over him, screaming that she already has enough on her mind without him making things more complicated. Ed is taken aback. He didn't realize the princess was carrying this much repressed stress and anger. He doesn't say anything. Instead, he reaches out and places a firm, steady hand on her shoulders. He tells her to take a deep breath and calm down, his voice calm and surprisingly gentle. He guides her through a breathing exercise, telling her there's no need to get so worked up over one duel. The hallway goes quiet as the princess actually listens, her breathing finally slowing down. She blinks, realized she just had a total meltdown in front of the guy she's supposed to hate. Her face turns bright red as she covers her eyes, pleading with him to just forget everything that just happened. Ed shrugs and asks if he can go now, but he notes to himself that he has a bad habit of getting involved with these characters. He realizes he constantly tries to guess what's going on in their heads instead of just treating them like normal people. Pina looks away, her heart hammering in her chest. That calm presence of his is terrifyingly effective. But she's not done. She stops him one more time, ready to ask a question that's been eating at her soul. She asks if he intentionally tried to cut ties with his family because he knew about their secret dark side. She theorizes that the reason he picked on Taily was because he needed a reason to get disowned and escape his family's evil legacy. Ed is impressed. That's a sharp deduction, and while it's mostly wrong, she's actually right about his family being monsters. But Ed just gives her a deadpan look and tells her he has no idea what she's talking about. It's far too early for her to be looking into that stuff. Pina gets even more frustrated, asking why he would shout words of encouragement to the guy he was trying to ruin. Ed decides to stick to his villain script. He tells her he was just doing it to make fun of him. He adds that he thought cheering Taily on would make people see him in a different light, but he says it with the most fake smile possible. Pina activates insight, her golden scales appearing as she tells him to tell her the truth, and the system flags it as a LIE. Ed's nose literally starts growing in a comedic effect as he insists he's telling the truth. Another LIE notification pops up. Pina is practically breathing fire now. She can see the lies, and it's driving her insane that he won't just be honest. Above all, Ed knows he has to stick to the original scenario. It's his only hope of making it to the end of this story alive. Pina finally lets out a long sigh of defeat. She doesn't have any physical evidence to prove her theories yet. She looks at him with a mix of suspicion and something else, finally telling him he can go. She notes that he's been staring at the door the whole time and must have something urgent to take care of. Ed doesn't waste a second. He gives a quick thank you and bolts for the exit. He pushes through the double doors, his hand shaking slightly from the tension of the conversation. He realizes this is the first time Pina has shown this side of herself to anyone, a side that wasn't in any of his playthroughs. She's already involved in so much drama that it's giving him a headache just thinking about it. He feels a bit guilty, wondering if his presence as a new addition to the scenario is making her life harder. But then he compares his own survival struggle to the burden a princess carries and realizes they're both just trying to make it through the day. He remembers telling her to relax and avoid the complicated politics of the palace. He reminded her that this is Sylvania Academy, a place where she should be able to breathe for once. Pina had spent her entire life trying to see through lies, but then, for the first time ever, someone else actually saw right through her. She stands alone in the hallway, looking like she's just been awakened from a long dream. Ed is running now, his feet pounding against the carpet. He's lost way too much time talking to the princess. He needs to find Taylor immediately. He rounds the corner at full speed, desperation fueling every step. If Taylor gives up, the world ends. It's as simple and as terrifying as that. Taylor is sitting alone, head down, looking like he's ready to drop out of school. Ed slows down, panting for breath. He's rehearsing what to say in his head. He needs to be the perfect motivation. A girl in a white and red uniform leaps in front of Ed, her eyes wide with terror and rage. It's Ayla, the main heroine. She stands between Ed and Taylor, tears in her eyes as she begs him not to bother her friend anymore. Ed's plan just hit a massive, heroin-shaped wall. Ayla is practically screaming in Ed's face, her eyes welling up with tears. She thinks Ed is only here to kick Taylor while he's down. "You don't need to harass him anymore," she shouts, standing like a shield between our guy and the broken hero. Ed just stands there, watching a dark silhouette approach from the shadows of the hallway. Ed's eyes widen in realization. It's him. The protagonist hasn't given up yet. Taylor steps forward, bruised and battered, but his gaze is like cold steel. He pushes Ayla aside gently, facing Ed head-on with a fighting spirit that refuses to die. That willpower is the real deal. Ed can see it in his eyes. The hero of this world is officially back in the game. While Ed was busy dealing with the princess and her insight games, Ayla was the only one who didn't lose faith in Taylor. She's his biggest cheerleader, running after him without a single glance back at the crowd. She sits with him on a bench, patting his back and telling him he can get through this, just like he always has. With Ayla by his side, Taylor is basically immortal. He'll rise to his feet again and again until he wins. Ed watches them from a distance, staying silent as he processes the scene. Taylor looks at Ed with suspicion, asking what kind of scheme he's cooking up now. Ed doesn't answer, but internally he's thinking about all the times he lived as Taylor through the screen. He tells himself to be honest. His connection to this hero is deeper than anyone knows. In his past life, he treated Taylor like a pushover, a tool to do all the hard work while Ed just worried about his own score. He used the hero to reach the true ending, never really caring about the pain the character felt along the way. But right now, he feels a massive weight lift off his chest. It's not just because the story might be getting back on track, it's because the guy he spent hundreds of hours with is actually going to be okay. Ed turns around and walks away into the sunset, leaving the hero and the heroine to their own story. Taylor and Ayla just stare after him, totally weirded out. Taylor mutters, "What the hell? Why is he trying to act so cool all of a sudden?" Ed heads back to his life in the woods, knowing he can't avoid the drama forever. But for now, he's done. He looks back one last time, his face a mask of calm determination. Flashback to the duel that started this mess. A massive explosion of fire and light erupts on the stage. Originally, the students were supposed to watch this from the safety of the bleachers, witnessing a masterclass in magic. Magic circles flare to life, intricate and powerful, as two top-tier students clash. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, lunges forward, using high-level ice magic to try and freeze her opponent. She's a beast in combat, her tactical mind making her one of the most dangerous first years in the school. A massive block of ice shatters under the pressure of intense heat. Waves of flame roar across the stage, steam filling the air as the elements collide. Standing in the center of the inferno is Yannicka Faelore, her face calm as she commands a literal fire lion. This was the spirit sorcerer in her prime, sparring with Lortel in a match that looked more like a war. Ed is sure Taylor and Ayla were watching that scene, realizing just how high the ceiling is for talent at Sylvania. Taylor's eyes are wide with awe and fear. He's seeing the level he needs to reach to survive. Trials are approaching from every side, and the students are starting to realize that the peace of the academy is a lie. The Fire Lion lets out a roar of pure energy, a reminder of who the real threat is. Yannicka gives a small, confident smile. She's the undisputed queen of the second years. Her name is Yannicka Faelore, and she's the Act 1 final boss for a reason. The crowd cheers for her after the match. She's the only sophomore who managed to stop the first-year winning streak. She giggles and thanks everyone, playing the role of the humble genius perfectly. But her eyes turn sharp when she sees a medical team rushing past. Lortel is being carried off on a stretcher, covered in burns and looking half dead. Yannicka's smile vanishes. She's the pride of the sophomores, but looking at the damage she caused, she feels like a monster. The ceremony ends with confetti falling, but the atmosphere is heavy. Everything is different from the game's original script. Ed wipes sweat from his forehead, noting that Janika's life is about to get way more frantic because of this win. He walks through the academy gates, a red cloak draped over his shoulder, looking like a man who's ready for the next chapter. He figures he won't be seeing Janika at his camp anymore now that she's the school's hero. 2 weeks pass. The forest is quiet, and the stars are out. Ed's head stops spinning for the first time in a while. Without the main characters breathing down his neck, he can finally go all in on his studies and survival. He's even built a functional fishing net. The food problem is finally under control. Check out those stats. Stamina is up to 6, intellect is at 5, and his talent hit a 9. He's standing by the river, washing off the day's grime and feeling good about his progress. Suddenly, he hears a gasp. Someone is watching him from the bushes. Janika is standing there, bright red and covering her eyes. She asks if he just likes being naked, and Ed has to explain he was just fishing. She sits by his fire, calling his camp a top-secret base and saying she feels like an adventurer just being there. But then her face turns serious. She tells Ed she needs some advice. Ed is confused. Why the hell would the top student in the school ask a villain like him for advice? She brings up the duel from last month, noting that Ed left the arena early and might have missed the end. She remembers Lortel on that stretcher and can't get the image out of her head. Ed knows the truth. Lortel cheated and used forbidden magic first, but to a girl as kind as Janika, that doesn't matter. She feels like she overreacted, like she used too much force and became the bully everyone thinks Ed is. She asks if she should apologize, even though all her friends are telling her she did nothing wrong. Ed doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells her, "Then do that. If you think you're right, just do it." Janika looks stunned. She's used to everyone worshipping the ground she walks on. Every time she feels guilty, a crowd of people rushes in to take her side and tell her she's perfect. She knows it's nice to have people who have your back, but she realizes those people aren't being honest with her. Validation doesn't erase the fact that someone got hurt. That's why she came to Ed. She looks at him with genuine respect. "As expected of you, Ed." She stretches, a small, peaceful smile returning to her face. She likes that Ed doesn't take her side unconditionally. Ed just shrugs, saying he doesn't care if he offends her or not. Janika laughs, telling him he's totally misunderstanding. She stares into the fire, noting that Ed is nothing like the arrogant noble he was last year. Janika might be bubbly and cute, but she's just as observant as any royal. She remembers when he asked for money, he didn't have the desperate look of a beggar. She realized even then that he was indirectly telling her to stay away from him, but those cold, distant sides of Ed, they actually make her feel safe. In a world of fake smiles, Ed's bluntness is the most reassuring thing she's found. "I wish everyone in the world was like you, Ed." She gives him a smile that could light up the entire forest. His presence has become a strange comfort to her, a place where she doesn't have to be the perfect Janika. The fireflies dance in the moonlight as the two of them sit in a rare moment of peace. The next day at the academy, the sun is high and the classes are in full swing. Ed is walking down the hall, but he has a pit in his stomach. He knows something is coming. "This is serious trouble," he mutters, feeling a dark aura nearby. He remembers the lore of the failed swordsman. It's a masterpiece, but almost no one has seen the true ending because it's so hard. The game is famous for its brutal traps. For example, if you save a girl from an ambush during the placement test, you accidentally stumble onto the secret of the Golden Daughter. She immediately sends an assassin to kidnap Taylor, and just like that, bad ending 3. Or in the monster-slaying practice, if you ditch Ayla and team up with the Golden Daughter, Ayla falls off a cliff to her death because Taylor wasn't there to save her. Taylor literally burns to death in the crossfire. Ed realizes he's surrounded by death flags. He tries to walk away, but a voice stops him in his tracks. "Senior, can you not hear me?" He grits his teeth, trying to ignore her, but it's too late. He's met the one person who can ruin everything. Meet the fourth heroine, Lortel Keln, the only daughter of a massive business magnate. She stares at Ed with a predatory glint in her eyes, giving him a shark-like smile. "I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed." Money talks, but in a school full of monsters and geniuses, it usually tells you exactly who's trying to stab you in the back. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, leans in with a smirk, offering to buy 2 hours of Ed's time. In the original game, Lortel is designated as the hidden hero, a character who plays both sides and always comes out on top. Unlike the righteous Princess Pina, Lortel was written as a villain from the very beginning, hiding her true motives behind a wall of gold and ice. Her true colors are only revealed much later in the story, once players finally understand the crushing loneliness and anguish she carries. Ed knows her backstory, but he also knows he can't afford to fall for her lonely girl act right now. He turns around and starts walking away, leaving the most powerful merchant in the school standing there with a bewildered look on her face. Ed knows that if he plays the game by Lortel's rules, he'll lose the initiative and become just another pawn in her collection. She chases after him, her polite facade cracking just a little as she begs him to at least hear out her offer. She tries to play it off as inspiration, claiming she respects how he continues to study even after being disowned and kicked into the woods. She even takes a dig at his past, calling him arrogant and self-centered, but laughs it off like it's some cute character quirk. She stops him and finally gets to the point, asking him to listen to her real offer first. She holds up 3 gold coins, their shine reflecting the predatory glint in her eyes. It's a down payment, just for him to listen. She notes that Ed has been getting pretty close to the top student, Janica Fialore, lately. Lortel's goal is simple. She wants Ed to help her befriend Janica, but we all know that in her world, friends are just assets. Ed stares at the gold. 3 coins might not seem like much to a noble, but for a guy living in a tent, it's a fortune. For some people, that's an entire month's earnings, and Ed knows exactly how much leverage that money buys. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he asks if the great golden daughter really has to buy her connections with cash. Lortel doesn't flinch. She knows that in this academy, numbers and alliances are the only things that actually matter. She steps into his personal space, slipping the coins directly into his pocket, with a touch that feels more like a threat than a bribe. "The more people on my side, the better," she whispers, her eyes locking onto his with terrifying intensity. Ed realizes that this girl has an intuitive sense for the coming storm. She knows she's about to enter a brutal political war with Princess Pina for control over the entire academy. She's already started gathering her allies, and for some reason, she's decided Ed is a piece worth having on her board. Ed gives a calm smile and holds out his hand. If she's handing out free money, he'd be an idiot not to take it. Lortel reaches out to seal the deal, her eyes glowing with a mix of satisfaction and hidden malice. For people who have been rich their whole lives, a single moment of poverty is enough to crush their spirit. But Lortel has seen it go the other way. People who are truly desperate will do anything for what they call chump change. She's watched people sell their families, their pride, and their very souls just to get their hands on a single gold coin. Preying on the desperate is how her family built their empire, and she's the best in the business at it. But as she pulls back, she looks down at her hand and realizes Ed didn't show a single sign of the desperation she was counting on. She watches him walk away, her mind already spinning with new ways to break him. Ed leaves her behind in the courtyard, his face returning to its usual mask of focused survival. He grits his teeth, his expression hardening. He knows he just made a deal with the devil. While the money makes his life easier, he feels a sense of shame for getting involved in her games. He can't even imagine the horrors he'd face if he got stuck in the crossfire between the newbie crusher and Janica. He reminds himself that his primary goal is to avoid any major plot changes at all costs. That night, the atmosphere at the academy shifts from school grounds to a battlefield of whispers. Lortel isn't the type to feel humiliated by a rejection. To her, a no is just an invitation to try a different angle. She runs into Janica in the hallway, immediately shifting into her perfect junior mode. Janica is surprised to see her there, noting that Lortel looks much softer with her hair down in the moonlight. But the warmth in Lortel's eyes is fake. On the contrary, the encounter has only awakened her unrelenting spirit to turn Janica into one of her assets. She gives Janica a look that would make most people freeze, her green eyes glowing in the darkness of the corridor. Lortel brings up their duel, acting like she's still bothered by the fuss over her using forbidden magic. She apologizes to Janica, claiming she just wanted to see the true strength of the top sophomore. She shows off her bandages, noting that she had to pay a big price for her arrogance. Janica looks at her with pity, and Lortel realizes that manipulating this fairy tale heroine might be easier than she thought. But then Janica drops a bomb, casually asking if Lortel's talk with Ed went well earlier. Lortel freezes. She didn't think anyone saw them, but Janica just gives a knowing smile. Janica explains that the spirits love to chat, and their voices follow her everywhere she goes. She tells Lortel that she hears almost every conversation that happens near the forest, including their little transaction. Lortel's eyes widen in genuine shock. Her secret influence just hit a major roadblock. Janica mocks her gently, noting that while she's touched by Lortel's willingness to spend gold on her, everyone knows that you can't buy true sincerity with a few coins. She thinks back to Ed, the guy who lives in the dirt but refuses to lie to her face. To Janica, Ed's blunt and honest approach is worth infinitely more than all of Lortel's gold. She giggles, wondering if she acted a bit too smug, but she's clearly enjoying having the upper hand for once. She walks away, mentioning that she has a lot of preparation to do for her next high-ranked spirit contract. Ed realizes his evaluation of Janica was totally wrong. She's not just a character in a fairy tale. She's not oblivious to the ways of the world at all. She sees the darkness. She just chooses to stay in the light. As she passes Lortel, she offers one last genuine apology for hurting her during the match. She gives a bright, cheerful smile, but her eyes stay sharp. She's a person who maintains her personality through sheer willpower. The doors slam shut behind her, leaving Lortel alone in the dark, realizing that this simple political takeover is going to be a lot harder than she planned. She remembers Janica's face just now and notes that for a split second, the top student looked like she was standing right on the edge of a breakdown. Inside her room, Janica stares at her nameplate, telling herself she has to work even harder to meet everyone's expectations. She slumps against the wall, the weight of being the perfect student threatening to crush her. The next day, the sun is shining over Ed's forest camp. He's got his laundry out and everything looks peaceful. Suddenly, he senses a smell, something clean and professional. Kaboom! A massive gust of wind knocks his laundry everywhere as someone approaches his secret base. Ed whips around, a shirt draped over his head, demanding to know who's trespassing on his property. It's Belle Maya, the senior maid of the prestigious Ophelis Hall. Ed remembers her clearly. She was the one who personally threw his bags out of the dorm and told him to get lost. She's blunt as always, telling Ed she knows he's staying here because Janica won't stop talking about him. She looks at his massive pile of handcrafted spears and logs, her expression unreadable. She notes that it looks like a good change for him, which makes Ed sweat. He's not sure if being a forest hobo is a promotion or a demotion. But Ed isn't listening to her words anymore. His eyes are glued to the basket on her arm. The Ophelis Hall maids are the best of the best, trained to perform every household chore to absolute perfection. Ed realizes that inside that basket are the finest wild ingredients that only an elite maid could find. This is high-grade foraging information that he can't get from any textbook in the library. He thinks back to the game's lore, trying to remember if Belle Maya ever had an impact on the main plot. She tells him he doesn't need to be so respectful, and invites him to talk down to her like he used to back in the dorms. Belle's eyes widen in surprise as Ed gives her a charming, respectful smile. He tells her he could never talk down to someone who works as hard as she does. Since she has zero impact on the main plot, Ed decides there's no harm in being extras together and becoming friends. His inventory is suddenly overflowing with high-quality ingredients that would take him weeks to find on his own. He's successfully installed a professional-grade fish farming net. With the net and his new foraging knowledge, his food problem is officially solved. He's got plenty of meat and fish to last the month. He fires up his ignition magic to boil some water, looking like a total pro. The flames dance around his pot as he prepares his first high-quality meal in weeks. After using them 1,000,000 times just to survive, his ignition and windblade have both hit level 10. He brews a special herbal tea using Belle's instructions, a concoction that drastically increases his survival rate. He takes a long, slow sip, the warmth of the tea spreading through his body. The sun is beginning to set over the mountains, and for the first time, Ed is actually done with all his chores before dark. He sits there in silence, thinking to himself that if he's being honest, he's actually starting to have a bit of fun with this survivalist life. No parents, no rules, just him and the forest. Suddenly, a bright light catches his eye in the darkening sky. A massive pillar of light slams into the forest right in the center of his camp, sending a shockwave that levels everything. Ed is sent flying through the air, his body tumbling through the debris of his hard work. A massive cloud of dust and smoke consumes the clearing. He coughs, struggling to stand as he looks around in horror. His precious camp, the shelter, the nets, the food, it's all been reduced to splinters and ash in a single second. He hears a faint coughing sound from the center of the crater. The dust starts to settle, revealing a small, huddled figure on the scorched ground. She's covered in soot and gasping for air, whispering that the impact just about killed her. Imagine working your tail off to build a home from scratch, only for the world's strongest mage to fall from the sky and turn it into a crater. Lucy's sitting in the rubble looking dazed, but Ed is the one who's actually dying inside. He's looking at his destroyed camp with a soul-crushed expression. Ed wonders how the heck a tiny girl could survive a fall that literally vaporized a log cabin, but then he remembers she's Lucy Merrill, the walking cheat code. She tries to explain that she was just dodging a lecture from Miss Belle Maya, who apparently got so fed up with Lucy skipping class that she started throwing hands. Lucy's relieved she managed to teleport away in time, but Ed is just staring at the massive hole where his bed used to be, feeling his blood pressure spike. He looks at Lucy with the most terrifying, "I've had enough of this" face you've ever seen. Instead of being scared of the legendary mage, Ed just chops her on the head, screaming about how she's ruined months of his hard work. Ed is shocked that the hit actually landed, realizing Lucy is so drained from the explosion that she doesn't even have enough mana left for a basic shield. Lucy looks up with those big, glowing purple eyes, and for a second, Ed realizes he just physically assaulted the most dangerous person on campus. But our boy doesn't care. He's full-on villain mode now, towering over her and telling her this is payback for his house. He leaves her there in the dirt, muttering to himself that he's done with flimsy shacks and needs to build something that can actually take a hit. With his camp in ruins, Ed heads to the academy library, determined to find blueprints for a real, sturdy wooden house. He spends the entire day buried in books, grinding his knowledge stat while figuring out how to smooth wood and finish a roof properly. He's so locked in that he doesn't even notice the sun has gone down until a voice tells him it's closing time. Ed looks up and sees a young girl in a library apprentice uniform, realizing he's been studying for hours without a break. The girl introduces herself as Elka Ilon, and she's actually impressed by how hard Ed is working. She's got these big, sparkling puppy dog eyes, basically begging him to tell her who he is so she can keep chatting. Ed hesitates for a second, knowing his name is usually greeted with screams of terror or disgust, but he finally drops it. The second she hears Ed Roth Taylor, Elka freezes, her pupils shrinking as the rumors of the evil noble flash through her head. Ed just sighs to himself, waiting for her to run away or start screaming like everyone else does. He figures no matter how hard he works, he's always going to be the villain in everyone else's story. But then Elka shocks him. She says that he's absolutely nothing like the horrible rumors she's heard. She's been watching him all day, and she points out that he's read through 6 technical texts that even she finds difficult to understand. The rumors say he's an arrogant brat who knows nothing, but the girl in front of him sees a scholar who is deeply sincere. She gives him a bright, genuine smile, deciding right then and there that the rumors are all garbage. She tells him that he reminds her of someone else who is just as hardworking and sincere. She's thinking of her friend Yix, a guy who's just as dedicated to his craft as Ed is to his books. Elka tells him she'll be rooting for him, and for the first time in a long time, Ed actually says thank you with a small smile. She waves him goodbye, but as Ed turns to leave, his gamer instincts kick in. Something is very, very wrong. The entire library starts shaking violently, and a dark, oppressive energy begins to flood the room. Elka looks terrified as the shelves start rattling, and Ed realizes the event he was trying to avoid has finally found him. Books start flying off the shelves as the ground literally splits open beneath them. Outside, a massive pillar of purple light shoots into the sky, signaling the start of the final chapter of Act 1, the Glaskin Showdown. At the student center, a group of survivors has gathered, led by the hero Taylor and his friends, while dark spirits prowl the shadows. Ayla, the group's resident lore expert, is sweating as she stares at the sky, recognizing the terrifying magic unfolding above them. She explains that the giant pillar is a summoning rune for Glaskin, a legendary high-ranked spirit of absolute darkness. Princess Pina realizes this is a nightmare scenario. Only one person at the academy has the power to summon something that massive. The truth hits them like a truck. Their friend and top student, Janika Phalor, has been consumed by the darkness and is the one behind the attack. The name Janika Phalore hangs in the air, turning the students' hope into pure despair. The atmosphere at the camp turns cold as the students realize they have to fight the person they all looked up to. Princess Pina stares into the darkness, knowing that the barrier around them is only buying them a few minutes of safety. Taylor steps forward, his eyes burning with resolve, telling everyone they need to storm the student center before things get worse. The captain of the Royal Guard, Claire, and the alchemy expert Alvira both agree. They can't wait for the professors to return. They have to solve this from the inside. Elvira tries to hype everyone up, saying that if they all work together, they can even take down a high-ranked spirit. But not everyone is feeling brave. A student named Klebias is literally shaking with fear, his face pale and eyes wide. He points out the obvious: trying to take down Janika when she's backed by an army of intermediate spirits is insane. And it gets worse. A massive burst of dark fire erupts from the building. 2 high-ranked spirits appear: Tarkan, the spirit of fire, and Velisfer, the spirit of darkness. This isn't just a fight, it's a slaughterhouse. Klebias loses it, screaming that it's a suicide mission, and he refuses to move an inch. Alvira is stunned, wondering how even a top student like Janika could manifest this many spirits at once without dying from mana exhaustion. Ayla clarifies the situation. Janika isn't the one in control, she's just the battery that Velisfer is using to manifest into their world. She explains that spirits of darkness are the natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their power is too big to be controlled. It's a cruel fate. The sorcerers who love spirits the most end up becoming their puppets, pulled by strings of dark energy. The group is left wondering how Janica, the most talented student, could have fallen prey to such a thing, but there's no time for questions. A high-ranking student steps up, crossing his arms and demanding that a decision be made immediately. Every eye turns toward Princess Pina, waiting for her to give the order that will decide who lives and who dies. The weight of the crown has never been heavier as she looks at the terrified faces of the students. In that moment of pure panic, she remembers something Ed told her during their last meeting. Ed had told her that no matter how heavy her burden felt, she should try to find some peace of mind instead of letting the pressure break her. Pina wishes it were as easy as he made it sound, but she finally finds her voice. She gives the order. They will wait 1 hour to gather their strength and prepare, then they will launch the final assault. She selects only the elites, the guards and the top students, telling the rest to stay back and pray for their success. She stands tall, declaring that she will take full responsibility for whatever happens next. Suddenly, a student runs up to her, reporting that they've finished checking the campus for any trapped survivors. The news isn't good. The most powerful dorms and archives are blocked off, and no more help is coming. Pina realizes they are truly alone, but then someone shouts that there's still one area they haven't accounted for. There's one person left behind in the danger zone. A student realizes that their friend Elka, the apprentice librarian, is still inside the library, and she's trapped with a sophomore. The second Jix hears Elka's name, his eyes widen in total shock. He grabs the student by the shoulders, demanding to know if it's true that Elka is trapped in the library with some random guy. He's losing his mind, knowing that Elka has 0 combat ability and is completely helpless against the dark spirits. Princess Pena and Elvira try to calm him down, saying they need to focus on Janica first, but they mention there's a sophomore there who might be protecting her. Jix clenches his teeth, trying to believe that whoever is with her can hold the line. The princess turns to the messenger and asks for the name of the student who is currently in the library with Elka. The girl is trembling, clearly hiding something, which only makes Yix's anger boil over as he shakes her for the truth. She finally stammers out the name, and the entire camp goes silent. "It's Ed Roth Taylor." The girl cries out that Ed was sitting there until late at night, and she was so annoyed by his presence that she left Elka to deal with him alone. The name hits the camp like a curse. Everyone knows Ed's reputation as a scumbag, and they assume the worst has already happened. Jix looks like he's about to explode. The idea of the school's most notorious villain being alone with the girl he loves during an apocalypse is too much. He turns around, a dark, murderous aura radiating from his body. Princess Pina tries to stop him, knowing he's about to do something reckless that could ruin their plan. She tries to tell him to have faith, but even her own insight is wavering because she doesn't fully understand Ed yet. She looks at the summoning pillar, desperately hoping that Ed is actually protecting the girl, instead of being the monster everyone thinks he is. The guards and Taylor look on in awkward silence as the drama unfolds. Elvira looks at the princess like she's lost her mind. Who in their right mind would have faith in a guy like Ed Roth Taylor? Jix isn't listening to anyone anymore. He's completely consumed by rage. He charges forward, blasting through the students and heading straight for the library. An army of dark spirits blocks his path, but they might as well be made of paper compared to Yix's fury. His inner monologue is pure venom. If Ed so much as touches a single hair on Elka's head, death won't be enough. He unleashes a massive, explosive kick that shatters the ground and sends spirits flying. He's a man possessed, diving headfirst into a swarm of monsters just to get to the library. He screams into the night, promising to beat Ed Roth Taylor to a bloody pulp the second he sees him. With a face full of veins and pure hatred, Jix roars Ed's name, unaware that he's about to run into a version of the MC he isn't prepared for. Jix wasn't raised in a home. He was a predator in the wild, tracking adult males by their scent through the tall grass. His childhood was spent peering through the brush with the cold green eyes of a hunter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For him, life was simple. You either caught the deer or you went hungry, and Jix never went hungry. He lived in the savage grasslands of the north, a place so lawless and brutal that even the Empire's voice couldn't reach it. In that world, you had to check your own neck every morning just to make sure your head was still attached to your shoulders. He wandered through the world like a lost animal, never knowing why he was abandoned or if he'd ever see his people again. The boy learned how to behead a deer with a single stroke before he ever learned how to read a single word. While other kids were learning to trade, he was mastering the art of scavenging supplies from the bodies of travelers on the roadside. When he finally reached civilization, the townspeople treated him like a monster, whispering rumors that he was a man-eating barbarian. To them, he wasn't a child, he was just a beast in a human skin. Everything changed when a little girl walked up to the monster and asked him the one thing nobody else bothered to ask. "What's your name?" That girl was Elka, and her kindness was the first warm thing Jix had felt in years. She didn't see a beast, she saw a boy who needed a name. She laughed and told him he was like a wolf walking on two legs, and for the first time, Jix felt like he belonged somewhere. In that moment, a light flickered in his eyes, a dawning realization that he didn't have to be a monster anymore. The years of scavenging for rotting meat on the roadside and roaming the frozen prairies suddenly felt like a distant nightmare. Elka's voice pulled him out of the darkness, asking if he was okay as the beast inside him finally began to sleep. Jix cried for the first time, finally admitting to himself just how lonely and miserable his life had been up until that point. That was the day he found his first companion, and the day the beast finally became a human. Suddenly, Jix understood the crushing weight of loneliness, because now he had a light to compare it to. Elka and her father didn't just give him a home, they welcomed the beast into their family and treated him with dignity. He threw himself into the fast-paced life of civilization, desperate to leave his savage past behind. The memory of raw meat and survival was replaced by the warmth of a bowl of soup and the joy of being with Elka. The wolf pup grew into a man, getting his hair cut and learning the ways of the world, all to stay by Elka's side. But he never forgot his roots. If anyone ever threatened the person who saved him, the beast would return in a heartbeat. And seeing a swarm of dark spirits in the library is the perfect reason for Jix to let that monster back out. He tears into the hallway like a lightning bolt, his rage manifesting as pure, destructive energy. With one bone-crushing kick, he obliterates a spirit 5 times his size, the impact echoing through the entire building. He's not fighting like a student, he's fighting like an apex predator defending its territory. Jix roars that he'll gladly go back to being a savage beast if it means saving Elka from the dark. He's fueled by the rumors of Ed Roth Taylor, the villain who supposedly cheated, insulted the princess, and is now harassing Elka. He sprints through the library, his boots shattering the floor tiles with every desperate step. He's huffing and puffing, his lungs on fire, but he won't stop until he finds her. He bursts into the room and finds Ed Roth Taylor sitting there, looking like he's been through a meat grinder. Jix grabs Ed by the shirt, demanding to know where Elka is and why Ed is the only one left standing. Ed barely has the breath to point toward the 3rd-floor reading room before Jix drops him and sprints away. He slams open the door, screaming Elka's name with a voice full of terror and desperation. He finds her lying on the floor, and for a second his heart completely stops. But then he realizes she's just sleeping, completely untouched and unharmed by the chaos outside. Jix collapses, clutching his head and thanking God that she's safe, but then he starts to look around the room. As the adrenaline fades, he realizes something very strange is going on. The room is filled with massive, heavy bookcases that have been dragged into position to barricade the doors, effort that would take insane strength. The blackout curtains have been perfectly drawn to hide Elka from the spirit's line of sight outside. Then he sees a handwritten message on a nearby chalkboard, addressed specifically to Elka. The note tells her not to panic when she wakes up and to stay hidden in the safe zone that's been built for her. It explains that the crisis will be over by dawn and warns her to block the entrance and avoid drawing the spirit's attention at all costs. The note is a tactical masterpiece of survival, urging her not to act rashly and to prioritize her own life. Jix looks at the sleeping girl and then at the chalkboard, the reality of what happened finally hitting him. He realizes that someone didn't kidnap Elka, someone fought a war to keep her safe. He looks at a massive smear of blood near the doorway and knows instantly that it doesn't belong to the girl. A trail of blood leads out into the hallway, showing a path of a desperate, violent struggle. The person who protected her was wounded, yet they didn't stop until the fortress was secure. Jix walks back down and sees Ed leaning against a statue, pale and covered in wounds that would have killed a normal person. He stares at the villain Ed Roth Taylor and realizes he's been completely, embarrassingly wrong about this guy. Ed just looks back with a tired, "I'm done with this" expression, his face bruised and bloodied. Ed sighs to himself, muttering that he was so close to finishing his training before Jix showed up. Flashback to 3 hours ago, the exact moment the library started falling apart. As the building shook, Ed's first move was to scoop up Elka and shield her from the falling debris. He realizes that his daily strength training is the only reason he can carry her, but he's annoyed that the plot is moving so fast. He looks out the window at the massive pillar of light, confirming that the final chapter has officially begun way ahead of schedule. He tries to tell himself that the hero Taylor will handle it, and that he should just stay hidden to avoid messing up the timeline. But our guy Ed isn't the type to just let a girl die. He knows he has to secure the library or they're both toast. He reminds himself that time is gold, and he can't afford to sit around while the world burns. He spends the next few hours dragging heavy furniture to block the entrance, turning the library into a bunker. He tries to eat some beef jerky and study, but then he has a pro-gamer realization about the situation. Janika's power comes from spirits, and her spirit connection stats only grow when she's surrounded by them. For Ed, who can't even see spirits, raising those stats is normally impossible, but this apocalypse just brought the spirits to him. He realizes that if he fights these materialized spirits now, he can level up his stats in a way the game never intended. A pack of snarling spirits bursts into the hallway, and most people would run, but Ed sees a buffet of experience points. He notices Janika is shooting materialized spirits everywhere, creating a perfect farming spot. With a wild grin, Ed dives into the fray, thanking Janika for the meal as he starts grinding his stats in the middle of a war zone. The speed of the leveling is insane. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit. His ignition magic hits level 12 and his spirit stats hit level 7. He's just one step away from being able to summon his own spirits. Back in the present, Ed is gasping for air, realizing he's at his physical limit. Jix is standing over him, his face shadowed with a mixture of guilt and pure shock. Ed doesn't see a reason to lie about his injuries, so he decides to be blunt. He just tells Jix he was training, giving him a look that says, "Don't ask any more questions." Jix laughs a bit, thinking only a crazy person would call a death struggle with demons training. But his laughter fades as he realizes that Ed really is that kind of person, someone who pushes himself in silence while the world judges him. Jix finally sees the truth. Ed isn't a villain. He's the most sincere person on this entire campus. The tough nomad looks down at the bloodied student with eyes full of deep respect. He bows his head and calls him Senior Ed, admitting that he truly owes him a life debt for saving Elka. He makes a solemn vow to repay this debt at any cost, whenever Ed needs him. Ed is a bit dazed, finally remembering that Elka and Jix were supposed to be a couple in the game's lore. But more importantly, he remembers that Jix is the hero Taylor's most important ally in the future. Ed looks at Jix and realizes that if he's here, the main battle must be going horribly wrong. He tells Jix that now that Elka is safe, it's time for him to go back to the front lines where he belongs. Ed stands up, his voice firm as he orders Jix to return to the student center. Jix is confused, wondering why Ed has so much faith in a failure like Taylor McClure. Ed just leans back, explaining that it's not about faith, it's about cold, hard compatibility. He drops the knowledge. The boss spirit Tarkin can only be damaged by Taylor's element slash move. He tells Jix to go help Taylor learn it, while he stays back to rest his broken body. Ed watches Jix leave, hoping his advice will fix the broken timeline, but a cold realization hits him. He stops mid-thought as his gamer brain recalculates the situation. He realizes that because the event is a month early, Jix and Taylor aren't even friends yet. They've never even talked. The Act 1 Scene 9 event, the end-of-semester assessment, was supposed to be where they bonded. In that scene, Taylor was supposed to learn element slash while dueling Jix, proving his tenacity. But the apocalypse started a month early, skipping that entire character arc. The final chapter of Act 1 is happening right now, but the hero is still a noob. The crucial moment for Taylor to grow into a legend never got a chance to happen. Jix isn't his friend, Taylor doesn't have his ultimate move, and the raid team is walking into a meat grinder. The screen flashes red. No one in the current raid team can deal a single point of damage to Tarkin. The fire spirit Tarkin lets out a roar, ready to incinerate the entire academy while the hero watches helplessly. Ed realizes the whole plot is falling apart, and the bad ending for the world is about to trigger. Back at the student center, the base camp is a scene of absolute despair. Jix arrives and bows his head, apologizing to the princess for his delay. Princess Penia looks like she's given up, telling Jix it wouldn't have mattered if he was there or not, they lost regardless. The text is clear. The raid team's first invasion attempt was a total failure. Claire is sitting on the ground, her leg covered in blood, but she's still desperately trying to get back into the fight. Princess Penia tells her to stop, her voice cracking as she tells her guard that she has a heart and can't watch her classmates die. The top students are all injured, and the few who are left are too terrified to even look at the enemy building. Penia wonders if there's any hope left as they realize they don't have the strength to even reach the boss. The students look on in silence as their leaders argue over a hopeless situation. But then, Penia's eyes widen as a shadow falls over the camp. A blood-stained Ed Roth Taylor walks into the center of the base, his voice calm and commanding. He rolls up his sleeves, his body covered in battle scars, and tells the princess that they are splitting the raid team in two. To beat the final boss, Yannicka Felore, you have to understand the map. The student plaza is a death trap, surrounded by halls that are now crawling with spirits. The conditions for success are insane. You need to rally specific heroes, avoid immediate death zones, and clear a laundry list of high-rank spirits just to get a shot at the boss. Ed doesn't have time for a tutorial, though. He stands before the battered survivors and drops a bombshell. "We're splitting the raid party in two." The silence is deafening as everyone stares at Ed, wondering why the school's most notorious scumbag is suddenly acting like a commander. Clebius, the top freshman fighter, snaps first. He's trembling with fear and thinks Ed is making a sick joke while people are literally dying. But Yix steps in and shuts him down, telling everyone to shut up and listen, because he knows firsthand that Ed is the real deal. Ed ignores the drama and lays it out. To save Yannicka, they have to get past her guardian, the fire spirit Tarkan, and the dark spirit Velusfer. The problem is Tarkan's shell. It's practically indestructible, and since the hero Taylor is too weak to cut it, they have to find another way around. Ed's plan is simple but suicidal. One group will lure the dragon away, while the other group slips past to subdue the possessed Yannicka. Lortel, the merchant prodigy, immediately calls foul. She remembers how terrifying Tarkan was in practice, and knows luck is the only reason they're still alive. She points out the massive risk. If the luring group fails or gets wiped out, Tarkan will just turn around and crush both teams at once. Ed looks her dead in the eye and tells her that you only get to weigh risks when you actually have other options, and right now, they have zero. The tension rises as Jix asks the million-dollar question, who exactly is crazy enough to be in the luring group? The students look at each other, realizing that luring group is basically just a fancy name for a suicide squad. Suddenly, a hand goes up. It's the true hero, Taylor, ready to throw his life away for the cause. Ed immediately shuts him down with a "don't act up," telling the main character to stay in his lane because he's needed for the final subduing group. Taylor tries to argue that he's fast and can run the longest, but Ed isn't looking for a volunteer. He's looking for specific tools. Our boy makes it clear. They aren't picking out sacrificial lambs. They're building a tactical unit to win this thing. He explains that the teams don't need to be even. The luring group only needs 3 people to be effective. Ed points at Clebius and Lortel, declaring that the 3 of them will be the ones to play cat and mouse with a giant fire dragon. Clebius starts losing his mind, screaming that he'd rather die than go on a mission with Ed Roth Taylor. But Ed just sighs. They're running out of time. Princess Peenia watches Ed closely, her insight searching for a lie, but she realizes his logic is actually flawless, despite his reputation. She lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the decision finally settling on her shoulders as she chooses to trust the villain. She stands tall and invokes her royal authority as the 3rd princess of the empire, making the order official. The raid party is officially divided into 2 tactical groups. Team 1, Taylor, Jix, Ayla, and the princess herself will charge in to save Yannicka. Team 2, the disposable squad, Ed, Clebius, and Lortel, will head into the lion's den to distract Tarkan. Peenia looks at Ed one last time, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and dread. She gives them one final, simple command. Just in case, do not die. And with that, the 2 groups sprint in opposite directions, charging headfirst into the apocalypse. Ed's team arrives at the Nail Hall corridor, the air already thick with the smell of smoke and ozone. The dragon Tarkan is waiting for them, its blue flames lighting up the darkness of the hallway. Lortel is sweating, asking Ed how he plans to stall a fire lizard that can vaporize them in a heartbeat. Ed just tells her to stick to the plan as they charge toward the monster, Clebius trailing behind and crying his eyes out. Ed looks at the trembling Clebius and tells him not to worry, sounding way more confident than a guy about to fight a dragon should. Ed knows the secret. Clebius is a coward, sure, but his handiness and defensive stats are the highest in his year. He's the perfect tank. Clebius is stunned by Ed's total lack of fear, wondering if this guy is either a genius or just completely insane. For a split second, the gloomy freshman thinks Ed might actually have a secret ace up his sleeve. But then, Tarkan's massive claw slams into the ground, and reality comes crashing back down. The dragon roars, and Clebius realizes they actually have to lure this thing, which means getting its attention without dying. He remembers the princess's firm gaze and tries to muster some dignity, thinking he can handle this. He smiles to himself, thinking that as long as he's not alone, he might actually find some courage. He gets ready to make his stand, his heart pounding with a newfound sense of heroism. Then, the dragon unleashes a massive breath of blue fire, and the hallway turns into a literal furnace. Clebius screams, realizing he has no idea how to actually lure the monster without becoming a crispy snack. He turns around to ask Ed for help, only to find two very empty, very quiet outlines where his teammates used to be. Our boy Ed and Lortel have completely vanished, leaving Clebius standing all alone in front of the world's angriest fire lizard. The dragon leans in, its hot breath hitting the back of Clebius's neck as he realizes he's been played like a fiddle. He sprints for his life, screaming that Ed tricked him and that he hates this world with every fiber of his being. Meanwhile, Ed and Lortel are safely tucked away in the shadows, listening to Clebius's distant screams echo through the hall. Lortel lets out a long, exhausted breath, looking at Ed like he's a total psychopath. Ed just watches Clebius lead the dragon into the corridor, calmly noting that the first part of the plan is done. Lortel points out that Ed just sacrificed a classmate, and while it was a smart move, his reputation is going to be even worse after this. Ed doesn't care about moral criticism. He knows Clebius is resilient enough to survive, and his only goal is the objective. He tells Lortel that now it's her turn to play the most important role in his strategy guide. They head outside the hall, where Lortel is tasked with clearing the path for the other team and landing a critical hit on the boss. She starts casting a massive array of magic circles, admitting that she shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about Ed just based on rumors. Ed tells her that while everyone else is busy doubting themselves, she's actually good at this forbidden magic stuff. He gives her the ultimate command, just blow it all up. Lortel unleashes a massive explosion that shatters the building's ceiling, creating a rain of stone and magic. The impact is massive, vibrating through the entire academy as the entryway is cleared. Lortel stares at the destruction she caused, the dark purple energy swirling around her like a shroud. The subduing group watches from below, absolutely shocked by the sheer scale of the firepower. Lortel gives them a smirk, telling them it's time to go in and finish the job. She realizes Ed chose her for this because she's the only one who had already blown up this specific ceiling during training. He's using her previous mistakes as a tactical advantage. She smiles to herself, realizing Ed has been planning this specific moment for a long time. "You're an amusing guy, Ed Roth-Taylor," she mutters, finally acknowledging his genius. The path for the heroes is set, but Ed knows the real problem is still breathing. The dragon is still invincible. Our boy knows that now it's time for the extra credit portion of the raid. Back in the hall, Clebius is still running for his life, screaming death threats at Ed and Lortel while the dragon snaps at his heels. Lortel realizes that even if the raid party makes it inside, they'll eventually have to deal with Tarkan when it stops chasing Clebius. Clebius is on the verge of a breakdown, begging for his life as the dragon prepares to end him. Lortel asks Ed if he's really going to let Clebius die, knowing he can't run forever. Ed's eyes narrow. The only way to save him is to apprehend the dragon right now. But normal attacks don't work on Tarkan's shell, and Taylor hasn't learned the move to break it yet. Ed pulls out a mysterious bag, telling Lortel he has a way to deal with the shell. She just needs to gather her mana and get ready. Lortel starts casting ice magic to slow the beast down, but it's like trying to freeze a volcano. Without Element Slash, there's not a single person in the raid party who can crack that dragon's armor. The dragon roars through the ice, looking more powerful than ever as it prepares to incinerate everything. But Ed isn't running away. He's sprinting away from the fight, heading toward the roof of the Oval Hall. He's huffing and puffing, knowing that if they can't break the shell with skill, they have to use overwhelming firepower. He reaches the roof and finds exactly what he's looking for. Lucy Merrill, fast asleep in the middle of a war zone. Ed remembers the strategy guide. Lucy is excluded from the main story because she's too powerful, but she can be found napping on the roof if you know where to look. Very few players ever attempt to clear the additional achievement conditions, but our boy is a completionist. He's done this raid countless times in the game, and he knows Lucy is the only nuke he has left. He scoops up the sleepy mage, and she mutters about the ground shaking, wanting to go back to her nap. She ended up on this roof because Ed's camp was destroyed earlier. She's just looking for a quiet spot to crash. The game excluded her to keep the challenge high, and Janika's current state means nobody else can wake her up. Lucy remembers being chased by the maid Bel Maya earlier, which exhausted her mana and sent her into a deep sleep. It was a perfect plot device to keep the OP character out of the way, but Ed is about to break the script. Lucy's nose twitches as she catches a scent, the unmistakable smell of beef jerky. Ed holds a pouch of his homemade jerky right in front of her face, the ultimate bait for the slothful mage. He knows that right now she's too hungry to be picky. Ed literally jams a handful of jerky into her mouth, telling her to eat up because he needs her energy immediately. He stands at the edge of the roof, aiming his walking nuke directly at the flaming fire lizard below. He clenches his teeth, wondering if he can get the distance right for this throw. He remembers his time in the military and tells everyone below to get down. It's about to get loud. Ed literally yeets Lucy off the roof, launching the tiny girl through the air like a magical grenade. The dragon Tarkin looks up, sensing a massive surge of mana falling from the sky. Lucy wakes up mid-air, jerky still in her mouth, and she is absolutely furious that someone interrupted her meal and threw her off a building. She screams, "You're so mean!" as she prepares to take out her anger on the nearest target, which happens to be the dragon. A massive bolt of purple lightning descends from the heavens, striking Lucy as she channels her rage. The screen flashes with her ultimate move, high-rank electrokinesis, divine punishment. A pillar of blinding white and purple energy erupts, completely swallowing the student plaza. The raw power is terrifying, a literal storm of lightning that turns the night into day. The dragon Tarkon is caught in the center of the blast, its invincible shell finally meeting a force it can't withstand. The shockwave clears, leaving a massive crater where the boss used to stand. Lucy and Klebius are tossed around by the aftershock, screaming as the magical fallout rains down on them. Ed watches from above, shielding his eyes as the smoke clears. He knows this is the most important moment of all. Tarkin's shell is finally shattering. The dragon stands there, its armor falling off in glowing chunks, its core finally exposed and vulnerable. The invincible boss is now fair game, and even standard attacks can finally deal damage to it. Ed grins, knowing that a high-rank spirit like this is going to drop a mountain of experience points when it dies. He's not about to let the heroes take all the credit. He's come too far and bled too much to miss out on this XP farm. Ed leaps from the roof, his fist glowing with mana and his eyes burning with greed. They say every hero needs a villain, but sometimes the villain is the only one who can save the heroes from themselves. For Janica, the pressure of being the perfect daughter was a weight she could never escape. Every praise from her friends and teachers felt like another brick added to a wall that was slowly suffocating her. Deep in her soul, a young, faceless version of herself stood alone in the dark, surrounded by the shattered glass of her own sanity. She was walking on shards of her own heart, bleeding in silence while the world told her she was their only hope. But the silence is shattered by a massive explosion as the real world comes crashing back into the student plaza. The raid team stands united, led by Taylor, facing down the darkness with everything they've got left. Janica looks at them with hollow, glowing red eyes, her mind so broken she thinks she should greet them with a smile. Behind her, the dark spirit Velocipher looms, its massive wings casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. She's chained by the darkness, a puppet of the very spirits she spent her life trying to understand. A massive pillar of energy erupts as the final ritual begins, signaling the end of Sylvania if they don't move now. Meanwhile, Ed is crawling through the rubble, his body screaming in pain as he watches the scenario approach its climax. He realizes that for the first time, things are actually going according to the strategy guide in his head. The dragon Tarkin is still on a rampage, chasing a screaming Klebius who is doing the best bait job of his life. Lortel asks where Lucy is, but Ed knows the tiny nuke has probably rolled off into a corner to finish her nap after that lightning strike. Lortel is huffing, her mana almost empty after casting massive ice spears that barely slowed the beast down. Ed decides it's time to get dirty. He tells Lortel they need to go for the throat, and since her magic isn't precise, he's taking the lead. Klebius is literally begging for his life in the background, a pathetic sight that Ed completely ignores. Ed puts the pressure on Lortel, telling her he's betting his life on her ability to bind the monster just long enough for him to strike. Lortel pauses, looking at the guy who just casually told her he's putting his entire existence in her hands. She calls it a blind gamble, but Ed corrects her with a smirk. It's not a gamble, it's an investment, and a life is the most expensive price there is. Ed stands there, covered in blood but looking cooler than the main hero, as he declares that this is the ultimate investment. Lortel can't help but smile. Investment is her area of expertise, and she's starting to like the way Ed thinks. She admits she likes Ed way more than the princess, who acts like a monarch just because of her bloodline. Ed put his life on the line for her, and for a merchant like Lortel, that's a debt she has to pay back in kind. She summons every last drop of her magic, surrounding herself with massive shards of ice as she prepares to ground the dragon. Ed charges forward as Klebius finally collapses, screaming that he can't do this anymore. Both Ed and the dragon are at the absolute end of their ropes, a final struggle between a beast and a man who refuses to die. Tarkin prepares a massive blast of blue fire, its maw glowing with enough heat to melt the entire corridor. Ed leaps into the air, dodging the flames by a hair's breadth as the dragon roars in pure frustration. His hand glows with a concentrated green light, the wind beginning to howl around his fist. He clenches his teeth, knowing he has to get even closer to ensure the hit is lethal. Suddenly, a massive red glow fills the sky, and even Clybius stops crying to stare in total shock. The summoning has reached its peak, a terrifying demonic figure appearing above the student center. Ed recognizes it instantly. That's Glaskin's right-hand man, meaning Taylor's party has finally triggered the final phase. Things are going exactly as expected, but the timing couldn't be worse. A scene like that is going to draw everyone's attention. Tarkin takes advantage of the distraction, charging its ultimate breath attack right in Ed's face. Everything seems to slow down as the fire begins to erupt. But then, a massive wall of ice slams into the dragon's head, redirecting the blast and shattering the monster's focus. Lortel stands her ground, shouting that they have to do this now, before the window closes. The dragon's eye glows with a final desperate spark of life as it realizes it's been trapped. Ed doesn't miss his chance. He launches himself into the air like a guided missile. He puts every ounce of his mana and his thousands of repetitions of practice into this one single moment. His face is a mask of pure determination, his eyes glowing as he focuses the wind into a razor-sharp edge. He's cast this spell hundreds and thousands of times in the forest, and now it's finally time to show the world what a villain can do. The screen flashes with the name of his ultimate move, Windblade. The blade of pure wind slices through the dragon's throat like a hot knife through butter, the impact sending a massive shockwave through the hall. The high-rank fire spirit Tarkin lets out a final, gurgling roar before its body begins to disintegrate into pixels. Notifications flood Ed's vision. His spirit connection and understanding proficiencies are skyrocketing through the roof. A final message pops up. Spirit contract slot has been unlocked. He's finally done it. He has the power to make a contract with a spirit, a feat that should have taken years. Ed lands on the ground, exhausted and bleeding, looking back at the battle with a cold, piercing gaze. He thinks of Taylor and knows the real hero is currently finishing his own part of the story. Outside, the massive demonic entity Glaskin is being torn apart by a pillar of pure light. The sky turns a deep, bloody red as the dark ritual is forcibly reversed. The chains of darkness are shattered into a million pieces, freeing the school from the nightmare. A final explosion of magic clears the clouds, revealing the first light of dawn. Taylor falls from the sky, his wooden sword glowing as he delivers the final blow to the dark spirit's core. He looks like a true warrior, exhausted but victorious, his name finally etched into the history of the Academy. Ed watches from the shadows, acknowledging that Taylor really is the protagonist of this world. The remaining dark energy dissolves into the wind, leaving nothing but a quiet, peaceful morning. The raid team gathers, looking up at the sky in total awe of what they've just survived. The text is final, so it's over. The first act of the game has officially concluded. We see a shot of the Academy grounds as the sun rises over the horizon, painting the world in gold. Lortel is sitting under a tree, reflecting on how many people she's met who claim they're risking their lives for something. She notes that most of them were just cowards in the end, but her gaze shifts to the blood-stained Ed sitting next to her. She teases him, saying he lacks sentiment, even after they survived a life-and-death crisis together. She stands up and offers him a hand, wanting to introduce herself properly for the first time. She smiles warmly, reintroducing herself as Lortel Keelan, making it clear she sees him as an equal. Ed takes her hand, his face still battered, and simply says hello, trying to keep his cool. But Lortel drops something into his palm, 3 heavy gold coins, telling him she won this time. She caught him off guard and turned their survival into a debt, giving him a mischievous look as she walks away. "See you again, senior," she calls out, and Ed realizes he's accidentally gotten himself deeply involved with one of the game's most dangerous heroines. The rest of the group approaches, the air filled with the sounds of their exhausted chatter. A set of heavy boots approaches Ed, and he looks up to see the hero himself. Taylor stands before him, looking exactly like the legendary swordsman from the game's cover art, cool, powerful, and humble. Ed is confused, wondering what the main character could possibly want with a villain like him. Taylor bows deeply, telling Ed that a debt is a debt, and thanks him for his help in saving Janica and the school. Clybius starts screaming in the back, telling Taylor he shouldn't show respect to a backstabber like Ed who almost got them killed. The princess, Jix, and even Lortel all glare at Clybius, telling him to shut up because they all know the truth. Princess Pina approaches Ed, telling him he did a lot for them and offering to recommend him to the student council for his bravery. Ed immediately turns her down, telling her there's no need for credit or rewards. He deflects, saying Lucy and Taylor were the biggest contributors, and he was just there to fill a gap. Elvira teases him, asking if he's just embarrassed, while Yix demands that everyone show Ed the respect he's earned. Ed watches them from a distance, thinking about how he's spent so much time trying to stay away from these main characters. But looking at them all together, safe and alive, he can't help but feel a warm, fuzzy feeling in his chest. He sees them playing their parts in this world, just like they were meant to in the game. He's watched them solve their own problems time and time again, and seeing them succeed feels like its own reward. Taylor is growing stronger with each trial, just like a true protagonist should. Princess Pina is embracing her destiny as a monarch and slowly maturing into a leader. Jix is finding his own path in a civilization that once rejected him. Even Klebius is becoming more sure of himself, while Elvira is realizing that life isn't just about fun. And Lortel, she's still Lortel, navigating her life of gold and intrigue with a new perspective. All of them were the main characters, and they all had their roles to play in this victory. At the end of the day, they have the trophy named Success, and the world is safe for another day. Ed turns away from the sunlight, looking back at the shadows of the academy. He knows his place isn't with them. He is the one who has to turn away to keep the story on track. He picks up a heavy, jagged piece of rubble from the ground, his eyes narrowing. He walks toward the entrance of the ruined hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The student plaza is a cratered mess, but Ed isn't looking at the damage. He's looking for something specific. He approaches a fallen cupboard, his hand trembling slightly as he reaches for the door. No matter how he thought about it, something felt off about the end of the battle, something the others missed. He knows that to shine a light on the success of the protagonists, he has to be the one to do the dirty work. He opens the cupboard and finds a broken, bloodied Janica huddled inside, letting out a chilling, high-pitched, "Saving the world is one thing, but surviving the aftermath of a broken heart? That's where the real difficulty spike begins." Ed stares into the darkness, realizing that the perfect Janica everyone loved was actually a girl drowning in the weight of their expectations. He talks with Lortel about why a top student like Janica would suddenly snap and go berserk. Lortel mentions that she once caught a glimpse into Janica's room, and it wasn't what you'd expect from a teenage girl. It wasn't a room for living. It was a museum of other people's feelings. The desk was so cluttered with gifts and thank you notes that she didn't even have space to open a textbook. Every single post-it note on the wall was a "good luck" or "we're counting on you" that weighed her shoulders down like lead. Any normal person would have thrown the trash away, but Janica felt she had to honor every single person who looked up to her. She tried to be the main character of a fairy tale, but real life doesn't work that way. She was obsessed with the idea that she couldn't let anyone down, no matter how much it cost her. She worked herself to the bone, trying to return the world's goodwill with pure, exhausted diligence. That inner darkness was the perfect entry point for the spirit philosopher to take control and turn her into a monster. But Ed's gamer brain is stuck on one question. Why did this happen a whole month earlier than the game script said? Originally, Taylor was supposed to be the hero, but after Lucy stomped him in the training arc, all that student adoration shifted to Janica. The reason Taylor lost was because Lucy had formed a contract with the forest wolf, Marilda, something that only happened because she spent so much time napping in the north. And the only reason she napped there was because our boy Ed built the perfect, cozy, forest hobo shelter. Ed realizes with a cold sweat that he, the guy who was supposed to be gone by Act 1, is the reason the entire world nearly ended early. Janica finds him in the rubble, letting out a soft, sad laugh because she thinks everyone else has already forgotten about her. She's hiding in the shadows of the stage where she once performed for everyone, feeling like she doesn't belong in the light anymore. She tells Ed she wanted to stay hidden just a little bit longer, her voice trembling. Ed asks her why, with a bluntness that only he can pull off. She looks down, her face shadowed, and whispers that it's because she's about to start ugly crying and doesn't want anyone to see. Ed just watches her, realizing that beneath the final boss title, she's just a girl who's reached her absolute limit. Suddenly, the spirit wolf Marilda appears, her glowing eyes fixed on Ed with a strange, pleading intensity. Ed feels like the wolf is asking him, no, demanding him, to be the one to save Janica from this darkness. He tries to brush it off, thinking he's just a guy who happens to know the future, but the feeling won't go away. He realizes that while everyone else gave Janica pressure, he was the only one who pushed her away, making him the only safe space she had. In the end, Janica Faelor failed her own impossible standards. Her haste to prove herself during the summoning ritual made her a puppet for the darkness, nearly leveling the faculty building. The image of her empty desk and late-night study sessions shows just how much she sacrificed before she broke. She always had that bright, everything is fine smile for her family and friends, even when she was dying inside. Living up to those expectations was a private hell that nobody else bothered to notice, The process of her trying her best was beautiful to watch from the outside. But Ed realizes that, paradoxically, even her failure is a kind of beautiful, human moment. He leans in, knowing that for a girl like Janica, simple words are the most powerful magic in the world. He tells her, "You've worked hard." Janica looks up at him, the golden light of the sunset reflecting in her eyes as the weight on her shoulders finally begins to lift. While the main characters take their bows and soak in the applause of the Academy, the real story is happening backstage, in the quiet, dark corners, where nobody is looking. The villain of Act 1 makes his exit just as the heroes prepare to move forward. Ed walks away, his shadow long against the stone floor. Janica is left alone for a moment, letting out a choked sob as the reality of her rescue finally sinks in. Ed reflects on how he's seen this ending 100 times in the game, but it never felt this real. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a notification sound pings in his mind. Something is different this time. A flurry of glowing green feathers and spirits begins to fill the air around him, a sight he could never see before. High-rank spirits, low-rank spirits, everything is glowing and gathered around him like he's the new center of the forest. For the first time, he feels like he's truly seen an act through to its proper end. His stats are surging, spirit connection and spirit understanding both hit level 10 instantly. Lower-rank spirits of fire and wind are literally lining up to get his attention. Then, a massive golden prompt appears. A high-rank wind spirit wants to talk. Marilda herself is showing extreme interest in making a contract with him. The Forest Guardian has chosen its new master. 10 days pass since the disaster, and the Academy is slowly returning to its fast-paced routine. Janica stands before a disciplinary committee, head bowed, ready to accept whatever punishment they throw at her. But the outcome isn't what she expected. The professors and students are in a frenzy, but not with anger. Every single person who knew her steps up to say that she was a victim, not a criminal. Princess Peenia herself testifies that Janica was overpowered and that the attempted murder of royalty was unintentional. Lortel steps forward to handle the financial side of the disaster. The Elta Merchant Association pays for all the restoration costs without asking for a single cent in return, well, except for a tiny clause that cuts their distribution fees in half, making them a literal fortune in the long run. Classic Lortel. The final verdict is handed down, and it's basically a slap on the wrist. She loses her top student benefits, her prizes are taken back, and she's kicked out of the luxury dorm Ophelis Hall. She gets 10 days of probation and 20 days of suspension. But the most important word flashes on screen: expulsion revoked. The courtroom erupts in cheers, looking like a heart-touching scene from a teen drama. Janica's friends, Clara and Anis, notice that she's looking more depressed than relieved, her shoulders drooping. They exchange a knowing look. Their best friend is definitely suffering from something, and they think they know what it is. They decide they need to step up and figure out what's going on in Janica's head. They set up an elaborate tea party with cakes and tea, trying to create a safe space for some girl talk. They whisper to each other, setting strict rules: don't mention the disaster, don't ask about her feelings, just keep it casual. Clara and Anis are locked in, treating this like a high-stakes military simulation. They call her over, ready to crack the code of Janica's heart. But Janica beats them to it, asking a question that makes them both spit out their tea. What's the difference between liking and loving someone? She's blushing like a tomato, twirling her hair and looking like the definition of a girl in love. She tries to play it off as asking for a friend, but the look on her face is a total dead giveaway. She starts telling them about a dream her friend had, her eyes sparkling with a new kind of light. In the dream, she's holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers, her heart racing. She's sitting in a field of flowers, looking like a literal princess in a storybook. And then, she sees a man approaching her through the tall grass. It's Ed Roth Taylor, dressed like a dashing knight on a white horse, looking more handsome than a hero should. She places a flower crown on his head, her heart beating so loud she thinks he can hear it. They run through the field holding hands, laughing like children without a care in the world. Janica is laughing so hard she's practically crying, completely forgetting that she was supposed to be on probation. Clara just stares with a frozen smile, realizing that their friend's dream is actually a full-blown romantic obsession. Anis realizes they need to handle this carefully. If the school finds out Janica is in love with the villain, it'll be a PR nightmare. She panics internally, thinking about the rumors that would destroy Janica's delicate reputation. She tries to give Janica some rational advice, telling her not to overcomplicate things. She tells her that liking or hating someone is just a mystery of the heart, and not to worry about it. She encourages Janica to just be honest with her emotions, hoping she'll eventually snap out of it. But she warns her to be careful about talking about sensitive topics in public, making Janica blush and panic. Janica waves them goodbye, heading back to her new dorm to sort out her thoughts. Anis waves back with a bright smile, looking like the perfect, supportive friend. The second Janica is out of sight, Anis slams her head onto the table, completely exhausted by the drama. She tells Clara she did it, she prevented a social disaster, but at the cost of her own sanity. Meanwhile, Ed has been working hard too, relentlessly saving up every coin he can find. Thanks to the princess's petition, his tuition for next semester was waived, giving him a massive financial boost. He used his gold to buy a box of high-quality tools, a saw, a hammer, and a box of nails. As he heads back to the forest, he spots Janica standing nearby, looking lost in thought. He realized he's been avoiding her to keep the plot safe, but since Act 1 is over, he figures it's time to be a bit more social. He waves and says hello, thinking a simple greeting is the best way to mend their bridge. Janica literally jumps in fright, her soul almost leaving her body when she hears his voice. She hides behind a tree, her face redder than an apple, stuttering, Ed, yeah, as she remembers the be honest advice. She screams that she has stuff to do and runs away at Mach speed, leaving Ed standing there in total confusion. Ed realizes that for a sweet girl like Janica, the social difficulty level is just way too high right now. He decides not to be too clingy and focuses on the task at hand. He's got a big project starting today. He stands in his clearing, tools ready and heart set on one goal. It's finally time to build a real hut. Day 1. He picks the perfect location, a wide shaded area that doesn't stand out too much. He starts working peacefully, enjoying the quiet of the forest as he clears the ground. Day 3. He starts gathering wood, using his high-level wind blade to fell trees with surgical precision. Day 6. He takes a break as the semester results come out. Our boy is a secret genius. He pulled straight A's in theory and solid B's in practicals, beating out most of the freshmen. Special incident, Janica is still avoiding him like he's the plague, running away whenever they cross paths. Her friends, Clara and Anis, give him the death stare, basically telling him to stay away from their girl. Ed doesn't care, he's got logs to stack and a house to build. Day 18. The lumber work is almost complete, and Ed wonders if anyone in history has ever used windblade this much for construction. Day 20. Summer vacation officially starts. With no classes to attend, Ed goes full Bob the Builder, setting the foundation and the frame of the house. Special incident. He checks a trap he set for small game and finds Lucy, hanging upside down and fast asleep. He realizes he needs to stop using beef jerky as bait unless he wants to catch a wild mage every morning. Day 27. Belle Maya visits with herbs and mushrooms, asking how things are going with Janica. When Ed tells her Janica might actually hate him now, the stoic maid just tilts her head in pure confusion. She knows better. Day 30. A disaster strikes. One wrong move makes the outer walls collapse into a pile of junk. Ed stares at the rubble, realization hitting him like a hammer. He realizes that simply fitting joints isn't enough. He needs a deeper understanding of architecture to make it stable. He runs into Janica's group at the bakery, and the scene repeats itself. She flees in terror the second they make eye contact. Her friends are fuming, assuming Ed is doing something to traumatize their precious friend. Day 37. Jix shows up to help, mentioning that Taylor is actually a pretty good guy after all. Ed is relieved that the hero and his ally are bonding just like the original game intended. He keeps track of the passing days with marks on a wooden post, his determination never wavering. Day 45. The final nail is driven in, the sun setting on his greatest creation yet. He takes his first step into the finished structure, the wood floor creaking under his boots. He collapses onto the floor, staring up at the ceiling he built with his own 2 hands. It's just a crude hut made of logs, no flooring, no walls, and not a single piece of furniture. But it has a roof and outer walls that can keep the insects out, which is a massive upgrade from a lean-to made of leaves. Ed lets out a long, satisfied breath, the stress of the semester and the apocalypse finally melting away. A notification pops up, confirming his new creation, LOG Hut. Crafting difficulty, 3 stars. The sun sets over the northern forest, lighting up the first real home Ed has ever had in this world. The words on screen say it all. I have a home now. But his peace is interrupted by a shadow at the doorway. Janica is standing there, clutching her hands and looking at him with eyes full of tears and hope. She's finally ready to stop running. 1 minute you're building a hut to survive the winter, and the next, you're the main obstacle for the world's hero. Welcome to Act 2. Our boy Ed is finally finished. Walls, flooring, and a fireplace are all checked off. He's already thinking about the next upgrade, like a fence or storage for his firewood. He hears a thud outside and finds Lucy has already claimed the roof as her new favorite nap spot. Ed's just sighing, realizing his home has officially become a walking nuke charging station. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, and Ed's heart skips a beat. It's Janica, and she's standing there with the brightest, most suspicious smile you've ever seen. She's laughing awkwardly, trying way too hard to act like it's totally normal for her to be wandering this deep into the forest. Flashback to earlier, Janica was getting her hair done by Belle Maya, who mentioned that Ed's new campsite was actually pretty impressive. Janica tried to play it cool, acting like she just happened to see it while passing by, but she's a terrible liar. Belle didn't hold back, telling her that Ed is way more talented and hard-working than anyone expected. Belle's gaze turned sharp, asking Janica if she was curious about how firm the hut was from the inside. The maid goes on a full philosophical rant about how it's extremely natural for a human to be curious about another person's home. Janica's brain is basically short-circuiting as she repeats expected and natural like a mantra. Back at the camp, she's literally screaming at Ed that her being there is only natural, while Ed just stands there looking completely confused. Ed compliments her for finding him, asking if the spirits told her where he was. Janica freezes up, her face turning redder than a beet. She stammers that they only mentioned it in passing, like, oh hey, there's a hut, and nothing else. But the reality is hilarious. The spirits are full-on snitching, telling her in vivid detail about Ed's fine muscles and the veins near his collarbone when he has his top off. Janica tries to act like she's a professional investigator, but her daily report is just 100% Ed Roth-Taylor facts. Ed looks at her with those calm eyes and asks the magic question, "Want to come and take a look?" He gestures toward the hut with a humble shrug, calling it just a log hut, but you can tell he's proud. Janica just stares at him, the orange glow of the sunset making everything feel way more romantic than it probably is. She lets out a massive "yeah!" She's been waiting to see his place since the first nail was driven in. She's genuinely impressed that he built the whole thing alone, her eyes wide with waifu levels of admiration. As the sun goes down, they light a fire, the crackling wood the only sound in the quiet forest. Janica grips her mug, the warmth of the tea matching the warmth in her chest. She starts venting about her guilt. The princess, Lortel, and her friends are all trying to pay her tuition, and she feels like she can never pay them back. Ed watches her, his expression unreadable in the flickering firelight. He drops a heavy truth bomb. If you can't pay them back, just don't. Janica gasps, never having considered such a villainous but practical piece of advice. Ed looks at her and realizes she still doesn't understand. The whole Glaskin incident happened because she was suffocating under the weight of everyone else's expectations. Those people aren't just helping her, they're investing in her, which just creates a new set of chains. Her desk back at Ophelis Hall was a graveyard of gifts that she felt forced to treasure. She even moved to the run-down Dex Hall just to feel like she owed the world a little less. But Dex Hall is a nightmare for a girl like her. She went from a private luxury room to sharing space with 8 envious students. For Janica, being surrounded by people who envy her is basically like being in a social prison. Ed sees the vicious cycle continuing. She's still trying to be perfect for a world that won't let her breathe. He offers her the ultimate out. If you ever want to be secluded, you can drop by any time. He tells her he doesn't mind her presence, inviting her to use his camp as a sanctuary whenever the academy gets too loud. Janica stays quiet for a long moment, the words sinking deep into her heart. She gives him a soft, genuine smile and whispers that he's made her really happy. She returns the favor, telling Ed that if he ever feels overwhelmed or can't handle something alone, he better tell her. Ed looks at her, a bit surprised by the intensity in her gaze. She looks him dead in the eye and promises, "I'll help you at all costs." Ed lets out a small, rare smile. It's nice to have a spirit sorceress in your corner. But then he thinks about her word overwhelmed and wonders if she has any idea what's coming next. The fire burns low as the two of them sit in a comfortable silence, unaware that the peace is about to be shattered. The second semester is approaching, and with it comes a storm that will change everything. This is the start of Act 2, and the center of the storm is the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book of magic that can rewrite the laws of nature. Lortel stands in a dark gallery, her eyes fixed on the legendary book. She knows this little worn-out book is the key to devouring the entire Academy's finances. She smirks, muttering that it smells like money, the only scent she truly trusts. Back at the fire, Ed tells himself that none of the coming drama will affect him, but he's never been more wrong. He thinks of Taylor and pityingly mutters that the hero is going to have a hard time in the coming weeks. He's cheering for the man, but he's glad he can just sit back and watch from the sidelines. "I'm cheering for you, man," Ed thinks, fully intending to be a spectator. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Episode 2. Ophelis Hall's occupation. The rain starts pouring, as the stage is set for a rebellion. At Sylvania, the elite students at Ophelis Hall live like royalty, while everyone else gets the scraps. They get the best seats, the best food, and private maids, privileges that breed a lot of hidden hatred. The breaking point comes during a heavy downpour when the academy provides luxury transport only for the elite students. The Ophelis students get to relax for a few days while the weather clears, skipping classes without penalty. Meanwhile, the inferior students at Dex Hall have to trek through the mud and rain, only to get punished for being late. The pent-up frustration finally explodes, and a mob of students gathers in front of Ophelis Hall with torches in hand. But this wasn't a spontaneous protest, it was a carefully choreographed play. Lortel had already written up a proposition regarding the commute, knowing exactly how to trigger the mob. She seals the letter with wax as the rain hammers against her window, a satisfied look on her face. Everything is going just as she thought. The merchant is finally ready to collect her prize. Lortel had already made a deal with the representative of the low-tier students, a guy who only wanted to watch the elites suffer. Willain, a guy who's a master at manipulating words, was the one she chose to pull the trigger on the riot. The justification was set, a proposal that highlighted the discriminatory treatment of the regular students. Lortel even bought off the headmaid and half of the academy's administration. She has the whole school in her pocket. At this point, it doesn't matter if the proposal is fair. The mere fact that it exists is enough to drive the students into a frenzy. The controversy is being amplified into a vocal, violent issue that the academy can't ignore. The mob starts smashing the artisan-crafted furniture and priceless art inside Ophelis Hall. Lortel knows that the more damage they do, the more the academy's finances will crumble, making them desperate for her money. And in their desperation, they'll be forced to sell her the sage's sealed grimoire to balance the books. She knows that even people with hearts of gold will sell their souls when they're pushed to the brink. Lortel looks out the window, wondering when the rain will finally stop and the credits will roll on her victory. She stands in the dark, her reflection in the window looking more like a ghost than a person. She remembers the slums, where the sky was always this gloomy and she wore nothing but rags. She mocks herself for feeling relieved by the chaos, realizing she still prefers the darkness over the bright lights of the academy. The image of her covered in dirt is more real to her than her expensive noble uniform. Her desk is covered in traces of conspiracy, proof that she's never truly left the gutter. She tells herself she's a person who betrays and suspects everyone, living a life without sincerity. She's struggling to survive in a world of monsters, and she thinks she's become the biggest monster of them all. She frantically looks for someone like her, someone who can look at a gutter rat and not turn away in disgust. A figure in a dark cloak walks through the halls of Ophelis, a silent predator in the middle of the storm. Lortel's heart is full of vain hope, but she can't stop searching for a kindred spirit. She looks so lonely standing there against the window, a queen of a castle that's currently on fire. She believes a person's true self never changes. She will always be the black veil that covers the ugly reality. A dark, demonic silhouette looms behind her reflection, the visual representation of her ruthless ambition. Black Veil. Outside, the mob is screaming for equality, their voices a roar that shakes the very foundations of the building. In the original game, Taylor was supposed to be the hero who stops the mob and defeats the bosses Lortel bought off. A rookie maid tries to report the riot, but she's intercepted by a figure in the shadows. The game has middle bosses on every floor, hired by Lortel to slow down the protagonists. The first floor boss was supposed to be Tote, a loser who mocked Taylor and got his butt kicked earlier in the year. Tote held a grudge and was an easy target for Lortel to buy with a few gold coins. His role was simple: kidnap a maid, open the door, and let the angry mob inside. He was the trigger for the entire first stage of the event. A boot slams against the massive doors of Ophelis Hall, the wood splintering under the force. The doors fly open, and the cold rain floods the entryway. The mob is stunned, wondering who exactly just did their job for them. They charge inside, screaming for subpar decent treatment, their torches lighting up the luxury carpets. Tote was then supposed to retreat to the fourth floor to make a grand announcement and wait for the hero. But as the mob enters, they find a hooded figure standing there, waiting for them with a terrifyingly calm demeanor. Willain adjusts his glasses, asking if this is the guy Lortel bought off to be the lookout. The hood falls back, revealing a face that none of them expected to see in a role like this. It's Ed Roth Taylor. Ed looks at the mob with a gaze that says he's just as confused as they are. Our boy Ed finds himself in a familiar, yet dangerous position. The rain is pouring, and he's just realized he's become the middle boss for the next big disaster. To understand how he ended up playing the villain again, we have to look back at the chaos that started 2 days ago. This is the countdown to the Ophelis Hall incident, a riot that will change everything at the academy. 2 days before the storm, the sun was still shining, but the stakes were already rising for our survivalist MC. Ed checks his stats, and it's a reality check. He's still just a novice fighter with a bow, far from the powerhouse he needs to be. He reaches out, feeling the grit of the earth, reminded once again that nothing comes easy in this world. He's hiding behind a tree, bow in hand, admitting to himself that Ed Roth Taylor has absolutely zero natural talent for combat. But he's a grinder, forcing himself to use that bow every single time he goes out to hunt, hoping to bridge the gap with sheer effort. Even after a whole semester and a vacation of non-stop practice, his proficiency is still pathetic, and the deer in front of him is proving it. Suddenly, he senses something. His peaceful forest life is becoming a lot less private lately. A maid strolls through the woods like it's a park, showing just how many people have discovered Ed's secret camp. Then there's Yix, showing off his insane physique while doing casual mountain training, greeting Ed like they're roommates. Ed can only sigh as he realizes his secluded life in the northern woods is now common knowledge among the students. But out of all the people who bother him, there are 3 visitors he absolutely has to keep an eye on. Visitor A is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill, who descends from the sky on a magical crest like she owns the place. She's a literal force of nature who just shows up whenever she feels like it, usually looking for a place to nap. Lucy peeks through the window of Ed's newly built cabin, demanding he add a back door and a chimney just for her convenience. Ed's reached his limit with her, literally trying to shoo the tiny mage away as she squats on his porch like a stray cat. She's complaining about the lack of glass windows and suggesting he build a skylight, completely ignoring that he's building this by hand. He's realized that when it comes to Lucy, trying to have things go your way is a losing battle. Now, Visitor B is a completely different story, someone Ed actually enjoys having around. The door swings open with a bright ta-da, and the mood shifts instantly. It's Janica, the school's top spirit sorceress, bringing a basket of eggs and a warm smile that could melt the cold forest air. She's even helping with the chores, stepping into a tub to wash clothes with her bare feet, sharing little tips she learned from her parents' farm. Janica visits almost daily, and unlike the others, Ed feels totally at ease when she's there. She spends her time chatting with spirits and helping Ed with all the boring, trivial tasks that keep the camp running. As she holds up a fresh shirt with a proud look, Ed feels a genuine sense of gratitude toward her that he can't even put into words. He gives her a rare, genuine compliment, telling her she's the best, which catches her completely off guard. Janica turns away, her face flushing bright red as she tries to play it cool after being praised by her favorite hobo. Ed thinks she's incredibly easy to read, a simple, kind-hearted girl who wears her heart on her sleeve. But then her expression darkens, shadows falling over her face as she asks, with a terrifyingly calm voice, just how often Lucy comes by. In that moment, Ed realizes that even the sweetest girl in school has a side that's a little off. Anyway, that's Janica, the heart of the camp, and his second most frequent guest. But the third visitor is the real reason Ed's life is about to get complicated. Under the full moon, a voice calls out to him, noticing how busy he's been lately. Sharp shoes click against the dirt as someone approaches through the dark trees. Meet Visitor C. Lortel, the merchant princess, steps out of the shadows with a maid in tow, a confident smirk playing on her lips. The Golden Daughter herself tells Ed she's been waiting for him because she needs a very specific favor. Ed knows exactly who she is, the mastermind and Black Veil of Act 2, and she's looking for pawns to help her seize Awfulous Hall. Our boy isn't a fool. He knows getting involved with her means trouble, and he's determined to stay out of it this time. He turns his back on her, ready to reject whatever shady deal she's offering before she can even finish. But Lortel drops a bombshell. The original villain of this arc, Tote, has been knocked out of the picture. Ed's internal alarm goes off. If the scenario has changed, the whole timeline is at risk. He grabs Lortel, demanding to know what happened to Tote and why the plot is falling apart. In the original game, Tote was supposed to pick a fight with the hero Taylor and get beaten just enough to set the stage. But in this reality, everyone saw Tote get absolutely embarrassed and knocked out by Lucy in a single blow. Tote tried to save face by screaming at Taylor, calling him an insect even worse than the expelled trash, Ed Roth Taylor. Bad move. A massive fist connects with Tote's face, sending him flying before he can finish his insult. Tote hits the floor hard, completely unconscious, and the crowd is stunned. It turns out Yix was the one who threw the punch. He's never been that angry, but no one talks trash about his bro Ed. Lortel just sighs, lamenting how hard it is to work with people who let their emotions take the lead. She gets straight to the point. She needs Ed to take a key, sneak into Awfulous Hall, and open the doors when the rioters arrive. Ed points out she could hire anyone, But Lortel smiles. She can't trust anyone not to snitch to the Academy investigators. She needs someone whose reputation is already so bad that no one would believe him even if he did talk. She leans in, mocking him, asking if he wants to get revenge on the Academy that kicked him out and ruined his life. Ed stares into her eyes, cold and focused, telling her straight up that he doesn't care about revenge. There's a long pause as the wind whistles through the trees. Ed reconsiders if he plays his part in moderation, he can fix the distorted timeline and get paid for it. Lortel's eyes gleam as she offers him the price for his soul, 20 gold coins. They shake on it. The deal is done, and the villain of Act 2 has officially been cast. Ed's goal isn't chaos. He's just going to put the story back on the tracks, no matter what it takes. The countdown ends. The Awfulest Hall incident is officially underway. One day before the riot, the rain starts to fall, setting a somber mood for the disaster to come. The occupation of the prestigious dorm was always part of the plan, a distraction before the real fight for the sage's grimoire. Ed sits by his fire, reading, knowing that Lortel's plan is designed to drive the Academy's finances into absolute ruin. In the original story, this move is a total success for the Merchant Princess. It leads to her forming Merchantry, a powerful group that holds the school's purse strings. This new power structure will directly rival Princess Penia's Student Association, splitting the school in two. It's a war of ideals versus reality, and the hero Taylor's choice will determine which side ultimately wins. Ed's plan is simple: stay on the sidelines and join whoever looks like they're winning, because survival is his only priority. Janica is with him at the camp, shivering slightly as she realizes the rain isn't going to let up today. She looks at Ed with admiration, amazed that he can survive out here in the woods even on days like this. She mentions it's almost time for her to move out of the high-end Awfulest Hall and into the crowded Dex Hall dorms since vacation is ending. She offers Ed all her extra supplies, pillows, clocks, lanterns, anything to make his hobo life a bit more comfortable. Ed smiles, touched by the offer, even though he knows he can't take the official Academy furniture with him. Janica cheers up instantly, promising to bring all her personal stuff over as soon as the new semester starts. She glances toward the roof, asking if Lucy usually, does that. Lucy is standing on the roof in the pouring rain, staring out into the distance with a hollow look in her eyes. Ed knows the truth. Lucy's insane power comes with a heavy price, one she tries to ignore by being lazy. She spent her life running away from a fate that was decided for her long ago. Even with her screws loose, the rain makes her reflect on a life she can never truly be free from. That's just how the sleepy genius is when the sky turns gray. Ed tells Janica not to worry about it, acting indifferent, which secretly makes Janica very happy. But then Ed remembers the most important detail. Janica is still staying in Awfulest Hall tonight. When the riot starts, the building's massive protection runes will activate automatically. It's a lockdown system. It will seal every student inside their rooms with high-level magic. While Janica is strong enough to break out, Ed knows it's better if she's just not there when it all goes down. He looks at her seriously, telling her he has a favor to ask. He asks her to meet him tomorrow night at 9 p.m., right when the riot is supposed to begin. He tells her to meet him at the Rose Garden in front of Awfulest Hall. Janica's heart skips a beat. A rose garden at night? She's blushing furiously, thinking this is a romantic confession. Ed doesn't have the heart to explain he's just trying to keep her away from a magical prison, he just needs her in a safe spot. She stammers out an okay, her mind probably already picking out wedding colors while Ed just hopes she stays dry. She practically floats away, waving goodbye with enough energy to power the entire academy. Ed lets out a long, exhausted breath. Being a villain and a romantic lead at the same time is draining. He knows the rain will stop soon, right when the semester begins. He's looking forward to the bright sky and the scent of autumn in the woods. But for now, he's alone with his thoughts and a crackling fire, waiting for the storm to hit. The vacation is over. It's time for the real game to start. The day of the incident has arrived. It's 0 hour, 9 p.m. The clock tower looms over the academy as the rain continues to pour. Meanwhile, Jix is doing some insane one-handed push-ups, regretting that he let his emotions get the better of him. He drops to his feet, a look of grim determination on his face. He senses something is wrong. The air at the academy is thick with tension. A hooded figure sprints through the rain-slicked courtyard, moving with purpose toward the elite dorms. It's Ed, his eyes sharp and cold under his hood, as he prepares to play his part. He meets Alice at a side entrance, checking if the coast is clear. Alice confirms that the head maid, Belle, has gathered all the staff in a meeting room, leaving the entrance unguarded. Everything is going according to Lortel's plan. The staff has been bought off, and the path is open. Ed thanks her and grabs a bucket of water, ready to act as a simple servant if he's spotted. The preparations are complete. Our boy is inside the enemy stronghold. The shadow of Awfulous Hall stretches out, a symbol of the privilege that's about to be torn down. Outside, a mob of students has gathered, their faces hidden by hoods, their voices rising in anger. The leader raises a fist. This is it. A massive roar erupts from the crowd as the Dex Hall students charge toward the gates. They're screaming for equality and fair treatment, tired of being treated like second-class citizens. Willain, the representative, shouts at the top of his lungs, demanding the elites answer their pleas. The students reach the massive main doors, expecting to have to break them down. But suddenly, the doors swing wide open, bathing the rainy courtyard in bright light. The rioters freeze, completely confused as to why the unbreakable fortress is welcoming them in. A lone figure stands in the doorway, silhouetted against the light. Willain approaches, breathless, thanking the stranger he assumes Lortel bought off to help them. He stops dead when he sees who it is, the infamous trash of the academy, Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed quickly covers Willain's mouth, pulling him close to whisper his motivation. Ed puts on the performance of a lifetime, claiming that being kicked out made him realize how unfair the system is. He grabs his chest, acting like a true revolutionary who's finally found his cause. Willain is moved to tears, feeling guilty for believing the rumors about Ed when the guy is actually a hero of the people. Ed pushes him inside, telling him to get to the upper floors and finish what they started. As Willain runs off, Ed's face goes stone cold. He feels a little bad that this guy is going to take all the blame for the disaster. A maid runs past, screaming for help, but Ed doesn't stop her. The people she's reporting to are already trapped. The chief maid, Alice, has already been bribed, and she's ready to pull the trigger on the dorm's security. A magical prompt appears, activating protection runes. The students inside their rooms watch in horror as red magical seals burn across their doors, locking them in. Everything is going exactly as Lortel planned, with the elites now officially detained by their own security system. Ed looks up as a voice echoes through the hall. The mastermind has arrived to claim her prize. Lortel walks through the blood-red halls, her boots clicking rhythmically as she smiles at Ed's handiwork. She praises him for the flashy start, stepping onto the stage of Act 2 as the curtains rise on the chaos she created. The rain is still a nightmare, and for some, soaking wet socks are the only thing more annoying than a full-scale riot. Lortel steps through the puddles, her boots clicking against the floor as she enters the chaos she's created. Our guy Ed looks up, his eyes cold and steady, realizing she's been watching his every move from the shadows this whole time. Lortel walks in with that confident smirk, looking like she's already won the war before the first real fight has even started. She warns Ed that the academy staff will be here soon to shut everything down, so they've got to move fast and finish their part of the script. But as she walks past him, her tone shifts. She's got something heavy on her mind that's been eating at her. She stops and asks him a chilling question. Ed, have you ever actually taken a life? The air in the room goes ice cold. Ed stays silent for a second, the weight of the question hanging between them like a blade. He answers honestly, no he hasn't. He's a survivor, not a murderer, even in this messed up world. Lortel lets out a small, hollow laugh, admitting that she hasn't personally ended anyone either, but that doesn't make her innocent. She starts reflecting on her past, back to when she was just a kid running through the slums, doing whatever dirty work it took just to see the next sunrise. To survive, she had to crush others, burning their hopes and stabbing people in the back before they could do the same to her. She tried to tell herself she had no choice, but deep down, she knows those were just excuses she made to sleep at night. She climbed a mountain of gold built on the misery of everyone she stepped on to get to the top. And that's exactly how she earned the name Golden Daughter, not through luck, but through cold, calculated betrayal. She stares into the distance, knowing damn well that someone like her doesn't deserve a single shred of sympathy. But being human, she can't help but look for it anyway, even if it's from someone as cynical as Ed. She turns back to him, her eyes searching his, and asks if he could ever truly understand a person as rotten as her. She looks almost possessed by her own loneliness, desperate for a connection that isn't based on money or power. Because the truth is, loneliness doesn't care if you're a hero or a villain. It hits everyone just as hard when the lights go out. To escape that void, people will crawl through the dirt just to find someone who's willing to sink to the bottom of the marsh with them. Ed's response is immediate and blunt. He tells her no. He stares her down with those piercing blue eyes, telling her she needs to stop looking for pity and take full responsibility for the choices she's made. The silence between them is deafening as they stand on opposite ends of the stairs, two people who are far too similar for their own good. Lortel's smirk returns, but it's softer now. She realizes she said something completely out of character and brushes it off. She turns her back on him, deciding it's time to get back to business since they're running out of time. Ed watches her walk away, knowing that their partnership is built on a very fragile foundation of mutual interest and dark secrets. He takes a seat on a chair in the middle of the hall, letting out a long sigh as he prepares for the next wave of trouble. Now, Lortel is going to go meet Alice and push the final phase of the plan into motion. They're going to make the defense magic go berserk and hand over the remote control to that poor fool, Willain. Wrapped in the chaotic energy of the dorm's runes, Willain is going to transform into a literal monster, the Stage 4 boss of this incident. Ed's job is much simpler. He just has to sit here and wait for the hero Taylor to come charging through those front doors. He's planning to do an average job, stall for a bit, and then take a dive so Taylor can move on to the real boss upstairs. He knows he's going to take some hits, but he figures a few bruises are a small price to pay for keeping the world from ending. The clock is ticking, and the rain outside is getting even heavier, matching the tension building inside the hall. Meanwhile, over at the Rose Garden, the mood is a lot less violent, but just as intense. A fancy horse carriage speeds through the rain, but it's the last thing on Janika's mind right now. She's huddled under a pavilion, wondering if she should even be here, her heart fluttering with nervous energy. She pulls out the note Ed left her, where he apologized for being late and asked her to wait just a little longer. She's blushing like crazy, wondering if Ed has prepared something special for her. Is this the night he finally confesses? The rich students and their fancy carriages don't matter to her. She's not leaving this spot for anything, not after 3 nights of no sleep thinking about this date. But even through her excitement, she feels a pang of guilt because she's been using her spirit wolf, Marilda, to spy on Ed's camp. She knows she wasn't the only girl visiting him. Princess Pina, Belle, and even Lortel have all been seen coming out of his cabin. The fact that most of them were beautiful girls is absolutely heartbreaking for our sweet spirit sorceress. But she's determined. She's going to wait for him under the roses, no matter how long it takes. But then she catches a glimpse of herself and realizes something is wrong. She worries that her flower hairpin was a bad choice. Maybe a cosmos would have been prettier for a night like this? She stares at her reflection, the doubt starting to creep in as the rain pours down around her. She decides she's going to make a quick run back to change it. She'll wait for Ed, but only after she's looking her absolute best. And so, she starts sprinting through the rain, heading straight back toward the very hall that's currently under siege. At the entrance of Ophelis Hall, a small party is hesitating. They can hear the chaos inside and wonder if they should wait for the teachers. But one girl is absolutely losing her mind. It's Elvira, and she's screaming about how her rare herbs will be ruined if she doesn't get to them now. Ayla tries to get Taylor to stop her, but Elvira is the top alchemy student, and she's not taking wait for an answer. Ayla warns them that Elvira isn't the one in danger, it's the rioters who should be scared, because once she loses her temper, she'll attack with every chemical she has. Elvira brushes off their concerns, telling them she's going straight to the 4th floor and won't touch anyone as long as her herbs are safe. She kicks the door open with a bang, declaring that anyone who gets in her way is going to have a very bad night. But the second she steps inside, she stops dead. Her eyes widen as she sees someone she didn't expect to be here. The hallway is a complete mess, debris scattered everywhere, and right in the center of the destruction sits a lone figure. It's Ed. He's sitting there with his hands folded, looking calm, collected, and incredibly dangerous in the dim light. Taylor and the others catch up, and the hero demands to know why Ed is here and what's happening on the floors above. Ed remains silent, the shadows hiding his expression as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. The hallway is filled with the muddy footprints of the rioters who have already swarmed the upper floors. The display cabinets are smashed, and the luxury of the dorm has been completely trashed by the mob. And through it all, Ed sits with his back to the stairs, acting as the final gatekeeper for whatever Lortel is doing upstairs. Elvira finds the whole situation interesting, a twisted smile appearing on her face as she realizes Ed is acting as a guard. She steps forward, mockingly asking the novice if he really thinks he's strong enough to stop all 3 of them. Ed looks up, his voice low and firm. He delivers the line he's been practicing, "I'm sorry, but you can't go in there." Elvira bursts out laughing, telling him this is fun. She's heard from Jix that Ed's magic proficiency is high, but she's not impressed. To her, he's just a rookie who can only use basic entry-level spells. She looks down on him, seeing nothing but a second-year student who's way out of his league. She points out the power difference. She's got a skilled swordsman, a mage, and herself, the best alchemist in her year. In her mind, Ed is facing a total wipeout. There's no way one guy can hold off this party. Taylor isn't in the mood for games. He steps up, demanding Ed tell him what's going on upstairs right now. Ed doesn't say a word. He just slowly stands up, the movement deliberate and full of intent. Taylor loses his patience, declaring that if Ed won't talk, he'll have to force the information out of him. With a sudden burst of speed, Taylor charges forward, his wooden sword raised for a strike. Ed reacts instantly, his eyes narrowing as he tracks the hero's movement with survivor-honed instincts. He grabs a nearby chair and hurls it at Taylor, using the environment to create an opening. Taylor cleaves the chair in half with a glowing strike, the wood splinters flying everywhere as he continues his rush. Elvira watches from the back, her eyes sharp as she analyzes Ed's style. She notices the green glow in Ed's hand. It's just a basic wind spell. She figures he'll target Taylor to keep the swordsman at bay. But then she notices something that makes her blood run cold. Ed isn't aiming at the hero. He raises his hand toward the ceiling, his focus shifting away from the fight right in front of him. Windblade. He whispers the words with total calm. A sharp, concentrated arc of wind tears through the spell strikes the heavy iron chains holding up the massive chandelier above the hall. With a terrifying metallic snap, the chains give way, and the massive fixture comes crashing down toward the ground. Taylor looks up, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes he's about to be crushed by a ton of falling glass and iron. The chandelier hits the floor with a massive explosion of sound and debris, sending a shockwave through the hall. The elite students trapped in their rooms hear the crash and start panicking, wondering if the building is coming down. Ayla screams in terror as she's knocked back by the force of the impact, the dust cloud blinding everyone. Taylor calls out for Ayla, making sure she's okay as they scramble to find their footing in the wreckage. Elvira is coughing through the dust, her eyes darting around to find Ed, realizing he's much smarter than she gave him credit for. Suddenly, another sharp zip cuts through the air, and Elvira feels something cold pass right by her. She freezes as a lock of her red hair is neatly sliced off and falls to the floor. She looks down and sees that her alchemy bag has been cut wide open, her precious potions spilling out onto the carpet. Her expression turns from shock to pure rage. She realizes Ed is actually serious about stopping them, and he's not holding back. The hall is a mess of broken glass and spilled chemicals, and Ed is still standing there, completely unfazed by the chaos. Elvira realizes she's in a bad spot. Those chemicals she's famous for are now puddles at her feet. Vials of highly volatile liquids are leaking everywhere, creating a literal minefield around the hero's party. She tries to reach for one of the remaining bottles, but it's too late. Ed has already anticipated her move. He raises his hand again, and this time, the glow is a hot, vibrant orange. Ignition. A spark of pure heat flies from his fingers and hits the spilled alcohol and chemicals on the floor. The hall erupts in a massive wall of flames, the fire surging up in a perfect circle that traps Taylor and his friends. The battlefield was set up perfectly, the flow of the fight moving exactly how Ed wanted it to. Elvira stares at the fire, her face pale. She realizes that Ed's judgment and timing are terrifyingly precise. Ed stands silhouetted against the roaring flames, thinking to himself that his bro Yix really should have told these guys more about him. Elvira finally understands the truth. This isn't just someone with high magic proficiency. This is a guy who knows exactly how to kill. The hall is a literal furnace, and Ed is standing in the center of the flames like he was born there. Taylor and his team are trapped, struggling to breathe as the fire rages around them. Elvira is gritting her teeth, her pride as the alchemy faculty's top student taking a massive hit. She's finally realizing that the biggest flaw in an alchemist is their reliance on tools. Without her magic elixirs or tools, her raw combat power is basically zero, and Ed just destroyed her entire supply. Most students in her position would carry a backup magic ring or necklace, but Elvira was too arrogant for that. She thought a genius like her wouldn't need a hassle like a backup plan. She stares through the flames at Ed's silhouette, a terrifying thought crossing her mind. Did this guy plan every single second of this? The chandelier drop wasn't just for damage, it was a distraction to set up the firewall. He used that tiny opening to isolate them and target her bag specifically, neutralizing her before she could even throw a single potion. She tries to deny it, telling herself that if he were that smart, he would have targeted the bag itself, not just the strap. She still can't accept being outplayed by trash like Ed. But looking at Ed now, bathed in the glow of his magic, he doesn't look like trash. He looks like the final boss they were never prepared to face. Elvira isn't completely out of the fight yet. She reaches into her pocket for one last hidden gem. She shatters a crystal, and a glowing, rabbit-like construct leaps into existence, ready to tear through the fire. She's applying a fire-resistant formula to the familiar, making it go berserk and amplifying its strength to force a path through Ed's wall. The construct transforms into a muscular beast, charging through the flames with Elvira right behind it. Ayla tries to support them, desperately searching her mind for a water spell to douse the flames. She fires off a blast of magic toward the center of the blaze, hoping to clear a path for Taylor. The magic swirls and clashes with the heat, creating a blinding explosion of steam and light in the middle of the hall. But Ayla screams as the feedback from the spell hits her harder than she expected. A massive wave of fire surges back at her, the heat so intense it feels like it's going to melt the very air. Taylor leaps in at the last second, swinging his sword to deflect the flames away from his friend. Ayla is panting, her confidence shattered. She's great at the theory of magic, but in a real scuffle, she's just an average first-year student. Taylor realizes that Ed is openly targeting her to keep the hero from getting close to him. Elvira shouts to Taylor, asking if he thinks he can take Ed down if he manages to close the distance. There's no hesitation in Taylor's eyes. The hero is finally locking in. The beast roars as it leaps across the wreckage, a massive wall of muscle and fur heading straight for our boy. Ed doesn't move a muscle, his eyes fixed on the charging monster as the fire roars around him. Taylor doesn't care if he can win, he knows he has to, charging forward with a battle cry. Elvira smirks, actually starting to like the hero's grit as they dive headfirst into the danger. She sprints through the opening, her red hair trailing behind her like a flame as she prepares to finish this. Ayla calls out, watching the alchemist dive into the heart of the inferno. The familiar's paws thunder against the floor, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Elvira taunts Ed, acting like she missed him even though they've only been apart for a few minutes. Ed drops low, a green light swirling in his palm as he prepares a counterattack. He thrusts his hand forward, the wind pressure so high it starts to push back the very flames he created. A massive arc of compressed air tears through the room, aimed directly at the construct's legs. The beast is forced to skid to a halt, the wind pressure pinning it down as Elvira looks on in disbelief. She realizes Ed was more prepared than she thought, but she's already preparing a release magic to counter him. She leaps from the beast's back, throwing a vial with perfect accuracy. Ed's windblade slices the vial mid-air, but that was exactly what Elvira wanted. The vial contains a reagent made from night butterfly flowers and gall mushrooms, a special alchemy brew. When combined with her release magic, it creates a cloud of neutralizing gas that fills the lobby. Ayla watches as the gas spreads, realizing it's a formula designed to subdue any active magic spells. The wall of fire begins to sputter and die out as the alchemy takes effect. The magical constructs and spells are temporarily shut down, leaving only raw skill on the table. The rabbit construct collapses, its magical fuel completely drained by the reagent. It hits the floor with a heavy thud, turning back into a harmless toy as the smoke clears. Ed stands in the middle of the room, his clothes tattered and his body covered in soot, but he still looks like he's in control. Elvira and Taylor scream his name in unison, ready to end this boss fight once and for all. Ed suddenly turns and starts running away, leading them deeper into the wreckage of the hall. He leaps over a fallen table, his movements agile and desperate as the hero party chases him down. The liquid coats the ground in a slippery, flammable layer that makes the pursuers hesitate. Ed throws a small spark behind him, and the entire floor erupts in a fresh wave of fire, rocks the building as the spilled liquid ignites. Taylor is forced to skid to a halt, the heat from this new fire even more intense than the last one. He realizes the smell, screaming that people will die if the entire awfulous hall goes up in flames. Taylor grits his teeth, telling them he can slash through any fire, whether it's magic or oil, with his elemental slash. Elvira notes that the chemical reagent won't last much longer anyway. Time is running out for everyone. Taylor charges through the smoke, determined to put an end to this before anyone gets hurt. Elvira calls out to him, her voice full of sudden, sharp realization. She points to the window, it's wide open, allowing all the lethal smoke to vent outside. She looks around and realizes the carpet was removed and there are no flammable objects nearby. This oil fire was controlled. It hits her like a truck. Ed Roth Taylor planned the layout of this entire battlefield before they even arrived. She watches Ed's tattered back, wondering how someone could think this far ahead, realizing they're walking right into another trap. Ed stops, turns, and draws a bow with lethal precision. He's silhouetted by the flames, a cold, focused hunter ready to take his shot. Taylor sees the bow and prepares to deflect it, confident in his swordsmanship. But as the arrow leaves the string, Taylor's eyes widen in confusion. The arrow flies with a high-pitched, but it's not heading for the hero. Taylor realizes too late, the arrow is heading straight for Ayla, who is standing defenseless in the back. Ayla can't even cast a basic shield spell in time, her hands trembling as the projectile closes in. Taylor screams her name, his heart sinking as he realizes he's too far away to help. The arrow strikes something right in front of Ayla, with a crackle of blue electricity. Ayla is safe, but she's shaking, realizing just how close she came to a lethal hit. She drops to her knees, panting, while Elvira looks at the arrow stuck in the floor. It was stopped by a claw hand, a magical engineering tool that pulls in small objects from a distance. Elvira looks at the arrow and her expression shifts from terror to utter confusion. The arrowhead was covered in a thick cloth. It was a blunt-tip arrow! He never intended to hurt her, just to bait them. Taylor finally reaches Ed, their weapons clashing with a massive clang that echoes through the hall. Ed looks exhausted, blood dripping down his face, but his eyes are still fixed on something else. He hears a massive crash from the floor above, the sound of the second-floor boss finally making his move. Ed's thoughts are racing. If they don't move now, the whole scenario will fall apart and people will actually die. This is the final chapter of the Awfulest Hall incident, and it's time for the second-floor boss to take center stage. The gloomy Clebius has finally escaped his room, his dark energy flaring as he prepares to cause real damage. Ed lets out a relieved as he realizes his stalling tactic worked perfectly. Taylor delivers a massive glowing strike that sends Ed flying across the room. Our boy crashes through the air, debris and dust trailing behind him as he takes the hit. Elvira watches with a horrified look, unable to process what just happened. Ed slams into a stone pillar, coughing up blood as he slides to the floor, looking completely defeated. Taylor stands over the wreckage, his sword shaking as he calls Ed insane for going this far. He grabs Ed by the collar, demanding to know the reason why he would throw his life away for this riot. Elvira walks up, her face twisted in a scowl. She feels icky because she knows something they don't. She realizes Ed was playing them. If he really wanted to win, he would have attacked when the chandelier fell, but he just stood there to stop them. Even during the heat of the battle, he never once tried to land a killing blow. Everything was calculated to waste time. Taylor shakes him again, screaming, "Are you done now?" Ed just lets out a weak laugh, telling them to go upstairs and stop yapping. He's finished his part. Taylor is stunned, unable to understand why Ed would fight so hard just to let them win at the very end. The rain continues to lash against the building, a cold reminder of the real danger still waiting on the upper floors. Ed's eyes are half closed, his voice a whisper as he repeats the question, why did he let them win? Taylor is frustrated, but Elvira is the one who's truly shaken, realizing they were just pawns in Ed's plan. She grabs Ed too, demanding an answer, her rage boiling over as she realizes her genius was completely outclassed. Ed's blue eyes flash one last time, a look of grim satisfaction behind the pain. Elvira's eyes burn with a mix of fury and dawning respect. She's never met anyone like this guy. Suddenly, the heavy doors at the end of the hall begin to creak open. A shadow falls across the floor, and the temperature in the room drops even further. Janica Felore stands in the doorway, the permission flower pin Ed recommended tucked into her hair. She had spent the whole night restlessly imagining a romantic meeting, her pure love fueling her happy thoughts. But the difference between imagination and reality is cruel. She didn't find Ed waiting with a smile. Instead, she sees her man on the ground, covered in blood and bruises, surrounded by people who just attacked him. She speaks in a voice so low it's terrifying, the words echoing through the silent hall. Her eyes turn a glowing, murderous red as she asks a single question. Looking at the letter Ed left her, Janica knew something was wrong from the start. She could feel it in her gut that our boy was walking right into a trap. From the way he lived his simple life to the guts he showed during the last big incident. Whether the job was big or small, Ed always looked like he had everything under control, even when the world was literally burning around him. He's the kind of guy who makes everyone around him expect a miracle, like he can solve any problem with just a smirk and a plan. But even the smartest people have a blind spot, especially when they're being too careful for their own good. Someone who can truly reflect on themselves is rare, and Ed is that person, even when he's being choked out by the hero. Janica had promised herself that she would be the one to help him when things got bad, no matter what. But Ed never asked. He went out of his way to keep her safe and outside the building, leaving her a note that felt way too much like a goodbye. Now, seeing him standing there bleeding and broken, she finally understands the price he paid to keep her out of this mess. He knew she was already on thin ice with the school's discipline committee, so he shouldered the entire battlefield alone just to keep her record clean. While she was worried about her clothes and her hair, Ed was in here fighting for his life. Her eyes turn a glowing, murderous red as she stares at the people standing over him, her voice dripping with pure malice as she asks what they're doing. Taylor tries to play it off, telling Janica she's lucky she didn't get caught up in the riot, completely missing the fact that she's the most dangerous person in the room right now. Elvira is the only one with a brain. She screams at Taylor to get a grip because the sweet girl they knew is gone. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Janica isn't a senior right now. She's an enemy with enough power to level the entire dorm. Janika's aura flares up, a dark purple mist swirling around her, as she admits she doesn't even care what they were trying to do. A massive explosion of mana rocks the hall, sending shockwaves that nearly knock Taylor and the others off their feet. Ed calls out her name, his voice weak as he tries to stop the absolute carnage that's about to happen. She looks back at him with a chilling, calm smile, telling him it's okay and that she'll handle everything. Elvira and Ayla are frozen in fear, realizing they've just poked a sleeping dragon that's much bigger than they can handle. Feathers start falling from the ceiling, a sign that high-rank spirits are beginning to manifest in the lobby. The air itself starts to crack under the pressure of Janika's magic, glass shattering as the spirits arrive. A giant flaming gorilla and a glowing green bird appear behind her, their eyes locked on to the hero's party. Janika stands at the center of a literal army of spirits, her eyes glowing like embers as she prepares to erase everyone who touched Ed. Ed's internal monologue kicks in. He knows that if she lets loose now, there's no coming back from it. She tells the party to wait just 1 minute while she finishes them off, her tone so casual it's terrifying. Elvira starts doing the math and the results are grim. Janika has mid-level spirits for every attribute, plus an army of low-level ones. It's a total slaughter. Elvira whispers to Taylor that they have to run. They lost to Ed, and there is zero chance they can survive Janika. The spirits lunge forward, a wave of elemental destruction heading straight for the hero's party. This is the power of the top student of the second-year magic department. It's not even a fight, it's an execution. Elvira screams at Taylor to wake up and jump through the broken windows before Janika turns them all into dust. Taylor hesitates, his hero instincts clashing with the absolute wall of power in front of him. He remembers what Ed said earlier, that students would be harmed if they didn't act, and he realizes this situation is way deeper than just a student riot. He flares his own aura, declaring that he can't leave Elvira's herbs or the school in this state. The hero never gives up on his trial. He charges at the giant flame spirit, a suicide mission fueled by pure protagonist energy. It's obvious that Taylor is determined to live the life of a hero, even if it kills him. But suddenly, Ed lunges forward, grabbing Taylor by the back of his collar and pulling him away from the blast. The spirit's attack smashes into the floor where Taylor was standing a second ago, sending chunks of stone flying. Ed looks Taylor right in the eyes, his expression serious and urgent. He tells Taylor to shut up and listen. He'll take care of Janika, so the hero's party needs to get to the second floor and finish their mission. Ayla is baffled. 1 second Ed was blocking them, and now he's clearing their path? But Ed just tells them he changed his mind and to hurry up. Elvira laughs nervously, pointing out that Ed is covered in blood and injuries. How is a half-dead guy going to stop a goddess of spirits? Before she can say anything else, Ed tosses something at her. It's her bag of reagents. Ed apologizes for tearing it up earlier, proving he never intended to be their enemy forever. Elvira is completely floored, unable to process Ed's 4D chess moves as he tells them to just go. Taylor nods, trusting Ed for some reason, and the party sprints past Janika's spirits toward the stairs. Janika is furious that they're escaping, her hand reaching out to command the spirits to crush them. But she freezes when she feels a hand on her shoulder, her eyes widening in shock. She turns to see Ed standing right behind her, his presence alone enough to halt her murderous intent. She immediately reverts to her sweet self, telling Ed not to push himself and that she'll finish these guys so he can get treated. Now, usually a guy grabbing a girl like this would be considered rude, but in this moment, Ed's hand is firm on her arm, his fingers stained with the blood of his battle. He looks her straight in the eye and tells her, "I'm really okay." He leans in close, his voice soft, telling her she doesn't have to go overboard and ruin her future for him. Janika's face turns bright red, her entire world narrowing down to Ed's touch and his gaze. She's completely short-circuited, letting out a confused "eh?" as her final boss persona evaporates instantly. She stammers about his hand on her shoulder, but Ed just tells her to get rid of the spirits because the wind they're creating is making it hard for him to stand. Janika panics, apologizing and calling herself an idiot for not realizing his injuries were that bad. She waves her hand, and the massive spirits dissolve into wisps of harmless mana. The debris and broken glass settle as the overwhelming pressure in the room finally vanishes. Taylor's party watches from the stairs, stunned that Ed neutralized the school's strongest mage with nothing but a few words. Ed looks over his shoulder, his eyes meeting Taylor's one last time as he tells them to hurry and go. Taylor looks back, realizing that maybe, just maybe, Ed Roth Taylor isn't the villain they thought he was. The party disappears upstairs, and Ed finally lets his guard down, his body slumping as the adrenaline wears off. Janika screams his name as the rain continues to pour outside the shattered windows. She scolds him for getting hurt and never talking to her when things get bad, but Ed just promises to tell her everything next time. She hugs him close, her eyes tearing up as she declares that Taylor's party went too far, and she's going to be really angry at them next time they meet. She makes Ed promise not to go around getting hurt anymore, and our boy can only give a tired smile and thank her for worrying. Internally, Ed is relieved. Things went a bit differently than planned, but he fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss perfectly. But then Janica mentions something that sends a chill down Ed's spine. While she was waiting in the rose garden, she saw a massive carriage go by. It went by so fast she couldn't see it clearly, but she distinctly saw a golden crown on the side. The golden crown, the symbol of a storm that's about to hit the academy. That symbol belongs to the Edelstore, the most powerful merchant guild in the world. And its head is a man known as the Golden King, Elte. He's Lortel's adoptive father and the man who murdered her biological father, the ultimate fake boss of the next arc. He's the main antagonist for the Battle for the Sage's Seal, a high-stakes war for power and ancient magic. But Ed realizes something terrifying. Elte wasn't supposed to arrive in Sylvania for weeks. His early arrival means the game's script is being rewritten by something completely outside of Ed's knowledge. The rain pours over the academy as the Golden King's carriage rolls toward its destination, bringing a new level of danger. High up on the 5th floor, a lone silhouette watches the rain from a window. Lortel is pressing her hand against the glass, whispering to her maid, Elris, that she just got dumped. She's talking about Ed, the guy who seems mean and evil at first glance but managed to get under her skin. She admits to Elris that it's not just about his looks, it's the smell of someone who's lived in the same darkness as her. She remembers asking Ed if he could pity someone like her, only for him to give her a cold reality check instead. And then, she remembers his final words to her on the stairs. You are responsible for your choices, Lortel. He didn't offer her comfort, he offered her the truth, and he threw away her pity without hesitation. Lortel realizes that people like her, monsters in human skin, live just to hear words that honest. Elris, the head maid, stares at her with a face as cold as stone, completely unimpressed by Lortel's emotional moment. Elris has been a maid for over 20 years, starting as a young girl who knew nothing of the world's cruelty. She climbed the ranks through hard work and skill, becoming the manager of the school's most prestigious hall. She represents the righteousness of the academy, a woman who stands for order and tradition. And that's exactly why Lortel spent a fortune to buy her, investing the most effort into the person most likely to resist. Lortel knew it would take a mountain of gold to destroy Elris's righteousness, and she didn't hesitate to pay it. Lortel smiles, a dark, hollow expression on her face. She tells Elris she's glad she's here, mocking the maid for falling for the same greed as everyone else. To Lortel, the money wasn't a waste, it was proof that everyone has a price. She's seen countless people break their own faith for a handful of gold coins. Facing people like her is the only way Lortel knows how to relieve her own soul-crushing loneliness. She walks over a sea of reaching hands and gold, a queen of a wasteland where everything is for sale. She lived a life where she had to stab others in the back first, or she'd be the one ending up dead in a gutter. She switches back to business, telling Elris to match the timing of the rioters on the 4th floor and hand over control of the defense magic. She doesn't care about the consequences. One way or another, Awfulous Hall is going to be destroyed tonight. Lortel is clearly the villain of this story, a master manipulator who sees the world as a game board. She is the black curtain, pulling the strings behind the scenes. She decides to hide in a storage room, planning to act like a scared student who had no idea what was going on when the authorities arrive. Elris lets out a heavy sigh, looking at Lortel with nothing but pure disgust. The maid tells Lortel that a girl her age should have family or friends she can open her heart to. Lortel stops, the words hitting a nerve she didn't know she still had. Elris draws a hidden blade, the blue light of her mana flaring as she delivers a chilling prophecy, someone like you will never love, and you will never be loved. The rain is lashing down, and inside Awfulous Hall, the clock is ticking toward a total collapse of the game's story. Taylor and his party are moving through the building like a hurricane. They reach the 2nd floor and absolutely dismantle Klebius, the gloomy original boss, forcing him to join their party through sheer intimidation. On the 3rd floor, they run into Kelly, the bedding washer maid, who puts up a fight but eventually falls, apologizing to Alice for failing her duty. Without her twin sister to back her up, Kelly was no match for the hero's squad, though Taylor is too focused on the mission to wonder why she was all alone. The ascent is going unexpectedly smooth. Too smooth. Almost as if someone cleared the path for them. They reach their target, the 4th floor, but Ed knows the truth. The only real challenge they faced tonight was him on the 1st floor. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream echoes through the corridor, making Elvira freeze in her tracks as the air begins to vibrate with mana. Someone inside is screaming for them to run, the voice filled with absolute raw terror. It's a massacre. Students are being tossed around like ragdolls by invisible forces, their pleas for help cut short by the roar of magic. This is the fourth-floor boss, Willain. He's become a literal hostage to the defense magic, his body used as a battery for the building's berserk security system. Lortel and Alice's master plan was to place the control crystal right in the center of the hall, turning the building's protective formulas into a lethal trap. What was meant to keep invaders out is now a meat grinder, spinning out of control and shredding anything in its path. The situation is terrifyingly simple. It's like giving a loaded gun to a child who has no idea how to turn off the safety. Taylor leaps into action, his sword clashing against the red magical barriers as he tries to reach the center of the storm. Outside, the entire building is glowing with an ominous red light, the structure groaning under the weight of the massive mana output. The students trapped inside are panicking, realization hitting them that the building might actually collapse before the help arrives. The elite students who were acting all composed until now finally break, screaming at each other to find a way out before they're buried alive. People are jumping through windows, using whatever powers they have to escape the furnace that Awfulest Hall has become. The scene is pure chaos, with explosions of light and debris raining down into the mud and rain outside. What started as a student riot is rapidly turning into one of the greatest catastrophes the Academy has ever seen. In the middle of the fight, Elvira realizes her usual reagents won't work against a pre-carved rune that's already gone berserk. She switches tactics, throwing a glowing green liquid, the anglerweed reagent, to at least block the basic magic filling the corridor. She grabs Taylor, telling him that while the mana quantity is insane, he's the only one strong enough to handle the raw force of it. She launches the hero forward, screaming at him to knock Willain out and break the connection before the whole floor detonates. Taylor charges through a hail of energy bolts, his wooden sword glowing as he stares down the possessed representative. He cleaves through the red barriers, the impact creating a blinding flash of light that illuminates the entire hall. Willain's eyes are wide with tears, his glasses cracked as the overwhelming magic finally starts to dissipate under Taylor's strike. As the pressure lifts, the poor kid can finally breathe, a look of relief washing over his face as he passes out. But the feedback is massive. A final explosion of flame and mana erupts from the control crystal. The fourth floor is engulfed in fire, the shockwave blowing out every remaining window in the hall. Outside, Janica is desperately trying to get Ed away from the building, worried that his wounds are going to reopen if he keeps pushing himself. Our boy just shrugs it off, telling her most of the blood on his shirt isn't even his, classic survivalist stoicism. But his mind is miles away, staring at the luxury carriage that's just pulled up to the main gate. To a normal person, that carriage looks incredibly prestigious and expensive. But Ed knows the truth. Considering who's sitting inside, that carriage is actually being modest. It's the Golden King, Elte. Ordinarily, this guy travels with a fleet of 12 carriages. The fact that he's here with only a few guards means he's on a secret mission. He's Lortel's adoptive father and the man who's going to be backstabbing her later, except he's arrived way too early. Ed's brain is racing. Why is the ultimate merchant king here at the Academy right now? The carriage has been sitting there for a while, just watching the chaos, and Ed realizes Elte was waiting for the building to be properly wrecked. He was waiting for Awfulest Hall to be at its most vulnerable before making his grand entrance. Suddenly, Ed spots someone getting out of the carriage, and his heart drops. It's Shenny, the maid in charge of the third floor, one of the orphans that Alice, the head maid, raised herself. In the original script, Alice was bought by Lortel, and Shenny was supposed to be a minor boss on the third floor. But the fact that she's arriving with Elte means the betrayal goes deeper than Lortel ever imagined. There's no way Shenny would betray Alice, which means Lortel didn't actually buy Alice off. It was the other way around. Alice was on Elte's side from the very beginning. This realization leads to only one possible outcome in this scenario. Lortel is about to face a total downfall, trapped in a storage room with no way out. If she falls now, the entire future of the game is ruined. Lortel is supposed to be a key political figure in Act 3, and the player's biggest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. Ed is already exhausted from playing one boss role, but now he has to play Lortel's savior too? This forest hobo life is getting way too busy. He looks at Janica, knowing he can't do this alone. He tells her he has an urgent favor to ask, one he can't handle with his body in this condition. Janica doesn't even hesitate. She looks him in the eye and asks, "What do I need to do?" That's the face of a girl who would burn the world down if Ed asked her to. The scene shifts back to the rain-soaked courtyard as the Golden King finally steps out of his carriage. A letter is burning in the background, a greeting to Elte Ketchuln, the honorable president of the Elte merchantry. The letter reveals the cold, hard truth. Lortel was never his loyal daughter. She was plotting to betray him and take over the entire merchantry from the moment she could walk. She knows Elte killed her biological parents, and she's been waiting years for her revenge. She's been coaxing the directors and business magnates to oust him while he's distracted at the academy. The grimoire negotiations were just bait to draw him away from headquarters, so he couldn't react to the coup happening back home. But Elte isn't the Golden King for nothing. He found out the truth, and now he has the documents to prove Lortel's plot. Alice, the head maid, stares at the trapped Lortel, her voice cold as she explains that unless someone offers her more gold than Lortel did, she's siding with the king. Alice reveals she's losing her sight and hearing from an old accident. This is her last year as chief maid, and she's looking for a retirement fund. She's the only human who knows the absolute truth of this situation, and her choice will decide who lives or dies tonight. She stands over Lortel, the blue mana of her blade humming, as the girl who thought she was a genius realizes she was just a pawn. There's a paper attached to the letter, listing the names of institutions Alice has been secretly managing. They're all orphanages: Crooks, Cohelton, Atons. Alice has been using her greed to protect the children she was once like. The amount of gold delivered to those orphanages is the only thing that will determine her next move. She trusts Elte to make the correct judgment, and in the world of merchants, that means the biggest pile of gold wins. Alice keeps her blade at Lortel's throat, warning her not to move as the Golden King approaches. She admits she didn't expect Lortel to have such a broken look in her eyes. She thought the merchant princess was more level-headed. She tells Lortel that she and Elte aren't all that different. They both use people and gold to fill the holes in their hearts. Alice sighs, admitting that the same probably goes for her as well. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the storage room, the door blowing inward in a shower of sparks and wood. Willain is hanging by a rope in the background as Taylor's party finally busts in, realizing that Willain was never the mastermind. Elvira points a finger at Alice, screaming that the real culprit is the chief maid herself. Taylor charges forward, but Alice is a veteran for a reason. She moves with blinding speed, pulling Lortel back as a shield. Taylor is forced to stop, calling out to Lortel and asking if she's okay, while Alice holds them at bay. Lortel's mind is shattered. She's staring at her boots, trying to come up with a lie, a frame-up, anything to stay alive. But Elvira stops, her voice filled with sudden concern. "What's wrong with your face?" Lortel is making a face she's never made in her entire life, not as a merchant, not as a villain. She doesn't even know what expression she's wearing as her world of gold and lies crumbles around her. She's tossed aside as the room erupts into a final struggle, the Golden Daughter falling into the shadows. She hears the heavy footsteps of Elte approaching, the man who doesn't trust anyone, arriving to personally end her. Her plan to overthrow him is complete, but it doesn't matter if she's not there to send the final command. She just needs to get to her room and send the carrier pigeon to the headquarters to trigger the coup. But as she tries to stand, her legs feel like lead, and the weight of her betrayal hits her all at once. She looks up, remembering Ed's cold blue eyes, and is warning that no one in this world truly understands her. She expected betrayal. She's lived through it countless times, but this time, it feels different. She reaches for the door, but her vision is blurring with something she hasn't felt in years. The merchant princess is crying. Getting her heart broken like a normal girl doesn't suit her at all, but she can't stop the tears. She forces herself to keep moving, her loafers clicking against the carpeted floor of the burning hallway. She has to do what she can. She has to survive, just like she always has. She has to get to her room before Elte reaches the 5th floor, or everything she worked for is gone. The carrier pigeon is her last hope, her final move in a game she's currently losing. At the same time, deep in the lobby, the massive fallen chandelier lies in the wreckage of the 1st floor. Elte Ketchuln strides into the main hall, surrounded by his personal guards, his presence commanding and dark. He stops when he sees a lone figure standing in the middle of the debris, asking if he's just a student who needs to evacuate. He tells Ed that the building is at risk of collapse, and that no one is allowed inside for safety reasons. Ed doesn't move. He stands tall, his bloodied shirt fluttering in the draft, telling the king he can't let anyone through until the faculty arrive. Elte is amused, asking if the academy gave him special instructions, but Ed just says he's acting on his own because the academy's current system is lacking. Our boy knows there are only 3 people who actually understand the flow of this story. Lortel, who wanted revenge and a seat at the top; Elte, who wants to crush his daughter and take the sage's grimoire for himself; and Alice, the root cause of this whole twist, who played them both for her own ends. Ed asks himself if he needs to go to the 5th floor to personally deal with the betrayal. No. He answers his own question with total confidence. He's going to leave Lortel's safety in their hands because he's already seen what the hero can do. He can trust Taylor to do the right thing, while he handles the monster standing right in front of him. The images of his fight with Taylor flash through his mind. He's already confirmed the hero's growth. Now, Ed has to handle the real problem, the Golden King who's trying to rewrite the ending. As long as he keeps them out of the upper floors, the events in Awfulest Hall will continue as they should. Ed lets out a small, tired breath, a determined look in his eyes as he prepares for the final showdown of Act 2. He addresses Elte by his full title, acting like he's impressed by someone of his stature being here. He suggests that a man like Elte should talk to the Academy first to make sure he's treated with the respect he deserves. Elte's expression turns cold, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the boy in front of him isn't just a random student. A massive blue aura of mana erupts from the Golden King, the pressure cracking the floor, as he realizes Ed is a barrier he can't just talk his way past. 10 minutes before the showdown in the lobby, the clock was already ticking for our MC. The sounds of a building under siege echo through the halls as Ed prepares his move. A wall literally explodes into dust as Ed and Janica force their way into a room, skipping the hallways to save time. Ed looks around at the wreckage, breathing heavy, admitting that everything out here has turned into a total disaster. He finds Yix doing handstand push-ups in the middle of a war zone, asking the muscle-bound mage why the hell he's still in his room while the building is falling. Jix just shrugs it off with the confidence of the strong, complaining that destroying the wall is going to make his room cold when he sleeps. Jix greets Janica properly for the first time, apologizing for their rough meeting during the last big incident. He tells her not to look so down because she's already paid her dues, and Janica thanks him while Ed watches the clock. Then Yix drops a bomb, asking if the two of them are dating, causing Janica to absolutely short-circuit and scream no at the top of her lungs. Janica is blushing furiously, waving her hands in a panic, while Ed just stands there with a dead-inside expression. Janica stammers, asking Ed if the question bothered him, but Ed just sighs and blames Jix for being rude. Jix gives a formal bow, apologizing for the intrusive question, though he doesn't look that sorry. He looks at Ed, wondering why he went through the trouble of smashing through a wall just to find him. Ed looks him dead in the eye, his voice serious as he asks Yix for a favor he promises to repay later. Flash forward to the present, Ed is standing in the lobby, facing down the Golden King, suggesting the man should talk to the Academy administration instead of barging in. Elt's face darkens, his mustache twitching as he realizes Ed is a genuine wall he can't bribe or talk down. The Golden King's aura flares up, a massive pressure filling the room as he stares at the bloodied boy blocking his path. "So you're on Lortel's side, huh?" The king's voice is like ice, realizing Ed has made his choice. Elt mocks Ed, asking if he fell for Lortel's act, and tells him to take the clear benefits in front of him instead of being loyal to someone who might not even pay him. He warns Ed that Lortel was born with the blood of a fox, someone who will stab him in the back the second she sees an opening. He offers Ed double whatever gold coins Lortel promised just to get out of the way right now. Ed thanks him for the offer, but there's a smirk hidden in his words that Elte doesn't like. Our boy reveals the truth. He wasn't promised any gold coins, so doubling 0 doesn't really do much for his bank account. Elte stares at him, genuinely confused for a split second, unable to understand why anyone would fight for free. He realizes his words aren't getting through, and the negotiation is officially over. He gives the cold command to his guards, "Dispose of him quietly." Guards rush in with clubs and blades, but Ed isn't worried. He's counting on the fact that Elte thinks he's trying to let Lortel escape. A massive gust of wind tears through the lobby, blowing the guards back before they can even touch him. Janica and Jix step out of the shadows, Janica reassuring Ed that she's got his back. Ed shouts that he'll be back after he checks on the situation, promising once again to repay them for this. Jix just laughs, calling up a massive fire spirit and reminding Ed that he was the one in debt to begin with. Elte narrows his eyes, realizing these aren't just random students, they're high-level opponents. He orders his men to give it everything they've got, the room erupting into a second war zone. Janica's spirits clash with the king's guards in a display of raw power that rocks the entire building. Ed sprints through the wreckage, his mind focused on finding the one person who can actually win this war for him. He knows he needs to meet Lortel immediately and figure out just how much the scenario has changed. He finds her in the hallway, the merchant princess looking small and defeated in the dim light. Lortel is stunned to see him, barely able to find her voice as she realizes Ed actually came for her. Ed doesn't waste time on emotions, telling her they need to hit the back door and get out of this death trap. He looks over his shoulder, his eyes sharp as he asks if she can run, because he's not letting her fall behind. The Extras Academy's Survival Guide. The title card drops as the real mission begins. In Lortel's world, there is always a reason for goodwill and trust. Nothing is ever truly free. Even the receptionist who flirts with her is only doing it because he wants money-making tips. The warehouse employees are only lively around her because they expect a tip-off about market trends. Even the pet bird at the academy only clings to her because she provides the highest quality feed. Every smile and every handshake comes with a hidden tag, a price that has to be paid eventually. At least, that was the only world Lortel knew until the glass started shattering tonight. Ed and Lortel sprint through the halls, Ed asking if it was Alice who betrayed her. Lortel looks down, her hair covering her eyes as she blames herself for making such a stupid, foolish mistake. She thinks about Janica, someone who grew up receiving so much love that she treats the entire world with goodwill. Lortel knows she's not like that. She's a creature of greed and calculation. She remembers the day she made Ed the offer, thinking she could just buy his loyalty like everything else. But then she saw something that broke her brain. She saw the way Janica looked at Ed, a heated, genuine look that didn't want anything in return. For a fleeting second, Lortel thought she might have a chance at a relationship like that too, and that hope is what made her spill her plans to Alice. That moment of vulnerability is exactly where Alice found the opening to strike. Lortel realizes her hopes were pathetic compared to her actual life, where she's never truly trusted anyone. She stares at her own feet as she runs, the sound of her loafers hitting the floor a rhythm of regret. She tells herself she should have stayed gloomy and grimy instead of dreaming of something romantic. She bought off 5 people to occupy this hall: Alice, the twins, Willain, and Ed. But Alice and the twins joined Elte, and Willain was too weak to stay on her side. She looks at Ed's bloodied back, assuming that he's the same, that he's just another person she can't rely on anymore. She apologizes to him, her voice small and broken, wondering why she's even calling him an ally. She tells him she can't guarantee the 20 gold coins anymore because the entire situation is falling apart. Ed stops her dead in her tracks with 3 simple words. "Did I ask?" He grabs her wrist with a firm grip, telling her they don't have time for this nonsense because if Elte catches her, it's over. He pulls her forward, telling her they have to escape first before they can worry about the future. Lortel is frozen, her eyes wide as she tries to process Ed's genuine goodwill and trust. Ed tells her to shut up and explain what's going on, because there's always a reason for a plan this big. He knows that if she doesn't see a reason, she won't trust the plan, so he's going to make her see it. Lortel finally cracks, explaining that her father's merchantry was planning to rig the market prices. Ed cuts her off, explaining the plan for her. After a monster hunt last summer, the price of armor fell, and they were trying to monopolize the supply. Lortel is stunned as Ed continues. Elte needed money urgently, so he sent her here to find a way to steal the sage's grimoire to fund the operation. Ed breaks down the manipulative trading scheme using a diagram. Merchants A, B, and C monopolize a cheap product. They trade it among themselves to artificially skyrocket the price. The market panics, and everyone starts thinking they need to buy it now, before it becomes unaffordable. That's when the merchants sell everything they've gathered for a ridiculous, city-ending profit. But the whole thing is founded on trust. If merchants B and C sell without merchant A knowing, the price crashes. Merchant A, in this case, Elte, who sold all his bonds to buy the product, would be left with a pile of worthless armor. The sudden huge loss would strip Elte of all his power and influence instantly. Lortel had spent years buying off the people related to merchants B and C for this exact moment, but the sale can only happen when Elte is absent from headquarters. That's why she lured him here. Ed realizes she used the Awfulous Hall riot to burn a hole in the Academy's finances, forcing Elte to come here to negotiate for the grimoire. Lortel is gasping, her mind reeling. How the hell did this forest hobo understand the whole picture at once? Ed tells her that leaves her with only one thing left to do to win. They have to send a message to the headquarters to sell the armor immediately. Lortel mentions she has a carrier pigeon in her room, her direct line to her forces at the headquarters, but she knows Elte is expecting that. He's probably planning to capture her tonight and force the traitors to confess. Ed stays silent for a moment, his eyes shadowed as he thinks through the final steps. He looks at her, his voice low and commanding. "Listen carefully, Lortel." He tells her that from this point on, she has to stay hidden and let absolutely nobody see her. He tells her to send an empty carriage toward the Arkan Mountains to bait Elte's trackers away from the school. Lortel asks what will happen to her, and Ed tells her about his incomplete hut in the northern forest. He'll send the pigeon for her, all he needs to write is "sell right now," and her allies will handle the rest. He looks at her with an intensity that makes her heart skip a beat. He grabs her shoulders, his bloody hands a stark contrast to her clean uniform. He tells her he'll take care of the guards outside and run to her room to send the message while she escapes to the woods. Lortel watches him, her green eyes filled with wonder. He's handling matters like a veteran merchant, with perfect harmony and zero wasted time. Ed scolds her, asking if she's really in her senses because she's acting completely out of character. She looks at him, her voice a whisper as she calls his name. She asks him the one question she can't calculate. "Why on earth are you helping me so much?" Ed pauses, the blood dripping down his face as he looks at her one last time. He admits that being asked that so suddenly is a bit much. "For no reason?" He echoes her thought, but then he shakes his head. "I just feel like I should." It's the most honest, non-merchant answer she's ever heard. He turns his back on her, heading toward the danger as Lortel watches his silhouette disappear. She's left alone in the corridor, the silence of the building pressing in on her. The rain continues to lash against the large stained glass windows, reflecting the storm inside her heart. Lortel slides down the wall, dropping to the floor as her legs finally give out. Her chest is tight, her breath coming in short, ragged huffs, as she realizes her heart is beating like a drum. She wonders if it's the sound of the fight between Alice and Taylor on the floors above. No, it's coming from someplace much closer. Is it a fight on the first floor? She realizes the truth, and she can't believe it at all. The sound she's hearing is her own heartbeat. For the first time in her life, she's feeling something that gold can't buy. Outside, the storm is at its peak, the forest swaying in the violent wind. Ed reaches the back door, but he's not alone. A voice calls out, surprised to see young Master Ed coming out of the shadows. It's Shenny, the maid in charge of dishes, her eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light as she draws her blade. Ed looks at the last obstacle standing between him and the room, feeling a bit disappointed. He wipes the blood from his mouth, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. The final curtain is falling on Awfulus Hall, and the power levels are reaching their peak. Elris, the headmaid, taps into the building's defensive magic circles, her eyes glowing with lethal intent. She's a beast in combat, her sword skills rivaling the top students of the warrior department while she layers magic over every strike. Not only is she a master maid, but she's also capable of intermediate magic, making her a nightmare for anyone trying to reach the 5th floor. That is the headmaid Elris, the final shield of the elite dorms, and a true veteran of the Academy's hidden power. Nevertheless, she's up against something she can't calculate. Taylor charges forward, his wooden sword glowing with the light of a true protagonist. Despite all her skill and magic, she could not beat our boy Taylor, the man destined to win. Why? Because in this world, Taylor is the protagonist, and the hero always finds a way to break through the final boss. The two clash in a blinding explosion of sparks, the veteran's experience meeting the hero's raw potential head-on. Act 2, Chapter 3. The final battle against headmaid Elris. The climax of the riot is finally here. A blade flashes through the air, cutting through the shadows of the hallway as the struggle reaches its end. The steel glints in the red light of the emergency runes, signaling the fall of the 5th floor's ruler. But down at the back exit, our boy Ed is facing his own personal hell against Maid Shenny, who is determined to stop him at any cost. The rain is pouring through the shattered windows as Ed stands his ground, looking like a ghost in his blood-soaked shirt. Our boy is running on empty. He's almost out of mana, with only enough left to cast basic magic maybe 2 or 3 more times. Shenny lunges, her movement a blur of purple mana as she tries to end this fight in a single strike. Shenny is relentless, her attacks coming from every angle as she tries to pin Ed against the wreckage. She's shocked when Ed anticipates her moves, her eyes wide as he slips past her guard like he can see the future. Ed knows her pattern perfectly. Her first strike is always a low stab aimed right between the abdomen and the thigh. He stomps his foot down, pinning her blade to the floor before it can even get close to his vitals. It wasn't about his reaction speed, it was about pure foresight from his days playing the game. Shenny panics, realizing her hidden daggers and leg-mounted blades are being neutralized by a guy who looks like he's about to faint. She tries to reset, but Ed is already in her personal space, his eyes cold and focused. He raises his hand, the green glow of a wind blade forming in his palm for a point-blank blast. Echoes through the corridor as the wind pressure sends Shenny flying back into the stone wall. She groans, her back hitting the floor hard as she gasps for air, completely overwhelmed by Ed's efficiency. But her eyes flare with a purple light. She's got one more trick up her sleeve, a privilege granted only to the twin maids. Ability share. Once a day, the twins can share a skill, allowing her to tap into her sister's power from floors away. She uses Kelly's low-ranking telekinesis magic, grabbing a discarded sword and hurling it at Ed through the air. The sword flies with a zing, cutting through the air like a guided missile toward our exhausted MC. Ed barely reacts, the blade grazing his shoulder as he tries to keep his footing on the slick floor. Shenny smirks, her purple eyes glowing as she prepares to send another wave of weapons his way. But her smile disappears when she realizes Ed didn't even try to dodge the last one properly. He was closing the gap. Ed lunges forward, grabbing her arm and pinning her against the floor before she can cast another spell. Shenny's magic isn't as sophisticated as her sister's. It was a desperate move that left her wide open for a counterattack. The sword only managed to cause a small amount of bleeding, a price Ed was more than willing to pay to end this. He slams his knee into her chest. The impact sends her head spinning, her telekinesis failing as the weapons clatter harmlessly to the ground. Ed stands over her, his silhouette illuminated by the moon, looking like the very monster he's supposed to be playing. Shenny screams in frustration, realizes she's been defeated in less than a minute by a guy who's barely standing. She cries out that she can't disappoint Miss Elris, her voice trembling as she begs Ed to get out of her way. Ed just looks down at her, his voice a low, cold whisper. Elris will lose. Shenny is furious, asking him what the hell he could possibly know about the woman who saved her. She screams about how much Elris has suffered and how many orphans she's saved from the streets. Upstairs, Elris unleashes a final, desperate burst of magic, the room turning into a vortex of purple energy. She roars, asking if Ed has any idea of the lives she's been protecting with her greed. Shenny whispers, "Honestly, I was one of them." Her eyes filled with tears as she reveals her loyalty is built on gratitude. Ed's internal thoughts are blunt. He doesn't know Elris's personal backstory because the game didn't care about the extras. To the game system, Elris was just a tool, and to Shenny, she was a goddess who provided everything. A massive explosion rocks the building, the fifth floor detonating as Taylor delivers the finishing blow to the headmaid. The hero's light completely consumes Elris's shadows, the impact sending debris flying into the night sky. Shenny watches the flash, her heart breaking, as she realizes her savior has truly been defeated. Everything she worked for, every cent they saved for the orphans, is disappearing in a cloud of smoke and fire. The fire roars through the upper windows of Ophelis Hall, a signal that the occupation is officially over. Ed stares at the flames, thinking to himself that Shenny and Elris really don't know the whole truth. Even though he heard their tragic story, he has to be honest with himself. That's none of my business. He pushes past the guilt, because survival doesn't leave room for other people's tragedies. Shenny is sobbing now, her voice breaking as she calls Ed's name, unable to believe he would side with someone like Lortel. She collapses in the rain, her will to fight completely gone as her world of family burns above her. The lobby is filled with thick, black smoke as the structural integrity of the hall begins to fail. It's a shame, but Ed really didn't know anything about the extras' storylines, and in a world like this, ignorance is a weapon. He asks himself what they expected him to do when he didn't even know they existed until tonight. In the first place, he's not the hero of this story. He's just a guy trying not to die. He stands over the defeated maid, his hand reaching out for the door, his eyes cold and unwavering. There are many stories in this world that were never meant to be shown, buried under the main questline. What's the point in weighing the damage of this riot against the good things Elris did in the past? Only people living privileged, fulfilling lives have the luxury of making philosophical choices and debating who's in the right. To those living in the dirt, there is no right or wrong. There is only the next meal and the next day. Ed's goal has never changed since he woke up in this body, and it's not to save the world or the orphans. He looks up at the sky, the rain washing the blood from his face, a small, tired smirk appearing on his lips. Ed shatters a window on the upper floor, leaping into Lortel's personal study to finish the job. He lands in the middle of the room, panting, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the war outside. His eyes scan the room, looking for the one thing that can end Elte's reign of gold. The room is filled with luxurious furniture and expensive decorations, all perfectly arranged. Her desk is covered in papers, but everything is in its right place, arranged with obsessive necessity. The books are angled without a single error. It's so Lortel that it almost makes him smile. He finds the cage in the corner, the carrier pigeon cooing softly, unaware of the message it's about to carry. Ed grabs a pen and a piece of paper, his hand shaking as he writes the final command. Elte is in Sylvania. It will take him 3 days to return. Sell all the equipment that you have secured." He releases the bird through the window, watching it disappear into the rainy night sky like a bullet. That homing pigeon isn't just carrying a message, it's returning to the headquarters to take Elta's head. By the time the Golden King realizes what's happened, his entire fortune will be gone, and his power will be dust. Ed limps away from the building, his body finally starting to give out as the pain endurance starts to wear off. He knows these wounds will recover quickly given his past experience, but for now, every step feels like walking on glass. Without the help of Janica and Jix, Lortel would have ended up on a merciless path of failure tonight. But now, the empty carriage she commanded has escaped outside of Akan Island, leading Elty's hunters on a wild goose chase. Elty won't stay still. Even if he catches the coachman and beats a confession out of him, it'll be too late. The moon peeks through the clouds as the carrier pigeon reaches the mainland, signaling the end of the Golden King. The letter will cause the absolute downfall of Elte, and Lortel will be the one left standing at the top. If everything goes according to his plan, Lortel should be waiting for him at his cabin in the woods. He sees a hooded figure standing by his campfire, the orange glow reflecting off her cloak. Lortel turns around, mocking him slightly, asking if he came all this way just to see her. What a kind boy. Ed freezes, a look of realization hitting him. He's been way too complacent about who Lortel really is. He sees the glint of a dagger in her hand, the blue light of the fire reflecting off the steel. This is the Golden Daughter, Lortel. The only people who knew she was behind the riot are the 5 people she bribed. With Elte gone and Elris defeated, Lortel could easily wipe the slate clean and start fresh. She could bribe a villain with money, but Edroth Taylor is a variable she can't control. He's a variable that couldn't be bought with money, and in her world that makes him a loose end. In a remote place in the forest where no one can see, Ed is the only witness to her perfect crime. If she gets rid of him now, her rise to power will be absolute and unquestioned. The essence of Lortel Ketchuln is darkness. She's a creature who takes what she wants and discards the rest. She is a wicked person who would take advantage of anyone and throw them away the second they're no longer useful. Ed grits his teeth, telling himself he has to do his best if he wants to live through this romantic meeting. But his body fails him, and he collapses forward, falling right toward the girl with the knife. The blade flashes through the air, cutting through the silence of the forest with a sharp zip. Ed closes his eyes, expecting the cold bite of steel against his throat. Instead, he hears the sound of fabric tearing. Lortel has used the knife to cut a strip from her own expensive cloak. She catches him, her voice soft and genuinely worried as she scolds him for getting hurt to this extent. She starts wrapping the cloth around his wounds, her hands steady as she works to stop the bleeding. She helps him toward the fire, telling him she already lit the campfire since it finally stopped raining. She looks at him with a tender, glowing smile, whispering that they should warm up first. The morning after the fire, everything is quiet in the northern forest. Ed asks if the plan worked, and Lortel just smirks. She's the merchant princess. Of course it did. She reveals that she even got the coachman to risk his life for her. Ed's a bit suspicious, wondering if she used some dark merchant magic or took the guy's family hostage to get that kind of loyalty. Lortel laughs it off, telling Ed that she's now officially one of the top powers within the LT company. She leans in with a playful look, asking our boy if he realizes how incredible it is that a golden daughter like her now owes him a massive debt. She's fishing for a compliment, wondering if he's feeling the pressure yet. Ed just stares at his campfire, completely unimpressed. Lortel pouts, calling his reaction totally lame while he focuses on the practical stuff. But underneath that cool exterior, Lortel is wearing a genuine smile she usually saves for nobody. She whispers a sincere thank you to Ed, her voice soft in the morning air. She tells him she'll never forget what he did for her, and in Lortel's world that's a bigger promise than any contract signed in gold. Ed doesn't miss a beat, telling her to just make sure he gets those 20 gold coins she promised him on time. Lortel just giggles, finding his blunt honesty refreshing compared to the snakes she usually deals with. The mood shifts as Lortel asks if Ed still has loose ends to tie up, specifically asking if he's worried about the former headmaid, Elris. She says she'll handle the Elris situation herself. Instead, she wants to know about Senior Janica. Ed admits they're close and calls Janica a great person who's always considerate and good-hearted. He asks Lortel what's up, not noticing the slight jealousy flashing in the merchant's eyes. Lortel goes quiet, the shadow of her hood hiding her face. She admits to herself that unlike Janica, she's not that nice of a person. She's a creature of the dark, and she knows it. Meanwhile, back at the wreckage of Ophelis Hall, the building is a total disaster, the walls cracked and the luxury dorms looking like a war zone. The Golden King, Elty, received a sudden report during the chaos and rushed out. He's lost all interest in the academy now that his bank account is bleeding out. Ziggs was having a hard time holding off the mercenaries earlier, thinking the situation was getting out of hand. However, things took a turn when the real power arrived. Ziggs realizes he doesn't need to fight the mercenaries anymore. He needs to stop his own allies before they kill someone. Janica was looking worried at first, but then something inside her snapped. As the battle raged, her spirits grew exponentially stronger, fueled by her rage over Ed getting hurt. Ziggs realizes he has to stop her before there are actual casualties. He cautiously approaches her, asking if she's angry. There's a long, terrifying silence as Janica stares into the distance. She turns with a blood-chilling smile and glowing red eyes, whispering that no, she's not angry at all. That's the scariest thing Ziggs has ever heard. Back in the present, Ed is wearing Ziggs's spare uniform because his own was shredded during the fight. Ziggs fills him in on the aftermath. The poor student Willain has taken all the blame for the attack, and Elris is currently being interrogated by the Academy. Elris isn't talking, but the damage is done. Lortel was successfully prevented from being caught, keeping her in the game. Ed realizes that since Elte hasn't retaliated yet, the operation was a total success. Now, they just have to wait for the final news of their victory to break. Ed stretches out by his cabin, realizing he lost a lot of valuable grind time during this whole incident. His body is still sore from the beating he took, so he decides to take it easy and focus on some slower work for a bit. Our guy checks his life skills. He's officially an intermediate craftsman now, with his woodworking and handicraft stats hitting new peaks. He notices his advanced production slots are empty, and filling them is his new top priority if he wants to survive the next act. He's looking at his empty slots like a pro gamer looking at a fresh skill tree. He's already decided on his next moves: spiritual infusion and magic engineering. These skills are the meta for survival, letting him combine elemental power with his crafting. Spiritual infusion is the real prize. You get it automatically once you make a contract with a spirit. It allows him to produce gear that literally contains elemental magic, like daggers that burn or balls that trap mana. As he's planning his next grind, Janica shows up, greeting him with her usual bubbly energy. Ed asks if she's skipping class, and she admits she's just here to enjoy the breeze, since her head hurts. She asks if he got hurt helping her, and Ed lies through his teeth with a no way. Janica smiles, looking relieved, but you can tell she isn't totally buying it. She awkwardly asks how Lortel is doing. Ed tells her she's just resting in the cabin, and Janica's face turns into a sour "I don't like this" expression as she squats on a rock. Inside the hut, Lortel is staring at the sunlight, realizing that even though the riot is over, she still has a mountain of work to do. She needs to win back the head-maid Elris and start laying the groundwork to purchase that legendary grimoire. She's been stuck in this cabin for 3 days, waiting for a reply from headquarters, and the boredom is starting to get to her. It's frustrating being trapped, but she admits to herself that she doesn't feel too bad about it, because being with Ed Roth-Taylor makes her feel different. She watches through the window as Ed chops wood, his dedication to the grind never wavering. His unconditional goodwill and trust make her feel like she's snugged up in a fluffy bed, a feeling she's never had in her cutthroat life. For most people, that kind of trust is natural, but for Lortel, it's a miracle. She's lived her whole life on a cold, distant path. Now, this feeling is more precious to her than all the gold in her vaults. She's already decided she isn't giving him up to anyone else, especially not to that person, Janica. She watches the two of them interact outside, and the jealousy starts to simmer. She thinks about Janica's perfect life, receiving love from everyone around her. To Lortel, a relationship built on trust must be so common for Janica. She fumes, thinking that if Janica has so much already, she should at least leave Ed for her. Otherwise, the only thing left is to fight dirty, and Lortel is a master of the low blow. She smirks, realizes that spending 3 days alone with Ed in this cabin is a massive advantage she can use to her benefit. Her first idea is pure merchant logic. What if I just bury this cabin in gold coins? She immediately shoots it down, realizing Ed probably wouldn't care, plus she's actually a bit short on liquid cash after the coup. She considers helping with his tuition instead, trying to find a natural way to buy his heart. She tries practicing a tsundere act, blushing as she tells an imaginary Ed that she's only helping because he's her upperclassman. She immediately bangs her head against the wall, realize how cringe she's being. Her number of relationship stat is a big fat 0, and it shows. Suddenly, a voice from behind her asks if she can move over. Lortel turns around, confused, only to hear someone tell her she's in their spot. It's the tiny genius mage, Lucy! She's just wandered into the cabin, yawning like she didn't just walk into a secret hideout. Lortel is baffled as Lucy crawls into a corner, claiming it's the best place because the sun shines there. Lortel can't believe this girl's lack of boundaries. Ed opens the door, apologizing for waking Lortel up. He realizes Lucy just came here to hide out and sleep again. Lortel stares at him with a dead-inside expression, as Ed tells her she can just relax like it's her own home. Lortel asks if Lucy comes by the camp often. Ed just sighs, telling her he thinks of the tiny mage as a natural disaster that you just have to live with. But Lortel notices there's one more person. She looks out the window, realizing there's still plenty of time for her to make her move. The winner will be decided in 3 days. The sun rises on the second morning of Lortel's cabin life. She peeks through the window, greeting Ed with a bright, "Hello, senior." Janica is already there, greeting her back with a smile that's a little too cheerful to be real. Lortel's mood tanks instantly. She just wanted some alone time with Ed, but Janica is acting like the permanent camp hostess. Lortel's eye twitches as she watches them together. Even Lucy is there, sprawled out on the ground like a rug. Lortel realized her romantic sanctuary has turned into a crowded daycare. This definitely isn't the alone time she was hoping for. Ed wipes the sweat from his brow, finally finishing a major project he's been working on for days. Ed is cooking some skewers, and Lortel notices a unique scent. She correctly guesses that he added basil to the meat. Ed is impressed by her sharp sense of smell. They eat together by the new fireplace. Lortel says things are going as planned at the academy, but Ed warns her not to let her guard down just yet. Lortel looks at him, her eyes soft, mentioning she needs to pay him back thoroughly because she's a merchant. She asks if there's anything else he wants besides just the cash. Ed thinks about it. Maybe construction materials? Then he gets a better idea. He asks for leftover magically engineered goods. He tells her she can let him know after she checks her inventory, but she already knows everything she has by heart. Ed turns to Janica, telling her he has a favor to ask her too. Janica is so surprised she nearly chokes on her skewer. He tells her he wants to learn more about spirit magic and make a contract with a low-ranking spirit. He asks if she can help him with that. Janica puffs out her chest with pride, declaring that she'll be Ed's master and will have him contracting mid-rank spirits in no time. She starts the first lesson, holding out a small bird spirit and asking Ed if he can see its sensitivity. The bird complains that Ed can't hear anything. Ed concentrates and manages to hear a vague whisper. Janica is impressed, saying he needs to raise his resonance higher to understand them fully, but his growth is already fast. The bird spirit is shocked, pointing out that Ed spends all his time building cabins and hunting. When the hell does he have time to train in magic? Janica claps her hands together with a bright akakak laugh, totally ignoring her spirit's complaints. Ed asks what she heard, but Janica just looks nervous, realizing her spirits are gossiping about Ed's daily life reports. Lortel cuts in, asking if they're finished with their little talk so they can get back to the merchant business. She tells Ed she has way more magic items than she thought and can provide plenty. Ed asks for the lowest possible price, suggesting she take it out of the 20 gold coins she owes him. Lortel laughs, telling him that those items are practically dead assets anyway, so she'd be happy to give them to him for free. But then her eyes flash with a predatory green light. She says she'll sell them as cheap as possible, but in exchange, Ed has to visit her store once every 3 days. That way they can drink and chat while he picks up his supplies. Janica is fuming, shouting that she should just give them for free since Ed helped her so much. Lortel just smiles, saying it goes against her work ethic as a merchant. Janica calls her a liar, realize Lortel is just making excuses to force Ed into regular dates. Ed doesn't care about the drama. He's just hyped that he can finally start learning magic engineering and spirit magic at the same time. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, surprised to see Lortel here in the woods. The atmosphere turns serious instantly. Someone has arrived, and they apologize for the sudden intrusion. It's Belle Maya, the new head maid. She looks troubled, telling them she's brought some unfortunate news. Even in a world filled with magic and monsters, some things never change, like the fact that gossip spreads faster than a wildfire. Janica's friend Clara leans in close, her face tight with worry, as she prepares to spill a top secret that literally everyone already knows. She whispers directly into Belle Maya's ear, making it sound like she's uncovering a national conspiracy rather than just school drama. Clara drops the bombshell. She's figured out that Janica actually has feelings for the school's most notorious thug, Ed Roth Taylor. Belle Maya just stares back with those cold, golden eyes, wondering if she even needs to pretend to be shocked by something so incredibly obvious. While they hang up the laundry, Clara rants about how she doesn't understand what Janica sees in him, though she admits Ed's reputation has been getting a bit better lately. Clara clutches her head in frustration because lately, Janica hasn't just been thinking about him, she's been saying another girl's name constantly. Lortel Cahelland. The mere mention of the merchant princess makes Janica look like a vengeful spirit sitting at the head of a table, radiating pure jealousy. Clara worries that in the game of love, Janica is falling behind because Ed is so dense he doesn't even notice the way she looks at him. She wonders if Ed is just a stubborn jerk or if he was born without a heart, but Belle calmly suggests that maybe he's just too busy surviving to care about romance. Clara gets the literal chills just imagining Ed surrounded by girls, while Belle keeps her stoic professional mask firmly in place. Later, Belle looks at the trio gathered at the forest camp and sees them for what they really are, starting with Lortel, the feisty stray cat waiting for her chance to strike. Then there's Janica, the innocent kitten who's currently trembling like she's standing right in front of a hungry tiger. And then there's Lucy, who is, well, she's just a cat, napping on the roof without a single care in the entire world. Belle sighs, rubbing her temples as she tells Ed that just looking at this chaotic group is enough to make her head spin. Lortel narrows her eyes, cutting through the small talk to ask what message Belle actually came here to deliver. The atmosphere gets heavy as Belle reveals she has a direct message specifically for Lady Lortel. It's a letter from Elris, the former headmaid, who led the riot and is now facing the consequences of her failure. As night falls, the crackling campfire becomes the only light in the deep darkness of the northern forest. The flames dance between the rocks, signaling the end of one conflict and the beginning of a much deeper mystery. With the day over, Janica heads back to the dorms while Belle carries a sleeping Lucy away, leaving Ed and Lortel alone in the quiet of the camp. The perspective shifts now, focusing on the girl who holds the academy's strings, Lortel. Ed stands by the fire, looking at his worn-out uniform and wondering if it looks too trashy now that he's had to mend it so many times. Lortel receives the final report from a homing pigeon. The Golden King has been dismissed, and his authority is completely revoked. She's won. She burns the message, watching the flames consume the evidence of her father's downfall, knowing he's too busy fighting for his life to care about Sylvania anymore. Ed asks if the Golden King might still have an ace up his sleeve, but Lortel is confident. She's already placed her trust in the next person in line for the throne. She watches the parchment curl into ash, feeling that the threat of Elris and the riot has finally been settled for good. Lortel smirks, revealing that she paid in advance to make sure the former headmaid kept her mouth shut about who was really pulling the strings. The document Belle delivered wasn't a threat, it was a detailed list of orphanages Elris had been secretly supporting her entire life. It turns out Elris worked herself to the bone for years, even as her health failed, but the school administration never bothered to listen to her. She knew that eventually, she'd be too weak to work, and the children she cared for would have no one left to protect them. In a desperate gamble, she bet her entire life on the riot, hoping to secure their future by any means necessary. To the world, Elris was a blunt, emotionless traitor who held a blade to the throat of the academy. But Lortel realizes that no one actually saw the woman behind the mask, the one who was backed into a corner with nowhere left to go. In her final moments of the riot, the cold exterior broke, revealing a woman drowning in her own tears and regret. Only those who truly knew her could understand the psychological hell she was living through. Since Lortel's victory was already a sure thing, Elris tried to jump back to her side, not with a threat, but with a plea for the kids. Ed watches Lortel closely, seeing the wheels turning in the mind of the young merchant. In the cutthroat world of merchants, sympathy is usually considered a weakness, and Lortel knows that better than anyone. If she shows a single moment of mercy or makes a mistake, the other sharks will tear her apart like a fool. But Lortel is smart. She realizes that if she takes over the sponsorship of those orphanages, she keeps Elris's secret and her own involvement buried forever. She lets out a soft laugh, deciding that there are no eternal enemies or allies in this game, only business partners. Despite her calculating nature, she actually looks relieved that she doesn't have to be the bad guy in this specific scenario. She tells Ed she'll be heading to the local branch soon to sign the official contracts and finalize her power. Ed hands her a torch, telling her it'll stay lit long enough to guide her back through the dark woods. Lortel takes the torch, but she pauses, her eyes lingering on Ed as if she's seeing him in a new light. Our boy is confused, asking what's on her mind, only for Lortel to tease him about how he's actually much taller than she realized. She thinks to herself that she might be moving too fast, but if she wants to beat Janica and win Ed's heart, she might need to do something extreme. She stares deep into his eyes, asking him if he's ever noticed something important. She reaches out and grabs his tie, claiming that human relationships are all about push and pull, just like the way his tie is currently crooked. Ed tries to play it off, saying he doesn't care about looking tidy when nobody is around to see him, but Lortel isn't letting him off the hook. Before Ed can react, she yanks the tie hard, pulling him down toward her with surprising strength. The world goes silent under the starlit sky as Lortel closes the distance between them. In the glow of the campfire, their silhouettes merge. Lortel makes her move, proving she's the ultimate predator in this forest. Their feet are inches apart as the tension in the air reaches a breaking point. Lortel pulls back with a playful, blushing smile, mentioning how nice the raspberries they had for dinner were. Ed is visibly rattled, warning her to watch the line, but Lortel just giggles, telling him he'll never be popular if he pushes back too much. She leaves him with a parting shot, promising that next time, she'll make him be the one to pull her in. She turns and disappears into the dark forest, her torch flickering like a fading star. Ed stands there in the silence, processing the fact that he just got completely played by the fox. He's been trying his best to avoid getting tangled up with the main characters of this story, but a sudden flash of magical energy deep in the woods reminds him that the world doesn't care about his plans. He covers his face, letting out a heavy sigh because, as usual, absolutely nothing is going the way he wanted it to. The stars are beautiful, and the fire is warm, but the peaceful life he envisioned is slipping through his fingers. He can feel it in his gut. The path of this story is starting to twist into something he no longer recognizes. Regardless of what he wants, the gears of fate are turning, and they're dragging him along with them. He feels a growing anxiety, as if a massive whirlpool is sucking him right into the center of the main scenario. His plan was simple: watch from the sidelines, and only act when it was absolutely necessary for his own survival. He doesn't have some grand ambition to be a hero, he just wants his diploma and to live a quiet life. But sitting alone in his cabin, he realizes that his simple plan might actually be the most difficult challenge of all. Just like that, the hot, chaotic summer comes to an end. The night sky through the cabin window is clear, but the temperature is beginning to drop. The green leaves outside start to turn into vibrant shades of orange and red. Autumn has officially arrived at Sylvania Academy, bringing a new season of trouble with it. Deep in the forest, a massive, fiery tail slams into the ground with a spirit bird chirps out the latest gossip, claiming that the firefox just kissed the young master Ed. Janica is sitting under a massive tree, surrounded by her spirits, looking like she's about to have a total meltdown. She panics, asking the spirits to clarify exactly what they saw. There's no way they actually kissed, right? The firefox spirit, Takan, adds fuel to the fire, saying it was passionate and that Lortel definitely knows how to play with a man's heart. Janica is practically vibrating with rage, demanding to know how Ed reacted to the attack. Takan explains that Ed stayed cold and distant, his expression not changing even a single bit during the whole encounter. The dragon spirit admits it was almost cringeworthy to watch how coldly Ed handled it. Janica lets out a massive sigh of relief, leaning back as she realizes Ed still hasn't been claimed by the fox. But the spirits warn her. Guys like Ed are usually great at offense, but have zero defense against girls who are persistent. Takan warns Janica that the fox is the type to get even more obsessed the more she's rejected, and if Janica doesn't act fast, Ed will be gone. The spirits start cheering her on, telling her she needs to start making her own moves when they're alone together. They tell her she needs to bring out her innocent and refreshing charm to win him over. Janica blushes deep red, her mind already racing through all the romantic scenarios she's dreamed about. She imagines something as simple as feeding him, her heart pounding just thinking about being that close to him. In her head, she's already saying, "Say ah," with a sweet, perfect smile. We see a spoon filled with soup being offered gently, but the reality is much less romantic. Ed is actually feeding Lucy inside the cabin, and he looks bored out of his mind. Lucy's eyes suddenly light up with a purple glow as she takes a bite, but not in a good way. She immediately screams that it's gross, her voice echoing through the entire forest. Ed sighs, telling her not to use other people like tasting machines, while Lucy hangs off his back, complaining about his lack of cooking skills. Ed checks his stats. He's officially an intermediate craftsman now, with his woodworking and handicraft levels climbing steadily. But the biggest problem he faces isn't lack of materials, it's lack of time. Now that school has officially started again, his time for survival grinding has been cut in half. He walks through the halls with Janica, who is happily chatting away, while he tries to balance his studies with his hobo lifestyle. He only has 5 or 6 hours a day for his own projects now, so he has to be 100% efficient with every second. He also has to make sure the game's scenario is still running correctly, which means stalking the main characters from the shadows. He watches from a distance as the important players take their places on the stage. The hero, Taylor, is training hard in the combat department, and Ed is pleased to see he's growing into his role perfectly. Ayla, the hero's support, is also doing her job, making sure the protagonist doesn't fall behind. Princess Pena is maintaining her royal grace, but Ed knows her inevitable clash with Lortel is drawing closer. He doesn't have to worry about the fourth heroine, Clarice, yet, as she won't be joining the school until next year. But Lortel is the biggest wild card. Her situation is the most unstable because of how early Ed defeated her father. Lortel waves at him in the hallway with a mischievous grin, and Ed can only wonder what kind of distortions her early victory will cause. She's still focused on taking control of the Sage's seal, just like in the original game. Ed picks up his pace, knowing he needs to keep a closer eye on the faculty buildings as well. He looks up at the massive, imposing towers of the academy, his eyes sharp and focused. He knows that somewhere inside those walls, a new threat is brewing. He knows exactly who the final boss of Act 2 is supposed to be. A voice echoes in the darkness, confirming that someone has been pulling the strings this entire time. The man behind the Awfulest Hall occupation finally steps into the light, holding the records of everyone's failures. The shadows of the academy are deepening, and it looks like some people are finally starting to ask the right questions. Professor Glast stands in the dark, his glasses reflecting a cold light as he realizes there's a hidden player behind the recent takeover of Awfulest Hall. His assistant Claire Elfin smiles confidently. She's got a sharp intuition, and if she suspects a mastermind, she's usually right. Glast adjusts his glasses, his tone turning icy as he warns her not to lose sight of the real prize while chasing shadows. He radiates a terrifying purple aura, demanding she find the thesis on divine science by tomorrow morning, sending the poor assistant into a panicked frenzy. We shift to the faculty building of Awfulest Hall, the heart of the academy's administration and its many secrets. Inside Claire's office, the desk is buried under a mountain of reports regarding the Awfulest Hall takeover incident. Claire collapses into her chair with a heavy sigh, looking like she's about to pass out from pure exhaustion after a long night of research. Her student assistant Anis brings her more files, and Claire forces herself to focus on the names in the documents. She flips through the profiles of the involved students, including Ed and the others, wondering if she really needs to dig deeper into a case that's supposedly closed. She stares at the records, her eyes narrowing as she looks for the one thread that doesn't fit the official story. No matter how many times she reads the reports, something feels completely off, like the pieces of the puzzle were forced together. And every single suspicious trail leads back to one person, the fallen noble, Ed Roth Taylor. The scene shifts to the LT Merchant Association, where Lortel is greeting Ed with a playful, apologetic smile. The association's Sylvania branch is a massive, wealthy building that stands as a testament to Lortel's new power. Ed is sitting at a luxury table, looking a bit out of place in his simple clothes, while Lortel teases him about his usual work attire. Lortel has clearly dressed up today, looking stunning in a formal outfit, and she twirls a bit, asking Ed how she looks. Our guy is as dense as a rock, focused only on the business at hand, and wondering why she'd bother dressing up for a simple meeting. Lortel just laughs it off, hiding a slight blush as she realizes Ed doesn't have a clue that he's the important appointment she dressed up for. She asks about his cabin progress, and when Ed mentions he can't afford her high-end furniture, she gets a mischievous glint in her eyes. She claims her merchant ethics prevent her from giving away items for free, but we all know she's about to find a loophole. She suddenly unleashes a burst of blue magic. Ed jumps back in shock as she casually declares the chair unsellable because it's now damaged, meaning she'll just have to throw it away tomorrow. Ed takes a slow sip of his tea, realizing he just got a free luxury chair through the most aggressive display of customer service he's ever seen. Lortel stares at him with those sharp green eyes, her smile turning a bit more serious and genuine. She's frustrated by his lack of reaction, wondering how it's possible for someone to remain so calm when she's clearly trying to get his attention. She reaches out, her hand hovering near his, the tension in the room suddenly shooting through the roof. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper as she admits that she's tired of playing games. The memory of their moment in the forest flashes back, the night she made her winning move and pulled him in for that kiss. She asks him point blank if he even sees her as a woman, because she definitely sees him as a man. She admits that all the help she's giving him comes with ulterior motives. She's not just being nice, she's trying to claim him. Ed stays quiet, and Lortel realizes she's not going to get an answer today, but she's used to the long game. She knows that she just needs to be patient. She leans back with a smirk, telling him that someday he won't be able to contain himself around her anymore. Lortel's seductive smile never wavers, whether she's winning a corporate war or losing her heart to a forest hobo. But inside, her hand is trembling, proving that even the world's best merchant can't hide her feelings forever. The next morning, the academy is bright and sunny as the autumn leaves continue to fall over the central fountains. Janica is standing ready, holding her staff high as she prepares to lead Ed's training session. She's full of energy, excitedly announcing that it's time for Ed to take the first step into the world of spirit magic. She summons a ball of swirling fire, the heat radiating off her palm as she demonstrates the core of her power. She asks Ed to focus his mana and try to form a connection with the elemental world. Ed nods, his expression turning intense as he prepares to link his soul to a spirit for the very first time. A massive burst of orange light erupts between his hands, the flames spiraling upward with incredible force. The light is blinding, a sign that Ed's latent potential for magic is much higher than anyone expected. From the center of the flames, a tiny voice calls out, formally greeting young Master Ed. Meet Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. He looks like a tiny winged catbat, but he sounds like he just finished basic training. Mug starts rattling off a list of qualifications, explaining how he topped the interviews and cleared the Spirit Council's rigorous vetting process. He's incredibly proud of his high magic efficiency and his record-breaking performance in the Northern Woods. Mug vows to set his very heart on fire to serve Ed, radiating a tough guy energy that is hilarious given his tiny size. Ed remembers the game Sylvania's failed Swordmaster and how spirit contracts were supposed to work. In the game, getting a spirit-type skill was usually a big deal for any build. He remembers the spirits in the game being friendly and supportive, laughing and joking with the players. They were supposed to form deep, emotional bonds that made the player feel like they had a true companion. He looks at Mug and realizes this is definitely not the vibe he was expecting from a low-rank spirit. Ed asks why the spirit is so strict, and Janica explains that she handpicked him for his insane efficiency. She admits there was a teeny-tiny complicated selection process involved in choosing Ed's partner. The truth is, Janica's high-rank fire dragon, Tarkin, acted like a drill sergeant, literally roasting the candidates until only the toughest one was left. Janica nervously hands Mug over to Ed, hoping the little guy isn't too intense for him. Ed holds Mug, feeling a gentle, steady heat radiating into his palms, a sign of a perfect spirit connection. He asks if he can control the firepower, and Janica giggles, saying it sounds weird to treat a spirit like a piece of machinery. But Ed's eyes are sparkling with pure joy as he realizes the survival potential of his new partner. While Mug is screaming about taking orders, Ed is just thinking that he finally has a portable heater that doesn't need batteries. Ed's stats update: Mug is officially in the spirit slot, granting him Blessing of Recovery and a massive buff to his fire magic. Our boy is officially a skilled magic student now, finally unlocking the ability to learn intermediate-level spells. Ed is genuinely happy, telling Janica this is the ultimate survival tool because it doesn't even consume firewood. Janica starts rambling about all the extra lessons she wants to give him, clearly just looking for more excuses to spend time together. She catches herself and covers her mouth, her face turning red as she realizes she's being a bit too obvious. Ed just looks at her, completely missing the romantic tension as usual. Janica tries to act cool and busy, claiming people are queuing up for her lessons, even though she's actually free all day. In her head, her spirits and her friend Clara are screaming at her to use push-and-pull tactics to make Ed work for her attention. She tells him it's a lot to ask for her to teach him spirit magic for free, trying to sound chic and detached. Ed's face falls, and he immediately apologizes for taking her kindness for granted. He starts digging through his pockets, offering to pay her for her time since he knows he's been a burden. Janica freaks out, screaming at him to save his money because she knows he's struggling to survive in the woods. Ed is completely baffled, pointing out that she was the one who just asked for compensation a second ago. Janica is on the verge of tears, her push-and-pull plan having backfired into a total disaster. She admits that Clara told her she was too generous, but Ed just smiles and says she has a good friend. Janica looks down, her heart heavy with words she still hasn't found the courage to say. She looks up at him with a shy, longing expression, whispering that she's only this generous with him. She quickly changes the subject, telling him they'll meet at the combat training ground next time. She waves as she runs off to her morning class, promising to bring him some rare magic accessories. Ed waves back, still holding his tiny fire spirit and wondering why the girls at this academy are all so complicated. Later that night, a new notification pops up. Ed has finally mastered the advanced skill, magic engineering. He's back at his desk, analyzing the supplies Lortel gave him and feeling like he's finally becoming a powerhouse. He tests a simple ignition spell on his fireplace, the wood catching fire instantly with a satisfying whoosh. He realizes he has the perfect cycle now. If he runs out of fuel, he uses Mug. If he runs out of mana, he uses the fireplace. For the first time since transmigrating, Ed feels like his living environment is finally stable and secure. A small, genuine smile crosses his face as he feels a massive weight being lifted off his shoulders. He looks out the window, surprised to see how late it's gotten while he was focused on his new skills. He decides he needs to head out and check the traps he set in the deeper part of the forest. It's pitch black outside, and Ed admits he probably should have waited until morning, but his survival instincts won't let him rest. Meanwhile, Professor Claire is wandering through the same dark woods, her intuition telling her she's close to finding the truth. She thinks about the riot, and how only Ed and Taylor were outsiders, and since Taylor is too simple, that only leaves Ed as the mastermind. She wanders deeper, wondering why anyone would be out here in the middle of the night unless they were up to something sinister. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with horror as she sees something moving in the shadows. She sees the bloody head of a dead animal, the crimson fluid staining the dark ground. She gasps, her breath hitching in her throat as she realizes she stumbled onto a crime scene. She looks up and sees a dark figure. It's Ed, dragging a heavy, blood-stained rope while carrying a limp body on his shoulder. The scene is gruesome, with blood dripping from the prey Ed just caught, looking exactly like a cold-blooded murder. Claire is trembling, her mind racing as she realizes the body on his shoulder is actually the tiny Lucy Merrill. She knows that even a powerhouse like the principal would struggle against Lucy, yet here Ed is, carrying her like she's nothing. She thinks Ed has somehow defeated or kidnapped the Academy's strongest mage, Lucy Merrill. Claire's gut feeling screams that she was right. She's finally found the monster behind all the chaos. She stares at the silhouette of the man she now believes is a serial killer. She recognizes the silver hair instantly. There's no doubt about it. Ed has kidnapped the Academy's strongest student, Lucy Merrill. Claire adjusts her glasses, actually feeling proud of her detective skills for uncovering a crime that isn't even happening. A thick cloud of smoke billows from the cabin's chimney, adding to the ominous vibe Claire's brain is inventing. She peers out from behind a tree, seeing Ed standing over the body of a massive deer and holding the unconscious Lucy. The rope tied around the animal's legs looks like a torture device in the flickering firelight, and Claire's horror only grows. Ed dumps Lucy into her usual napping spot and heads inside, leaving the tiny mage alone for a split second. He thinks to himself that he's got way too much on his plate and needs to get some sleep before the morning grind starts. Claire waits for the door to click shut, her eyes narrowed with determination as she prepares for a daring rescue mission. She creeps toward Lucy's napping spot, her feet barely making a sound on the grass as she moves in to save the victim. She reaches out, her hand trembling as she prepares to grab Lucy and run as fast as her legs will carry her. A massive shockwave of magical energy explodes from Lucy. Claire's glasses nearly fly off her face as she gasps in pure shock. She didn't expect the hostage to fight back like this. Lucy sits up, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light, and demands to know who's interrupting her precious sleep. Claire stammers, trying to explain that she's the assistant professor, but the defensive barrier around Lucy is still humming with lethal power. The poor professor realizes she's way out of her league, her eyes wide with the realization that Lucy wasn't a hostage, she was just taking a nap. Lucy just rolls over and goes back to sleep, leaving Claire standing there in the middle of the camp feeling like a total idiot. From inside the cabin, Ed's eyes narrow as he hears a noise outside. He's always on guard in this dangerous forest. Lucy cracks one eye open, sensing Ed's presence, and decides she doesn't care about the weird lady in glasses as long as there's no beef jerky involved. A massive pillar of purple light erupts into the sky as Lucy decides she's done with this spot and teleports away in a huff. The magical flare illuminates the entire camp, leaving Claire standing alone in the silence, wondering if she just hallucinated the whole thing. She stares at the pile of wood where Lucy was just lying, her mind spinning with more questions than answers. But despite the disaster, her brain doubles down. She's convinced Ed is a mastermind who's even managed to control a monster like Lucy. Later that night, Claire slams a recording orb onto Professor Glast's desk, her voice shaking with evidence of Ed's villainy. She demands to know if Glast remembers Ed Roth Taylor, the student who was kicked out for being a talentless cheater. Glast doesn't even look up from his book, coldly stating that he doesn't bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Claire starts rambling about Ed overpowering Lucy, her story becoming more disorganized and frantic by the second. She activates the recording orb, showing a scene where she used illegal memory magic to spy on the events at Ophilus Hall. Glast tells her to prepare a written apology for using unauthorized magic, but Claire ignores him, begging him to just look at the footage. The recording shows Ed sitting in the shadows of the hall, looking every bit like a cold-blooded villain orchestrating a massacre. Claire points at the screen, shouting that Ed is striking the perfect mastermind pose, and that his eyes are full of calculated malice. Glast is completely unimpressed, dryly suggesting that maybe Ed was just moving a sleeping girl instead of kidnapping a high-tier mage. A heavy silence fills the office as Glast stares at Claire, clearly wondering how she ever got a job as a professor. He kicks her out, telling her to just bring the apology letter and stop wasting his time with her wild fan fiction. But as the door closes, Glast's eyes linger on the recording for just a split second longer than they should have. He thinks about the official files. They say Ed tried to stop the hero's party but was defeated in an instant. The hero Taylor and the alchemist Alvira are natural-born talents, the kind of students Glast actually respects. In Glast's mind, there's no way someone as ordinary as Ed could have stalled those two unless it was a total fluke. He narrows his eyes, his cold, analytical mind dismissing Ed once again. Talent is everything to Glast, and Ed supposedly has none. The recording orb glows one last time, capturing the shadow of the boy who is secretly breaking the game's logic. A massive explosion rips through the forest clearing, sending dirt and smoke flying everywhere. A gleaming blade is shoved into the earth, the steel humming with the residual energy of a powerful fire spell. Ed has done it. He's successfully crafted the ceremonial dagger explosion, his first high-tier magic item. He holds the glowing dagger, feeling a surge of pride as he realizes his survival skills are finally reaching an elite level. He analyzes the spirit formula, noting that the more he uses this gear, the more efficient his mana consumption will become. His fire spirit, Mug, starts celebrating with a high-pitched military song, acting like Ed just conquered an entire nation. Ed immediately shuts him down, grabbing the tiny spirit by the wings and telling him to stop being so loud before he attracts unwanted attention. Mug starts crying comically, begging for forgiveness, and asking Ed to list his sins so he can reflect on his failures. The tiny spirit looks up with big, watery eyes, looking more like a rejected puppy than a hardcore soldier. Ed sighs, telling the little guy to just drop the formalities and act normal. His authoritarian villain reputation is causing too many headaches. He thinks about how low-ranking spirits usually have to work their way up the food chain by serving powerful mages. He understands why they'd flock to someone like Janica, but he still doesn't get why Mug is acting like Ed is a god. He asks Mug if Janica promised him something special for serving him, because the spirit's loyalty feels way too good to be true. Mug hesitates, and Ed tells him to just spit it out. They're going to be partners for a long time, so no more secrets. Mug wails that his loyalty isn't just about respect, it's about his filthy ambition for success and ranking up as fast as possible. He explains that being near Ed and receiving Janica's refined magic allows him to grow at twice the speed of a normal spirit. Plus, he heard rumors that Ed is a terrifying tyrant who hates losers, so he was just trying to stay on his good side. Mug keeps sobbing, complaining about how the high-ranking spirits are mean and defensive just because they were born earlier. Ed tells him to go easy on himself. They're both just trying to survive in this crazy world, and Mug can act however he wants. Our boy realizes that while his combat skills are still growing slowly, his physical condition is another story. He slams his axe into a log with a powerful crack, his movements sharp and efficient after months of manual labor. His physical stamina has skyrocketed. He's no longer a weak noble, but a man with the build of a seasoned survivor. His storage is finally stocked with meat and spices, no more sleeping in the dirt on an empty stomach for him. He spends his nights cramming for classes, using his pro-gamer discipline to memorize complex magical theories through sheer effort. Every day is a forced march, a relentless grind to stay ahead of the game's deadly plot. His eyes flutter shut as he drifts off for a rare moment of rest, feeling that his circumstances are finally looking up. He blinks, seeing Janica standing over him with a worried look on her face. She tells him to snap out of it and stop overdoing it, warning him that he needs to value his health as much as his grind. Ed apologizes, admitting he was just deep in thought, while Janica fusses over him like a concerned wife. But he can't relax. He needs to stay focused, because the world is starting to tilt on its axis. He received 3 letters today, one from the school, one from the merchantry, and one that makes his blood run cold. The 3rd letter is evidence that the story has been distorted. The timeline is shifting in a way he never expected. In the original game, Act 2 was a simple tug-of-war between the Academy and the merchants over a legendary grimoire. But because Ed caused the Golden King Elt to fall early, the power vacuum has attracted a much bigger shark. Kreppenroth Taylor, the head of Ed's family, has personally jumped into the negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire. The evil patriarch plans to use the book's forbidden magic to research eternal life, regardless of who he has to kill to get it. The problem? Kreppenroth Taylor is a final boss who shouldn't even appear until Act 4. His silhouette towers over a blood-red sky, symbolizing the absolute disaster his presence brings to the current scenario. At this point in the game, Kreppen is so incredibly strong that there is no way for the current cast to stop him. If he gets his hands on the grimoire now, the power balance of the entire world will be shattered beyond repair. Ed knows that no matter what happens, he has to find a way to stop this from becoming a bad ending. He marks a massive red X over the patriarch's silhouette. He has to keep his family out of this act at any cost. If the boss of Act 4 walks away with the power-up of Act 2, it'll be game over for everyone, no matter how much meta-knowledge Ed has. Sweat beads on his forehead as he realizes that the information advantage he relies on might not be enough to save him this time. He stares at the letter, his mind racing through 1,000 different ways to keep his monstrous father away from the academy. The letter also contains an invitation for Ed, a clear sign that his father is starting to suspect something about his disgraced son. Across the academy, Princess Phinia sits by a fountain, her expression unreadable as she hears the news. She takes a slow sip of her tea, thanking her assistant for delivering the latest report on the forest hobo. She's learned that the academy's finances are desperate, and if things don't change, the merchants will walk away with the grimoire. The principal secretly asked Phinia for help to keep the heart of the academy from being sold off like common scrap. But Phinia realizes there's something even stranger happening behind the scenes. She wonders how Kreppenroth Taylor even knew to participate in these secret negotiations in the first place. Her bodyguard suggests that Ed might have reported it to his family to get back into their good graces, but Phinia isn't so sure. She doubts Ed would be that simple. She's seen the look in his eyes, and it isn't the look of a desperate servant. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, asking if a low-status person can join the princess for tea. Lortel Keelan walks up with a sharp, calculating gaze, her green eyes locking onto the princess like a predator. Phinia points out that she thought they hated each other, but Lortel just laughs, claiming she's here to offer some sincere advice. Lortel drops the truth. Kreppenroth Taylor is here because of her father, Elte, not because of Ed. Phinia is stunned. She didn't realize the Merchant Association's internal drama was connected to the high nobility. Lortel explains that her father had a deal with the Roth Taylors, and even though Elte is gone, his business connections are still active. Phinia asks why Lortel is competing against her family's own client for the grimoire, if their interests align. Lortel's expression turns cold as she states clearly that she has zero intention of selling the book to the Roth Taylors. She knows it's better to distance herself from her father's corrupt connections if she wants to stay in power. Phinia narrows her eyes, wondering why the fox is revealing all this internal merchant business to her. Lortel's answer is simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And right now, the Roth Taylors are the enemy. She proposes a win-win situation. Phinia keeps the patriarch in check, and Lortel gets to obtain the grimoire. She adds with a blush that she also wants to protect her poor senior Ed from being caught in the crossfire. She tells the princess it would be unfair to misunderstand Ed as being connected to his family's dark schemes. Phinia is suspicious of Lortel's sudden worry for Ed, but she agrees that the boy could still be a useful tool. The princess thinks to herself that she'll ask for Ed's help on a personal level and even give him orders if she has to. She takes another sip of tea, her mind already figuring out how to break Ed if he refuses to cooperate. The two girl bosses sit across from each other, a silent war of wills playing out over the tea table. Phinia's eyes glow with a cold golden light. She's decided that if Ed won't talk, she'll simply use him and toss him aside. The sound of a teacup clinking against a saucer echoes through the quiet garden. Lortel lowers her head, her shoulders shaking as if she's struggling to contain her emotions. Phinia looks at her, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Phinia stares back with those cold golden eyes, but for the first time, she feels a prickle of genuine unease. Lortel asks who exactly Phinia thinks she's planning to exploit, her smile widening into something predatory. The merchant princess lets out a sharp laugh, literally wiping a tear from her eye at the sheer absurdity of the princess's arrogance. Phinia's bodyguard, Claire, snaps at Lortel, demanding she show respect to the royal family, but Lortel isn't intimidated by status. She reminds them that for this specific deal they're supposed to be allies, so she's going to offer Phinia some real professional advice. The atmosphere turns freezing as Lortel leans in, telling the princess not to bother trying to use Ed with some half-baked plan, because she'll be the one who ends up as the tool. Claire wants to punish her for the insult, but Phinia raises a hand to stop him, her mind racing to process what just happened. The princess is lost in thought, struggling to understand Ed's true motives and why the terrifying Duke Kreppen has suddenly decided to join the bidding. Phinia watches the red-haired merchant walk away, feeling a strange sense of defeat before the battle has even begun. She wonders if she'll ever see a moment where the merchant princess actually loses her cool or doesn't know what to do. We flash back to a few days earlier as Lortel's confident mask slips into a look of genuine shock. Ed and Janica have shown up at her office unannounced, and Ed looks like he's carrying the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. They're at the Sylvania branch of the Elty Company, the heart of Lortel's corporate empire. Lortel quickly recovers, teasing Janica about only having enough tea for two and offering the guest a glass of plain water instead. Janica tries to be polite, but she's clearly annoyed by the blatant favoritism, while Ed just downs the water, too exhausted to care about social games. Lortel shifts to business, telling Ed he should take the magic engineering equipment he needs for his camp. She shows them a shelf full of high-end crystals and magical tools that would cost a fortune on the open market. Janica points out that these items are brand new and perfect, reminding Lortel that giving them away for free goes against her merchant ethics. Lortel just smirks, claiming Janica has zero eye for quality because these items are actually full of defects. She points to invisible flaws, insisting that the goods are basically trash that she needs to get rid of anyway. Janica fuming because she knows Lortel is lying through her teeth, but Lortel doesn't care. As long as the defective gear helps Ed survive, she's happy. Ed feels guilty about taking so much for free, but Lortel tells him to just keep coming back to renew his contract, and she'll consider it even. Janica snaps at Ed to just finish his business so they can leave, sensing that Lortel is trying to build a permanent debt between them. But back in the present, Ed's vision is starting to blur as a familiar, heavy sensation takes over his body. It's a feeling he's been dealing with for months, but this time, it's different. It's deeper. It feels like he's floating in cold, deep water, his energy completely drained by the relentless workload he's forced on himself. His mind drifts to the grimoire and the arrival of his father Crepin, but his body refuses to respond to his thoughts. He knows the patriarch is a monster who will stop at nothing to get the book, but for the first time, our boy is powerless to stop him. His thoughts turn to his unfinished camp tasks, making a mattress, sewing fabric, trying to stay warm. He thinks about the fawn he caught and the cleaning he still needs to do, his brain stuck in survival mode even as he loses consciousness. The image of jerky for Lucy is his last thought as he sinks deeper into the darkness of his own mind. He can hear voices calling his name from the surface, but they sound like they're miles away. Janica and Lortel are there, their faces twisted with fear as they realize their rock-solid survivor has finally hit his breaking point. The scene shifts back to the academy, where the sun is high and the royal residence stands tall. Phineas sits in her study, thinking back on everything she's seen, Ed's precision during the raid, his calm demeanor, his absolute focus. She remembers Lortel's warning and realizes that her insight might have been completely wrong this entire time. She decides she needs to confirm the truth one final time, her expression hardening with royal resolve. She prepares a formal summons, ordering Ed to visit her residence immediately to answer for his actions. But Claire enters the room with a look of hesitation, telling the princess that the meeting won't be happening tomorrow or anytime soon. Phineas is shocked that Ed would dare to refuse a royal command, but Claire clarifies the situation with a grim expression. Ed Roth-Taylor hasn't refused, he's physically incapable of coming because he's passed out from extreme overwork. Ed groans as he tries to open his eyes, the simple act of breathing feeling like a monumental struggle. His entire body feels like it's made of lead, and a burning heat is radiating from his core. He realizes there's something heavy on his chest. It's Lucy, curled up and sleeping on top of him like he's her personal pillow. The tiny archmage is even talking in her sleep, complaining that the food she's dreaming about is too salty. Ed tries to push her off, but his arms won't move. His physical strength is at absolute zero. He remembers that Lucy is supposed to be incredibly light, but right now, she feels like a mountain pinning him down. He realizes his body has suffered a total physical breakdown. The months of grinding have finally caught up to him. He notices he's in his cabin, and the blanket over him is new. Probably another defective gift from Lortel. Lucy wakes up, her first words being that she's hungry, and Ed can only stare at her, wondering how she can be so carefree. She holds up a hand, a bright green light erupting from her palm as she prepares a high-level healing spell. She tells him his mana was horribly distorted from overtraining, and that repeating this cycle for months is what nearly killed him. Ed asks if she's been doing this the whole time he was out, and she admits it was so boring she actually fell asleep several times. She mentions having to walk on eggshells around Janica and Lortel, who were both terrified and furious that Ed had pushed himself this far. Suddenly, Lucy's expression turns incredibly somber as she tells Ed point-blank, "Don't get sick." She remembers watching her grandfather figure, the great Archmage Glocht, die in bed from a disease he couldn't fight. She stares at Ed with a look of raw, hidden pain, proving that beneath her lazy exterior, she's terrified of losing the one person who gives her a home. Ed can only whisper a soft thank you, realizing for the first time just how much this tiny natural disaster cares about him. The door opens and Ziggs walks in, surprised to see that Ed is finally awake after his long ordeal. Ziggs stops dead in his tracks, seeing Lucy still draped over Ed, and the atmosphere in the cabin gets very awkward, very fast. Lucy just ignores him and snuggles back down, while Ziggs slowly processes the scene in front of him. A pulse of magic shoots out from the cabin's chimney, signaling that the camp's life is finally returning to normal. Ziggs looks at Ed with a mix of respect and concern, asking him just how many times he's going to nearly die before he learns to rest. The northern nomad concludes that strong men must have many partners, figuring this is just the way open civilizations work. Ed asks why Ziggs is the one nursing him, and Ziggs reveals that Lortel and Janica have been tag-teaming his recovery. Janica is currently in class, and Lortel had to return to her business, leaving Ziggs as the designated bro medic. Ziggs starts feeding Ed a bowl of soup, his rough hands being surprisingly gentle as he helps his friend recover. Ed admits the soup is a struggle to eat, and Ziggs agrees that Elka or Clara would have been better cooks, but there was a catch. Lortel gave strict orders that no other women were allowed to nurse Ed while he was vulnerable. The fox's jealousy knows no bounds. Ed tries to focus on the game's timeline, hearing that the students from the alchemy faculty caused a major accident while mass-producing Mandragoras. He's relieved to hear that Taylor and Clebius handled it quickly. Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, is officially complete. He also hears a rumor about a sewer monster being defeated by the hero, confirming that another major plot point has passed without him. Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, has also gone by without any problems, meaning the game is still on track. Ed realizes the only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire, but then a terrifying thought hits him. He asks Ziggs exactly how long he's been passed out, and Ziggs casually replies that today marks 10 full days. Ed's heart drops. 10 days means he's missed almost all the preparation time for the biggest conflict yet. He thought he was only out for a day or two, but 10 days of silence means the distortions in the story have had time to grow. Ed stares at the ceiling in shock, his mind racing to calculate the damage to his plans. He grabs Ziggs's arm, his voice trembling as he realizes the magnitude of the disaster. He screams that they don't have any time left. He needs to send a message to Lortel immediately before the academy falls. The very next day, the sun rises over Sylvania, but the air feels heavy with the coming storm. Act 2, Scene 10, the most unpredictable and dangerous part of the story, has officially begun. The players for the final struggle over the sage's sealed grimoire are all in position. Princess Phineas sits with her guards, representing the authority of the throne and the protection of the academy. Lortel Keelan sits across from her, representing the greed and power of the Elti merchantry. And then, there's the third party that shouldn't even be here. A man who has completely strayed from the original storyline and broken the logic of the game. He wears a luxury crest and radiates an aura of pure, unchecked malice. Crepin Roth Taylor. The Duke, the Patriarch, and the man who disowned Ed. In the high-stakes world of nobility and money, a simple lunch is never just about the food, it's a declaration of war. Princess Phineas sits across from the man who shares Ed's bloodline, trying to maintain her royal composure, while her mind is a mess of suspicion. Duke Crepin cuts into his steak with surgical precision, offering a formal apology for the trouble his foolish family member Ed has caused her. He brings up the fact that he disowned Ed, just as the princess requested, acting like a wise and compassionate leader rather than the monster he actually is. Phineas tells him it's fine, but she can't shake the feeling that every word coming out of this man's mouth is a calculated lie. The name hangs in the air like a curse, Crepin. Crepin Roth Taylor. He shares Ed's face and blood, but the resemblance stops there. On the surface, he's a dignified noble whose servants worship the ground he walks on, serving him with absolute terrifying respect. But Phineas' intuition is screaming at her. Her eyes are finally starting to see the man behind the mask. Beneath that elegant smile is a darkness so deep it's clearly, undeniably evil. The meeting shifts as the final player enters the room, Lortel Keelan, the girl who currently holds the Academy's wallet. Lortel bows, greeting the Duke with a humble smile, while Crepin mentions he's heard much about the Golden King's legendary daughter. Lortel doesn't blink, claiming she just follows the scent of money, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. It's time. The negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire are officially underway. The rules are laid out on an ancient scroll, and the weight of the moment is felt by everyone in the room. This isn't a normal auction, it's a single-bid high-stakes gamble, where the highest number written down walks away with everything. The grimoire sits in a glass case at the center of the hall, a treasure so valuable it could bankrupt entire families. The academy is desperate to keep this sale a secret. Selling the heart of the school because of a budget crisis is a massive embarrassment. Principal Obel came up with a wise plan to keep things quiet while still getting the cash they desperately need. Princess Phinia is there as an official observer, while Vice Principal Rachel handles the auction with a cold, professional hand. The method is simple, but the psychology behind it is a nightmare. Right here, right now, the future of the academy is going to be decided by a single ink stroke. The participants take their seats, the silence in the room only broken by the scratch of pens on paper. Phinia watches Lortel closely, wondering if the girl has done her homework on the value of legendary books. In this world, books like the Book of Order or Magic Travelogue sell for thousands of gold coins. This is a market only for the 1%. Lortel probably knows the market value of every rare book in existence by heart. She has a predatory look in her eyes, her mind already calculating the maximum price her opponent is willing to pay. But across the table, a hand is moving with absolute confidence. Duke Kreppen doesn't look like a man who intends to lose. He's here to take the grimoire home, no matter the cost. The vice principal receives the bid amounts, thanking both parties for their valuable opinions. In a no-limit auction like this, the only way to win is to know exactly where your opponent will stop. Lortel claimed she was only here for profit, which is exactly the trap she wanted Kreppen to fall into. If she's only after profit, she wouldn't bid more than 8,100 coins. Anything higher would be impossible to resell for a gain. Rachel prepares to reveal the numbers, and the air in the room feels like it's about to combust. The first bid, Kreppenroth Taylor bids 8,500 gold coins. It's exactly as expected, high enough to beat any rational merchant. Kreppen smirks, assuming his massive bid has secured the prize. Then the second bid is read. Lortel Keelan bids 9,400 gold coins, having intentionally lost nearly 1,000 coins just to secure the book. Kreppen's face darkens into a look of pure, murderous frustration. He just got outplayed by a teenage merchant. Lortel is led to a private room to sign the contract, leaving a stunned Phinia to wonder what her real goal actually was. Suddenly, a terrifying thought hits the princess. Could it be that Lortel wasn't acting alone? She remembers Lortel calling her an ally and warning her about the Duke. She assumes Lortel's entire goal was to prevent the grimoire from falling into the hands of an evil man like Kreppen. But Phinia knows Lortel isn't the type to act out of justice, so there must be someone else pulling the strings. She imagines a shadow mastermind behind Lortel, someone who knows the Duke's dark nature and has the guts to stop him. She remembers Lortel's defense of Ed and how she claimed he was clinging to his family for survival. She thinks about Ed living in the wild with such determination that he literally worked himself to the point of collapse. She convinces herself that Ed was actually fighting against the darkness of his family until the very end. The image of Ed's lonely, focused profile haunts her mind. Phinia clutches her head, her voice trembling as she asks herself what she's done to such a person. She is overwhelmed with a crushing weight of guilt, believing she drove a hero onto the road to ruin. The princess is completely wrong, but her misunderstanding might actually be the best thing that ever happened to Ed. Meanwhile, the hero of Phinia's imagination, Lortel, is humming happily while looking over her new contract. She calculates that if she resells the book back to Kreppen later, she'll only lose about 900 gold coins on the deal. Saying she wouldn't sell to the Duke was just a merchant's lie to get the princess on her side. She pulls out a letter from Ed, the one where he promised her anything in exchange for her help. Lortel's eyes turn into literal money signs as she realizes she bought a blank check from Ed for the low price of 900 coins. She hugs the letter to her chest, a look of pure, chaotic joy on her face. She whispers anything to herself, her imagination clearly going to some very non-business-related places. If the princess saw this expression, she'd probably vomit from the sheer deviousness of it all. The fox has officially won the battle, and she's coming to collect her prize. Back at the camp, Ed is finally sitting by the fire, looking like he's aged 5 years in the last 10 days. He feels bad for Lortel, thinking she lost a ton of money to help him, and he dreads seeing what she'll ask for in return. A cloud of dust kicks up as someone sprints toward the camp with the speed of a charging rhino. Jenica slides into the camp, out of breath and desperate to see him, while Ed apologizes for worrying her. He tries to downplay the trouble he caused, but Janica's face says it all. She was terrified. Ziggs mentions that Janica was running around the academy crying her eyes out, causing rumors that she was heartbroken. Janica freaks out, grabbing Ziggs by the head and screaming at him to keep his mouth shut about her embarrassing breakdown. From behind a tree, a tiny, glowing orange head peeks out with a look of pure, tearful relief. Mug flies out, wailing for Ed to kill him. The tiny spirit is sobbing hysterically, claiming he wanted to help but was scared his presence would mess up Ed's distorted mana. Ziggs points out that Mug isn't overreacting. Anyone would be a mess after their master stays unconscious for 10 days. Ed freezes, his eyes widening in horror as the number finally sinks in. 10 days. He realizes that if he was out that long, every single piece of meat in his storage has turned into a rotten, fly-infested mess. He checks his nets at the river. They're torn to shreds because he wasn't there to maintain them. Everything he worked for is gone. He has to start his survival journey again from absolute zero. Ziggs can see the grind mindset returning to Ed's eyes and warns him not to overdo it again. Janica steps up, promising to help him with hunting and woodworking until he's back on his feet. Ziggs tells him to just take things as they come, acting like everything will somehow work out. Ed looks at his old, hastily built wooden shelter and feels a sudden wave of nostalgia. It's a reminder of where he started, a humble pile of sticks in a dangerous forest. It wasn't that long ago that he had nothing, not even a single copper coin to his name. He remembers sleeping in the dirt, shivering in the darkness with bugs crawling over him. He had no allies, no gear, and absolutely no one to rely on but himself. A lot of things have been tedious and difficult, but he's resolved every issue and survived everything the game threw at him. A small, confident smile finally returns to his face. Ziggs is right. Everything will work out. Janica watches him, her heart aching because he still looks so incredibly tired despite his brave face. She talks to her massive wolf spirit, Marilda, who tells her that right now is her perfect chance. Marilda points out that the red fox is busy with negotiations, so Janica needs to learn how to be a fox herself to win this man. The wolf spirit critiques Janica's look, saying she looks more like a country housewife than a seductress. Janica blushes, looking down at her shabby apron and feeling like she's already lost the war of style. But Marilda tells her that her current look is actually perfect for a different kind of strategy. She tells Janica to roll up her sleeves and tie her hair back. She needs to give off the vibe of a supportive wife who's been through hell with him. Meet Marilda, high-ranking wind spirit, self-proclaimed dating expert, and, as the system notes, possessor of 0 actual dating experience. Janica is confused about making progress, but Marilda tells her to just focus on the mission. The wolf spirit's voice turns serious, demanding to know what Janica was actually planning to do when she arrived at the camp today. Janica stammers that she wasn't planning anything, making the massive wolf spirit growl in frustration. Marilda's eyes glow with a terrifying light as she prepares to lecture her master on the basics of romance. She lets out a sad howl that echoes through the trees, making the other spirits wonder what's going on. Marilda screams that it's ridiculous to waste an opportunity like this. A tough guy like Ed is only vulnerable when he's sick. She tells Janica to be cunning and use her position as the one who supported him during his hardship to lock him down. Janica listens intently as Marilda whispers a secret plan into her ear. The girl's face lights up as she realizes that Marilda's idea might actually be pretty good. Night falls over the camp, the fire crackling softly in the cool autumn air. Inside the cabin, Ed finishes a bowl of Janica's stew, realizing it's on a completely different level than Ziggs's survival mush. He thinks to himself that maybe he should actually learn how to cook from her once he's healthy. He stands by the door, deciding he needs to focus 100% on recovery so he can stop looking like a walking corpse. He climbs into bed, but the headache and fever are already starting to creep back into his skull. He lets out a long sigh, closing his eyes and hoping for a peaceful night of rest. Suddenly, the cabin door creaks open, and he sees a pair of feet standing by his bed. Janica is standing there in her apron. Janica lingers by the door, her voice soft as she notes how exhausted Ed still looks. Our boy is surprised she's still there, but Janica just peeks in with a nervous, playful smile. She lets out a little heh-heh, trying to hide her nerves as she follows the fox-like advice of her spirits. She sits on the edge of the bed, claiming she's not trying to do anything special, but the tension in the room says otherwise. She looks Ed in the eye, telling him he doesn't have to pretend to be okay when he's clearly suffering. Janica acknowledges that he's been carrying a heavier load than anyone else, pushing himself mentally and physically until he broke. She realizes that while many people offered Ed help, what he really needed wasn't rushed comfort, but just someone to stay quietly by his side. She leans over him with a warm, genuine smile, telling him he's done a great job. Ed tries to brush it off, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sudden emotional intimacy, but Janica won't let him hide, demanding that he finally admit he's had a hard time so he can actually rest. Ed finally lets out a long breath, admitting that, yeah, it's been a really tough road. He lets out a tired sigh, the weight of the last few months finally starting to lift. The silence of the cabin is peaceful for once, as the world outside fades away. He repeats it to himself. He really did have a hard time. As the warm morning light hits the cabin, Janica is fast asleep right next to him, her head resting near his. Ed looks at her, feeling a rare moment of true serenity. The sun shines brightly through the window, signaling a new day and a fresh start. Ed stretches as he sits up, feeling the strength finally returning to his limbs. He looks down and sees Janica still passed out, her presence a reminder of the support he's been taking for granted. He watches her sleep for a moment, a look of quiet appreciation on his face. A small smirk tugs at his lips. He can't help but find her dedication a little funny. He lets out a genuine laugh, feeling lighter than he has in weeks. It's official. Our guy has made a full recovery, and he's ready to get back to the grind. He checks his updated stats, his life skills are through the roof, and he's officially an intermediate craftsman with a specialty in carpentry. He's also unlocked magic engineering, though his proficiency is still low as he starts analyzing new formulas. Ed realizes he didn't make as much progress as he wanted during his 10-day nap. He knows that magic engineering is the key to boosting his core stats, but it's a slow process. This skill is way more versatile than general magic, but the learning curve is steep. The problem is that he can only grow so much just by reassembling items on his own. Most of the top-tier recipes are rewards for main scenario quests, and Ed is trying his best not to derail the story too much. He notes that the hero Taylor doesn't seem interested in magic tech at all, which is a missed opportunity for him. Even with the recipes, Ed would normally need late-game materials that are almost impossible to find right now. However, Ed has a secret weapon that the game developers never intended. He's currently sitting with Lortel, the one person in the world who can get him materials from the other side of the planet with a single finger snap. Lortel teases him about his health, claiming that despite how she looks, she's suffering from chronic fatigue after the auction stress. She complains about her dry hair and rough skin, acting like getting back to normal was a monumental struggle. Ed points out that she still found time to come all the way to his forest camp despite being so busy. Lortel explains her new plan. She's restructuring her business into just the trading company, now that her father is gone. She tells Ed she needs a partner, someone to handle management, product flow, and external affairs. She blushes, telling him to just imagine the possibilities of them working together. She describes a life where they work just a wall apart, sharing assets and benefits. It's basically a marriage proposal wrapped in a business contract. Lortel catches herself rambling and leans into Ed with a playful giggle, while our guy looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Ed finds it weird that she'd go this far for him, sitting in silence as the weight of her offer sinks in. Lortel hides her face in her hands, her voice dropping to a serious whisper as she tells him he doesn't know anything. She assumes Ed thinks she's just acting on the fleeting emotions of a young girl. She realizes Ed probably wants to keep things professional, and she tells him that's exactly what she wants too. But then she explains her reality, living a life where hundreds of gold coins are more important than human lives. She spent her life in a world of betrayal, where you have to stab someone in the back before they get to you. In that world, she realized that the most valuable thing isn't gold, it's a person who will never betray you. She wants someone who will stay by her side even if all her wealth vanishes and the entire world turns against her. To some, that's a lover or a friend, but to Lortel, it's a miracle she never thought she'd find. She's seen the greatest merchants rise and fall in a single night. The fear that it could happen to her is a constant gnawing shadow in her mind. She looks at Ed with a vulnerable, genuine expression, her eyes pleading. She asks him the ultimate question, "Can't you just stay by my side?" Ed is speechless, the fox having completely bypassed his defenses. But suddenly, Lortel bursts into laughter, teasing Ed for almost falling for her timid act. She claims her spine was tingling from the embarrassment of the speech and mocks Ed for being an idiot. She says that showing her vulnerable side is usually how she makes men waver and touch their hearts. She sighs, acting like it was just another business tactic that didn't quite land. But as she looks away, she admits to herself that her words weren't completely a lie. They sit in silence by the river, the autumn leaves falling around them. Ed tells her he's planning to graduate from Sylvania and won't be leaving the school until he does. Lortel's expression darkens, a hidden possessiveness appearing in her eyes. She wonders what Ed will do after graduation if he doesn't have a plan set in stone. She tells him she can wait, but her tone has changed. She reminds him that he doesn't really have a choice anymore. She holds up the contract Ed signed, the free pass he gave her in exchange for her help. She smiles a truly fox-like smile, telling him she might use that favor very soon. Ed lets out a groan, realizing he's just traded his freedom for a few magic crystals. He feels like he's done something terrible, dreading whatever insane request Lortel has planned for his future. Lortel walks away, wiping sweat from her brow and admitting that was a risky move even for her. She thinks to herself, "You belong to me now." The obsession she usually hides finally coming to the surface. She had a whole plan ready, but seeing Ed so tired and vulnerable messed up her professional rhythm. She realizes that if she'd stayed a second longer, her true, desperate face would have been revealed. She looks at the bag of change she brought for Ed. She kept one single gold coin as a memento. She decides to just leave the bag in his hut to avoid another awkward encounter. But as she opens the door, she's met with a sight she definitely wasn't expecting. Inside, Janica is looking for Ed, wondering if he went down to the river. Janica is clutching a pillow and wearing her apron, looking like she's already moved in. They both demand to know why the other is there, the air in the cabin suddenly turning electric with hostility. It's the beginning of a new disaster, a war between the two most powerful heroines in the academy, and for Ed, who is just trying to survive the winter, it's going to be a nightmare. Outside, Mug is screaming at Ed about his poor diet, demanding he eat more meat and drink more water. Mug wails that if Ed collapses again, he'll literally die of shame, begging his master to stay healthy for his sake. Ed apologizes, realizing that Janica's dragon spirit, Tarkin, must have really scolded poor Mug while Ed was unconscious. He's grateful to Ziggs and Janica for keeping his camp running while he was out. And thanks to Lortel, his cabin is finally starting to look like a real home. But his mind is stuck on the 3 letters he received before his body gave out. The warning from Lortel and the report from Fenia were expected. They were both regarding his father Crepin and the shifting power of the Roth-Taylor family. But the 3rd letter was from someone who shouldn't be interested in Ed at all, Professor Glast. He sent a letter requesting a private conversation after the conference. Ed missed the meeting because he was unconscious, and he has no idea why the final boss would summon him. He knows that Professor Glast is the ultimate threat of Act 2, and the final scene of his plot has already begun. Ed tries to recall the details of the game's Glast conquest mission. Glast believed that only a few talented individuals could change the world. His goal was to revive the great sage Sylvania by mastering aspectual magic, which can distort the very laws of reality. He needed the sage's sealed grimoire to complete his research, but Lortel's intervention stopped him from getting it legally. In his desperation, Glast stole the grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into Ayla's body because of her rare magical affinity. It was the narrative of a madman, willing to destroy a young girl to usher in a progressive era. In the game, the hero Taylor breaks through Glast's traps in the underground waterways to save Ayla. After his plan fails, Glast makes a final statement before throwing himself off the magic tower. He dreamed of academic advancement and discovery, but his methods were unforgivable. Ed tries to remember Glast's final words, but the memory is fuzzy. Regardless, the final battle of Act 2 is centered around the ownership of the grimoire. The war begins with the kidnapping of Taylor's friend Ayla. The scene shifts to a dark, damp cell where Ayla is waking up trembling with fear. A monstrous silhouette looms in the darkness. The demon of the underground waterway is standing guard. Ayla screams that it's someone's fault, her voice echoing off the stone walls. She is terrified, weeping and shouting that she hates whoever did this to her. Suddenly, a familiar voice tells her she's being a bit too mean. Ed is sitting in the cell right next to her, looking totally dead inside as he explains that he got kidnapped, too. Our guy lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that the scenario has officially gone off the rails. Getting kidnapped shouldn't be part of the daily routine, but for Ed, it's just another Tuesday in this nightmare world. Our boy lets out a heavy sigh, looking at the stone walls around him and realizing his quiet life just went up in smoke. This definitely wasn't the original plan, but the finale of Act 2, the Glast Conquest War, has officially kicked off. To understand how we ended up in a cage, we have to go back to 3 days ago, right after Ed woke up from his coma. The camp was quiet. The autumn sun hitting the logs of the cabin Ed worked so hard to build. He was catching up on everything he missed, feeling the sting of the 10 days he wasted while unconscious. He knew the war was coming, and he was frustrated that his magic engineering stats weren't high enough to craft the gear he really needed. But then, his pro-gamer brain kicks into gear. He realizes he doesn't need to grind for blueprints if he can just steal them. He thinks of a way to drastically skip the grind and power up his stats in a single night. He looks at the magic engineering tools in his hand, a plan forming to exploit the upcoming chaos of the school. The Glast Conquest War is divided into 4 brutal battle stages, each more dangerous than the last. Most people would fear the final boss, but Ed knows that the hardest part isn't the end, it's the middle. Phase 3 is the secret laboratory, a place where gravity and logic don't really apply. It's guarded by Reyna, the ghostly librarian who has 0 patience for intruders. She's a spectral powerhouse, radiating blue energy and moving objects with a mere thought. Clearing this stage usually requires the hero to unlock his ultimate form, but Ed isn't interested in the fight. He's interested in the loot. The laboratory is overflowing with legendary blueprints that would take years to find in the outside world. Among the stacks of paper are 2 legendary-grade blueprints that could turn Ed into a magical god. He knows it's a suicide mission to go in there alone while the school is under attack, but our guy has never been one to follow the rules when there's an advantage to be gained. He looks at Janica and thinks to himself that as long as he has a powerhouse like her by his side, he might actually survive the heist. Meanwhile, at the academy, Professor Glast is lecturing Class A about the new students joining their ranks. He stands at the podium, his voice cold and robotic as he discusses the upcoming changes to the curriculum. Class A only has 3 students, and Glast is obsessed with the idea that only those with inherent talent deserve his time. Lortel and Lucy listen in, while Ziggs watches the professor with a growing sense of disgust. Glast notes that while Ayla isn't a fighter, her affinity for rare, aspectual magic makes her a person of interest. Ziggs can't stay quiet anymore, challenging the professor on whether talent should be the only criteria for success. He argues that students who put in the effort can bloom in ways no one expects, but Glast just looks at him like he's an ant. Glast accuses Ziggs of being delusional, claiming that neglecting the reality of talent is the fastest way to ruin a student's life. The professor's cold logic silences the room, his eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. He believes that supporting vague talent is a sin, and he's clearly projecting his own trauma onto his students. Lortel watches him carefully, sensing that the professor's obsession goes way beyond simple academics. The truth is, Glast's madness started with his own daughter, Muri. Muri was just an average mage, but Glast loved her with an intensity that bordered on worship. As a parent, he had endless faith in her, even when the world told him she wasn't special. But Muri didn't see that love as a gift, she saw it as a crushing weight she had to live up to. She tried to become the genius her father wanted, pushing herself into situations she couldn't handle. Because of her father's blind faith, she felt forced to prove her worth on the front lines. She joined a high-level monster raid far before she was ready, standing before a beast that was way out of her league. The raid went south in an instant, and the average mage paid the ultimate price. Glast's world shattered as he held his daughter's lifeless hand, her mana fading away forever. In that moment of grief, he didn't blame himself. He blamed a world that allowed weakness to exist at all. Since that day, Glast has been a changed man, driven by a singular, dark purpose. He became obsessed with proven talent, believing it was the only thing that could prevent more tragedies. He spent years at Sylvania, acting the part of a strict professor while hiding his true research. Everyone thought he was just studying aspectual magic, but his goals were much more forbidden. He wasn't just pursuing magic, he was pursuing a way to fix the mistake of the world. He wanted to bring back the only person he believed had the talent to set things right. The greatest mage in history, the one hailed as a true god among men. The great sage Sylvania, the woman whose name the Academy carries. Lortel figures out that Glast is using Ayla as a vessel for Sylvania's spirit, a plan so insane it could tear the Academy apart. Back in the classroom, Glast cuts the lecture short, his mind already on the connection ceremony happening tomorrow. He tells the students he'll call them separately, his gaze lingering on Lortel for just a beat too long. Lortel knows he's mourning the loss of the grimoire, which is essential for his research on aspectual magic. She smirks to herself, knowing that anything Glast tries now will be useless because she already owns the book. Assistant Professor Claire finishes the session, and the students start to clear out, unaware that the world is about to end. The day of the ceremony arrives, and Ed feels like he's walking a tightrope. He sits in the back of a lecture hall, his mind running through the core of his heist operation. The plan is simple: follow right behind. He's going to let the hero Taylor smash through Glast's defenses and clear the way. While Taylor is busy being the hero and saving Ayla, Ed will be in the background, looting everything that isn't nailed down. He's made a literal must-have list of the items hidden in the spirit library. Top of the list, Glock's Eye, which boosts mana dramatically, and Delhelm's Hourglass, which can literally rewind time for a few seconds. In any other game, these items would be considered rigged or broken. Since Taylor is a swordsman, he won't even know what they are, so Ed is basically doing him a favor by taking them off his hands. His goal is to check on Taylor's progress in the final phase, and then vanish back to his camp before anyone notices. The plan is perfect, or at least it was, until reality decided to throw a curveball. Ed had already told Janica that he lost something in the waterways to get her to come along as his muscle. Janica was strangely enthusiastic about the dark and narrow adventure, her concern for Ed's lost item overriding her common sense. Ed felt a bit guilty for lying, but with Janica there, he knew his looting mission was a guaranteed success. But then, a voice calls out to him, shattering his focus. It's Assistant Professor Claire, looking more exhausted than ever, telling Ed that Professor Glast has summoned him. Ed is confused. The connection ceremony is tomorrow, so why is the final boss calling him now? He remembers missing the last call because of his coma, and figures he shouldn't blow off the final boss twice. He follows Claire to the faculty building, his gut telling him that things are about to get very complicated. He enters Glast's office and stops dead in his tracks. Ayla is there, looking like she's seen a ghost, her face pale with terror. Ed realizes that her reaction is justified. After all, he did shoot arrows at her and her friends 10 months ago. Ayla remembers Ed as the thug who tried to ruin their lives in the first act of the game. She's trembling, her bad blood with the Roth-Taylor family making her think Ed is here to finish the job. But Ed is more worried about the timeline. Ayla isn't supposed to be kidnapped until tomorrow. He looks around the office, his eyes widening as he realizes Glast isn't just a professor, he's a collector of secrets. Ed lunges for the documents on the desk, his survival instincts telling him that Glast is onto his secret identity. Ayla screams as papers fly everywhere, but Ed isn't looking for her, he's looking for Glast's research notes. He sees nothing that indicates a change in the future he knows, but he feels the trap closing in around him. Then he sees it, a profile of Ed Roth-Taylor, with notes about his activities in the Northern Forest. There's just this one thing that doesn't fit the narrative. He realizes that Claire must have reported his suspicious behavior at the camp to Glast. Ed's face goes pale as he realizes the final boss has been watching him the entire time he was playing hobo. Glast knows what Ed did during the Ophilus Hall riot, and now he wants to know why. Suddenly, the room goes dark, and a heavy, oppressive mana fills the air. Ayla is weeping, begging for help as Ed pulls out his explosion dagger, the blade glowing with Mug's fire. The office door slams shut with a loud bang, and the shadows begin to twist and coil like snakes. Professor Glast walks in, his presence radiating an aura of absolute authority and madness. Ayla runs to the professor, screaming that Ed is a monster with a dagger, but Glast doesn't even look at her. Glast's eyes glow purple as he stares directly at Ed, his voice a low, threatening growl. A massive, clock-like magic circle appears behind him. It's the manifestation of a spectral magic. The sheer power in the room is overwhelming, making it hard for Ed to even breathe. Glast prepares his ultimate move, Time Prison. Ayla is caught in the expanding ring of magic, her movements freezing as time itself begins to slow down for her. Glast reaches out, his hand glowing with the energy of a man who has decided to play God. Ed slides under the desk, barely dodging a blast that shatters the stone wall behind him. He calls out for Mug, needing every bit of firepower he can get to survive this encounter. Mug erupts from Ed's shoulder, a tiny ball of pure rage ready to take on the world. Mug unleashes a massive explosion, filling the office with smoke and fire. Glast emerges from the smoke completely unharmed, actually sounding impressed by Ed's quick reflexes. He notes that Ed's response was exceptionally smooth, wondering if Ed scanned his research materials in that short time. Ed tries to talk his way out, asking why Glast needs to restrain him when his only goal is Ayla's magical affinity. Glast coldly replies that everything he does is for his own sake, and he won't allow any variables to ruin his ceremony. Ed is panting, realized that talking it out isn't an option with a man this far gone. He hates how Glast acts like a victim while kidnapping innocent students. Ed knows that even if he escapes now, Glast will hunt him down and disrupt the script forever. But then, he remembers his loot list. If he gets kidnapped, he'll be taken straight to the lab. It's a high-risk gamble. Let himself be caught to reach the spirit library earlier than the hero. It's like getting a direct bus to Phase 3 of the war. Ed looks at the approaching magic, weighing his survival against his greed. Glast lets out a dark chuckle, seeing the hesitation in Ed's eyes. He asks if Ed has decided to fight back, or if he's already come up with some pitiful plan to escape. He raises his hand again, telling Ed that being part of his research isn't a bad deal. The time prison magic hits Ed full force, turning his world into a purple-tinted haze. His research documents scatter to the wind, the last evidence of his normal life disappearing. Ed is suspended in a magical sphere, his body frozen as Glast prepares to teleport his prizes. Glast looks at Ed's academic records, noting that he's incredibly successful despite living in the wild. He tells Claire that he didn't expect a talentless person like Ed to be capable of such extreme effort. He thinks about the footage of Ed fighting at Ophilus Hall. Glast admits that Ed's knack for combat is actually extraordinary. But he sees it for what it is, the desperate approach of a weak person who has to analyze every move to survive. In Glast's eyes, Ed is the ultimate product of effort over talent, something he fundamentally despises. Yet, Ed's calm expression during the kidnapping reminds Glast of the daughter he lost. He remembers Muri saying she would bring honor to his name through her achievements. The memory is a sharp needle of pain that Glast uses to fuel his madness. He closes his eyes for a moment, his jaw tightening with hidden grief. Mug tries to break the sphere, but Glast just gestures and the fire spirit is sucked into the void with Ed. A beam of magical energy shoots out of the faculty building, streaking across the sky like a falling star. The shockwave ripples through the forest, shaking the very ground under Ed's camp. The beam disappears into the underground waterways, taking Ed and Ayla to the heart of the enemy's territory. Back at the cabin, Janica is happily stirring a pot of soup, humming to herself. She notes that Ed is running a bit late for dinner, but she assumes he's just busy with his survival grind. She smiles, thinking about how happy he'll be to have a warm meal. The legendary Archmage Glocht finally puts down his quill, finishing his magic travelogue and realizing that even after a lifetime of study, the world is still full of mysteries. He felt that the title of Archmage was something he never truly earned, especially compared to his late master, Sylvania. Sylvania remains a beautiful, untouchable memory in his mind, a standard of magical perfection he could never reach. Looking back, his long life was a roller coaster of highs and lows, with the grief of losing his master always lingering in the background. But in the twilight of his years, he found one final reason to keep going, a tiny, silver-haired girl named Lucy. He admits that sometimes the longing for what's lost can paralyze a man's logic, making him want to do the impossible. The old man's eyes are filled with a weary wisdom as he nears the end of his journey. He confesses that he often had the urge to shatter the laws of nature just to see Sylvania's face one more time. But Glocht was a man of reason. He knew that what is lost is gone forever, and trying to bring it back only leads to ruin. His final lesson is a harsh one. Those who have lost their loved ones must find the strength to keep moving forward. He places a gentle hand on Lucy's hat, a final goodbye from a man who has finished his story. He dedicates the very last sentence of his life's work to her, urging her to be strong. Lucy stands by his bedside, clutching the heavy book as she watches the only family she has left fade away into the light. Tears stream down her face as she reads the final word of the travelogue, her own name. And with that, the legacy of Archmage Glocht comes to an end, leaving behind a girl with enough power to change the world, but no one to share it with. Years later, Lucy lies on the roof of Ed's cabin, humming to herself and realizing that she still misses her old grandfather every single day. Unlike Professor Glast, Glocht accepted his death with peace, and Lucy had no choice but to let him go. She wonders if the pain of losing someone ever truly heals, or if you just get used to carrying the scar. She reaches into her pouch, searching for the only thing that helps her forget the loneliness for a while. But her face falls when she realizes her jerky pouch is empty, and her favorite supplier, Ed, is nowhere to be found. Her eyes sharpen with a sudden, intense focus as she senses something is wrong in the forest. Down below, Janica is busy cooking, but she looks up as a streak of fire shoots across the sky like a flare. Mug flies in, frantic and screaming that Ed has been taken, and the peaceful camp vibes are instantly replaced by a cold fury. Lucy's expression turns terrifyingly blank. If someone has taken her home and her jerky source, they're about to find out why she's called a natural disaster. Meanwhile, inside Trixix Hall, the secret ceremony to transfer the sage's grimoire is finally happening. The room is packed with elite scholars and greedy merchants, all waiting to see who walks away with the ultimate prize. Lortel Keelan stands tall as the acting head of her company, her eyes fixed on the glowing book. Headmaster Obel prepares to hand it over, knowing the Academy's financial future depends on this deal. Lortel thinks about her father, realizing that while they share the same blood, they are worlds apart in their goals. She's different from him in a way that most people can't even begin to understand. She remembers Duke Crepin's cold smile and how he tried to intimidate her before the auction. After the bidding was over, the Duke actually came to find her in private. He requested that she hand over the grimoire to him, acting like it was a simple favor between nobles. But Lortel isn't the type to give up a winning hand for free. She wasn't planning on being discreet about her intentions, especially not in front of the princess. She demanded a staggering 12,000 gold coins to justify going back on her word to Fenia. To her surprise, Crepin didn't even flinch. He agreed to the exorbitant price immediately, proving how desperate he is for that book. The Duke even warned her that her father, Elte, has hired mercenaries and is heading back to Sylvania for revenge. He was an unpleasant man, but Lortel didn't care about his personality, only his information and his gold. The deal was set. She had the information to stop her father and a buyer who would pay anything for the grimoire. Back in the present, the final preparations for the transfer are complete. Headmaster Obel officially relinquishes his right to the book and calls Lortel forward to receive the connection. Lortel reaches out, thinking that she's finally secured her trading profit and her blank check favor from Ed. A blush creeps onto her face as she imagines what she's going to make Ed do for her. The ceremony is shattered by a massive explosion of spectral magic that sends everyone flying. A group of masked golem researchers erupts from the shadows, their eyes glowing with a mindless, murderous intent. Lortel screams as the light from the grimoire is smothered by the dark energy. A spectral hand reaches through the void, grabbing the sage's grimoire right out of the display case. Professor Glast appears in the center of the chaos, the stolen book already in his possession. In a blinding flash of light, the professor and his goons vanish, leaving the scholars in a state of total panic. Lortel is left staring at the empty pedestal, her heart sinking as she realizes her all-access pass to Ed just got stolen. Even with Ed gone, the story is barreling forward, following the dark script Glast has written for the school. The Act 2 finale, the Glast subjugation battle, has officially begun. Deep beneath the academy, in the professor's secret laboratory, the atmosphere is damp and freezing. Ayla is huddled in the corner of a cage, weeping and screaming that she hates Ed for letting this happen. Ed just stares at the ceiling, telling her to be quiet because Glast has already secured the grimoire by now. He warns her that if she keeps yelling, she's going to wake up the literal demon guarding the waterway right in front of them. The masked researcher, Coom, tells them to consider themselves lucky. Glast ordered him not to use important people for his experiments. Ed acts completely indifferent, which only makes Ayla more frustrated and terrified. Coom warns Ed that he'll be monitoring them closely while he reviews the research materials, so they shouldn't try anything stupid. Ed settles into the dirt, thinking that there's nothing left to do but wait for the hero Taylor to show up and cause a distraction. He knows that by the time the subjugation squad arrives, the spirit library will be in total ruins. The battlefield will be a mess of debris and spent magic, making it the perfect time for a heist. If he can just sweep up those legendary recipes while everyone is fighting Glast, his survival is guaranteed. The plan is so easy it's almost boring. No enemies to fight, no hero roles to play, just pure profit. But his conscience starts pricking at him as he looks at the sobbing girl in the cage next to him. Ayla screams that if he takes one step toward her, she'll bite her tongue or scream until her lungs give out. Ed tells her he has nothing against her, but Ayla is too far gone in her panic to listen to reason. He points out that if he really wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't be sitting here waiting for the hero to arrive. Secretly, Ed actually respects Ayla because he's seen the game from Taylor's perspective. She's a loyal friend. He snaps at her to sit down and stop spouting nonsense, promising that Taylor is definitely on his way to rescue them. Ayla is stunned into silence, her tears stopping as she wonders if a thug like Ed even has the right to say the hero's name. Ed offers a rare apology for their past bad blood, explaining that he had his own survival circumstances back then. Ayla looks at him in disbelief. Did the most arrogant boy in the school just actually apologize? Ed lets out a weary sigh, hoping the hero gets here before he has to have another conversation. Suddenly, a familiar tiny voice chirps in the darkness, asking if young Master Ed is all right. Mug flies in, rattling off a long list of symptoms and asking if Ed has any numbness, fatigue, or a racing heart. The tiny spirit is crying, apologizing for taking so long to find him after following his magic trail. Ed is actually impressed, petting the tiny spirit and praising him for finding a hidden lab deep underground. Ayla is losing her mind again. She can't believe Ed, the talentless loser, is now a high-level spirit user. She begs Ed to send Mug to the outside world to call for a rescue from the academy staff. But Ed's eyes go cold as he realizes that bringing in the faculty now would add too many variables to the script. Mug tells him not to worry. He was trained in emergency reporting and spent 2 days dodging monsters to reach this cell. He remembers Janika's face when she heard the news. It was a look of pure, unadulterated cold fury. Her anger was truly beautiful, a sign that she was ready to burn down the entire academy to get Ed back. Mug adds that the Vixen Merchant and the Little Witch in the Hat are also on their way. It's like having 1,000,000 troops on their side. The tiny spirit beams with pride, telling Ed to just stay calm and wait for the girls to save the day. Ed's expression shifts from calm to absolute soul-crushing terror in a split second. He grabs Mug, his hands shaking as his pro-gamer brain calculates the massive disaster he just walked into. He realizes that Mug didn't call the good reinforcements, he called a ticking time bomb. Ed starts slamming against the bars, screaming for the researcher Coom to get him out of there right now. He's not joking anymore. The noise is enough to wake up every demon in the waterway, but Ed doesn't care. Coom just laughs, thinking Ed is finally breaking under the pressure of being a prisoner. He walks away, telling Ed to stop rambling and accept his fate like a good little test subject. Ayla is confused, asking Ed why he's suddenly panicking when he was so calm just a minute ago. Ed ignores her, focusing on the only thing that matters, the keys hanging from Mug's mouth. Mug managed to snag the cell keys while the guard wasn't looking, thinking he was doing a great job helping his master. Ed snatches the keys, cursing under his breath because he never asked the spirit to do something this dangerous. He unlocks the cell door with a loud slick, stepping out into the hallway with a look of pure desperation. Ayla stares at him through the bars, her jaw dropping as she realizes he's actually leaving her behind. Ed tells her to shut up and only answer his questions with a yes or no from now on. He tells her to cooperate with the researchers, and if they notice he's gone, she should sell him out immediately. He knows Ayla can't run with her current leg injury, and he needs her to stay safe while he handles the real threat. He leans in, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light as he demands a yes or no answer. Ayla can only whisper a terrified yes, realizing that the Ed standing in front of her is a completely different person than she thought. Ed tells her to stay still and quiet, his voice sounding like a seasoned commander rather than a student. He turns and sprints down the dark tunnel, shouting that he'll handle everything himself. He realizes that new twists inevitably find their way into even the most perfect plans. He thinks about the raid guide for Act 2. Phase 1 is the chase, and Phase 2 is pursuing Glast into the lab. He thought his increased stats and information advantage would be enough to handle any minor variables. He figured he could solve most problems by just knowing what comes next. But there are some variables that even a veteran player can't handle alone. If Janica or Lortel show up, the situation is manageable, even if it's a bit messy. But Mug mentioned one more person who's on her way, the Little Witch. Even game veterans who invested hundreds of hours into the RPG couldn't find a solution to this specific problem. The problem has a name, and she's currently descending into the waterway like a vengeful god. She is the completely unbeatable enemy that makes every pro player sweat. Bad ending 27, Lucy, the Slothful. This ending never happens unless you deliberately try to break the game, so Ed never bothered to prepare for it. Ed grit his teeth, the realization of his mistake burning in his mind. He charges through the darkness, pushing his body to the absolute limit. The sun sets over the Academy's spires, but the peace is shattered by a desperate cry for help echoing through the halls. Inside the training room, Jix is mid-workout, his muscles bulging as he looks up, confused by the sudden intrusion. Taylor stumbles through the door, out of breath and covered in sweat, looking like he's just crawled out of a war zone. With fire in his eyes and blood on his face, he tells Yix they don't have a second to lose. They have to rescue Ayla now. Meanwhile, Ed is doing the impossible. He's navigating the final dungeon in reverse, moving from the Triz Hall down toward the deepest part of the lab. He passes through the Monster Research Center, noting that it's actually easier this way since the massive beasts are still locked behind their bars. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he might actually have a chance to pull this off, but the tension is high. He knows if Lucy and Glast cross paths, the world is as good as over. Lucy's eyes glow with an eerie, overwhelming power as Ed realizes he's the only one who can prevent her from losing control. He reaches the entrance to the spirit library, his face tightening as he prepares for the next obstacle. The library isn't empty. It's guarded by a spectral force that keeps the books floating in a constant magical swirl. Meet Reyna, the Banshee librarian, whose job is to make sure no one leaves the library alive. Ed ducks behind a desk watching her patrol pattern. He knows her moves by heart, so getting past her isn't the real problem. The real issue is that Taylor is supposed to fight Reyna to gain the experience he needs for the future. If Taylor doesn't master his swordsman form by fighting bosses like her, he won't be strong enough to face the enemies waiting in the later acts. Ed worries that by interfering, he's making the future scenarios impossible for the hero to clear. This second episode is where Taylor is supposed to have his biggest growth spurt, and Ed is accidentally stealing his kills. The game guide warns that these skills are essential foundations for the boss fights coming in episodes 3 and 4. Taylor needs to face the demons of the waterway and the Banshee Reyna to level up his stats and unlock his true potential. Reyna is basically a walking XP farm, and if Ed takes her out now, Taylor stays weak. Ed decides to play it smart, ignoring the boss and focusing on looting necessary magical tools like the Thunderclap generator. While Reyna drifts through the air humming a haunting tune, Ed stays in the shadows, grabbing the one-way light dimmer from the shelves. He looks back with a determined glint in his eye, promising himself he'll come back for the rest of the loot once this mess is over. His eyes linger on the rows of glowing magical artifacts. Leaving them behind feels like a crime to a pro player like him. Mug, his fire spirit, chirps a warning that the exit is clear, and Ed decides it's time to make his move. Suddenly, the entire library begins to groan, and heavy books tumble from the shelves as the world starts to shake. Ed freezes, sweat dripping down his face. He doesn't remember an earthquake being part of the game's script. A massive blue flash erupts nearby, throwing Ed off balance as the ground literally rips apart. His eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong with the timeline. The Banshee Reina is suddenly blasted aside by a wave of dark, crushing energy. A figure lands in the rubble with a heavy thud, their presence alone warping the air around them. Ed lets out a curse as he watches the destruction unfold, realizing the natural disaster has arrived way ahead of schedule. The tremor is so powerful it can be felt all the way at the top of the Academy's main building. But to understand how we got here, we have to go back 30 minutes before the Earth started shaking. Back in the principal's office, an assistant is reeling from the shock of Glast's betrayal. The memory of Glast's golems attacking is still fresh, purple energy crackling through the air as the professor made his escape. The golems were relentless, frozen in a state of magical rage that nearly tore the hall apart. The principal stands amidst the ruins of his office, realizing that if this news went public, the Academy's reputation would be trashed forever. Lortel is there too, her face a mask of cold fury as she realizes Glost stole the grimoire right under their noses. The principal promises to get the book back, but he asks Lortel if she can actually wait for the gears of bureaucracy to turn. Lortel senses the fear in the assistant's voice and asks what exactly Glast is planning that has everyone so terrified. Principal Obel turns to her with a grim expression, asking if she's ever heard of the 3 major taboos of the magical world. He lists them off: the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and the forbidden art of time travel. Lortel's heart drops as she realizes Glast is using a spectral magic to try and bring someone back to life, an act that defies human destiny. The principal admits that even he is curious about the limits of such power, despite how dangerous it is. He explains that Glast's daughter, Muri, died because she wasn't talented enough to survive her own father's expectations, and Glast has never forgiven himself. Obel stares into the distance, wondering if Glast really thinks he can bring his daughter back using the stolen grimoire. Lortel stands in silence, the weight of the situation finally sinking in. The doors burst open as a guard shouts that they have an even bigger problem on their hands. He reports that Taylor was seen chasing Glast toward the underground waterway just minutes ago. But the real kicker is that Glast didn't just take the book, he's kidnapped 2 students, including Ayla Triss. The room goes silent for a heartbeat as Lortel waits for the second name. When the guard says the name Ed Roth Taylor, Lortel's calm facade completely shatters. She hears a phantom scream in her head as the floor beneath her begins to vibrate with a sudden, violent thumping. She reminds herself that Obel is the greatest mage alive. If he steps in, Ed should be safe, right? She tells herself to stay calm and wait for the professionals, but her hands are trembling as she grips her binoculars. She looks through the lenses, pinpointing the direction of the tremors. They're coming straight from the waterway entrance. In the distance, a massive fire dragon, Tarkon, lets out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the forest. Standing on the dragon's head is Janica, and she looks absolutely livid. Lortel turns to her assistant, her voice cold and commanding, stating that she's going to the waterway too. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, her patience completely evaporated. She can't trust the principal to handle this quickly enough, so she's taking matters into her own hands to get that grimoire and Ed back. She pulls up her hood and orders her merchant guards to follow her, her eyes glowing with a predatory green light. Lortel Keelan has officially joined the battle, and God help anyone who gets in her way. But first, she has to deal with the person Glast left behind to guard the entrance. Meet Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy faculty, who stands ready with her potions and a look of absolute focus. Even the top students of the younger years look up to her as a mentor and a force to be reckoned with. She was a nobody until Professor Glast recognized her talent, making him her savior in a world that ignored her. She would do anything for the man who gave her a purpose. Even if Glast's actions look extreme, Dorothy believes he has a noble goal hidden behind his madness. She plants her feet firmly, determined to hold the line at the waterway entrance, no matter who shows up. But as the ground shakes and the air heats up, she starts to wonder if she's in over her head. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the tunnel, making her hair stand on end. She looks up and sees the massive, flaming maw of a fire dragon staring her down. Janica stands atop the beast, framed by a wall of roaring flames, looking like a goddess of destruction. Her eyes are glowing white with pure, unadulterated rage as she demands to know one thing: where is Ed? Dorothy lets out a terrified squeak, her alchemy bottles rattling as she realizes she's facing the Academy's strongest spirit master. Cut to a few minutes later, Janica is walking through the waterway with her spirits, looking completely lost. She's trying to remember the directions Tarkin gave her, but the maze of tunnels is turning her brain into mush. She spots Dorothy passed out on the floor and gasps, wondering if she accidentally went too hard on her. Her kind heart takes over for a second as she prepares to cover the unconscious girl with a cloak. Suddenly, a group of figures emerges from the darkness behind her. It's Lortel and her guards, and she doesn't look happy to see her romantic rival here. She notes that Janica is technically the most brilliant force in the academy, excluding Lucy. Lortel knows that Janica will tear this whole waterway apart if it means keeping Ed safe. Janica starts daydreaming about rescuing Ed, imagining him being moved to tears by her bravery. In her head, Ed is blushing and thanking her for being his only savior in his time of need. The fantasy gets out of hand as she imagines Ed proposing to her on the spot and asking how many kids they should have. Lortel snaps her out of it with a jealous scream, her usual rational judgment flying out the window the moment Ed is involved. Lortel tries to trick her, claiming Ed has already been rescued and is waiting at the camp, hoping Janica will just leave. Lortel's inner monologue is pure chaos. She's determined to be the one who saves Ed so she can own the favor. But Janica isn't as airheaded as she looks. Her eyes turn a dark, threatening red as she asks Lortel why she's lying through her teeth. Janica points out that she's been at the entrance this whole time. If someone had rescued Ed, they would have had to pass her. It turns out that when it comes to Ed, Janica's intuition becomes sharp enough to cut glass. The two girls stand face to face, sparks flying as they bicker about who's being more reckless. Lortel tries to maintain her logic, but deep down, she's just as desperate and worried as Janica is. Janica mentions she tried to ask Lucy for help, but the lazy witch just yawned and walked away like it wasn't her problem. The air between the two girls gets heavy with competitive fire. They both realize they're alone in this. Lortel sighs, realizing that fighting each other right now is just wasting time. She tells her guards to stay back and wait at the entrance. There's no more need for words. The rivalry is understood. They agree to split up, Janica taking the east side of the waterway while Lortel takes the west. The only thing that matters is reaching Ed before the other one does. Lortel sprints into the darkness, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. Janica matches her pace in the other tunnel, her spirits lighting the way as she pushes herself to the limit. Back in the spirit library, the Banshee Reina is still being tossed around by the mysterious energy surge. The ground continues to crack and buckle under the pressure of something massive moving above. Ed looks up, his face pale as he realizes the earthquake is actually the sound of someone breaking through the floor. The question hangs in the air: who will be the first to reach Ed in this chaotic mess? The ceiling finally gives way with a deafening roar, showering the library in stone and dust. Ed stares at the wreckage, wishing it had just been a normal earthquake. Through the dust, a small hand reaches up, stretching lazily as if they just woke up from a nap. A bright light floods the room as the intruder stands up amidst the rubble. It's Lucy Merrill, looking completely unfazed as she sits on a pile of broken stone with her signature oversized hat. She looks over at the defeated Banshee, her expression one of pure boredom. She looks Ed right in the eye and tells him she got bored, so she decided to come help. For Ed, this is the worst-case scenario. It's game over. As the sun dips below the horizon, the golden light hits Sylvania Academy, masking the absolute chaos brewing underneath its floors. Principal Obel stands on the balcony, casually sipping tea. He knows things are getting dangerous, but he believes this is the perfect fire to forge his students into legends. He stares into the sunset, admitting that this specific generation is the greatest golden age in the entire history of the Academy. Looking back at the history books, you'd be hard-pressed to find a group of students this talented or this determined to defy fate. From the fierce rivalry of the top classes to the promising stars rising in every year, the potential in these halls is limitless. Obel's hand tightens around his glass. He feels a chill, like the world itself is warning him about the trials these kids are about to face. He knows the upcoming trials aren't just tests, they're life-or-death struggles that will change the world forever. He believes they need to be pushed to the absolute limit, forced to struggle so hard that they realize talent alone won't save them. Deep in the forest, smoke rises from Ed's cabin, a quiet reminder of the home he's trying to get back to. But the forest floor is scarred by a massive, smoking crater where Lucy made her grand entrance into the underground lab. The hole is a dark, bottomless pit, showing just how much raw power Lucy used just to say hello. Down in the darkness, the rubble settles, revealing the path the Silver Witch carved through solid rock. The impact trail goes deep, cutting through the layers of the secret laboratory like it was made of paper. Back in the spirit library, dust and debris rain down as the ceiling finally gives way under Lucy's weight. Lucy lies there in the middle of the wreckage, looking as casual as if she'd just hopped into bed. Ed clutches his face in pure frustration, letting out a long, exhausted groan. This wasn't part of the plan. The tiny witch looks up with sparkling eyes, ignoring the destruction she just caused, to ask if Ed has any beef jerky left. Ed snaps at her, asking why on earth he'd have snacks in the middle of a kidnapping. Lucy just sighs, deciding it's time to find a good spot for a nap. Ed grabs her shoulder, his face dead serious. He can't let her go. If she wanders off and finds Glast, the world is done for. He takes a second to process everything. The situation is officially a total mess, and it's only getting worse. He calculates the timing. Janica and Lortel are already deep in the tunnels, and he needs to stop them before they run into Glast's traps. He looks at the boss list in his head. Skipping Reyna the Banshee is fine, but the other monsters still need to be cleared for the scenario to hold. He tells himself it's still okay, as long as he can keep the main players from triggering a bad ending, but the real problem is the silver-haired girl right in front of him. If she meets Glast, it's game over for everyone. He looks Lucy in the eye and tells her she's going to have to stick with him for a while, whether she likes it or not. Lucy blinks, confused by his sudden intensity, but Ed is already sweating bullets, trying to think of a way to keep her occupied. He remembers a piece of advice Janica once gave him. Sometimes, the biggest help you can give is just being there for someone. He tries to manipulate her ego, telling her that having a powerhouse like her around makes him feel safe. Lucy just sniffs the air, still obsessed with that jerky. Ed finally loses it, telling her to forget the jerky and just help him navigate the waterway so they can get out of here. He explains that he has a few things to clean up before they leave, looking at the chibi versions of his rivals in his mind. Lucy lets out a long, dramatic sigh, but finally agrees to follow him. But she's a merchant at heart. She tells Ed she has a favor to ask in return for her help. She points to her back, and Ed realizes he's just been demoted from a survivor to a human taxi. Ed starts sprinting through the lab with Lucy hitched to his back like a lazy backpack. His plan is set. Go back in reverse, loot the library for everything it's worth, and then find Janica and Lortel to pull them out. He grits his teeth, determined to finish this nightmare and finally get some rest. Lucy's voice pipes up from behind his ear, still asking about that beef jerky like a broken record. Ed shuts her down again, but suddenly his eyes catch something in the dark, dozens of glowing red eyes watching them from the library shelves. A swarm of demonic bats screeches and dives from the ceiling, filling the air with leathery wings and fangs. Ed doesn't panic. He holds out his hand, a magical circle forming as he prepares to turn these monsters into experience points, incinerating the bats in a blinding flash of heat. The fire roars through the library, turning the dark corridors into an oven as the monsters are wiped out. He wipes his brow, realizing that being bombed by EXP from these high-level mobs is the ultimate gamer thrill. He apologizes to Taylor under his breath for stealing all the easy level-ups, then blasts another group of bats with an ignition spell. Meanwhile, in another part of the lab, Lortel senses something strange. A concealment spell is hiding a secret path nearby. Unlike Janica's spirit powers, Lortel uses her unique magical insight and resonance to sniff out the way forward. She stops for a second, her heart racing. She knows this isn't the time for romance, but she can't stop thinking about Ed. Suddenly, a realization hits her like a lightning bolt. For the first time in her life, she's doing something with pure, honest intentions, not for profit or power. She touches the wall, feeling a connection that gold could never buy, and her heart swells with a new kind of warmth. She hears a sound, a steady, heavy thumping coming from just behind the next wall. She thinks it's her own heartbeat at first, but the noise gets louder and more violent. The wall explodes in a shower of stone as Ed comes crashing through the other side. Lortel stares in shock, her eyes wide, as she sees Ed standing there in the dust. Ed lets out a long breath, looking a bit worse for wear, but definitely alive. He casually mentions that he was kidnapped, but he's carrying a massive pile of glowing magical artifacts like he just went shopping. He tells Lortel her timing is perfect, and dumps a stack of advanced crafting formulas into her arms, because they're too heavy for him. Lortel is malfunctioning. She asks him if he was really in grave danger, and Ed just blithely agrees that yeah, it was pretty bad. He trails off, looking back at the girl still clinging to his neck. Lortel's brain stops working entirely as she sees Lucy fast asleep on Ed's back, looking way too comfortable. She starts fuming, her face turning pink with jealousy. To her, this is more than dangerous, it's cruelly unfair. She thinks back to her own progress with Ed, calling Janica a coward for not making a move, and realizing she's been the one pushing the hardest. She remembers the day she ran home so short of breath that she almost accidentally set the forest on fire from the heat of her own feelings. Ed ignores her internal crisis, telling her to keep the scrolls and offering her a cheap price if she wants to buy them later. Lortel realizes she needs to take control of the situation right now if she wants to win his heart. Ed leans in close, his face inches from hers, and tells her the one thing she's always wanted to hear. Who else can I trust but you? Lortel's heart is doing backflips. She knows he's playing her, but she doesn't even care anymore. His words echo in her mind. He's grateful for everything she's done. She's officially a goner. She looks up with a dazed, happy smile and asks him if he needs a receipt for the scrolls, her professional mask completely melted. In her head, she's screaming at herself for being such a total pushover when it comes to this guy. The moment is broken by a shout from down the hall. He's out of breath and shouting that they have a massive problem approaching from the entrance. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the tunnel, and everyone tenses up. Taylor's voice rings out, telling his group not to let their guard down as they push deeper into the lab. Taylor leads the charge, his sword drawn and his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of Glast. Clebius is bringing up the rear, sweating and asking if they can just turn around and leave already. Elvira snaps at him, reminding him they're here to save Ayla and Ed, even though she still doesn't like the guy. Taylor apologizes for dragging them into this, but he's desperate to get his friend back. Jix steps up, putting a hand on Clebius's shoulder and telling him not to back out now because Ayla is counting on them. Suddenly, someone points a finger down the long, dark corridor. It's Adele, the romantic seer, and she has a calm, knowing smile on her face as she warns them about what's ahead. Her prophecies are legendary for hitting the mark, like she's literally peeking into the future. She tells them she has a feeling they're about to run into an incredibly tough opponent. The group looks down the hallway, their hearts pounding as they wait for the boss to appear. A wall of fire erupts in the distance, illuminating the entire tunnel in a terrifying orange glow. Through the flames, they hear a teacher screaming for mercy, begging for one more chance. Assistant Professor Claire crashes onto the floor, looking like she's just been through a meat grinder. A figure emerges from the smoke, and the group's blood turns to ice. Janica stands there with her massive fire dragon, waving at them with a sweet smile that doesn't match the carnage behind her. Taylor and the others are frozen in place. They remember Janica from the Act 1 incident, and the fear is coming back fast. In their eyes, Janica looks like a dark, demonic boss, standing in a pool of shadow. Taylor grits his teeth, his sword crackling with energy. He thinks they have no chance of winning, but he's ready to die trying. Janica is totally confused. She wonders why they're looking at her like she's a monster, and worries if she grilled the professor a bit too much. She tries to calm Taylor down, but he's already charging forward, screaming that he has to save Ayla no matter what. That's enough. A calm, authoritative voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Ed walks out from the shadows, carrying the sleeping Lucy, his presence instantly cooling the room. Taylor stops mid-swing, his eyes bulging as he gasps out Ed's name. Janica drops her boss act instantly, rushing over to Ed and grabbing his face, asking if he's hurt or needs anything. Elvira and Taylor look on in disbelief. They can't believe the villain they were so worried about is just standing there fine. Elvira realizes that Ed's fighting style, using basic magic and archery, has evolved into something much more dangerous. She remembers how he once held off 3 top-tier opponents by himself, with nothing but grit and tactics. The 3 of them, Ed, Janica, and Lortel, stand together, framed by fire, looking like the ultimate endgame party. Taylor realizes that since the Ophilus Hall incident, Ed has grown into a monster he might not be able to beat. He looks at the dark energy swirling around Ed and swallows hard. He knows his chances of winning against Ed right now are exactly 0. Ed walks over and places a firm, steady hand on Taylor's shoulder. He looks the hero in the eye and gives him the green light. Go, Taylor. He tells him Ayla is waiting and commands him to go catch Glast and finish the job. Ed steps back, telling the others it's time for everyone to play their roles in the finale. He tells Taylor to handle the main scenario while he handles everything else. Ed pulls up his hood, looking out into the night forest with a plan of his own. He's going to take care of the variables, the messy parts of the plot that Taylor isn't ready for yet. The chapter ends with a mysterious, bearded man in the shadows, his eyes glowing with gold as he prepares to hunt down the fallen merchant. The news hits like a thunderclap. Mercenaries hired by the fallen Golden King Elti have officially breached Arkan Island, and they aren't here to negotiate. Elti was supposed to be a mid-boss who got crushed and never recovered, but in this new timeline he's managed to crawl back from the brink. The Golden King himself is back, and because he fell from power in a different way than the game intended, he's now a wild card Ed never saw coming. Lortel knew her father was planning a counterattack, but even she didn't expect him to move this fast or this aggressively. Elti found a loophole in the Academy's security while everyone was distracted by Professor Glast's madness. With most of the trading company's staff trapped in the crossfire, Lortel's home base is completely defenseless, and they need to move now. Ed clutches his sack of loot, knowing that these magical engineering formulas are going to be his literal lifesavers in the coming war. He reflects on his journey so far, realizing that power isn't just about stats or swords. The best tool he has for surviving this death game isn't a spell or a blade. If LT is the mid-boss of this episode, he needs to be dealt with here and now, just like in the game. He can't let this variable mess up the rest of the timeline, so he prepares to take LT down once and for all. Ed looks at Yix with a smirk, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the chaos. He tells Taylor that the path to Glast is almost clear, but reminds him to get the full story from Ayla after he rescues her. He pauses, looking at the hero one last time. Taylor looks back, sweating and nervous, still unsure if he's ready for the weight of the world on his shoulders. In the end, Taylor has to be the one to finish this, because the world needs its hero to grow. Only by mastering these unique skills and finishing this growth can Taylor hope to survive what's coming next. Ed sees the spark of the true hero in Taylor's eyes, the power that will eventually face the final disaster. Because without this growth, Taylor won't stand a chance against that guy in the final scenario. But for now, Ed has his own mountain of problems to sort out inside this dark waterway. He knows that once Glast is cornered, a massive magic tower will rise to tear the sky apart. The visual is haunting, massive towers of purple energy unleashing dreadful spells that will turn the academy into a graveyard. It's going to be a brutal trial that most humans wouldn't survive, but Ed believes in the grind. Taylor looks at Ed with a mix of respect and confusion, realizing Ed is carrying a burden they can't even see. Ed simply tells him good luck, knowing that grand cheers aren't going to help when the spells start flying. Taylor's group sprints into the light, heading for the final boss while Ed turns back toward the darkness. He trusts the hero to do his job, so he can focus on doing his. Welcome to the endgame of Act 2, the Extras Academy Survival Guide. Ed calculates Elta's plan. The greedy king is targeting the trading company to erase the evidence that he was the one who ruined the business. Janica chases after Ed, begging him to wait a minute because he's moving too fast. Her face is tight with worry. She can't believe he's throwing himself into another fight so soon. She shouts that he's going to get hurt again, her heart breaking at the thought of him collapsing. Lortel is just as worried, reminding Ed that he literally just escaped a kidnapping and should be resting. Janica adds that he collapsed from overwork just days ago, and that Elte is a family matter that he shouldn't have to risk his life for. Her eyes well up with tears as she tells him she just doesn't want to see him get hurt anymore. Ed knows she's right. Technically, this is someone else's business, but he can't just explain that he's the only one who can stop the butterfly effect. He realizes that for Lortel to successfully capture her father, she's going to need the combined power of him and Janica. He knows Lortel is probably looking for any excuse to keep him by her side anyway. He looks Janica in the eye, and for a second he almost gives in to her concern. Lortel grabs Janica's hands, admitting that involving Ed in her family mess is being selfish, and that he should be resting somewhere safe. It's rare to see these two rivals getting along, but their shared love for Ed is the one thing they can agree on. Ed appreciates the sentiment, but he knows rest is a luxury he doesn't have right now. He tells them bluntly that Lortel's problem isn't someone else's business to him, making both girls freeze in shock. Janica's face goes red as she asks what he means by that. Is he finally admitting his feelings? Ed ignores the romantic tension and yells for everyone to move, including the poor staff member who's just trying to keep up. He struggles to find a logical reason that isn't, "I'm a transmigrator trying to save the world." He stammers out a half-truth, trying to make it sound like it's all about business. Janica helps him out, theorizing that since he has a contract with Lortel, his supply of magic materials would be cut off if she lost power. Ed stares at her in silence, realizing her logic is actually perfect for covering his tracks. He tells her she's pretty smart, and Lortel just smirks, happy to have an excuse to keep him around. But the playful mood vanishes as they reach the end of the tunnel. They find a massive pile of rubble and a trail of destruction that suggests a war was fought here recently. Ed sees the defeated alchemist Dorothy on the floor and realizes Taylor went through here without an ounce of mercy for his seniors. Janica looks at the carnage and then back at Ed, her expression turning dark and judgmental. Ed panics, waving his hands and explaining it wasn't his fault, but Lortel and Janica are already teasing him about being heartless. Lortel points toward the light at the exit, telling everyone they can talk about Ed's crimes later. Right now, they need to reach her carriage. But just as they step outside, they find the carriage is a total wreck, smashed into pieces in the middle of a flooded clearing. Lortel's staff members are lying face down in the water, unconscious and defeated. Lortel's face goes cold as she realizes they've walked straight into a trap. Standing over the wreckage is the Golden King himself, Elte, looking like a vengeful ghost under the moonlight. Lortel whispers father, her voice shaking with a mix of hate and fear. Elte mocks her, telling her he taught her everything she knows about records and documents, so she should have known there'd be no evidence left for her to use. He pulls a terrified staff member forward, explaining that all it took was a simple threat for the man to spill Lortel's entire plan. He tells Lortel that this is the moment she should smile, the fake, perfect merchant's expression that took her so long to master. He clicks his fingers, admitting it's a pity he has to ruin her, but he can't have any witnesses to his return. Suddenly, Ed and the mercenaries both notice something, red, glowing eyes appearing from the shadows of the forest. A blur of movement cuts through the air, faster than the human eye can track. The mercenaries are blasted back by a sudden explosion of wind and magic. The impact is so violent that the water itself is sliced in half as the two sides clash. Lortel stands her ground, her magic circles glowing blue as she asks her father where he thinks he's attacking. She's furious that he's back to his old tricks, bringing mercenaries into the academy just like he did last time. Elte smirks, noting that the professor has already fled with the grimoire, leaving the academy wide open. But he warns her that there's no point in comparing this to their last fight. He reveals that he's brought the continent's best mercenaries this time, a small army of elite killers who outnumber Ed's party 10-1. Elte waves his hand dismissively, stating that he doesn't care about the lives of anyone else here, except for Lortel, whom he wants to punish personally. He gives the command to finish them off quickly, and a dozen archers draw their bows at once. A literal rain of arrows fills the night sky, arching down toward our heroes with lethal precision. Ed doesn't move, still carrying Lucy on his back, but his eyes are tracking every single projectile. An arrow whistles toward his head, the steel tip gleaming in the moonlight. Suddenly, a barrier of green energy erupts around them, shattering the arrows into splinters before they can touch a single hair on Ed's head. It's high-level defense magic, fueled by Janika's spirit connection. Janika stands at the front, her braids whipping in the wind as her spirits circle around her like guardian angels. She warns Ed to stay alert, noting that these mercenaries move with the coordination of a veteran army. Ed thanks her, but he looks concerned. He knows that even Janika has limits when facing this many professionals. Elte sighs, admitting that spirit sorcerers are always a massive hassle to deal with on the battlefield. He reaches into his coat, pulling out a single sheet of glowing paper. He reminds them that he's much better prepared than last time, holding up a legendary-grade magical engineering item. It's Belarus's Prejudice, a high-ranking variant of the magic restriction reagent that can suppress all surrounding mana for 10 full minutes. Lortel's eyes go wide with horror. She knows that a single sheet of this costs dozens of gold coins to use, but it's worth every penny to shut down a mage. It's the ultimate counter to anyone who relies on magic, and it's about to turn our heroes into sitting ducks. The drawback is that it takes time to activate, but with a mercenary army protecting him, Elte has all the time in the world. And there's one more devastating fact they can't ignore. Ed's entire party, himself, Janika, and Lortel, consists solely of mages who will be powerless once that scroll activates. Lortel shouts that they're done for if that thing triggers, her mind racing for a way to break the mercenary line. She demands to know how Elte plans to deal with the Academy's wrath, but her father just laughs. He tells her that being an outcast is a lot better than being dead, and he's willing to burn everything down to survive. Ed watches from the shadows, realizing that he and Elte are actually very similar. Both of them are third-rate villains, who are shaking the world just to stay alive. He knows that if Elte survives this, he'll become a massive, unpredictable variable in the future scenarios. In the original story, Elte was just a mid-boss who got backstabbed by Lortel and disappeared forever. He was a monster who killed Lortel's parents and built his throne on a mountain of gold and bodies. He is an absolute villain through and through, with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Yet, Ed admits he doesn't feel any hate for the man. Because ultimately, Elte is just a man fighting tooth and nail to survive in a world that's trying to delete him. In that sense, they are exactly the same. But Ed's survival depends on Elte's defeat, and he has no intention of losing his life to a ghost of the past. He refuses to give in, even if it means being more ruthless than the Golden King. He knows he's being selfish by manipulating the world's variables, but he's already committed to this path. Ed's expression turns cold and focused. He whispers a command to the girl on his back, "Wake up now." The water ripples around his feet as the air begins to vibrate with a terrifying new frequency. Lucy opens one eye, letting out a massive, bored yawn as she realizes her nap time is over. She mutters that everyone is being way too noisy, her silver hair starting to glow with a pale, ghostly light. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, and the world itself seems to pause in fear. A massive explosion of purple mana erupts from her tiny body, blowing back the mercenaries and the water alike. The power is so overwhelming that even LT's legendary scroll begins to crack under the pressure. He didn't write it in a grand palace, but in a humble little cabin that didn't match his world-renowned fame at all. The existence of this book, and the secrets within it, were known by almost no one in the world. Inside that cabin, Glock taught a young Lucy that while she was born with the blessing of the stars, she must never stop learning or lose her humility. He warned her that overwhelming strength always comes with a bitter, crushing solitude, but the young Lucy was too busy being lazy to listen. Glock eventually gave up on the lectures and asked her for 3 simple promises instead. Lucy looked up, her purple eyes wide with curiosity, wondering what could be so important to a man who had seen everything. He told her, "Do not kill anyone." He wanted her to keep her small hands clean of blood, even if it happened by accident. And finally, he wanted her to live the life of a normal student, at least for a little while, during her time at Sylvania. Back in the present, purple lightning crackles around Lucy as she stands before Elte's army. The mana suppression is supposed to make her powerless, but Lucy doesn't look like she's following the rules. Elte's mercenaries are veteran killers who have survived 100 death matches, and they can feel the air getting heavy. They've crossed the line of death multiple times, which usually means they're strong enough to handle anything. Their survival instincts are honed to a razor's edge, reacting to danger before they even see it. Right now, those very instincts are screaming at them to run as fast as they can. Lucy commands, her voice small, but carrying the weight of a god. Elte loses his mind, screaming at his men to move and take her down, refusing to believe a little girl can stop his return. The younger mercenaries don't have the veteran's intuition. They just see a small girl and think they have an easy win. One idiot charges forward with a roar, swinging his sword with everything he's got. Lucy doesn't even blink. Her eyes are cold, shadowed by the brim of her massive hat. Even though she's the world's greatest mage, she doesn't actually use traditional magic very often. She simply reaches out a hand, catching the mercenaries' momentum in a swirl of purple energy. She uses an overwhelming compression of mana to generate raw physical force. To put it simply, she uses pure, unadulterated violence to blast the entire mercenary line into the sky. Elte is trembling, checking his scroll, and wondering why the mana suppression hasn't kicked in yet. Lucy's eyes lock onto his, glowing with a terrifying intensity. "So you're the leader, huh?" She raises her hand, purple lightning coiling around her fingers like a whip. She decides that if he's the one causing all this noise, she just has to take him down. Suddenly, a firm hand grips her shoulder from behind. It's Ed. He stands over the fallen Elte, looking Lucy in the eye and telling her that's enough. Ed looks exhausted, but his gaze is steady. He knows Lucy is on the verge of breaking her master's first promise. A massive tremor suddenly rips through the clearing, but this isn't Lucy's doing. Lightning strikes the academy spires as a dark, forbidden energy begins to flood the sky. High above, the 7 brightest stars align in a perfect straight line, the exact condition needed for Glast's final plan. Glast's advanced spectral magic is finally active, distorting the very laws of nature around Arkan Island. The spell is called Descent of the Magic Realm, and it's about to change everything. Massive, glowing purple towers erupt from the ground, dwarfing the academy buildings and piercing the clouds. The energy release is blinding, a surge of raw magical power that can be felt for miles. Ed looks up at the towers, his face grim. This is the final stage of Episode 2's last battle. Lortel narrows her eyes, admitting that the timing for this disaster is actually perfect for her own plans. Ed knows that by now, Taylor should have already defeated the monsters in the tunnels. The hero has learned the skills he needs, standing over the defeated beasts with a crackling sword. Now that the main party is gathered, Ed is confident that Taylor will eventually be able to stop Glast. The towers are rising exactly as they did in the original game storyline, meaning the scenario is still on track. But this magic is so alien and complex that it defies all standard logic. Even geniuses like Janica and Lortel are standing there in total confusion, unable to comprehend what they're seeing. Everyone is lost, except for our guy Ed, who knows exactly what this ritual is for. Lucy looks up at the towers, her voice a whisper as she asks if they're acting as batteries for the ritual. She realizes that with this much power, Glast's crazy dream might actually be possible. "Resurrection of the dead," she mutters, her heart racing at the thought of what, or who, is coming back. Ed remembers the epilogue of the game, where Lucy lazily wakes up and reflects on the incident. In the normal timeline, Lucy would be napping on a roof, completely ignoring the war below. But if you wake her up early, the cornered Professor Glast makes her a desperate, tempting offer. The person Glast is trying to resurrect isn't the great sage Sylvania like everyone thinks. It's her greatest disciple, the one man Lucy misses more than anything, Archmage Glocked. That's the hook. That's how Lucy, the Academy's greatest asset, turns into its greatest enemy. In the game, this triggers Bad Ending 27, where Lucy goes on a rampage and annihilates the entire party. The game would end with Lucy slowly disappearing into the tunnels, leaving a trail of destruction behind her. In this specific episode, Lucy Merrill was never meant to be a boss you could actually defeat. Hardcore players spent hundreds of hours trying every strategy, only to end up staring at a screen of their own blood. The consensus was unanimous. There was absolutely no way to beat a serious Lucy. Ed knows he can still patch up these disruptions, but he has to move fast to stop the natural disaster. He tenses up as LT realizes he still has one card left to play. The Golden King activates his legendary item again, determined to twist his way out of this bad ending. The vase glows with a sickly pink light, suppressing the mana in the clearing for another 10 minutes. Lucy stands in the center of the suppression field, her power seemingly snuffed out by the legendary artifact. LT laughs like a maniac, shouting that this is his chance to turn the tables on the brats. He commands his mercenaries to attack, thinking that without magic, Ed and the girls are defenseless. A mercenary leaps through the air, his blade aimed straight for Ed's head. Ed doesn't even move. He just whispers, "Windblade." A massive gust of air slices through the clearing, sent by one of Ed's hidden magic tools. Ed stands calm in the center of the storm, reminding everyone that he, too, is a variable in this scenario. LT's face is a mask of pure terror. How? He stammers, unable to understand how Ed is still using magic. His jaw drops as he looks at the vase in his hands, realizing something impossible is happening. Even the overwhelming suppression power of a legendary grade item has its limits when facing a monster. Belarus's prejudice is like a bucket trying to hold back a flood. It's simply impossible to drain the entire sea using a single bucket. The vase shatters under the pressure of Lucy's dormant mana, the suppression field evaporating like mist. Lucy steps forward, her voice flat and terrifying. "I'll clear the way." She erupts in a pillar of purple light, the shockwave alone cracking the stone walls nearby. She has a place she needs to go, and God help anyone who tries to stand between her and her master. LT is an experienced man, and he can see the end coming for him. His sense of survival, honed by decades of cutthroat business and narrow escapes, is finally failing him. Lucy towers over him, a dark silhouette framed by a vortex of magical energy. Every instinct in LT's body is telling him that his death is now certain. Lucy raises her hand, ready to deliver a strike that will erase LT from existence. She looks him in the eye, her power humming with a lethal frequency. "You know, don't you, that you're about to die?" LT can only stare back, paralyzed by the sheer scale of her mana. Lucy knows she's about to kill him. She's ready to do it. "Stop here." Ed's voice cuts through the tension. He tells her she shouldn't kill him unless she thinks it's okay to become a murderer. Lucy pauses, confused why Ed is suddenly concerned about the life of a villain like LT. Ed isn't worried about LT. He's thinking about Glock's promise, "Do not kill anyone." Ed remembers the image of Lucy sleeping peacefully on her master's lap, the innocence Glock wanted to protect. He stares at her, his eyes filled with a desperate need to save her from herself. Lucy's hand trembles, her grip on the magical energy starting to slip. She finally lets go, her power dissipating into the night air. "Okay." Ed asks where she's going, and she simply replies that since it's over, she has a place to be. Conversations with Ed always end up like this, short, intense, and leaving more questions than answers. Ed watches her go, asking if she's sure she won't regret leaving things like this. Lucy doesn't answer. She takes to the sky, a tiny figure flying toward the purple towers. Ed stands alone in the wreckage, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes just how close they came to a game over. High above, Lucy looks down at the academy, her expression unreadable. She remembers the last chapter of her master's book, "What's lost is lost." Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. The words echo in her mind, a final command from the man who raised her. So become stronger. She clutches a memory to her chest, the weight of her grief heavier than any mana suppression field. Glock dedicated the last sentence of his life's work to the girl who brought him so much joy. "To you, who has brought a full stop to my life, Lucy." Glock died with a smile on his face, peaceful and content, because he knew Lucy would be okay. Lucy looks at the towers glass built to bring him back and whispers a single word. "No." She rejects the resurrection. She knows her master wouldn't want to come back like this. She unleashes one final burst of mana, her silhouette glowing against the purple moonlight. And just like that, the natural disaster vanishes from sight, leaving Ed behind. Down at the docks, the Academy staff reports that all 57 mercenaries have been rounded up and put on boats. Ed is sprinting through the Academy grounds, his lungs burning as he pushes his exhausted body to the limit. LT is tied up and defeated, left for Lortel to deal with at her own pace. Ed knows Lortel needs to be the one to end this bad blood with her father personally. His body feels like lead, but he ignores the pain, climbing the stairs to the highest building in Sylvania. He reaches the top of Trix Hall, the place where this whole nightmare began. The building towers over the campus, a massive monument to the Academy's history. This is where Glast stole the grimoire, and where Taylor's journey as a hero truly started. The hallways are filled with the injured and the exhausted, but Ed doesn't stop to rest. He reaches the final set of doors, the bright light from the towers spilling through the cracks. His reverse journey from the lab to here has been long and brutal, but it's all coming together perfectly. He pushes the doors open, stepping out onto the balcony overlooking the entire world. This is where his journey for today ends, and where the next act begins. He looks at the ruins below, noting that even Glocht Hall was caught in the crossfire. Ed remembers the scholarship he was awarded. It was funded by the very man Glast is trying to resurrect. Glocht lived a simple life and gave everything back to the school, leaving his traces everywhere. Ed steps forward, his eyes landing on a small figure sitting on the edge of the roof. He knew exactly where to find her. In a place filled with memories, Lucy was never going to be hard to find. He stands beside her, neither of them speaking as they watch the stars. The purple moon hangs between the towers, casting an eerie glow over the entire island. From up here they can see the entire Academy, the battlefield, the forest, and the future they're both fighting for. Ed looks at Lucy's sad, quiet face and realizes that to her, this academy isn't just a school, it's her master's final legacy. The sky over Sylvania is a nightmare of purple energy, as massive magic towers channel a power that shouldn't belong to the living. On the rooftop, Lucy breaks the silence with a classic request, asking Ed if he has any of his signature beef jerky left. Ed lets out an exhausted sigh, reminding her for the 100th time that he's completely out, though he's used to these weirdly casual talks by now. He asks her what she's doing up here, and Lucy admits she's just lost in memories of the old days. Ed notes that a fall from this height would be instant death, but Lucy just focuses on her grief, admitting she used to cry a lot until the sadness eventually went numb. Ed looks at her, simply asking why, to understand how the world's strongest girl handles loss. Lucy looks away, explaining that the reason for her change of heart was actually surprisingly simple. She realizes that too much time has passed, and dwelling on old wounds is just a fool's errand. She looks at a memory of her master Glocht, realizing that even if she revived him, he'd just have to leave her all over again someday. Glocht had already prepared himself for death, accepting it as a natural end to his long journey. Lucy knows that using forbidden magic to bring back a man who dedicated his life to the purity of magic would be the ultimate insult to his memory. She admits it out loud, finally accepting the truth she's been running from. Looking up at the massive towers, she realizes that her desire to bring him back was just her being selfish and lonely. The tiny witch goes quiet, the shadow of her hat hiding her expression from the world. Ed watches her closely, asking if she's really okay with letting the chance to see him again slip away. In his head, Ed worries that Lucy's decision might just be a passing whim, and that her changing her mind again could lead to a catastrophe. If she snaps and decides she does want to finish the ritual, the bad ending is back on the table. He decides he has to be sure, leaning in to catch her eye. He expects another joke or a request for snacks, but Lucy's mood has completely shifted. Instead, she asks him to lend her his shoulder, leaning against him as the towers continue to hum with dark energy. Ed realizes she chose this spot by the railing just so she could have someone to lean on while she watches the end of an era. High above them, one of the towers erupts in a surge of mana, the ritual reaching its unstable climax. Ed knows there will never be anyone as obsessed with this forbidden magic as Professor Glast, and after today, resurrection magic will likely vanish from the world. He reflects on the fact that loss comes for everyone equally, and the only way to survive is to cover those wounds with the life you have now. He looks at Lucy, realizing she finally understands this lesson better than anyone. A single tear escapes her eye as she watches her master's revival towers fail, knowing she's saying goodbye for the last time. Ed looks on with a soft expression, his typical survivalist coldness melting for just a moment. And so, he just sits there, offering the only comfort he can. They stay together on the roof, two variables in a broken story, watching the purple sky burn. The stars seem higher and colder than usual tonight, watching over the chaos below. Despite the danger in the magic towers, Ed has to admit the view is actually quite beautiful. But But while things are quiet on the roof, a giant of iron and magic rises from the depths of the lab to protect the ritual. Taylor's party is backed into a corner, huffing and exhausted as they face Glast's ultimate creation. It's an ancient weapon built from forgotten blueprints and a spectral magic, designed to be unbeatable. Taylor screams out Ayla's name, seeing his friend trapped within the metal monster. The magic engineering golem winds up a massive, glowing fist, ready to turn the hero into a red smear on the floor. Glast stands below the beast, channeling every last drop of his mana to keep the golem moving and the ritual alive. Taylor grits his teeth, the pressure of the professor's mana weighing down on him like a physical mountain. The Glast subjugation battle has officially reached its final, most dangerous phase. Taylor looks up, his eyes widening as he realizes that one wrong move here means certain death for everyone. The air screams with the sound of high-frequency magic as the golem prepares its next strike. The objective is clear. Taylor has to reach the golem's heart to rescue Ayla before she's consumed by the ritual. A massive explosion of mana rocks the chamber, throwing the party back in a wave of purple light. Jix leaps forward, using his raw strength to hold back the golem's massive fingers, buying the hero a few precious seconds. He roars, his muscles bulging as he pushes back against the weight of several tons of magic iron. Taylor doesn't hesitate, leaping through the gaps in the golem's armor with a speed that defies human limits. The golem tries to swat him out of the air, its movements causing shockwaves that shatter the stone floor. Taylor focuses on the glowing core, Ayla's face visible through the translucent crystal of the golem's heart. Professor Glast watches through blurred vision, his body finally breaking down from the strain of his own forbidden spells. Taylor lets out a primal scream, demanding that Glast give Ayla back as he plunges his glowing sword into the machine. A massive spray of magical oil and energy erupts, looking almost like blood under the flickering lights. Glast's glasses crack as he realizes he can't even see the boy who's about to destroy his life's work. He stares into the void, his world turning into a haze of purple and shadow. His thoughts drift back to his life as a teacher, a time that felt so static and empty compared to this. He remembers the long hours spent in silence, buried under a mountain of academic paperwork. Day after day, he sat at his desk reading ancient grimoires, looking for a secret that wasn't there. He analyzed a spectral magic until his eyes bled, desperate for a way to rewrite the past. He managed academic curriculums and taught students he didn't care about, all while his soul was rotting from within. He'd look over his shoulder, half expecting to see a ghost from the life he lost. Outside his window, the seasons would change, but the coldness in his heart never melted. He remembers a snowy day when a persistent first-year student kept coming to his study for extra lessons. It was Dorothy, looking young and determined, asking to study intermediate magic long before she was ready. He remembers the sound of rain against the stained glass, a rhythm that only added to his exhaustion. He'd look over his glasses at his colleagues, feeling like a stranger in his own academy. He thinks of the youngest professors, who would cause trouble, and then come begging for his forgiveness with flustered faces. The petals of cherry blossoms would drift through the air, reminding him of a time when he was actually happy. He spent so many hours alone, just him and his books, while the wind howled outside. He remembers a simple cup of tea, the steam rising as he tried to find a reason to keep going. The high-ranking deans would stop by to chat, but Glast's mind was always miles away, trapped in a cemetery. Even after he rose to power within the faculty, that fundamental loneliness never changed. He stayed buried in work, a man who had already died years ago, but forgot to stop breathing. He clutched his journals, hoping that if he just studied hard enough, the painful memories would finally disappear. But they didn't. They just glowed brighter, fueling the ritual he's performing right now. Back in reality, Glast is coughing up blood, his body being torn apart by the very magic he used to defy death. Taylor's blade is inches from his throat, but the air around them is warping with a sudden, violent intensity. Glast is attempting a small-scale time travel, trying to drag his painful memories back into the light of the present. His eyes are wide and bloodshot. As he screams a command to the universe, a blinding flash of red light erupts, the world slowing down as the professor loses control of the temporal energy. The golem's fist glows with a terminal energy, the ritual towers above feeding it a power it was never meant to hold. The ground beneath Taylor shatters, sending him flying as the golem enters a self-destruct state. Taylor's friends scream in horror, watching as a massive barrier of purple light separates them from the hero. The air screams with the friction of time warping around the Iron Giant's fist. It's a multi-time prison, an advanced spell that traps everyone in a loop of their own suffering. Taylor looks up, his pupils shrinking as he realizes he's staring into the eyes of a god of time. Jix roars for him to dodge, but the speed of the golem's strike is now faster than the speed of sound. In that split second, Taili's mind goes quiet, and the hero's swordsman form finally takes full control. He raises his sword high, a pillar of white light erupting from his blade to meet the purple darkness. Glast collapses, blood dripping from his chin as he watches the hero defy the laws of his magic. Everything goes silent for a heartbeat, the professor's vision blurring for the last time. He closes his eyes, the light of the lab fading away into a long, welcoming darkness. And in that darkness, he finally sees the one thing he's been looking for through all these years of study. A young girl stands before him, her face hidden but her smile radiating a warmth he hasn't felt in a lifetime. He realizes with a start that she's exactly what he lost. His daughter, Muri. He reaches out a hand, whispering that he's almost there, almost back to the day before everything went wrong. But the hero's light is too bright, cutting through the illusions of the past. Taili stands in the center of the explosion, his clothes torn and his body bleeding, but his resolve is unbreakable. Glast screams for him to give up, begging the universe not to stop him from reaching his daughter one last time. He pours the rest of his life force into the golem, determined to reverse reality at any cost. The Iron Giant's eyes flare with a blinding, terminal light. Energy beams erupt from the golem's core, lashing out like whips of fire that tear through the arena. Taili slashes through the beams, his white hair flowing in the magical wind as he charges the giant. He swings his sword with a roar, the impact causing a shockwave that knocks Glast off his feet. The professor crashes into the wall, his coat soaked in blood as his glasses fall and shatter on the stone. He looks up through one good eye, seeing the terrifying majesty of the hero's true form. He realizes with a shock that this isn't just a student. This is the legendary swordsman form that only appears once a century. Taili is wreathed in golden lightning, his blade crackling with the power of 1,000 storms. Glast desperately tries one last time reversal, the golem's arm regenerating as it swings for Taili's head. The gears of time turn backward, the sounds of the battle echoing in a reverse loop. Even the blood of his fallen friends starts to fly back into their wounds as time begins to fold in on itself. Glast screams that it's pointless to resist. He lets out a final, agonizing cry as the backflow of mana starts to crush his internal organs. He casts a massive ice spear spell, thousands of frozen blades raining down on the hero party. Taili roars, ignoring the ice as he puts everything into one final strike. The entire party joins in, their combined magic clashing with the professor's desperate defense in a hurricane of mana. Glast looks into the light, a single question on his lips. Is this the end? His eyes widen in a moment of clarity as he sees the golem's heart shatter into a million pieces. The massive iron hand reaches out one last time, grasping for a future that's already gone. Taili lands on the ground, his sword smoking as he watches the wreckage rain down around them. The Iron Giant is gone, reduced to scrap metal and cooling embers. Taili rushes over and catches Ayla as she falls from the core, holding her close as the hero's light finally starts to fade. The professor falls to his knees, his mana pool completely empty and his body broken beyond repair. A massive cloud of white dust fills the chamber, marking the end of the most brutal battle Sylvania has ever seen. Glast huffs out a final, bloody breath, looking at the hero with a mix of hatred and admiration. "All right," he whispers into the silence. "You won!" He stands up one last time, his legs trembling as he activates a hidden magic circle beneath his feet. He falls backward into the light, his silhouette disappearing as the ritual towers above finally start to crumble. The purple lightning shoots into the sky one last time before the towers collapse into dust, ending the descent of the magic realm. In the spatial void, Glast sees his daughter's face again, her image flickering like a dying candle. "I miss you," he whispers, the weight of his grief finally heavier than his ambition. He tumbles out of the portal, falling through the night air far away from the laboratory. He lands hard in the middle of the northern forest, the magic circle fading into the dirt beneath a massive, ancient tree. A final surge of light marks the end of his spatial leap, leaving the forest in total silence. He lies there under the trees, the moonlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate his broken form. His final escape plan worked, but it brought him to a place where no one can help him. He coughs up blood, realizing he escaped way too late to save his own life. He tries to use a healing spell, but the mana suppression from earlier and his own exhaustion make it pointless to even try. The original game storyline said he had no future, and seeing him like this, it's clear the script was right. Professor Glast is surely going to die here, alone in the woods he once ignored. Suddenly he hears footsteps in the leaves and asks, "How did you get here?" 1 hour ago, the sky over Sylvania was a hellscape of purple lightning and forbidden mana as Glast's ritual reached its peak. Lortel sprints through the academy grounds, checking off her win list. Janica has cleared out the mercenaries, and her corrupt father is finally locked away. She heads toward the Trixix Hall with one thing on her mind, checking if Ed survived the chaos of the laboratory. She finds him standing calmly in the courtyard, and Ed casually waves her over like they weren't just in a life-or-death war. Lortel's eyes widen as she spots Lucy clinging to Ed's sleeve, her heart dropping at the sight of the competition. A mental alarm goes off in Lortel's head as she realizes her property is being claimed by the silver-haired brat. The tension is broken when Assistant Professor Claire and Dorothy emerge from the wreckage, looking exhausted and broken. Lortel watches them pass, noticing that even the tough Dorothy is on the verge of tears as the reality of Glast's fall sets in. Suddenly, the two women let out a terrified scream, and Ed looks on, confused by the sudden drama. Janica makes a high-energy entrance on the back of Tarkin, roaring Ed's name as her massive fire dragon lights up the night. Janica points up at the fading towers, her face serious as she tells Ed there's something important he needs to see in the forest. Lately, Janica's spirit meetings have basically just turned into a gossip session about whatever Ed is up to. Originally, she patrolled the northern forest to protect the spirit's home, but things changed a few days ago. Her dragon spirit, Tarkhan, sensed the same toxic aspectual magic from the towers bleeding into the forest. Ed realizes that even though no towers were built in the woods, Glast must have been hiding something deep in his territory. Ed thinks about the original game script, realizing he shouldn't have to interfere, but his gamer instincts tell him something is off. He saw the massive impact a fake boss like Elte had on the world, so he can only imagine the damage a real monster like Glast could do. If a wizard of Glast's caliber isn't handled properly, the influence on future scenarios would be unimaginable. The purple sky begins to clear as the magic towers dissolve into the atmosphere. Ed decides to head into the woods to confirm the professor's fate one last time. He finds the magic circle Glast used for his final escape, the light from the dying ritual reflecting in Ed's determined eyes. Under a massive tree, Glast lies in a pool of his own blood, mocking Ed for being out past his curfew. Janica and Lortel follow behind, Janica gasping in horror as she sees the legendary professor at death's door. Glast looks up at the moon, asking Ed if he finds the sight of a falling genius laughable. Ed says nothing, and Glast admits that he finds himself pretty ridiculous for being taken down by a group of students. Glast confesses that he knew failure was coming, but he never expected his reckless plan to be subdued by his own pupils. He admits that even if he had won, Principal Obel would have eventually hunted him down despite their long friendship. Glast looks at Ed with newfound respect, admitting he's a much better student than he originally thought. He confesses that he kidnapped Ed because his talent was exceptional, but the plan failed because our MC literally fainted from overworking. Glast remembers going back to the cell only to find Ed had already broken out, leaving the professor in the dust. He stares at his bloody hand, accepting that dying lonely like this is the price he has to pay for his sins. But he smiles weakly, admitting the 17 years he spent with his daughter were never lonely. He thinks back to Muri, the daughter whose life was both a short memory and a long motivation for his madness. Ed interrupts his self-pity, asking if he's forgotten about Assistant Professor Claire. Ed points out that Claire spent 9 years by Glast's side, 4 in school and 5 as his colleague. If Glast hadn't thrown his life away, Claire would have stayed by him for another 17 years. Ed tells the old man that when he saw Claire on the way here, she wasn't cheering for his defeat, she was crying for him. Claire's voice echoes in a flashback. She knew Glast was mean, stubborn, and impossible to like. She knew he was full of himself and a total jerk to his staff, making him a nightmare boss. But even through all that, she believed he was the most brilliant scholar to ever walk the academy halls. She weeps as she remembers his uncanny intuition, realizing that behind the madness, he was still her precious mentor. Dorothy joins her, her voice trembling as she admits she never truly understood his plan, but she followed him because he was the only one who recognized her talent. Principal Obel stands in the shadows, knowing that while Glast went astray and risked student lives, he was still a peerless mage. Ed looks at Glast, telling him his belief that he's dying alone is just a massive misconception. He reminds him that Claire became an elite assistant professor because Glast saw something in her. Even Dorothy, who everyone considered untalented, reached the top of the alchemy department because of his guidance. Glast spent his life nurturing hidden talents while publicly claiming untalented people had no value. Ed realizes Glast was trying to prove that every life, especially his daughter's, was valuable. It's been far too long since Muri's death to call this a lonely ending. In the end, Professor Glast's legacy will remain etched into the hearts of everyone he pushed to be better. To some he was a monster, but to others he was the mentor they couldn't live without. Glast's vision finally fails him. He's lived a life behind cracked glasses, unable to see the people standing right in front of him. He can't even see his own reflection anymore as the darkness takes over. A long silence hangs in the air as the professor prepares to say his final words. He tells Ed that before he used the ritual, he saw the boy snooping through the spirit library. Ed admits he took the legendary crafting formulas, and Glast just scoffs, asking if he thinks that was all the library had to offer. Glast pulls a glowing key from his coat, mocking Ed and telling him that what he took was just the tip of the iceberg. He forces the key into Ed's hand, telling him that cleaning up the mess of this island is now his responsibility. "From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed," he says, giving the survivalist the keys to the kingdom. Ed is stunned, asking why Glast is handing over his life's work to a student who technically helped take him down. Glast coughs up blood, mentioning a secret safe beneath Reyna's desk that Ed needs to handle before the official academy investigation starts. With his last breath, he turns his gaze toward Lucy. He gives her one final piece of advice. Every once in a while, look around you. Ed, Janica, and Lortel stand over him, a silent farewell to a man who changed all of their lives. Glast sees a flash of light. Is it the moon, or his daughter coming to take him home? He smiles, finally admitting that Ed was a wise choice to carry his legacy. Ed looks at Lucy, wondering what kind of expression she has as she watches her second father figure slip away. Unfortunately, from where he's standing, Ed can't see if she's crying or at peace. Lucy's hand tightens on Ed's cloak, the only sign of the storm brewing inside her. Glast closes his eyes under the moonlight, looking as if he's simply falling into a long overdue nap. The professor's body lies peacefully beneath the Zelkova tree, finally free from the ghosts of his past. The trio stands in silence, the dawn of a new era rising over the forest. They just watch the sun rise for a while, letting the weight of the night sink in. Flash forward to later that day, Principal Obel is listing Ed's achievements, from the Glast incident to the Ophilus Hall riot. "Ed Roth Taylor," he says, his voice booming through the office. Ed stands there, bored out of his mind after listening to the same interrogation story all night long. Obel goes over the report. Ed was kidnapped, escaped when he got the chance, and just happened to run into Taylor's group. The dean gets suspicious, asking why Ed left the kidnapped Ayla behind and escaped all by himself. Ed sticks to his cover story. Ayla was immobilized and didn't trust a villain like him, so he had no choice but to go for help. "Enough," Obel interrupts, his eyes narrowing as he studies the boy's face. He admits that he's incredibly suspicious of Ed and everything he's been involved in lately. The story makes sense on paper, but the sheer number of coincidences surrounding Ed is starting to smell like a plot. From the dean's perspective, Ed looks less like a victim and more like a mastermind. He tells Ed that he acts like he knows nothing, but his instincts tell him this sly student knows everything that's going on. He slams his hand on the desk, noting the damage from the student riot and the recent towers, but he relents, admitting that Ed has technically suffered more than any other student due to the academy's negligence. Ed freezes, realizing the dean is looking at a paper that definitely isn't his official incident report. His heart skips a beat as he realizes he's staring at his own report card. He's been caught in the crosshairs of academic evaluation. "You've worked hard, Ed," Obel says, his tone shifting to one of genuine acknowledgement. He admits that Ed's survival skills and effort can't be ignored any longer. To Ed's shock, the academy wants to reward him for his hardship instead of punishing him for his past crimes. Ed walks out of the office a free man, the weight of the investigation finally off his shoulders. Janica is waiting for him, waving her hand and apologizing for making him worry about her back injury. She whispers something to her bird spirit, looking adorable and nervous at the same time. She tries to play the wounded heroine card, claiming her body is a bit sore from saving him during the battle. Ed panics, asking exactly where she's hurt and offering to help her, making Janica blush like a tomato. Ed looks at her seriously, telling her that this whole incident made him realize something important. He admits he's been taking Janica for granted, letting her suffer and fight whenever things go sideways. He tells her that Glast's last moments taught him that regret always comes too late, and he doesn't want to live with that. Janica starts to panic, her chibi brain spinning as Ed says he feels like a burden to her. She bows frantically, confessing that she lied and that she's actually not hurt at all, she just wanted a little attention. Ed changes the subject, asking her if she's still living in the Dex Hall dormitory. "You see," he says, his blue eyes locking onto hers as he drops the bombshell. He tells her he's moving to the Dex Hall next semester, and Janica's face lights up like a firework. A lot of chaos happened, but with Act 2 wrapped up, the dust is finally settling over Sylvania. Ed looks out at the autumn leaves, letting out a sigh of relief that everything ended so neatly. Obel's voice echoes in his head. He's finally being allowed to end his life as a wanderer and return to a normal student life. Ed looks back at his self-built cabin in the northern forest, the place where his grind for survival began. He feels a bit sentimental, remembering how he wanted to build fences and grow his own food here. He had plans to reinforce the hut and make it a real home, but that all seems futile now that he's moving into a dorm. He wonders if his camping life is really over for good. Suddenly, a loud thud sounds from inside the cabin, and Ed spins around with his guard up. Lucy crashes through the door, looking messy and dazed as she falls into the room. Ed stares at the tiny natural disaster and asks if it's finally over. Lucy just looks at him with wide, mysterious eyes, and just like that, Act 3 is about to begin. Deep in the woods, the silence is thick, but something is stirring in the shadows. We shift to the northern Ramelin mountain range, a place far from the safety of Arkan Island. Lucy finds herself wandering through a memory, questioning why she's dreaming of her childhood right now. Since she's already stuck in the past, she decides to walk toward the humble cabin where she was raised. She steps inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of the old man who meant everything to her. Her eyes widen as she sees him sitting there, but the warmth of the memory is about to turn cold. The scene shifts into a nightmare. The cabin is falling apart, covered in webs and shadows. The man in the chair turns around, and he's not the master she remembers. A skeletal Glock screams at her with glowing red eyes, demanding to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. Lucy snaps awake, her heart pounding as she realizes it was all just a terrifying dream. She sits up in her bed at the Ophelis Hall, her eyes still filled with the lingering fear of the nightmare. A maid knocks on the door, telling Miss Lucy it's time to prepare for school, but Lucy isn't listening. She stares into space, the master's accusations still echoing in her mind. Suddenly, she activates high-level spatial magic, her power warping the air around her. Driven by a sudden, inexplicable urge, she teleports straight toward the northern forest. She lands softly on the roof of Ed's cabin, her bare feet touching the worn wood. She looks down and sees Ed walking toward her, his presence alone starting to clear the fog of the nightmare. A sense of relief washes over her as she watches him, feeling safer than she has in days. She looks up at the sky with a faint smile, still wondering if the rain is going to hold off. Ed looks up at her, realizing that his peaceful life of camping in the woods is finally reaching its end. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the clearing as Lucy drops down from the roof like a falling star. Ed groans, thinking that cats and Lucy are the most unpredictable creatures on the planet. He reflects on how they act all aloof when you want to be close, but turn into total clingy monsters the moment you get busy. He decides the best way to handle her is just to act indifferent and lose interest. As he heads inside his hut, Lucy watches him with a look that's anything but indifferent. Later in monster ecology class, Professor Flurbin explains this exact behavior, using a cat-type spirit familiar as an example. The girls in the class giggle, joking that managing spirits is even harder than dating. Ed is actually paying attention. He knows these cat-type lessons are vital for handling the variables sitting in his cabin. His grades used to be in the gutter, but with his pro-gamer prep, he's quickly rising to the top of the class. He closes his book, confident that no one in the academy can surpass his level of preparation anymore. Professor Flurbin stops him after class, asking Ed to step into his office for a private chat. He asks Ed if he's heard of the Academy's scholarship program, a way for talented students to lower their tuition. Ed knows the system well. You do academic grunt work in exchange for a massive discount. He asks what exactly he'd be doing, and Flurbin explains the task is a bit more hands-on than usual. He'd be assisting Professor Claire, who's currently drowning in the work Glass left behind. Her assistant Annis is capable, but the upcoming semester-end evaluations and freshman trials are too much for them to handle alone. Flurbin warns Ed not to be too strict when he eventually meets the new batch of freshmen. Ed's gaze turns sharp as he realizes that the arrival of the freshmen means that guy, the future rival, is finally coming. Meanwhile, in her private study, Lortel is examining the sage's sealed grimoire, sensing its massive magical resonance. She's bored with the book itself, but she's very interested in the profit it represents. She hesitates, wondering if it's really okay to sell such a dangerous artifact to Ed's father, Crepin. She remembers Ed's desperate request to keep the book away from his family, knowing he had a very good reason for it. But the merchant in her screams that she bought it to resell it. She can't just let that much money sit on her desk! She tells herself she needs to be more ruthless, sticking to her motto of never putting off profit for tomorrow. She reads a note from Crepin. "If I could just get the certificate, I would do anything for you." Lortel's eyes narrow as she realizes exactly how she can use this anything to her advantage. She lets out a mischievous giggle and starts writing her reply, her plan finally coming together. She signs a notice for a special winter break class, realizing that without Glast, the academic schedule is a mess. She sighs, knowing she won't have to worry about Ed's camp anymore, but everyone is getting way too busy. She figures Janica and Ed are probably occupied with their own work. As for Lucy, she expects the lazy witch to stay exactly the same as always, but suddenly, Lortel freezes, sensing something off in the air. She looks around her opulent office, the silence suddenly feeling very heavy. A wave of unease washes over her, like she's missing a key piece of the puzzle. Back at the camp, Lucy is lounging on a rock, complaining that they're running out of firewood. Ed looks at her in total disbelief. "What did you just say?" He can't believe Lucy is actually being productive and pointing out survival needs. She asks why he hasn't been hunting lately, her mouth full of jerky as she judges his recent lack of grind. Ed admits he's been neglecting the camp because he's preparing to move into the Dex Hall dorms. He realizes that if he moves, he won't be seeing Lucy nearly as much. He thinks maybe this will make the game's scenario more stable, but then Janica comes running into the clearing. She's finished with her classes early and came straight to the camp to rest with her favorite survivalist. She reminds Ed that they only have a little time left before winter break forces everyone out of the forest. Lucy glares from the background, munching on her jerky and clearly not enjoying Janica's high-energy arrival. Janica offers to help Ed with anything he needs for the move, her voice full of excitement. Janica starts rambling about eating together in the cafeteria and showing him around the Dex Hall. She pulls a fancy-looking envelope from her bag with a proud flourish. It's the official application form for the Dex Hall, and she's already filled out her part. Ed is genuinely impressed, thanking her for taking care of the paperwork so he doesn't have to. Janica blushes, suggesting they fill out the rest of the form together right now. Suddenly, a tiny hand reaches out and grabs the edge of the paper. Lucy has appeared out of nowhere, her bare feet planting firmly in the dirt. She holds up her hands, blocking Janica with a look of pure, unadulterated hostility. Ed stares at her, completely confused by her sudden outburst. He realizes that all the experience he's been gaining is finally starting to pay off in ways he didn't expect. His growth rate is remarkable, his presence in the academy becoming impossible to ignore. Janica notices his spirit resonance is already surpassing that of normal novices, a testament to his hard work. But Ed is more worried about the silver-haired girl currently hiding behind a tree and sulking. Usually, the maids keep her dressed up neatly, but today she's clearly escaped the dorms in just her pajamas. Ed realizes his magic power has increased, and it's finally time to try some higher-level spells. He opens a grimoire, attempting to channel intermediate magic for the first time. The spell fizzles out in a cloud of pathetic smoke, leaving Ed sitting on the ground in defeat. He looks over at Lucy, who is staring at him with a look that's both scary and confusing. She's being particularly hostile toward Janica lately, and Ed can't figure out why. He wonders if it's really hostility, or if the natural disaster is actually feeling something like fear. He collapses onto his bed, admitting that intermediate magic is way harder to master than the basics. He feels a presence in the room and looks up to see Lucy standing over him. He holds up the library key Glast gave him, asking Lucy what she's going to do once he moves to the dorms. He reminds her that the temperature is about to drop below freezing, and he won't be here to keep the fireplace going. He sighs, realizing he can only leave once he's finished all his prep work for the next act. He looks Lucy in the eye, his expression softening as he makes a decision. Lucy looks down, her silver hair hiding her face as she waits for him to tell her to go away. The sun sets on a hard-won peace, but for Ed the real work is just beginning. He ties a sturdy rope to an ancient tree, preparing to descend back into the ruins. The spirit library is a wreckage of shattered stone and broken dreams, but hidden in the debris is the prize Ed has been waiting for. Ed slides down the rope with practiced ease, his survivalist training making the dangerous descent look like a walk in the park. He looks up and sees Lucy floating down behind him, asking her why she's following him into a place like this. Lucy hovers in the air, her cloak fluttering as she points out she could have just used her magic to teleport him down instead of letting him struggle with a rope. Ed just shrugs it off as he touches the ground, insisting that he needs to be able to handle these things on his own, without relying on her for every little shortcut. He knows he'll need to come back here multiple times to haul out all the loot, so mastering the path now is essential for the long-term grind. His eyes scan the shelves, landing on various high-end magical engineering tools that are worth a literal fortune to a crafter like him. He brushes aside the thick layer of dust from the floor, focusing on the area beneath the desk where the Banshee Reyna used to patrol. He finds a hidden latch, realizing that Glast was clever enough to hide a secret safe in the one place no student would ever dare to look. Ed pulls out the key Glast gave him in his final moments, the heavy metal clicking into place as the safe's secrets are finally revealed. A A sudden, intense glow erupts from the safe, the light so blinding it makes Ed wince as he reaches inside. He stares at the prize, his eyes reflecting the golden light of an item that could change the power scaling of the entire academy. Outside, the rope tugs against the tree as the wind picks up, a reminder that they're running out of time before the academy guards arrive. Ed checks his mental schedule, noting that Lortel should be sending his magic materials soon, but he might need to add a ladder to his order after today's climb. He takes a breather, leaning against the cold stone wall and admitting that if he hadn't spent all that time training his stamina, he would have collapsed by now. Lucy leans in close, her curiosity finally getting the better of her as she asks what exactly he found in that dusty old safe. It's a legendary rank magic tool, Glast's golden phoenix ring. This isn't just a piece of jewelry, it's a reality warper that can distort the timeline to bring magic power from the future into the present. Ed holds the ring in his palm, the intricate phoenix design looking like it's ready to take flight at any moment. The mechanic is insane. The user can theoretically use high-level magic by borrowing the mana capacity they'll have years from now. But there's a massive catch. The more magic you borrow, the longer you'll be left completely unable to fight once the effect wears off. Ed knows that if he uses this impulsively in the middle of a battle, the price might be his actual life. He looks at the ring with a calculated gaze, realizing there's only one way to use this without turning it into a death trap. He could save it as a final secret card for when he's backed into a corner and has no other choice. One final, desperate attempt to flip the script when everything is going to hell. But then he thinks about a different use, something that doesn't involve direct combat. He thinks of Janica, who can command an entire army of spirits because her maximum magic capacity is through the roof. For a beginner like Ed, the wall of talent is his low mana capacity, which limits him to only 1 or 2 low-rank spirit slots. He theorizes that if he uses the ring to temporarily boost his max capacity, he could potentially force a contract with a high-ranking spirit right now. Lucy watches him, her expression unreadable as she realizes Glast spent his final days building a gift for a daughter he'd never see again. Ed clenches his fist around the ring, telling Lucy that the past is the past, and they have to use what they have to survive the future. He knows that in this entire library of forbidden knowledge, there isn't a single thing more precious than this ring. He admits that Glast was a man who never wasted a single second, even when his mind was falling apart. Glast believed it was a sin to help those with mediocre talent, but he created an object specifically designed to destroy that barrier. Ed looks up at the hole in the ceiling, the light of the outside world feeling a lot closer than it did a few minutes ago. The Golden Phoenix Ring is the ultimate cheat for a survivor, allowing them to shatter the wall called maximum magic capacity. This was Glast's true research, magic engineering items that could bridge the gap between the gifted and the normal. In the end, it wasn't just research, it was a final desperate gift from Yuri, hoping she'd have the power to protect herself. The memory of Glast's love lingers in the air as the dust settles around the two students. Ed looks at Lucy, ready to head back up, but the tiny witch has a strange look in her eyes. She tells a random story about a sleeve button falling off, and how she never noticed it until the sleeve became loose and uncomfortable. She admits she suffered for a long time without even realizing what was missing. Ed realizes she's being surprisingly deep. She's talking about how we only realize the importance of something once it's already gone. She turns to him, her voice barely a whisper as she reveals the real reason she followed him down here. "Are you really going to go to the Dex Hall?" she asks, the looming dorm move clearly weighing on her. She looks him dead in the eye, her face a mix of loneliness and vulnerability as she asks, "Can't you just not go?" Ed is stunned. He never expected a line like that to come out of the mouth of a natural disaster. His mind is pulled in two directions, the comfort and safety of the academy dorms versus the freedom and grind of his camp life. He admits that moving to the dorms would be a lot more comfortable during the brutal Sylvania winter. He understands why everyone wants him to go, but he can't ignore the look on Lucy's face. Lucy looks up at the gathering clouds, sensing the moisture in the air and wondering if it's finally time for the rain to fall. She's usually right about the weather, but tonight, even her instincts are a little bit off. Ed steps back, telling her that now isn't the time for rain or sentiment. They have work to do. Lucy stands in the moonlight, her massive hat casting a shadow over her eyes as she waits for his final answer. She knows you can't always be certain what's going to fall from the sky, just like you can't be certain of a person's heart. They stand together at the edge of the forest, the long monsoon season finally behind them. Lucy sighs, the tension leaving her shoulders as she realizes she can't force him to stay. Ed scratches his head, mentioning that he hasn't even gathered enough firewood for the winter and could really use a hand if she's free. He smirks, reminding her that she was the one who complained about being short on supplies in the first place. Lucy's eyes light up with a sudden, pure joy. Really? She tackles him with a high-energy hug, her tiny form sending them both tumbling into the dirt. Ed groans as he hits the ground, but admits that he's already completely adjusted to the camp life anyway. He thinks that if they just improve their surroundings a bit more, staying here might actually be better than the stuffy dorms. He looks at Lucy, the two of them sharing a quiet moment of understanding under the stars. And that's how the chaotic second act of Sylvania finally comes to a close. But don't get too comfortable, because we're officially entering the third act, where the scale of the trials is about to go nuclear. Ed closes his eyes, thinking of the political war coming between Princess Phinia and Lortel for the Student Council presidency. He thinks of the new enemies and main characters who are about to enter the school as the next batch of freshmen. And he thinks of the person who will be the final boss of this new act, the Silver Witch, Lucy Merrill herself. Ed looks out at the horizon, his expression hardening as he prepares for the next phase of the scenario. He knows it won't be easy, but for a moment he's willing to put his worries aside and just enjoy the quiet. He believes that even when the next episode ends, both he and Lucy will still be standing tall. He remembers the expression Lucy just made, a face he never saw in any route of the original game. Seeing her smile like that makes him sure that he's already changed the world for the better. Winter has officially come to Arkan Island, covering everything in a thick blanket of white. The snow looks comforting as it falls, but for Ed, it just means more back-breaking manual labor. He's out there with a shovel, clearing the path to his cabin while the rest of the school is cozy in their beds. By the time he's finished, it's already the middle of the day, and he has a scholarship task waiting for him at the academy. He spends his afternoon chopping firewood and organizing his provisions, determined to finish his chores before nightfall. Luckily, the freezing cold makes for a perfect natural refrigerator, allowing him to stockpile meat and sausages for the long weeks ahead. By giving up his dorm privileges, he secured a full tuition scholarship, a trade-off that solved his biggest financial headache. Principal Obel smiles in his mind, having acknowledged Ed's hard work and officially resolving his tuition status. Now, Ed doesn't have to divide his day by the hour just to make ends meet. He finally has time to breathe. But having free time doesn't mean he can just sleep the day away like some silver-haired brat he knows. He walks into his cabin and finds Lucy fast asleep on his bed, her protection magic keeping her warm even though the door is open. He lets out a long breath, the cold air puffing in front of his face as he prepares for his most dangerous move yet. He steps back out into the snowy clearing, realizing this moment of peace is the perfect time to take a massive risk. He pulls Glast's golden phoenix ring from his pocket, the gem catching the light of the winter sun. He slips it onto his finger and clenches his fist, a surge of golden flames erupting from the ring as the timeline begins to warp. "Are you listening?" he asks, his voice resonating with a power that shouldn't belong to him yet. A massive wave of fire sweeps across the clearing, the snow instantly turning into steam. The heat is overwhelming, a golden phoenix-like shape starting to form within the vortex of the flames. Ed's eyes glow with a fierce, borrowed intensity as he prepares to break the wall of talent once and for all. The prestigious Sylvania Academy looks peaceful, but beneath the surface, romantic schemes are being cooked up as winter break begins. In a high-end corner of the academy, the air is filled with the scent of expensive flowers and fresh pastries from the famous La Place bakery. Getting a table here is nearly impossible, as their premium dessert sets are booked out months in advance. Clara smiles mischievously at Yenneca, humming a tune as she reveals she used these rare treats as bait to get her here. But the fun stops instantly as Clara slams her hands on the table, declaring that Yenneca is in a dangerous situation because she's fallen head over heels for Ed Roth-Taylor. Yenneca loses it, screaming in shock and asking how she could possibly know, while Clara snaps back that it's obvious to everyone. Clara explains that while she used to hate Ed, she's accepted the situation now that his reputation has done a complete 180, but there's still a major problem. Clara leans in close, interrogating Yenneca about whether her heart races or if she gets nervous just looking at Ed's face. Yenneca blushes, admitting that instead of being nervous, being with Ed just feels comfortable, warm, and safe. Clara's face goes dark as she delivers the ultimate crushing blow. Yenneca is heading straight for the worst romantic failure possible. It's the dreaded comfortable female friend ending, and Clara shouts that it's useless if the feelings are only one-sided. She needs to make Ed yearn for her. Clara warns her that just following him around isn't a relationship, it's just being a follower, leaving Yenneca completely drained and defeated. With winter break starting, Clara grows more anxious, knowing Ed is surprisingly handsome and popular with other women. Their friend Anise watches silently, thinking that instead of messy games, Yenica needs to trigger Ed's protective instincts to win his heart. Interestingly, Ed's social standing only improved because Clara herself started spreading good rumors about him. Because she knew Yenica liked him, she spoke highly of him to the academy staff and all their mutual friends. Now, thanks to that effort, the school has finally started to trust the man who was once a total outcast. But as Anise sips her tea, her mind is far away, calculating something much more clinical. She has a very different opinion on the whole situation. Anise remembers seeing Professor Claire getting scolded like a child by a librarian and thinks the woman has no sense of dignity. Watching the clumsy professor scramble over falling papers, Anise wonders how she even managed to get her position. Even the elder professors have noticed Claire's odd habits, like her stuffing her face with snacks during serious moments. But they all agree on one thing: Professor Claire has an incredible knack for people. By pure luck, she was mentored by legendary scholars like Glast, which helped her complete her degrees. And now, she's managed to land the best teaching assistant in the entire academy. A male student tries to help Anise with her heavy stack of papers, but she politely brushes him off with a practiced smile. Despite her brilliant grades, Anise isn't great at practical magic, but she's a master at handling the administrative side of things. Meet Anise Halen, a second-year magic student who is far more dangerous than she appears. She's the ultimate advisor, a student so capable that even the veteran staff members bow to her efficiency. The only reason Professor Claire's private lab isn't a disaster zone is because Anise keeps everything perfectly organized. But Anise has a dark side. She gathers personal information on everyone at an almost stalking level, tracking their every move. She sets her documents down with a sharp thud, ready to dive into her next target's life. She hides her true nature behind a serene smile, and besides Yenica and Clara, nobody knows what she's really like. To Anise, human relationships are just a series of masks that she swaps out depending on who she's talking to. With 20 minutes before the professor returns, Anise begins a deep dive into Ed Roth-Taylor's background. She notes the obvious facts: the Roth-Taylors are the most powerful family in the empire, and Ed was their second heir. She digs deeper into his history, noting that his father usurped the family headship the year Ed was born. She analyzes his training and his mediocre first-year grades, concluding that he likely lacks any real talent. Anise relates to the struggle for independence, having to survive on scholarships herself. She has a survival instinct so strong she even models her behavior after the merchant Princess Lortel, using her own unique methods to get ahead. She stares at the file on the Roth-Taylor family, piecing together the man Ed used to be. She assumes he grew up in an oppressive, authoritarian environment, never knowing a single financial struggle. Because of his lack of talent, she figures he must have low self-confidence and probably prefers women who are gentle and cheerful. She builds a psychological profile, guessing he avoids responsibility and loves luxury items to show off his wealth. She concludes that even though he's changed since being disowned, his core arrogance must still be there, and she's positioned perfectly to manipulate him. She scoffs to herself, thinking that breaking people down like this is never as difficult as it seems. With a predatory smirk, she decides it's time to practice her next performance. Suddenly, Professor Claire kicks the door open, excitedly showing off the snacks she bought from the bakery. Claire is impressed that Anise already had the tea brewed, thinking her assistant even predicted she would bring snacks. But Claire's clumsiness strikes again as she trips, sending the hot tea and snacks flying everywhere. Claire panics, terrified that Anise is going to scold her for being a mess once again. Instead, Anise leans in with a look of pure, fake concern, asking if the professor is hurt. She lets out a soft sigh of relief, acting like her only worry in the world is Claire's safety. Surrounded by a glowing, angelic aura, Anise tells the professor how glad she is that she isn't injured. Claire is completely stunned, her eyes wide as she falls for Anise's perfect, caring mask. Meanwhile, Ed is meeting with Belle, thanking her for taking care of his uniforms even during the busy holidays. Belle stands tall and professional, noting that one more uniform doesn't change her workload, and that she's used to serving those who rely on her. But then she drops a bomb. She's been finding blonde hairs on Lucy's clothes and white hairs on Ed's, along with the scent of Lucy's favorite candles. Ed is sweating bullets. Belle noticed how clingy Lucy has been just by doing the laundry. Ed wonders what Belle would have done if she wasn't a maid, as she asks him why he's still being so formal with her. It's a hilarious standoff. Belle prefers informal speech, but Ed insists that being formal is more comfortable for him. Even though she's a maid, her rank as head maid is actually quite high among the academy staff. For Ed, who's no longer a noble, speaking casually to someone of her status feels wrong. Belle stares him down, noting that he is oddly stubborn about his manners. Ed insists he'll stick to formal speech since she's the one in charge of managing so many people. Belle sighs, telling him he has way more troublesome ladies to manage in his life than she does. She looks out the window, musing that whatever those ladies decide to do is their own choice. She changes the subject, letting him know the restoration of Ophilus Hall is finally complete. Ed is impressed they fixed it in a single semester, but Belle warns him that new students are coming soon. She reveals that one student has already applied for residence and is moving in immediately. Ed's face goes pale as he guesses the name, Tanya Roth Taylor. A dark, powerful silhouette of a girl surrounded by purple energy appears. His sister is here, and she's not going to be friendly. Ed leans back and groans, realizing his winter vacation is about to be a total nightmare. His little sister is coming, and that never spells anything but trouble. Back at the camp, Jix tells Ed he's heading home for the break, and Ed correctly guesses it's because his girlfriend Elka is also going home. Jix is doing a one-handed handstand, showing off his insane physique while asking if Ed is staying at the camp all winter. Ed admits he needs to study intermediate magic to save face as a third year, while Jix warns him not to overdo it. Jix stands up, noting that he can't feel any mana coming from Ed at all, wondering if he's pushed himself to the limit again. Ed puts a hand to his head, looking exhausted. Jix checks Ed's forehead, noting he has a fever, and asking why he's working so hard when he can't even use magic right now. Jix doesn't push for answers, which Ed appreciates. The guy's best trait is his coolness. Jix mentions that Ayla was looking for him to offer a formal apology on behalf of Taylor. Ed shuts it down immediately, telling Jix he doesn't need an apology and doesn't want Ayla knowing where his cabin is. He's not angry, he's just completely indifferent. He doesn't have the time or energy to care about their feelings. Ed realizes Jix is good at keeping secrets, which makes him the perfect partner for a new project. He tosses Jix a heavy bag of coins, telling him there's a job for him before he leaves. Ed has permission to use Professor Glass's secret underground library, but it's a total wreck and needs a massive cleanup. Jix takes the money, asking what Ed plans to do with a place like that. Ed plans to turn it into a workshop for magic engineering, and Jix is stunned by how many different things Ed is trying to master at once. Jix tells him that people like him are the ones who succeed, but again warns him not to burn out. Ed looks at his insane winter break to-do list, checking off his contract with a high-level spirit and moving on to scholar duties. The next morning, a group of scholars gathers at the academy for their assignments. Professor Claire is a total zombie, having been awake for 44 hours straight to finish the next semester's schedule. Since the professor is basically a ghost, the important matters fall to someone else. Anise takes charge as the head assistant, standing before Ed and the other scholars. Their task is to prepare for the upcoming freshman placement test, a major event for the academy. Professor Glass used to handle this, but with him gone, Claire and by extension Anise is in control. Ed remembers how the test went in the original game, knowing the results before it even starts. Anise hands out assignments, sending the coward Clevius to retrieve supplies from Trix Hall. She tasks Onyx with assisting the professor with her remaining paperwork. Finally, she turns her attention to Ed, thinking that Yenica and Clara are overlooking his true nature. Looking at his handsome face, Anise is convinced Ed is a total player, who just has too many women around him. She spent all night studying his file to perfectly embody his ideal type, and now she's going to test if he can resist her temptation. She calls out to Ed, asking him to join her on a private field survey. She puts on her most charming, sparkling smile, looking like the perfect, gentle woman Ed is supposed to love. Up in the snowy peaks of Orin Mountain, the next phase of Ed's survival journey is beginning, but the real danger isn't the cold, it's the girl standing next to him. Anise carefully navigates the slippery terrain, noting that while the mountain isn't huge, the ice makes it a death trap for unprepared freshmen. She pretends to be exhausted, gasping for air and suggesting a break, while Ed stands there looking like he hasn't even broken a sweat. She flashes a fake, charming smile, praising Ed's stamina and acting like she's totally misjudged him in the past. Ed listens as she explains she was protective of Yenica and worried he was a bad person, which is why she was so cold to him before. She's laying it on thick, hoping her honesty will make Ed drop his guard. But our guy is as stone cold as the mountain, simply telling her he doesn't care about any of that stuff. He pulls out his documents, focused purely on the job at hand and the next survey point they need to check. He even offers a rare bit of praise, acknowledging that she must have been tired working as a TA all by herself. Anise plays the martyr, acting like the workload was heavy but manageable. Then she hits him with a classic line, "But it's okay now, because you're finally here." She looks at him with a blush, trying her hardest to act like a girl in love. She brings up his excommunication from the Roth-Taylor family, acting like she's worried she's crossing a line. Then, she makes up a story about her own family struggles, claiming she had to endure a long, lonely path, just like him. She gazes into the distance, painting herself as a tragic survivor who spent a miserably long winter alone. Ed watches her, actually impressed by her apparent ability to survive financial and social ruin on her own. He tells her not to be distressed and that she's been doing well, but internally, he feels like something about this image is slightly off. Anise lets out a little laugh, grabbing his sleeve in a classic damsel move. She whispers that they have so many similarities, trying to create an unbreakable bond between them. She looks back at him with a shy glance, thinking she's successfully mixed the mature survivor and cute girl archetypes perfectly. But Ed's still suspicious. He remembers her as being way more cool-headed and realistic than this. Suddenly, Anise trips on the snow, letting out a dramatic yelp as she loses her balance. Ed catches her instantly, pulling her close as she stammers an apology about tripping on a stone. Ed looks down at the smooth snow, confused, because there isn't a single stone in sight. Anise is blushing for real now, her heart pounding as she realizes just how warm and solid Ed's chest feels. Ed tells her to sit and rest while he finishes the survey, leaving her sitting under a tree in a daze. She watches him walk away, wondering if his reliable and trustworthy exterior is just an act like hers. Sitting alone in the woods, she starts to feel conflicted about her own plan. She reviews her tactics. She formed a relatability point and acted weak to trigger his protective instincts. Everything went according to her manual, the eye contact, the physical touch, the shared trauma. But she realizes she might have gotten a bit too immersed in her own performance. She tries to shake it off, but her face is still beet red. She can't stop thinking about how muscular Ed was. He acts like a nerd, but the guy is secretly ripped. She expected a pampered noble who knew nothing, but Ed is actually better at the work than she is. She looks at him again, really taking in his sharp features. She hides her face in her hands, her manipulator mask completely crumbling. She realizes she's found the secret. She thinks this is exactly how he makes women fall for him, by being effortlessly competent and reliable. But she tries to toughen up, telling herself she's different and she won't be charmed by Ed Roth Taylor. Ed lets out a breath, looking out over the mountain. The view of Orin Mountain is stunning, almost making him forget the mountain of problems waiting for him back at school. But some problems can't be solved with just hard work or survival skills. Specifically, the arrival of Tanya Roth Taylor, the villainous young lady. Tanya is a political shark who has been playing the game of trickery and power since she was a toddler. Her goal is to become the first ever female student council president, and she's already gathering the most influential people in the academy. Belle warned him that Tanya is moving into the dorms early to cement her position before the semester even starts. Ed knows her from the game lore, but that's exactly where the problem lies. He thought he could prepare for her, but there's one major detail missing. He has no idea how Tanya will treat him now that he's an outcast. The answer is a complete mystery. He knows Tanya's character profile perfectly, but he knows nothing about the original Ed. In the game, Ed was just a minor villain who got kicked out in the first 10 minutes and then vanished forever. The developers never wrote a backstory for him, and he wasn't even mentioned in the epilogue. He was the definition of an extra, meaning there are zero clues about his childhood with Tanya. Absolutely none. He's flying blind into a confrontation with a sister who might actually hate his guts. He stares at the horizon, wondering what the real Ed was thinking back then. Because to Tanya Roth Taylor, her brother Ed is nothing more than garbage. Down at the academy gates, a luxurious carriage arrives, carrying the next major threat to Ed's peaceful life. Tanya looks out the window with disgust, thinking that Sylvania is full of insects. She acknowledges the powerful players here, the princess, the merchant executives, and the spirit sorcerers. She notes the alchemists and the legendary sword demons that roam the halls. And of course, she's wary of the rare genius mage Lucy, who is basically a walking natural disaster. This gathering of nobility and power makes her heart pound with ambition. Belle welcomes her, letting her know the maids have already organized her luggage on the 3rd floor. Tanya steps out of the carriage, her expensive dress sweeping the ground as she tells the attendants to handle her entrance procedures. She tells Belle she has somewhere to stop by first, her eyes cold and hidden. She's been yearning for this land of learning, but not for the education. She's here to deal with the one who disgraced the family name. Tanya stands before the academy, looking like a true villainess ready to seize control. Her first goal? Getting rid of the trash that is her brother Ed. This is Tanya Roth Taylor, the second daughter of the duchy, and she is playing for keeps. Welcome to the next arc of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. We flash back to a letter from her father Crepin, who encouraged her ambition to take over the school. He told her to act as his proxy and strengthen her position as much as possible. Crepin smiles with a deceptive warmth, telling her to satisfy his expectations. Tanya holds the letter to her chest, promising to make her father proud before she even set foot in Sylvania. She made 2 resolutions. First, that she would respect the academy as a land of learning. She knows that even royalty has to treat the professors as masters here. She won't rely on her nobility, intending to treat everyone senior to her with the proper courtesy. She sits down for tea with a mysterious contact, telling them she knows all about that man. She claims that since she grew up with Ed, she knows exactly how difficult he can be. She puts on a polite smile, thinking it's easy to lead a conversation when you know your opponent. She trashes Ed, calling him crude and lacking elegance, annoyed that he was ever the heir just because he was born first. She rants about how Ed has no perseverance and only acted high and mighty because he had a tiny bit of mana resonance. She admits she felt better when he finally messed up and got himself kicked out. She sips her tea, assuming her companion agrees with her assessment of her garbage brother. But suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes, and Tanya realizes this isn't a conversation anymore. Her companion's eyes glow with a dangerous light as they tell her to be very careful about who she talks to. Lortel looms over her, her face calm but her aura absolutely terrifying. Lortel mentions they met through the grimoire business, but her tone suggests she's about to end that partnership. The screen goes white with tension as Tanya realizes she just made a massive mistake. Tanya is frozen, sweat pouring down her face as Lortel's killing intent fills the room. Lortel's green eye flashes with light, asking Tanya what's wrong. A massive, glowing red snake phantom appears behind Lortel, coiling around Tanya as Lortel tells her to keep talking. Tanya is shaking, gasping for air as she asks if the merchant princess is upset. Lortel smirks, her eyes cold as ice, asking what on earth Tanya could be talking about. She looks at Tanya like a predator looking at a bug, whispering how interesting this is. Tanya just walked right into the fox's den. Ed's winter break isn't for relaxing, it's a hardcore grind. He's checking off his to-do list, from expanding his cabin to mastering forbidden magic engineering. He's finally diving into mid-rank magic theory, looking over spells like Particle Explosion and Root's Desire. These aren't just for show, they're his tickets to surviving the next act of this world. He snatched these books from Professor Glast's secret library, realizing that having a private collection without a return date is the ultimate scholar's cheat code. Ed manages to finish a huge chunk of his scholarship duties on the very first day, though he admits Anise probably worked herself to the bone way more than he did. Since he's still recovering from mana exhaustion and can't cast magic, he's focusing purely on the theory, letting the concepts burn into his mind. He looks around his cabin, checking the time and realizing his uninvited guest should have popped up by now. He's become a pro at finding Lucy's hiding spots. She used to surprise him, but now he knows exactly which lump under the blanket is her. He pulls the blanket back to find Lucy snoring away, bluntly asking her to wake up and light the fire for him since he's mana dry. Lucy is so tiny and light that Ed just scoops her up like a stuffed animal while she's still half asleep. She points a finger while still in a daze, and a massive wave of fire erupts, lighting the camp heater instantly. Talk about a high-tier lighter. Lucy decides to stay outside with him, clinging to him like a burr while he tries to study. She starts sniffing his clothes, her expression shifting from sleepy to suspicious in a split second. She calls him out on it, asking why he smells like perfume, and Ed realizes he's in trouble. He explains he was stuck with Anise all day doing academy paperwork, so her flower scent must have rubbed off on him. He remembers the moment Anise tripped, and he had to catch her, which explains why the smell is so strong. Lucy's gaze softens as she senses something else. She asks if he's feverish or sick, her eyes filled with genuine concern. She tells him not to get sick because people who are sick might die, showing that beneath her laziness, she's terrified of losing him. She reaches out, her hand glowing with green energy as she tries to see if his magic circuits are twisted. She places her hand on his chest, focusing intensely on his internal mana flow. She realizes his magic isn't broken, it's just completely empty, and she scolds him for being so reckless with his mana capacity ring. Ed just smiles, telling her it's manageable and that once winter is over, he'll be stronger than ever. Lucy looks up at him, her eyes wide as she asks for a weird request. She tilts her head, simply asking if he can pat her head, looking for a little bit of comfort. Ed obliges, gently stroking her hair as she lies across his lap by the campfire, finally looking at peace. Lucy lets out a soft, satisfied hum, a faint blush on her face as she enjoys the attention. But the cozy moment is ruined as a voice calls out through the snow, "It's Lortel," and she's not alone. Ed greets her, assuming she's here to talk business about the favor he asked of her trading company. Lortel looks a bit flustered, admitting there were other things she wanted to discuss besides business. Her eyes lock onto Lucy using Ed's lap as a pillow, and you can practically see the jealousy radiating off her. We jump over to Tanya Roth-Taylor, who has just finished a long pitch to someone she thinks will be a powerful ally. She smiles, telling the person that the objective is simple: help her punish Ed, and she'll reward them beyond their wildest dreams. She's talking to Elka, offering her rare antiques from the Roth-Taylor vaults to get her on her side. But then a massive shadow looms over them. It's Yix, and he's heard everything. Tanya looks up, confused as this muscular beast of a student stands over her. Yix stares at her with intense, glowing purple eyes, sensing the powerful flow of magic coming from her. Tanya is impressed, realizing Yix is well-trained and strong, exactly the kind of muscle she needs. Yix asks if she's really Ed's younger sister, his expression turning into something completely unexpected. Tanya is slightly intimidated by his size, but she tries to keep her villainous composure. Then, Yix's face cracks into a massive, friendly grin. He laughs, excitedly telling Elka that this is Ed's precious little sister. He pulls out a high-level magic engineering tool, holding it out to her like it's a gold bar. He tells her to take it, saying it'll help her with monoresonance training, leaving Tanya completely speechless. He starts rummaging through his stuff, asking Elka if she brought the elemental study notes for the new student. He starts piling books and wreaths onto Tanya, telling her to take everything because there's a big difference between having notes and not having them. Yix wipes sweat from his brow, looking like he's just performed a saintly deed for his mentor's sister. Tanya is literally buried under a box of gifts, shaking as she asks if he actually heard the part where she wanted to do something about Ed. Yix just nods sagely, saying he knows siblings don't always get along, and that Ed's personality can be misunderstood. Elka calls out that their ship home is leaving soon, forcing Yix to wrap things up. He officially introduces himself as Ed's junior, telling Tanya it's an honor to meet her. He tells her that he and Ed are incredibly close and indebted to each other in many ways. He gives her a thumbs up, telling her that since she looks tough, just like her brother, he knows she'll be a legend. Tanya is grit-toothed, her mind exploding because this guy thinks Ed is a hero, and she's just a loving sister here to support him. Yix and Elka wave goodbye, shouting "good luck" as Tanya stands there, absolutely defeated by pure accidental kindness. She stares at the box of junk in her hands, wondering what on earth just happened to her grand plan. Meanwhile, back at the faculty building, the vibe is way more stressed. Professor Claire is staring into a mirror, and the reflection isn't pretty. She looks like a hollow shell of a person, her eyes sunken from a 44-hour work binge. She mumbles that if the freshman exam goes well, they can finally rest for the rest of the break. She looks at Anise, amazed that the girl still has stamina made of steel after 2 days of non-stop work. Anise is working silently, thinking to herself that she can't trust the other scholarship students because they're all lazy and inefficient. But her thoughts immediately drift back to Ed, how he was different from everyone else. She remembers checking his paperwork and finding absolutely zero flaws in his document processing. She recalls how Ed pointed out practical safety issues on the mountain that even high-ranking nobles would have missed. He resolved issues with a standard of competence that was unheard of for someone from his background. She admits to herself that she was genuinely surprised. Ed wasn't living like a king, but he was living with a purpose. Professor Claire breaks her train of thought, asking her how Ed was during their trip, joking that he's probably similar to Anise. Claire leans in with a mischievous look, telling Anise to keep it a secret, but she actually tailed Ed for a while after the riot. She tells Anise about the camp she found, a massive self-built cabin with worktables, smokers, and drying racks. Claire was moved by how persistently Ed lived, even seeing his grades skyrocket to the point where the legendary Professor Glast had to acknowledge him. She mentions him contracting a spirit alone, which is basically impossible, assuming he must have just worked harder than anyone else alive. Anise listens, her eyes widening as she realizes Ed's practical abilities are developed to a strange extent. He's the complete opposite of a greenhouse flower. He's a wildflower that grew through concrete. Claire smiles, saying Anise and Ed have more similarities than they think. Anise looks down, her heart heavy as she admits Ed definitely isn't a bad man. She realizes she can't just stand by and tell Janica to have a beautiful love anymore because she's seen the real Ed. She wonders if decent man even covers it. He's handsome, humble, gentle, and respected by the professors. And then there's the fact that he has that good body she felt on the mountain. She remembers how good he smelled and how well he took care of himself, her face starting to heat up again. Claire asks if she's spacing out, just as Anise feels a sudden, nauseating surge of guilt. She slams her hands on the desk, gasping for air. She flings the windows open, shouting that it's too warm in the office, nearly sending all their hard work flying away in the wind. Claire is worried she's overexerted herself, but Anise is having a total internal meltdown. She looks at her reflection, realizing she is in deep, deep trouble. She's blushing furiously, looking absolutely terrified of her own feelings. She tries to tell herself to wait and calm down. She covers her face, her eyes wide with shock. She's falling for her best friend's crush, and she has no idea how to stop it. She remembers Claire saying it's impossible to contract a spirit alone in such a short time. She realizes that if Ed did it, he must have had a talented and trustworthy spirit helping him from the start. A spirit that could report everything back to Janica, which means Janica probably knows everything she did on that mountain. Anisi starts shaking, her guilt and fear reaching a boiling point. Claire calls out to her softly. She asks if they should go eat snacks now that they're finally done with the paperwork. But Anise doesn't answer. She's just staring out the window, her world falling apart. We shift to Janica, whose family motto is harmony and coexistence. She was always the ray of sunshine, considerate of others and loved by everyone she met. She never knew loneliness, but she's finding out that a life without worries doesn't exist. She whispers Anise and Ed with a trembling voice. Tanya Roth-Taylor finds Janica sitting under a massive tree, waving and calling out to her. Tanya runs up, huffing and puffing, wanting to introduce herself and talk to the academy's ace. Tanya knows Janica is the most popular and skilled student among the incoming third years. Lortel's voice echoes in Tanya's head, telling her she must bring Janica over to her side if she wants to succeed. Tanya stops in her tracks, asking if Janica is okay. Janica looks up, and her eyes aren't filled with their usual warmth. Tanya thinks she has nothing to worry about. She thinks Janica is kind by nature and considerate. But as Janica stands up, a massive, terrifying fire spirit erupts behind her, looking like a monster from hell. Under the cold winter moon, Lortel is out here doing the most for our guy Ed, securing all the rare crafting materials he needs for his secret workshop. She hands over the goods while sipping hot tea, admitting that even for a merchant princess, finding legendary rank materials in the dead of winter is a nightmare. Ed feels bad for adding more to her plate, but Lortel just stretches and smiles, acting like it's no big deal because she's doing it for him. Ed notices she looks exhausted and asks why she traveled all this way just to deliver materials when she could have sent a messenger. Lortel just looks at him with a warm, genuine smile, saying that coming here to see him is her way of resting. The moon hangs high over the forest, a silent witness to the changing tides of the story. Time is moving way faster than Ed expected. The peaceful days of early survival are over, and the chaos of the main story is closing in. Even as the forest hibernates, Ed is out here grinding through the bitter cold because he knows the world won't wait for him to be ready. He's checking off his winter break to-do list. Contracting spirits and mastering magic theory is just the beginning of his power-up phase. For a genius like Lortel, these survival struggles seem trivial, but she's watching Ed with an intensity that says otherwise. There's a strange, magical silence that only winter can bring, but it's about to be shattered by some very awkward questions. Lortel's expression shifts to pure shock, her voice trembling slightly as she points toward Ed's lap. She blurts out the question that's been burning in her mind, why is Lucy sleeping right there? Our guy is just sitting there casually, reading a magic book while the Academy's strongest mage uses his legs as a 5-star pillow. Ed just looks at her deadpan and gives the ultimate Ed answer, it's winter. Like that explains why a living natural disaster is cuddling with him. Lortel is losing her mind, wondering if she's the one overreacting, or if Ed is just that dense about how this looks. Ed clears his throat, realizing Lortel didn't come all this way just to talk about crafting supplies or gossip about Lucy. Lortel's eyes sharpen, her playful merchant mask sliding back into place as she prepares to talk business. She pulls out a glowing digital-like frame, the sage's sealed grimoire, and tells Ed he shouldn't act like he doesn't know what this is. Ed is stunned. This is a legendary item he's been eyeing for his magic engineering projects, and she actually won the auction for it. She holds it up, the blue light reflecting in her eyes, proving that when it comes to money and influence, she's in a league of her own. Along with the grimoire, she tosses an envelope toward him, her tone becoming much more serious. She asks him if he's having fun, but the playful edge in her voice is hiding a very real political request. Ed flashes back to the deal they made. He told her he'd do anything if she secured that grimoire for him. Lortel leans in close, reminding him that a merchant always gets their money's worth, and it's finally time for him to pay up. She promises not to ask for anything impossible, or something that would break him. But then she drops the bombshell. She wants Ed to officially pick her side in the upcoming Academy War. It's time for the third act. The legendary rivalry between the benevolent Princess Phinia and the calculating Lortel is about to tear the school apart. Lortel is already sensing the shift in power and is beginning to move her pieces across the board. According to the original game scenario, Princess Phinia is destined to become the student council president and lead the charge against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family. She's the fated protagonist of Act 4, and she's coming for everything Ed's family stands for. Lortel warns him that soon, every single student in this academy will be forced to choose between side A or side B. She holds his hand, her gaze intense, asking him to promise that when the time comes, he'll stand with her. It's a battle of ideologies, Phinia's noble justice versus Lortel's practical ambition. Usually, the player decides who wins this political tug-of-war, but in this world, Ed's choice might be the one that tips the scales. Ed tries to play it down, saying his reputation isn't high enough for his support to actually matter in a grand political battle. He tells her he's just a student, and saying he's meaningful makes him feel a bit awkward. Lortel cuts him off with a sharp, "So what?" She doesn't care about his political value or his reputation. She looks away, admitting that her reasons for wanting him by her side are much more personal and have nothing to do with power. Ed relents, agreeing to her terms, and Lortel tosses her empty cup aside, looking satisfied. She burns the agreement letter in the campfire, signaling that their deal is sealed in secret. As she walks away, she looks back at Ed one last time, her eyes glowing with an emotion she rarely shows. Lortel is a girl of 1,000 faces. She can be a ruthless traitor, a cold politician, or a playful trickster. But for a split second, the masks all fall away. She lets out a soft, genuine laugh, looking truly happy that Ed chose her. She whispers to herself how glad she is, her heart finally feeling light. Ed watches her leave, stunned by her expression. He's never seen the merchant princess look so human and vulnerable. The next morning arrives, a rare day off with no scholarship work or classes. The sun shines bright over the snowy cabin, but the peace is about to be very short-lived. Ed stretches out on the porch, his survivalist habits making it impossible for him to sleep in, even on a holiday. He asks Lucy to light the fire again, and she gives him a sleepy, muttered "okay" from under her hat. As the fire crackles, Ed's mind drifts back to his conversation with Lortel from the night before. Lortel had warned him that his younger sister Tanya was preparing something and that he needed to be on guard. Lortel mentioned she introduced Tanya to a few important people, including a certain fiery spirit sorceress who definitely didn't take kindly to Tanya's trash-talking. Lortel predicted that Tanya would come to find him this morning to vent her frustrations, and right on cue, she's here. Tanya Roth-Taylor marches through the snow, flanked by her maid and butler. Ed stares at her, realizing that even though they're siblings, their relationship is a complete and total mystery to him. He thinks it's a hopeless situation, but he decides to just be himself and see what happens. Tanya stops in front of the campfire, stuttering out a nervous, "It's been a while, brother." She holds out a small box, claiming she brought a present because it's been so long since they last met. Ed notices she's sweating and trembling. She looks less like a villainess and more like a kid who's about to get a lecture. He realizes she's scared out of her mind, but she doesn't actually seem to hold any real hatred toward him. He flashes back to the game lore, trying to remember what the original Ed was like back at the family estate. He realizes the old Ed must have lived a solid life, meaning he was probably a complete and utter nightmare to everyone around him. Ed suddenly covers his face in shame, realizing just how much of a trash-tier human he's supposed to be, which only terrifies Tanya even more. Tanya is frozen, her mind replaying the dark, oppressive atmosphere of their childhood home. We see a flashback of a plate of food being smashed on the floor. The old Ed was a monster who treated everyone like garbage. He used to mock Tanya for her perseverance, his eyes filled with nothing but contempt for anyone he deemed weak. He was the type of noble who would literally step on a maid's head just to prove he was the next lord of the Roth-Taylor family. The butler and maid tremble as they remember the old Ed's cruelty. Even back then, Tanya was forced to endure his arrogance, watching him feast while she could barely breathe in his presence. She remembers pleading with him to stop, her voice lost in the silence of their cold mansion. The dinner table was a battlefield where Ed always came out on top, fueled by his own ego and a terrifying purple aura. He used to ask her why she felt sympathy for tools, telling her she wasn't a true noble yet. But back in the present, Ed just looks at her with a gentle smile and says, "Tanya, thanks." The transition is so jarring that Tanya's brain practically short-circuits. Ed opens the box to find a beautiful tie pin. He tells her he'll wear it at the start of next semester, acknowledging that even though he's excommunicated, he's touched by the gesture. He tells her to stop standing in the cold and come wait by the fire, acting like a normal, caring brother. Ed calls out to Lucy, who is lazily rolling around by the fire, telling Tanya not to worry about this child as he offers her a seat. He hands Tanya a cup of tea, asking if she's met many people while exploring the academy. Tanya looks away, her voice small as she mentions meeting Jix, and Yenica. The mere mention of Yenica makes Tanya and her servants turn purple with fear. Ed, being completely oblivious, smiles and says Yenica is the kindest kid he knows with the sweetest heart. Tanya internally screams, remembering how that sweetest heart summoned a massive fire dragon and started tossing workers around like rag dolls. She remembers Yenica threatening her, telling her that if she didn't reply properly, she'd never let her go. Tanya frantically agrees with Ed, shouting that Yenica is so incredibly kind, while her servants shiver in the background. Ed sighs, sensing that something is very strange about how Tanya is acting, realizing her memory of him must be very different from his current self. Tanya looks at him, shocked. In her memory, Ed was never this calm or awkward. He was a tyrant. Ed tells her that he's living to the best of his abilities now and asks her not to look at him so negatively. He admits he was pathetic back at the estate and genuinely says, "I'm sorry." He tells her he heard she wants to be student council president and promises to cheer her on, even if he can't be much help. He gives her a final, supportive good luck. But internally, Ed is thinking that there's no way Tanya will actually become president because she's a villain meant to be defeated by Fenia. Still, looking at her, he feels a strange attachment to her since she's the first real blood relative he's met in this world. Tanya is just staring at him, her eyes wide as she tries to process the fact that her trash brother just gave her a heartfelt apology. Ed has no idea how their relationship will go from here, but for now, the ice has been broken. Later, Tanya is running back to the dorms, her heart pounding as she tries to make sense of the new Ed. She leans against a wall, gasping for air as her reality crumbles. She remembers the true fury of Yenica, realizing that everyone who likes Ed is actually a high-tier monster. She realizes that Yenica truly believes in and follows Ed with a terrifying devotion. She thinks back to all the elites she's met, Princess Fenia, Lortel, and now this version of Ed. And then there's the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill, who lives at his camp. Tanya reaches the door of her dorm room in Awfulous Hall, the most prestigious residence in the academy. She tells herself that no matter how good Ed is at acting, his true nature will eventually be revealed. Suddenly, a door next to hers opens, and a very familiar tiny witch walks out. It's Lucy. She's staring at Tanya, and Tanya realizes they are literally next-door neighbors. Tanya thinks about how inelegant Ed is, but she's realizing that the entire academy revolves around him. Lucy blinks, asking if Tanya is the younger sister, her tone surprisingly casual. Lucy takes a step forward, her presence alone making the air feel heavy. Lucy reaches up and pats Tanya's shoulder, telling her to let her know if she's struggling with anything. She walks away as if she didn't just casually offer protection to a noble lady, leaving Tanya in a state of shock. Tanya's eye twitches, her grip on reality slipping even further. She looks at the door Lucy just came out of, noting that only the top students get golden nameplates. The door is grand, glowing with a prestigious light. The sign clearly says, Room 302, Lucy Merrill. Tanya is shaking, her mind finally giving up on trying to understand this insane school. She confirms it to herself. She is living next to the legendary genius who treats her brother like a pillow. It looks like it's going to take a long time for Tanya to adjust to Sylvania, and honestly, we can't even blame her. In the quiet beauty of the rose garden, Anise is making a desperate move. She looks Belle in the eye and asks for an introduction to a new boy. She's being super specific, demanding someone handsome, tall, and distinguished. Basically, she's looking for a high-tier noble to scrub Ed Roth Taylor out of her brain. Belle stays professional but drops a truth bomb, asking Anise if she even has any real dating experience to begin with. Anise immediately caves, apologizing and admitting she's always been too busy taking care of herself to even think about dating. Belle points out that the handsome, tall, distinguished guy Anise is describing sounds exactly like the current young Master Ed. Anise freezes, her eyes widening as she realizes she's been caught in 4K. She tries to play it off, admitting that Belle's eyes are too sharp to fool and that she's definitely thinking about Ed. She confesses that even though Ed has a bad reputation, he's actually a thoughtful and considerate person, making her conversations with him flow way too easily. Belle asks bluntly if she's attracted to him, and Anise finally stops running and acknowledges the truth. She tells herself this is actually good news. If Ed is appealing enough to attract even her, then Janica really did find a winner. Her logic is flawed, though. She thinks the problem will just disappear as long as she forces herself to stop feeling. She treats her feelings like a malignant tumor that needs to be removed in its early stages before it ruins her friendship with Janica. She starts looking through a list of student profiles, desperately trying to find another boy to replace Ed so she can claim she's dating someone else. Belle looks worried, asking if Janica has already caught on to these secret feelings. Belle scolds her, telling her that using another person as a replacement is incredibly disrespectful and inconsiderate. She calls out Anise's fake plan to date someone new just to trick her own heart into moving on. Anise's face falls as she mentions running into Janica in the teacher's wing just yesterday. They couldn't even say hi. The air was thick with awkwardness, and Janica's expression was darker than she'd ever seen. To make matters worse, Anise has to supervise the upcoming exams with Ed, and the guilt she feels toward Janica is eating her alive. Belle's eyes narrow, telling Anise that this situation might not be as big of a deal as she's making it out to be. In fact, Belle thinks this might actually be a better turn of events for everyone involved. Belle reminds her that Janica is always perfect and kind, and that Anise and Clara have always worked to protect that image. But Belle argues that being too perfect is actually a problem, and that a flawless attitude isn't always the best for a relationship. She leans in, telling Anise that her honesty and the trust she's shown by confessing is actually something to be grateful for. Belle drops some legendary advice. Sometimes it's more charming to show an imperfect side to activate a man's desire to protect. Anise flashes back to seeing a couple together, realizing that a push-and-pull strategy is useless compared to making a man feel like you need him. Her head starts to clear, and she feels a massive weight lift off her shoulders thanks to Belle's encouragement. She finally thinks of Janica and can't help but smile, feeling like she finally has a path forward. But meanwhile, it's obvious where Janica would go when she's feeling lost. Straight to Ed's cabin in the middle of the night. Ed returns to camp to find Janica sitting there in the dark, her presence catching him completely off guard. Ed was just thinking about his winter grind, how he needs to gather materials for a bigger storage room and living space. He looks at Janica's back, realizing something is seriously wrong with the Academy's golden girl. He sits down, the firelight reflecting in his eyes as he watches her. He pours her a warm drink, the silence between them feeling heavy and cold. He notes that it's snowing again, a constant reminder that winter isn't over yet. He gently tells her that if she has any concerns or things weighing on her mind, she can speak freely to him. Janica just stares into her cup, whispering a soft sorry. I can't say it. Ed doesn't push. He simply tells her that she doesn't have to if it's too hard. Janica looks at him, surprised by his unwavering patience and support. Ed realizes that even for someone as popular as Janica, academy life must be exhausting, and right now, she looks like a small animal backed into a corner. He admits to himself that it's impossible to just brush her off when she looks this vulnerable. As the snow falls, Janica leans her head on his shoulder, the two of them finding warmth together against the cold. A blanket and a fire aren't enough to endure this kind of winter, but being together makes it manageable. They sit there in silence, watching the sun rise as spring slowly begins to approach the forest. But we flash back to a much darker time, the Roth-Taylor estate. Back then, the family was peaceful under the heir Arwen, but after her death, everything was thrown into chaos. A new heir dominated the family, and that was the old Ed, a man who was pure, concentrated malice. Tanya remembers him as a pathetic piece of trash who acted like he owned the entire world just because he had a shred of power. She stares into the memory, her eyes cold as she recalls his arrogance. The old Ed was a monster who would smash things and mock her, asking what she would do if she looked at him with those eyes. He laughed about Arwen's death, acting like it was a gift because it paved the way for him to take control. He even handed Tanya a dagger, leaning in close and taunting her to stab him and become the heir himself. He screamed at her to do it, to push the blade in, his face twisted in a terrifying manic grin. He just laughed and laughed while Tanya sat on the floor, shaking and broken. That was her everyday life, a constant suffocating fear that made it hard for her to even breathe. For half her life, she lived suppressed by that gaze, even if he never actually hit her. She felt like she couldn't save her family or the people on the estate, living as a spiritless being. She lived as if she was already dead, just a puppet in her brother's sick game. But then, the opportunity she'd been praying for finally arrived. Ed was publicly humiliated and excommunicated from the family, kicked out into the dirt where he belonged. Now, Tanya is determined to prove herself, and the upcoming student council election is her one and only shot at the top. She starts writing her first plan, her expression focused and predatory. Her first objective is the class assignment exam, the major event that kicks off the new semester. D-Day for the exam finally arrives, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Anise is already on edge, literally telling Ed to stay away from her as they prepare for their supervision duties. Ed is confused, wondering why her smell and energy are so chaotic today, but he assumes she's just being her usual smart, calculating self. Professor Claire arrives, looking unusually energetic as she tells them it's time to head up Oran Mountain and set everything up. Unlike the previous exams in the forest, this one takes place on the treacherous slopes of the mountain. Since Professor Glast is gone, Claire is the lead designer, and she's made some major clumsy changes. Instead of hidden marbles, she's placed easy-to-find magic stones all over the mountain. They aren't hidden at all, making the collection phase look deceptively simple. Ed looks at the stones, noting that there isn't much of a point-based difference between them. It looks like an exam where anyone can make it to Class A as long as they reach the altar of substitution. It sounds easy, but Ed knows Claire was Glast's disciple, and she's inherited his love for brutal difficulty. Claire smirks behind her glasses, asking if the students really think Class A is a joke. This is the Orin Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. The students have to fight through waves of monsters and wild animals just to survive. In the original game lore, the difficulty was so insane that absolutely 0 new students managed to make it into Class A this year. Ed knows this is exactly how the scenario is supposed to go. This mass failure is a crucial plot point for later, so he's decided not to interfere with Claire's diabolical setup. He watches Claire laugh to herself, thinking he'll probably have to write an apology letter to the students later for not warning them. The only reason he's comfortable with this is because he knows no one will actually get hurt. The monsters are actually just illusions summoned by a magic engineering item called a vision disc. The standard blue discs summon low-level beasts to challenge the freshmen. But the purple vision disc is the rare one. It summons high-level monsters and even powerful human apparitions. Ed notes that Claire is carrying the important purple disc herself, taking extra care with it. But Anise is the one actually struggling, huffing and puffing as she carries a heavy load of materials up the trail. Onyx offers to help her, but Ed steps in before anyone else can. He holds out his hand and simply says gimme, ready to take the heavy bag for her. Anise tries to play it cool, but the physical proximity is making her heart race. Suddenly, Anise yelps as she loses her footing on the slippery mountain path. Her foot slips on a loose rock, and she starts to tumble backward. Ed moves with survivalist speed, reaching out to catch her before she falls. He catches her in a tight back hug, pulling her against his solid chest to stabilize her. He whispers that it's dangerous, his breath right against her ear as he holds her steady. But in the chaos of the fall, the most important item, the purple vision disc, slips out of the bag and starts bouncing down the rocky cliff. Ed reaches out with one hand, his fingers barely grazing the edge of the disc. He fumbles, the smooth metal surface sliding right through his grip. Clevius catches it at the last second, shouting at them to be more careful and asking what they'd do if it broke. Ed lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he narrowly avoided ruining the entire semester's scenario. But then, a faint metallic clicking sound echoes through the quiet mountain air. The purple vision disc, having taken too many impacts on the way down, suddenly shatters into a dozen pieces. Ed and Anise stand there frozen, staring at the pile of junk that used to be a rare magic item. Clevius looks at the pieces, then up at Ed, simply asking now what? Ed's face turns pale, his mind racing as he realizes the survival exam just became a lot more unpredictable. Last year, the world watched as a total failure named Taylor picked up a sword for the first time and did the impossible. He managed to beat Lucy Merrill, but that victory sent the original game scenario spiraling into chaos. It pushed Jonica Phalor down a path of darkness that nearly ended in a catastrophic explosion. This year's joint combat training is just as vital, and the stakes for the scenario have never been higher. A new wave of elite first years is arriving, full of talent and ready to challenge the seniors who've already made a name for themselves. Once the matches start, these freshmen go absolutely wild, throwing out every trick in the book just to get a win. But this year, they're going to run into a wall they didn't expect. A massive surge of energy erupts, cutting through the battlefield like a hot knife through butter. The power gap is insane, and the first years are finding out that talent doesn't mean much against raw experience. One by one, the freshmen are getting absolutely dismantled by a single person. Everyone loses to Taylor alone. The man who was once a joke is now the ultimate hurdle for the new generation. As Taylor stands tall, his growth becomes the talk of the entire academy. It's a hype moment, but hidden in the crowd, the mysterious Saintess Clarice fixes her gaze on him, signaling the end of the current act. The relationship between the hero, the Saintess, and the fourth generation of elites is the key to everything that comes next. She's a legendary character, and Ed knows her presence means the story must follow the script perfectly. That means these elite first years have to fail their placement exam, just like the game intended. The goal is for 0 freshmen to make it into Class A, a crushing defeat that sets the stage for their future frenzy. Usually Professor Claire makes this happen by using those high-difficulty purple discs, but as we know, the disc is currently a pile of shattered purple junk sitting on a tree stump. Without those illusions, the exam is going to be a cakewalk, and that's a disaster for the timeline. The academy staff is in a total panic, realizing that all their hard work might have just gone up in smoke. Ed just looks at the broken pieces, his mind already calculating a way to fix this mess. Anise is devastated, apologizing for her clumsiness and realizing they're about to have way too many A-class students. She knows they need a solution fast, or the academy's prestige and the game's logic is finished. Ed steps up, telling them he's got a plan to solve everything manually. He clarifies that we are going to fix it, and by we, he specifically means he's dragging the cowardly Clevius into the line of fire. D-Day arrives at the Oran Mountain entrance, the site of the most brutal exam in Sylvania history. Looking up at those snowy peaks, you can really feel the weight of this land of learning. For Tanya Roth-Taylor, this is her moment to prove she's the true heir to the family name. In Sylvania, everyone is supposed to be equal regardless of birth, but there's always one major exception to the rule. The butterfly hair clip is a symbol of the millions of people who follow the Telos order. Saintess Clarice walks through the crowd, her presence making even the most arrogant nobles bow their heads. She's humble, asking everyone to drop the formalities so the whole academy doesn't have to suffer through endless bowing. Tanya sees her chance and moves in, greeting the Saintess with a perfect, practiced smile. She introduces herself as the next head of the Roth-Taylor family, banking on her high status to make an impression. Clarice mentions she actually baptized Tanya's father, Crepin, showing just how deep her ties to the Roth-Taylors go. Tanya plays the role of the devout noble, promising to seek her own baptism once she officially becomes an adult. Clarice smiles, acknowledging Tanya's ambition as they prepare for the main event. Tanya is feeling confident. Meeting the Saintess in front of everyone is the perfect boost for her student council campaign. Suddenly, a signal flare shoots into the sky, marking the start of the survival exam. The explosion echoes across the mountain. The hunt for Class A has officially begun! Every faculty has a different location, from the underground basements to the student plaza, but they all share the same dream. Tanya sprints into the woods, focused purely on reaching that summit and securing her future. The rewards are insane. No tuition, a room in Ophelis Hall, and the fame of being an elite. One freshman finds a magic stone almost immediately, thinking he's got a one-way ticket to Class A. His rival tells him to stop talking and just run, because in this exam, speed is everything. They're all staring at the summit, not realizing they're running straight into a trap designed by our boy Ed. Tanya looks at her own stone, realizing that Claire left way too many of these lying around. She's smart, she knows that if getting the stone is easy, then reaching the altar must be where the real nightmare begins. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream rips through the forest, catching Tanya off guard. She finds a girl face down in the snow, looking like she's already been taken out by the cold. Tanya is worried she's found a casualty and offers to call the staff for help, but the girl just hops up with a grin, revealing she just wanted to step in the snow with her bare feet. This is Kylie Ekney, and she's out here checking things off her wish list in the middle of a high-stakes exam. Tanya is stunned, wondering if this girl is actually insane or just that eccentric. Kylie introduces herself, excited to find out she's classmates with a high-status Roth-Taylor. Kylie assumes everyone in the family is as amazing as their reputation, but Tanya goes dark, telling her that being high status doesn't stop a family from producing absurd and shitty scoundrels. She thinks back to the Ed she saw at the camp. He seemed reformed, almost like a different person. But the trauma of the old Ed is burned into her soul, and she can't trust that the fear will ever truly go away. Kylie just smiles, saying she doesn't think Tanya is that kind of person at all. Kylie is from a small countryside state and worries she's being too informal with a big city noble. Tanya just tells her to forget about it. This is Sylvania, where status is supposed to take a back seat. Kylie beams, her energy and genuine kindness making it hard for Tanya to stay cold. Kylie apologizes in advance if she does anything strange, admitting she's not used to a place this grand. Tanya reminds her that they need to hurry because this is still an exam they need to pass. Kylie laughs, saying she's not worried about her marks because getting high grades just brings too much unwanted attention. Instead, Kylie grabs Tanya's hand, her eyes glowing with excitement. She tells Tanya she's going to help her pass, hoping they can become close friends in the process. This is Kylie's first time having a friend her own age, and she's being way more forward than Tanya can handle. Tanya is left wondering if she's just accidentally adopted a very high-energy sidekick. She realizes she's starting to like this girl, even if she's a total weirdo who hates shoes. 30 minutes into the exam, the freshmen are already pushing themselves to the limit. Joseph is in the lead, huffing and puffing as he nears the summit, convinced he's got the most stamina. But as he clears the ridge, a terrifying silhouette looms over him, surrounded by a blood-red aura. Clevius is out here looking like a literal demon, his speed and power making the freshman look like a toddler. The impact is brutal, and Joseph goes down with a single, agonizing scream. Clevius is actually terrified himself, panting as he complains about Ed forcing him to scare the students like this. He hates being dirty and cheap, thinking this kind of ambushing is unbecoming of a senior, but then he realizes that Ed was right. Beating up these freshmen is actually way easier than he expected. He panics again, asking Ed why he has to be the one to play the villain once more. Ed's eyes are cold as he tells Clevius he won't be the only one getting his hands dirty. A massive lightning strike hits the trees nearby, courtesy of a very motivated Anise Halen. Ed has set up his mid-bosses. Clevius and Anise are blocking the northern and southern paths to the altar. Anise has taken full responsibility for the broken disc and is determined to stop every single freshman from reaching the top. Even the flying student Onyx is in the air, acting as the eyes of the operation and ensuring everyone's safety. Professor Claire is busy writing the paperwork to report the change in the exam, looking like she hasn't slept in days. With everyone else covering the paths, Anise asks Ed what he's going to be doing. Ed just turns his head, his expression more intense than ever. He tells her simply, "I'll guard the altar." He's the final line of defense. Claire is worried, reminding Ed that he can't even use magic right now because of his empty circuits. Ed just closes his eyes, telling her he's already thought of a way to overcome that tiny disadvantage. As the screams of the freshmen echo through the mountain, Ed stands calm at the center of the storm. He looks at the broken vision disc, acknowledging that he can't fix the item itself, but he looks at the magic stones they're using for the exam, high-quality products packed with raw energy. He places his hand on the altar of substitution, a device that can extract magic from items and let a user recharge their own pool. He feels the power surging back into him, and a familiar face appears. His high-rank spirit is finally awake. He's got a literal bag of magic stones, meaning he has enough fuel to stay powered up for the entire duration of the exam. The mission is clear. Ed stands at the center of a massive swirl of energy, looking like a god of the mountain. He narrows his eyes, focusing on the paths below where the next wave of students is coming. He lets out a single, chilling command, "Come." The battlefield is a mess of fallen students, and the freshmen are finding out the hard way that the road to the summit is paved with pain. Joseph walks through the chaos, looking a bit tired but mostly just annoyed that anyone dared to stand in his way. He looks like a literal demon of red energy, declaring that it's time to end this training quickly so he can claim his spot at the top. A freshman lets out a blood-curdling scream as Joseph's power tears through the remaining resistance. A massive explosion rocks the northern entrance, sending a plume of smoke and debris high into the air. Ed senses the blast from the summit, realizing that it's definitely not Anise's magic. Someone powerful is coming. Tanya and Kylie are running for their lives as the chaos intensifies behind them, barely staying ahead of the carnage. Even though Anise is a top-tier TA and a specialist in magic theory, the reality of the situation is starting to sink in. In a straight-up fight, she's only slightly above average, and that's a dangerous place to be when a genius is hunting you. She's forced to stand aside, her face hidden in shadow as she tells Joseph to just go ahead and pass. Joseph Whitefelts is in a completely different league, walking away from the fight without even looking back. Unlike his sister, who had to grind every single day to become a top alchemy student, Joseph was born for this. He's got that natural-born genius aura, making everyone else's hard work look like a joke. He's the youngest person to ever reach the status of a Magic Society researcher, capable of casting mid-rank spells like it's breathing. To put it simply, the kid is a freak of nature. He looks back at Anise, telling her there's no need to be upset since everyone has their own niche talent. Anise is grit-toothed and trembling, telling him he's mistaken. She's not upset because she lost. She's upset for a much deeper reason. She watches him run toward the altar, her heart heavy with the weight of her own perceived uselessness. She clenches her fist until it bleeds, the frustration of being the one who broke the exam item eating her alive. She remembers how everything was going perfectly until her one clumsy moment ruined the entire scenario. She thinks back to the moment the disc shattered, realizing she didn't even have a backup plan ready. And once again, our guy Ed had to step up and lead the situation while she just stood there like a fool. He didn't even get annoyed with her. He just stayed constructive and handled the disaster like a pro. The fact that she lost to a freshman and failed to block the entrance makes the sting of defeat even sharper. She's not just angry at the loss, she's absolutely furious at her own incompetence. Her eyes well up with tears as she stands alone in the snow, feeling like she's let everyone down. She can't stop thinking about Ed's trustworthy face and how he's currently carrying the entire exam on his back. She hopes that somehow he can resolve this mess and fix the timeline she broke. At the summit, Ed watches as his first guest finally arrives. He sits casually on the altar, telling Joseph he knows the rules, put the stone on the altar to pass, but he won't make it that easy. Joseph stops, eyeing the setup and thinking the exam method is a bit strange for a top-tier academy. He asks who the next students will have to fight if he beats Ed, but Ed just shuts him down, saying that's not his concern. Joseph assumes there's a backup plan, but he's really just buying time to analyze Ed's position. He's not actually curious, he's just trying to understand the environment before he makes his move. He spots the broken vision disc on the ground and realizes Ed isn't using the standard summons. He notes that while Ed looks like a magic faculty member, he can't feel any mana from him at all. He realizes Ed is using magic stones to recharge, which to Joseph is a sign of a weak mage with a low mana pool. Arrogance takes over as Joseph starts thinking about what kind of sandwich he wants to eat once he's done with this disappointing senior. He fires off a mid-rank particle explosion, a vicious spell designed to catch anyone off guard. He's confident that Ed won't be able to dodge since the spell doesn't follow a visible hand direction, but Ed evades it with ease, and Joseph realized he's dealing with someone who has some actual combat experience. Ed analyzes the flow of magic, predicting that Joseph will follow up with fire magic like ignition or scorch. He notices Joseph aiming downward, which means he's not trying to hit Ed directly, he's setting a trap. It's ignition. A massive pillar of fire erupts, aimed right at Ed's feet. The flames surge upward, looking like a literal firestorm is swallowing the summit. Joseph watches the blaze, impressed by his own power and thinking the fight is already over. He spent his life mastering basic magic, and the scale of these flames is on a mid-rank level. The fire rages, a terrifying wall of heat that should have turned Ed into ash, but suddenly, the flames begin to part, and a figure emerges from the inferno. Joseph is stunned as he sees Ed walking through the fire, realizing his defense magic didn't even slow him down. In a typical mage battle, the one with the most mana wins the war of attrition. It's a simple game of mana bottles. Whoever runs dry first is the loser. Joseph mocks Ed, assuming he lacks real combat experience and is just wasting his limited mana. He prepares his next spell, thinking Ed won't be able to maintain his offensive magic for much longer. To Joseph, magic battles are profound, elegant displays of power and calculation, but Ed ruins that philosophy instantly as he closes the distance at high speed. Ed's eyes glow with fire as he tells Joseph that while defensive magic blocks spells, it doesn't do a damn thing against physical force. He delivers a brutal point-blank blow that Joseph never saw coming. The impact is sickening, Joseph's face contorting as Ed's fist makes contact. Ed looms over him, his expression cold as he asks Joseph if he really thought he'd only ever face other mages. Joseph is sent flying backward, spinning through the air as his world turns upside down. He's coughing and gasping, his mind exploding as he tries to figure out how Ed walked through fire without a scratch. He refuses to be careless again, preparing a mid-rank ice magic spell to shut Ed down. But Ed just uses ignition again, a move Joseph thinks is just a desperate attempt to block his vision with steam. Joseph thinks he's seen this play before and is ready to counter it. He fires off a multi-elemental blast, confident that his versatility will win the day. He uses a high-powered scorch spell, determined to end this fight once and for all. But once again, Ed stands tall inside the explosion, completely unbothered by the heat. A green notification pops up. Ed is using the spirit magic Blessing of Recovery, giving him massive temporary immunity to flames. Joseph is panicking now, screaming in disbelief that Ed has such high fire tolerance. Joseph throws up a physical shield to block Ed's dagger, but he's already lost his composure. He's desperate, wondering where on earth this excommunicated trash got this kind of power. He tries to convince himself that his casting speed is still faster, but Ed's movements are fluid and tactical, putting Joseph on the defensive. Ed whispers, "Mug," calling on his fire spirit as he prepares a spirit formula, Explosion. A massive blast of fiery energy erupts from Ed's dagger, sending a shockwave across the summit. The impact is absolute, a white-hot flash of power that dwarfs anything Joseph has seen today. Joseph is buried in the rubble, a dark silhouette of defeat. He tries to keep it together, telling himself there's no way Ed's basic magic is faster than his own. Then it hits him. That wasn't explosion magic, it was a high-level spirit formula. He realizes Ed used Blessing of Recovery to walk through the fire and hid his spirit's form within the flames to mask the attack. Between the spells, the spirit magic, and the items Ed hasn't even used yet, Joseph is completely outclassed. He stares at Ed, terrified, asking the only question that matters: who is this man? His magic stone falls from his hand as he finally utters the words, "I've lost." The stone clatters on the ground, Joseph's pride shattering along with his hopes for Class A. Joseph makes one last desperate attempt, lunging at Ed with a spell. He fires a mid-rank ice spear, a lethal move meant to end the confrontation instantly. Ed just looks at him, his blue eyes cold and unmoving as the spear approaches. Joseph screams as he puts everything he has into a final physical strike. He lands a punch square on Ed's face, but our boy doesn't even flinch. Joseph is a magic researcher, not a fighter. His punch has as much impact as a wet noodle. Joseph is frozen in shock, wondering how it's possible that Ed is still standing. He sees a massive green wolf-like phantom erupting behind Ed. It's the protection of the wind, a spirit magic that triggers automatically when an unexpected attack is recognized. A massive beam of green energy shoots from the wolf's mouth, blowing Joseph away like a leaf in a hurricane. The power of the wind tears through the summit, ending the battle in a single, overwhelming surge. Joseph is pinned against a spike of ice, completely incapacitated and covered in smoke. He gasps for air, his body broken and his magic completely drained. His magic stones shatter on the ground beneath Ed's feet as he finally collapses. Joseph whispers his final defeat, the genius freshman officially humbled. Ed offers a bit of praise, telling him he did good work and that his final decision to land a blow was impressive. Joseph looks up through the haze, asking for the name of the man who beat him. Ed stands over him, looking every bit like the unstoppable boss he's become. Joseph's eyes close as he repeats the name like a prayer. Ed Roth Taylor. Ed hands Joseph's body over to Onyx, telling him to get the kid to safety. Meanwhile, a luxury carriage rolls through the snow, and we jump to Jix talking about the different faculties. He tells someone they would have been the top student in alchemy or combat, and he feels bad they gave it up. Jix just smiles, saying he doesn't value being a top student, and he wouldn't have been #1 in combat anyway. Because the incoming second years are monsters, and the top of the combat faculty is Clevius Nortondale, who is currently being blasted through a solid stone wall. Clevius is in total shock, his eyes wide as he wonders what the hell just hit him. Kylie stands there with glowing yellow energy, worried that her holy magic was too strong and broke something. The staff rushes to Clevius's side, telling him to get it together while Kylie just watches with a concerned look. Clevius is left wondering how he could possibly block something that powerful he didn't even see it coming. 20 minutes before the exam ends, the sun begins to set over the mountain. Tanya and Kylie finally reach the top, huffing and puffing as they face the final challenge. Tanya looks across the summit, seeing the bodies of her classmates scattered everywhere. It's a literal graveyard of ambitions. She looks up and sees a figure waiting for her, the spitting image of the person she once feared and hated the most. Ed Roth Taylor stands there, bloody and determined, delivering the final, crushing blow to her pride. Give up. Saintess Clarice lived a life of isolation, but her mind was always occupied by two very different dreams. She was taught that faith and duty were the only things that mattered, and that a saintess must be a vessel for the divine. Her mentor, Archbishop Verdio, preached that true nobility comes from maintaining unwavering beliefs throughout one's entire life. He told her she had to become like a blank slate, pure, empty, and devoid of personal desire. But Clarice had a second dream, one that the church could never scrub away. To her, living as a blank slate felt like a slow death. She'd rather drown in the chaos of reality than live in a sterile, white room. She opened her eyes to the world, looking for something, anything, that felt real. She listened as her only friends sang about the great capitals and the majestic towers built by human hands. She heard tales of the green Denkan wetlands and the golden fields of the imperial capital, places she was never allowed to see. The songs painted a picture of emerald farming lands, the smoke of alchemy labs, and the red roofs of commerce cities. She dreamed of the reddish sands of the Drestea desert and the lawless shadows of the frontier. The pure white life she led was just a tiny, boring fraction of nature's actual beauty. This was Adele, the girl in charge of the holy fire, who became Clarice's window to the outside world. Adele called herself a romantic and would sneak to Clarice's window at night to sing of the stars and the paths she'd traveled. Clarice's nights were filled with the whispered secrets of a world she could only imagine. She longed for a normal life, taking classes, making friends, and maybe even falling in love like a regular girl. To her, the reverence of millions of believers was nothing compared to the warmth of a single, genuine friendship. Adele told her that a hug from someone you love is more valuable than any prayer. Eventually, Adele left for Sylvania Academy, leaving Clarice alone with her colorful dreams. Clarice imagined sharing a journey with someone, leaving the path she'd taken alone to explore the vibrant world together. It was an outrageous, impossible imagination until she decided to make it a reality. With the Order's help, she prepared to enter Sylvania in secret, warned to never reveal her true identity. She held a magic ring, an engineering marvel that would transform her appearance and let her live as Kylie. On her first day at the academy, she sat on a bench, relishing the fact that absolutely no one knew who she was. No one bowed, no one prayed. She was finally free to be the eccentric, shoe-hating girl she wanted to be. In all of Sylvania, there wasn't a single soul who would suspect that Kylie was the saintess. Well, except for one person, the man currently telling her to give up. Tanya is frozen in shock, realizing that her trash brother is the final hurdle of the exam. Ed looks at them through his own blood and sweat, telling them to just turn back now before things get ugly. But since they insist on pushing forward, our boy decides to stop playing around. A massive explosion of green energy erupts, nearly knocking Tanya and Kylie off their feet. This is high-level spirit magic, a power so advanced that even graduated veterans would struggle to handle it. A typical sorcerer is lucky to command a few mid-rank spirits, but Ed has the high-rank spirit Marilda, and she's looking absolutely terrifying. Kylie is ready to throw in the towel, telling Tanya they need to be rational and bail out of this death trap. She's right. From a survival standpoint, fighting this is suicide. Tanya stares at the spirit, her trauma from the Janica incident flooding back. She grinds her teeth, a flicker of defiance burning in her eyes. She realizes that if she leaves now, nothing has changed since her childhood. She'll still be the weakling living in fear. She tells Kylie she's not giving up, her resolve finally hardening. She believes that as a Roth Taylor, she has a responsibility to face the challenges that follow her rank. She tries to logic her way out of fear, telling herself there's no way Ed improved this much in just 2 years. She convinces herself the high-level spirit is just a fake illusion meant to scare them. She decides to ignore the fake wolf and lunge straight for the main body, Ed. But as she charges, Marilda lets out a roar that shatters any hope of this being an illusion. Tanya is blasted back, gasping for air as the raw pressure of the wind crushes her spirit. She looks at Ed, her mind racing. Is this guy really her brother? The scale of the power is real, and Ed stands at the center of the storm like an untouchable king. The summit is being torn apart by Marilda's influence, turning the exam into an actual war zone. Kylie watches from the ground, her fantasy of noble men with graceful manners being completely obliterated. She expected a generous smile and neat appearance, but instead she's facing a battle-hardened survivalist who looks like he's climbed out of hell. Even someone as naive as Clarice can feel it. This man is a scoundrel in every sense of the word. Tanya is shaking with rage and fear, realizing that even after excommunication, Ed is still the one blocking her path. Her deep hatred for him is the only thing keeping her from collapsing right now. Kylie, seeing Tanya's determination, decides to step up and help. She offers to play the role of the bait, claiming she has a strange constitution that won't let her die. Tanya is worried about her, but Kylie reminds her that she's the first friend she's made at Sylvania. Kylie looks at Ed, her expression turning serious as she prepares to act. She's doing this for Tanya, the first person who treated her like a normal peer. Ed watches them, his eyes sharp as he predicts their next move. Tanya remembers seeing Kylie deflect a combat faculty senior earlier on the mountain. She realized Kylie has some kind of hidden special power that protects her from harm. She's surprised that a scaredy cat like Kylie is the one taking the lead in such a dangerous moment. Kylie charges forward with a scream, acting as the perfect distraction. She runs straight into Marilda's wind looking like she's about to be shredded. The giant wolf lunges, its fangs glowing with mana. But as the attack lands, a flash of gold erupts. The impact is deflected instantly, Kylie's body glowing with an otherworldly light. It's the holy magic's blessing, an automatic defense that triggers against any hostile being attempting harm. Marilda's power is redirected, creating a massive explosion of light and wind. Kylie screams as the force of the blast pushes even her holy protection to the limit. Ed stands through the smoke, looking at them with a cold gaze and asking, "Is that it?" Tanya glares back, shouting that he's crazy if he thinks she'd give up now. She focuses her mana, her drills glowing with energy as she prepares her own spell. She fires off a basic emit spell, hoping to find a gap in Ed's defense. But Ed moves with a speed that defies logic, dodging the blast and closing the distance. He's a blur of motion, his presence alone putting Tanya back in her place. Tanya is huffing, realizing Ed has vanished from her sight. Suddenly, the broken vision disc on the ground begins to glow. Several magic arrows shoot out of the smoke, pinning Tanya down before she can even react. She can't believe it. The person who couldn't even hold a sword properly is now a master archer? Ed tells her that was just a warning, his voice calm and terrifying. Arrows made of pure magic, Tanya realizes that this is the result of insane, grueling training. The aura of the wind wolf intensifies behind him. She looks at him and finally sees the truth. This is the real Ed Roth Taylor. She falls to her knees, gasping for air as her reality crumbles. She cries out that nothing has changed. No matter how hard she tries, she's still powerless against him. She feels like she's back in their childhood home, a spiritless being crushed by his shadow. She whispers that she can't do anything, the weight of her failure crushing her heart. But then Ed's voice softens, telling her she must have worked incredibly hard to make it this far. He apologizes, explaining that there's a specific reason why he had to block her path today. He tells her he couldn't go easy on her just because they're related, because he knows she would have been even more angry if he had. Tanya looks up, her eyes wide with confusion. Ed admits he was wrong about her. He expected her to run away, but she faced him until the very end. He tells her he's seeing her differently now, his expression finally showing a shred of genuine sibling affection. Ed smiles through the blood on his face, acknowledging that Tanya has changed for the better. And in that moment, something between them has definitely changed, too. Sometimes the hardest thing to do isn't winning a fight, it's looking the person you just crushed in the eyes and telling them it was for their own good. Our boy Ed stands over the aftermath, gripping a mana stone as the dust settles on Oran Mountain. A massive wave of spirit energy surges behind him, manifesting as a giant spectral wolf. Ed looks down at his sister Tanya and tells her bluntly that he couldn't hold back just because they're family. He knows Tanya's pride. If he'd gone easy, she'd be even more furious. Tanya just stares up at him, her world crumbling, barely able to process that the trash brother she despised has become this powerful. Ed admits he was wrong about her. He thought she'd run, but she stood her ground against a monster like him, even when facing a terrifying illusion. Something has shifted in the air as Ed looks at her with a newfound respect. He's seeing her as a real mage now, not just a spoiled noble girl chasing a title. He gives her a rare, genuine smile, despite the blood dripping down his face. He's finally seen a side of Tanya that actually makes him proud to be her brother. Tanya's eyes well up with tears as she starts to break down. To hear those words from the person who just systematically dismantled her entire world, it's too much. She's sobbing now, the weight of the exam and her own insecurities finally bursting out. She fought to the very end, and Ed's acknowledgement hits harder than any magic spell. Ed stands there looking a bit awkward, wondering if she's really this upset just over her class placement. He's a survivalist, so he doesn't always get the emotional weight of school rankings. Suddenly, Kylie, who we know is the Saintess in disguise, jumps in and pulls Tanya into a protective hug. She's terrified, screaming at Ed to stay back. Her voice is shaking as she warns him that bad things will happen if he keeps acting like a villain. She's trying to be brave, but her eyes tell a different story. Up in the sky, Assistant Professor Claire arrives to officially end the exam. She's already stressing about the grading and the upcoming student council elections, completely unaware of the drama below. But Kylie freezes as she hears herself speak. Something feels off, and the panic starts to set in. Her heart drops as she realizes the transformation magic hiding her true identity is starting to fail. The air around her ripples as her disguise begins to unravel. She flashes back to the moment the magic ring was knocked away during the chaos earlier. That ring was the only thing keeping her secret safe from the entire academy. Claire waves at Ed, praising him for a job well done, but Kylie is internally screaming. If she's revealed here, her peaceful school life is over instantly. Tears of pure panic prick her eyes as she imagines the headlines. Her identity, her freedom, everything is about to be exposed in front of everyone. But then, a small fire spirit, our boy Mug, descends from the air. He's carrying something glowing and golden in his little paws. Ed leans in close, dropping the ring back into her hand. He catches himself before calling her Your Holiness, settling for a casual kid to keep the act going. Kylie is stunned, her red eyes wide with disbelief. She realizes Ed knew who she was all along, and he just saved her entire life from exploding. She stammers out a thank you, asking why he's so badly hurt, but Ed just brushes it off like a true tank. He's used to the pain by now. As the sun begins to set, the chaotic class assignment exam finally reaches its conclusion. Ed has successfully manipulated the events to keep the game's timeline on track. Everything is exactly where it's supposed to be, or so he thinks. He turns to leave, but there's a small, lingering variable he didn't account for. A tiny gap in the script he's following. Under the red glow of the sunset, a pair of ruby-like eyes are fixed solely on Ed. Kylie isn't just seeing a villain anymore. She's seeing someone far more mysterious. Her entire focus has shifted. The Saintess is now officially obsessed with figuring out who Ed Roth Taylor really is. She clutches the ring to her chest, replaying the moment he almost spoke to her formally. He knows her secret, and that makes him the most dangerous and interesting person in school. Nearby, the other students are cleaning up the mess. They tell Ed to go get some rest while they handle the boring paperwork and aftermath of the battle. Onyx, another student, rushes off to check on the wounded Clebius. The intensity of the day is finally winding down into a quiet evening. One of the students looks up at the massive altar of substitution, swearing they saw a human figure at the top, but they quickly dismiss it as a trick of the light. But high above the world, a voice whispers a question into the wind. Did you know? Ed is actually up there, sprawled out on the cold stone of the altar. He's looking up at the sky, thinking about how some things are just universally beautiful, regardless of who's looking. He gazes at the sunset, feeling a rare moment of peace. To him, this view is the ultimate evidence of beauty that transcends time. Suddenly, a floating blue fox head appears upside down in his vision. It's Marilda, the high-ranking wind spirit, and she's looking at him like he's a total weirdo. Marilda starts lecturing him about how humans live such short lives but waste them being boring. To a spirit who lives for centuries, Ed's workaholic lifestyle looks like a total curse. She calls him a chatterbox in reverse, mocking the fact that he's thorough with everyone else but completely reckless with his own health. He just sighs, too tired to argue. Then she drops the real bomb. She tells him he needs to start dating. She even hints at someone kind, cheerful, and strong enough to rely on, and we all know she's talking about Janica. Marilda turns to Mug, asking for backup on her matchmaking skills. Mug, who's terrified of the high-ranking spirit, immediately agrees that her advice is basically the spirit Bible. Marilda leans in close, her eyes glowing. She tells Ed he should at least pretend to listen to her, but Ed is just done with the conversation. Mug panics, thinking he's offended her, and offers to repent with his life. Ed just watches the chaos, realizing that even high-ranking spirits can be a massive headache. Ed changes the subject, asking why Janica looked so down lately. He might be dense, but he isn't blind. Marilda smirks, asking if he's actually worried. Ed's face stays deadpan, but his interest is obvious. The fox spirit plays coy, saying she can't reveal Janica's secrets if she doesn't want them told. It's a classic girl code move, even for a spirit. She tells Ed not to sweat it. It's important for Janica to experience a winter in her life, so she can truly understand the world. Marilda's tone turns serious. She explains that the world isn't a fairy tale, and sometimes you just have to endure the cold until spring finally comes. She decides it's time to go because she's expensive and doesn't want to drain all of Ed's mana. She's currently in her small form just to be efficient. Ed asks if she has other forms, and she jokingly offers to turn into a beautiful girl. She warns him that his eyes might like it, but his mana pool definitely wouldn't. Ed mentions that when she grew into a giant wolf earlier, he didn't feel a massive drain. He's genuinely curious about how her power works. Marilda taps him on the forehead, calling him dense again. She realizes he hasn't figured out the secret behind his own mana supply. She asks him if he really thought he was handling all that high-level magic on his own. She's dropping a massive hint that he's had help this whole time. A spirit of her rank wouldn't just contract with one person. Ed lies on the stone, the realization slowly starting to dawn on him. He stares into the darkening sky in silence. If he wasn't the one paying the mana cost, then who was? High above the altar, a faint magical signature flickers. Ed pants, his body finally feeling the true weight of the day's combat. He knows for a fact his own mana couldn't have sustained a high-rank spirit for that long. But the answer is actually incredibly simple if you know the players involved. There is only one other person in this entire academy who has the sheer mana capacity to contract with a spirit like Marilda. Ed senses a presence and turns around. Sitting on the edge of the altar is a tiny girl in a massive witch hat. It's Lucy. Ed tells her this isn't exactly the best place for a nap, but she just stares out at the horizon. She says she isn't here to sleep. She left her tent because it felt empty. For the normally robotic Lucy, this is a huge admission of loneliness. Ed looks at her, a shadow crossing his face. Unfortunately, he knows exactly what this altar represents in the game's original story. In the scenario, this altar of substitution is the final stage of Act 3. It's a place of tragedy and absolute chaos. In the original game, the Saintess Clarice begins to distrust her own holy order after discovering the darkness rotting the heart of the holy city. To cover up their crimes, the church sends apostles to the island to condemn the Saintess and eliminate anyone who knows the truth. The academy students, not knowing the truth, follow orders to hunt down the heretic Saintess. Every major power on the island unites against one target. Princess Phenia, Lortel's mercenaries, and even Taylor's party, everyone's swords are eventually pointed at the same girl. All that force is directed at one girl who is desperately trying to protect the island. That girl is Lucy, following the final will of her master, the late Archmage Glast. She stands alone against the world, surrounded by lightning and fury. She was called a renegade and a non-believer, but she never complained. She just looked down at her attackers with a gaze that never wavered. This was the moment Lucy awakened, unleashing her true terrifying power as a natural disaster. In the original story, she single-handedly defeats almost all the main characters and wipes out half the raid party. She was an unstoppable force of nature, but she was still human. Eventually, her stamina ran out, and she was covered in blood, pushed to her absolute limit. That's when the hero, Taili, strikes. He learns the final swordsman form and prepares to end the threat. A massive golden slash cuts through the darkness, signaling the end of the battle. Lucy is defeated, her massive hat lying in the dirt, the villain of Act 3 finally brought down. But then the truth comes out. Everyone learns the real story, that Lucy was the one trying to save them from the corrupt apostles all along. The realization hits the characters too late. They all say things like, "She wasn't a villain," but those words mean nothing once the person is already broken. Lucy's nature was to keep everything to herself. She carried the weight of the world and the misunderstanding of her friends until the very end. Ed looks at the tiny girl sitting next to him. He refuses to let that bad ending happen. He won't sacrifice Lucy just to keep the game's script perfect. They sit together in silence, two small figures against the backdrop of a dying sun. Ed tells himself he isn't just being soft. He genuinely believes that changing this outcome won't ruin the future, it might actually make it better. He remembers the words of the dying Archmage, asking Lucy to lend the Academy her strength when a trial comes that they can't overcome alone. Only Lucy knew how heavy that promise was. She was crying back then, losing her only family and gaining a burden no child should carry. Ed knows she needs to let go of those muddy emotions. Act 3 is coming, and it's going to be a long, dangerous battle for both of them. He isn't just going to sit back and watch her suffer this time. He reaches out, noticing something he only recently discovered about the world's strongest mage. Lucy leans her head against his shoulder. The natural disaster of Sylvania is just a lonely girl who wants someone to stay by her side. Ed looks at her sleeping face and makes a silent vow. If there's one thing he's going to do differently, it's to make sure she never feels abandoned again. He'll tell her every time he has to leave, so she never has to wake up to an empty tent. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious academy dorms, a girl named Clara arrives. She's surprised to see her friends back so early from their break. Clara is a cheerful, noble girl who everyone assumes is a commoner, while her friend Anise is the opposite. She's brought back a special present for the group. She stretches her arms out, feeling the peace of the academy. She's missed this place, and can't wait to catch up with her best friends. She's got snacks and a blueberry pie, ready to host a cozy tea party with Anise and Janica. She's expecting nothing but laughs and gossip. Clara rushes into the room, her voice full of excitement. She's got so many stories to tell about her vacation, but then she stops dead. The atmosphere in the room is heavy enough to crush a mountain. Clara's face goes pale as she looks at her friends. The blueberry pie she was so excited about suddenly feels like it would taste like literal sand in this environment. Anise and Janica are sitting there, surrounded by a literal aura of fire and darkness. Clara is sweating, wondering if they had some world-ending fight while she was gone. They usually bicker in a cute way, but this is different. This is the kind of tension that precedes a murder. Clara tries to break the silence with a weak, but Janica doesn't even look up. Her eyes are hidden behind her bangs, glowing with a dangerous red light. Janica finally speaks, her voice low and terrifying. She says Anise's name, and the TA flinches like she's just been sentenced to death. Janica looks up, her face a mask of jealous fury. She drops the ultimate question. He's not resting on his laurels, though, immediately crafting a wooden wind-blocking wall to prep for the winter. It's a simple build, but in this forest, it's the difference between life and death. Ed tightens the twine, realizing these basic items don't even level up his stats anymore. He's hit a plateau and knows he needs to find bigger challenges if he wants to keep growing. He wipes the sweat from his brow, exhaling a heavy breath as the wind starts to pick up. He's got to be thorough. A weak roof means a frozen grave when the real storms hit. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, noting how healthy Ed looks despite the recent chaos. Ed looks back, surprised to see a visitor this deep in the woods. It's Belle, the head maid of Ophelis Hall, and she's got a struggling Lucy tucked under her arm. She explains that a new academy policy is in effect. Nobody leaves the dorms during the snowstorm unless it's an absolute emergency. Lucy reaches out like she's being kidnapped, silently begging Ed for help. Belle isn't playing around. She's got a full surveillance staff ready to keep the little archmage locked down all week. Ed just watches the scene with a blank stare, realizing Lucy has finally met her match. He hums in thought, seeing the giant pyramid-like altar of substitution standing tall in the background. Belle maintains her professional poise, promising to keep using formal speech with him despite his current hermit status. She's one of the few who still treats him with the respect of a young master. She looks around at his rough camp and asks if he can really survive a week-long blizzard in this environment. Ed just gestures to his wind blocker, confident that his survival skills are up to the task. He explains that he's mostly setting these things up just to protect his precious supplies. He's thinking 3 steps ahead, as always. He shows off how he secured the roof of his hut, tying twine from the logs directly into the ground. It looks rugged, but it's designed to withstand some serious force. Inside, his arsenal is ready. Saws, hammers, and traps are all organized and ready for maintenance. He's turned this hut into a legitimate base of operations. He tells Belle his plan for the week. While the storm rages, he'll be holed up in the secret spirit library, diving deep into magic engineering research. He reassures her that he's got plenty of places to stay warm, so she doesn't need to worry. Belle looks at him, her eyes softening just a bit. Ed notices her hesitation and asks if she's worried since this is her first time managing the dorms during such a massive storm. Lucy is still just a lump of silver hair in her arms, completely defeated. Belle admits she has another worry entirely, her gaze fixed on Ed. She knows he's the type to push himself until he breaks. She starts to say something but stops herself, turning away. Ed's just confused, noting that her silence is actually making him more worried. She finally just wishes him the best of luck and disappears into the woods. But back at the academy dorms, a different kind of storm is brewing, one full of literal fire. Janika's face is a mask of pure, glowing jealousy. She repeats the rumor she heard, her voice trembling. "You got a hug from Ed?" Clara stands there, eyes wide, as she looks at Anise. The air in the room is getting hot enough to melt the windows. Anise looks like she's seen a ghost, sweat rolling down her face, as she tries to find the right words to save her life. Clara tries to play it off as a joke or a spirit misunderstanding, but Anise suddenly blurts out the truth. She admits she was flirting with Ed, and the shock in the room is deafening. She bows her head, her fists clenched. She tells Janica she's sorry, but she just didn't find Ed trustworthy at all. Anise stands up, her face flushed with frustration. She says he looked like a total playboy, so she was just trying to test him to see if he was worth Janica's time. Janica blinks, her jealousy momentarily replaced by confusion. Anise doubles down, swearing that a guy like Ed isn't even her type in the first place. She goes on a rant, calling him a thug and an arrogant jerk who lives selfishly. She's trying so hard to sound like she hates him, she tears up, defending Ed and telling Anise she's being way too mean. She can't stand anyone talking trash about her favorite survivalist. Anise bows again, practically shouting her apology for flirting without permission. The two of them are caught in a bizarre loop of guilt and defense. Janica slams her hands on the table, tears actually falling now. She's frustrated that Anise took it upon herself to test him, especially since it kept Janica up all night worrying. She feels betrayed by her friend, but then her self-doubt kicks in. She starts wondering if she even has the right to feel betrayed since she's technically nothing to Ed yet. Anise puts a hand on her shoulder, her tone shifting to something much more sincere. She tells Janica clearly, "You are a very special person to that man." Janica looks up, her eyes wide. Anise admits that from everything she saw, Janica is definitely more than just a friend to Ed. That one word, special, lights up Janica's entire world. Her eyes sparkle like stars as the anger completely evaporates. She sniffs, her face turning bright red. She tells Anise she still doesn't think it was right to judge Ed, but since she did it for Janica's sake, she can't stay mad. She lunges forward and pulls Anise into a massive hug, thanking her for being honest. Clara just watches from the side, sighing in relief that the room isn't on fire anymore. But as Anise hugs her back, her own face is beet red. She looks like she's struggling with some complicated feelings of her own. Clara tries to smooth things over, asking Janica if she's been avoiding the northern forest lately because she was uncomfortable. The group is finally back to their usual, slightly chaotic dynamic. Suddenly the bells ring, and Clara has to dash off. She waves goodbye, wishing them a safe break as she disappears down the hall. Once she's gone, Anise turns to the remaining friend, her expression dark and serious. She says she has something on her mind. She tells her friend to introduce her to a man, any man. She needs a distraction, and she needs it now. She wants to do something adventurous to break out of her current headspace. She grabs her friend's shoulders, her eyes practically bugging out as she asks, "Do you want to date me?" It's pure, unadulterated desperation. Her friend tries to pull away, terrified by the look in Anise's eyes. Anise is spiraling, her calm mask completely shattered. She collapses into a fit of tears and laughter, screaming that she's sorry for lying to Janica. The guilt of her secret attraction to Ed is eating her alive. She tries to convince herself that feelings fade when people are apart. Once the break ends, her work as a scholarship assistant will be over, and she won't have to see Ed anymore. But then, Assistant Professor Claire walks into the room with a party popper and a huge smile. She announces that all the scholarship students are staying on as assistants. She singles out Ed, saying he's incredibly good at working and will be receiving even more scholarships to stay in her lab. Anise's face goes completely pale, is basically a death sentence for Anise's heart. Meanwhile, Ed's power continues to grow. His magic details show he's now a skilled magic student and can finally learn intermediate magic like spirit manifestation and sensory sharing. His spirit slots are filling up, with Marilda's unique skills like protection of the wind giving him a massive edge. He's becoming a legitimate powerhouse. Back at the camp, the sun is setting as Janica sits by the fire with Ed. She tells him he needs to contract with a mid-level spirit soon, noting how relaxed he seems lately. Ed looks at her, remembering their time at the camp together. It's a quiet, intimate moment between the two of them. Janica panics, her face turning red as she pretends to forget what he's talking about. She's still so easily flustered by him. Ed smiles to himself. He realizes that when he's with Janica, he actually loosens up. She's a character who was never supposed to survive the game's script, but here she is, his closest friend. Janica changes the subject, asking how he managed to contract with a high-level spirit like Marilda so early. Ed admits he used a trick. He opens his hand to reveal a legendary rank magic tool, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring. It's the ultimate cheat code for a spirit summoner. He explains the ring's power to her and lays out his plans for the future. He's finally starting to trust her with his secrets. Because of the ring's drain, he can't use magic for a while, meaning no more contracts until the next semester begins. He's effectively on cooldown. Janica beams at him, offering a sincere congrats. In the world of sorcerers, making your first high-level contract is considered a second birthday. She asks if he's really staying in the library all week. She's impressed by his work ethic, calling him the top student of the year. She mentions the upcoming student council elections, noting that as the top student, she's getting a lot of attention but is trying to stay neutral. Ed remembers that in the original game, Janica never sought the spotlight. Her kind heart meant she respected everyone too much to fight them for power. Janica asks about Ed's sister Tanya, who is also running for president. Ed just nods, calling her ambitious, which is an understatement. Janica leans in, her expression becoming a bit more serious as she asks if Ed and his sister are actually close. Ed sighs, admitting it's complicated since he was excommunicated, but they're still blood. He knows they'll probably be in each other's lives forever, whether they like it or not. He says he cares for her a lot and wants a good relationship. Janica's eyes widen as she realizes their villainous showdown on the mountain was actually just a really intense sibling fight. She suddenly grabs his hand, her heart full of sympathy for him. She asks what Tanya likes, wondering if a gift or some special food would help them patch things up. She's already planning how to play peacemaker. Ed is taken aback, asking her what she even did to Tanya. Janica shouts nothing, but her guilty face says everything. Ed just stares at her, his deadpan expression perfectly capturing his disbelief. It takes exactly 3 seconds for Janica to break. She's a terrible liar, and confesses her guilt immediately, kneeling in the dirt. Ed just smiles, realizing it wasn't even that serious. He enjoys these small, human moments in the middle of his survival grind. But the night is growing cold. The warning goes out to all the students. The storm starts in the morning, and leaving the dorms will be strictly forbidden. Back in the quiet halls of Ophelis Hall, a hand grips a golden ring. The sight from the mountain, the villain Ed, won't leave this person's head. It's Kylie. She remembers the terrifying power Ed displayed, standing amidst the wind and the spirits like a god of war. But more than fear, she feels a deep discomfort. She remembers the look in his eyes when he returned her ring. He was so natural when he almost called her Your Holiness. He clearly knows exactly who she is. The question haunts her, does he know my secret? If he does, her entire life is in his hands. She huddles on her bed, her silver hair spilling over her knees. She's worked so hard to just be a normal student, to escape the crushing expectations of the Holy City. All the priests and the stand-ins back home are working to keep her normal life possible. If a single outsider finds out she's the saintess, her academy life is over instantly. She'll be dragged back to the white walls and silence of the church. She didn't have to look hard to find information on Ed. He's famous, or rather infamous, among the students. She overhears other students mocking those who failed the exam, calling the seniors freaks among freaks. She hears them talking about the senior who built a hut in the northern forest and has been living there like a wild animal. A hut in the northern forest. The words ring in her head like a bell. She realizes she's running out of time. Once the storm hits, she's trapped in the dorms for a week. By the time it ends, it might be too late to seal his lips. She throws open the window, the freezing wind and snow whipping into her room. She looks out into the darkness, her mind made up. She's terrified, scared of Ed, scared of the darkness, and scared of the bitter cold. But she's more scared of losing her freedom. She remembers a world full of colors and music, a life she never wants to trade back for pure white walls and deteriorating vision. She knows you can't truly understand the romance of the world until you experience it for yourself. With a leap of faith, the Saintess Clarice jumps out into the blizzard. She's a tiny figure against the overwhelming power of the storm. She grips her ring, a golden light beginning to surge around her. A massive pillar of holy energy erupts into the night sky, shielding her from the freezing winds as she makes her dash for the forest. Her eyes are full of determination. She won't lose the freedom she's worked so hard for. She runs through the snow, her boots crunching as she pushes toward the one man who holds her future in his hands. The Saintess Clarice is out in the wild, alone and desperate. Because darkness is all I've ever known. We see a pair of haunting red eyes, flickering with a terrifying intensity amidst a face covered in blood. The narration shifts to a core traumatic memory that defines this character's entire existence. It's a memory of a brother, the only person who stayed loyal when the rest of the household treated them like a monster. But even that bond wasn't enough to stop the tragedy. In a shocking flash of violence, we see the younger version of this character driving a massive blade straight through their brother's heart. This wasn't just a fight, it was an execution. The last words spoken weren't a goodbye, but a curse. This is the weight the Saintess Clarice carries under her pure exterior, a soul stained with the blood of her own kin. Suddenly we snap back to the present. Professor Claire is looking confused, asking why anyone would want to leave her lab when the benefits are so good. Anise is standing there looking like she's about to have a mental breakdown. She's trying to back out of the student assistant gig because being around Ed is literally melting her brain. She claims she was just a burden last time, flashing back to her moments of weakness. She's trying to run away from her feelings before they consume her entirely. Claire isn't buying it, wondering if another lab is trying to scout her talented assistant. She's far too cheerful for the emotional war Anise is currently fighting. Claire asks if she can do the job, and Anise, trapped by her own politeness, stammers out a yes. She's just signed her own death warrant. Claire gives her a bright, blinding smile and tells her to just do it then. The trap is shut and Anise is officially stuck by Ed's side for the next semester. Anise stands in the hallway, the shadow over her face saying everything. She's doomed, and she knows it. She quietly accepts her fate as she looks out the window at the snow starting to pile up. The storm outside is nothing compared to the one in her heart. We cut to the northern forest, where the blizzard is in full swing. Ed is looking at a frozen tree, thinking about how much he's pushed his once weak body to its absolute limits. He's used this break to focus entirely on training, and the results are starting to show in his legendary stats. His status window pops up, showing his spirit formula infusion and magic engineering are now high enough to be called his specialties. He's unlocking legendary crafting formulas like Glock's Eye, though he can't make them just yet. These two skills are the twin pillars of his power. One gives him spirit-buffed combat, and the other gives him the gear to survive anything the game throws at him. Ed decides he's going to spend the final week of the break perfecting these two crafts. He's not here for a vacation, he's here to win. He descends into the hidden spirit library, a massive underground vault filled with ancient knowledge. It's the perfect place for a grind session. He notes that Jix did a great job cleaning the place up with magic, even if he did have to pay him a bit for the trouble. Ed runs his hand along the shelves, impressed that the books are organized by theme and title. He realizes Jix must have put in some serious overtime here. He figures Elka probably helped too, treating the cleanup like a training exercise. Ed's already planning how to repay them for their hard work later. "Let's get started," he says, pulling a book from the shelf. He knows he can't learn everything, so he has to be smart about what he prioritizes. In this world, focus is everything. If you try to do too much, you end up being a master of nothing. His main goal is to craft at least one legendary item, Glock's Eye or Delheim's Hourglass, items that can literally revert time or make him immune to elemental magic. He lists off the ingredients: wind emitters, crystal balls, magic ink. It sounds like a grocery list for a god. Ed starts carrying boxes of supplies to his workbench. He'll craft the basic stuff repeatedly to boost his skill level before attempting the rare gear. He reaches into his bag for his tools, his mind already calculating the next hour of work. He fumbles around, his fingers hitting nothing but the bottom of the leather bag. A massive "huh" appears on the screen. The tactical genius just realized he made a rookie mistake. He stands in the middle of the library, staring blankly into his empty bag. It's a moment of pure, relatable frustration. He left his tools at the hut. Without them, this entire week of research is a total bust. "Let's go back," he sighs, trudging back through the deep snow. Even for a high-level mage, the mountain doesn't make things easy. His silhouette disappears into the dark forest. It's time for his body to do the hard work his brain forgot to plan for. We cut to a pair of shoes stepping into the snow. The Saintess is still out there, her vision blurring as she stares at nothing but white walls of ice. She thinks about the romance of the world and its colors, but all she sees is a freezing void. Clarisse is struggling, the wind whipping her silver hair around. She looks small and fragile against the overwhelming power of the blizzard. She finds the river, using it as a landmark according to the map she studied. She knows if she follows the water downstream, she'll eventually hit the hut. Despite her fear, she tries to convince herself she's on an adventure. She's a saintess, after all. She's not supposed to be weak. On paper, she's incredible. Her holy magic is tiers above any other student at the academy. Her signature skill, Holy Magic's Blessing, is a passive nightmare for enemies. Anyone who tries to harm her has that damage returned twofold. She's basically an invincible mirror. Even a wild animal or a robber couldn't lay a finger on her without being blasted by divine light. But she's still terrified of Ed. There's a rumor that he was baptized by the Telos Order back when he was a Roth Taylor noble. And that's the loophole. The blessing doesn't work on fellow brothers of the Order. If Ed decides to hurt her, her divine shield might not even activate. She tells herself a faithful person would never harm the Saintess. But Ed isn't a normal person. He knows her secret, and that makes him unpredictable. "Yes, it's time to check," she whispers, reaching the cabin door. She needs to know if Ed is a friend, or the ultimate threat to her freedom. She fumbles with the door, panicking when it won't open. She sees a bucket of red liquid nearby, and her heart stops. She kicks the door open, stumbling into the dark hut as the red liquid splashes across the floor. To her terrified eyes, it looks like a scene from a horror movie. The blood pools around her feet, reflecting the dim light. Clarisse is hyperventilating now, her imagination running wild. Her eyes widen as she looks around the room. She's convinced she's walked into a slaughterhouse. A cold sweat breaks out on her neck. She's never been this far from the safety of the church walls before. She looks up and lets out a blood-curdling scream. Hanging from the rafters is a massive, mutilated boar head, its eyes staring blankly at her. To Ed, this is just lunch and crafting materials. To Clarisse, this is evidence of a madman. She looks at the red stains everywhere, her mind screaming that there's blood on the walls, blood on the floor. It's everywhere! "Is this hell?" she gasps, her hands shaking as she backs away. The shadow of a figure suddenly looms in the doorway. Heavy, crunching footsteps echo from the snow outside. Someone is coming. She huddles in the corner, staring at the door with pure, unadulterated terror. The door creaks open, and a blast of freezing air fills the room. A tall figure stands there, shrouded in a dark hood, his eyes glowing faintly in the shadows. He looks like the Grim Reaper himself. The figure steps into the room, looming over the terrified girl. Clarisse covers her mouth, her eyes streaming with tears. She's sure this is the end. She cowers under the table, the metallic clink of the tools sounding like a death knell in the silence. The figure starts rummaging through the boxes, his movements slow and deliberate. He pulls out a massive blood-stained machete, the light reflecting off the sharp edge. Clarisse lets out a tiny, involuntary hiccup. Her heart is pounding so loud she's sure he can hear it. The figure freezes. He slowly turns his head toward the corner where she's hiding. A gloved hand reaches down into the shadows. The hood tilts back, and Ed's voice cuts through the dark. "Who are you?" Ed blinks, his eyes widening as he recognizes the girl huddling on his floor. "Kylie Ekney?" He asks what she's doing here and why she's shaking, but Clarisse has already snapped. She lets out a primal scream and unleashes everything she has. She triggers Divine Explosion, a high-tier holy spell that nullifies magic and deals massive physical damage. It's a panic button that hits like a truck. A massive pillar of golden light erupts inside the tiny hut, blasting Ed backward with the force of a bomb. The shockwave shatters the windows and sends books and tools flying everywhere. The entire cabin groans under the pressure. Dust and snow settle in the silence that follows. The light fades, leaving only the sound of Clarisse's heavy breathing. She stares at the spot where Ed was standing, her voice trembling. She sobs. In her mind, she's just become the very monster she feared. She clasps her hands together, praying to Telos for forgiveness. She believes she's committed a grave sin that can never be washed away. Tears stream down her face as she screams that she's stained with sin and deserves to burn in hell. She's having a total spiritual meltdown. Suddenly, a bloody hand slams onto her shoulder. A low, raspy voice groans. "Hey!" Ed towers over her, his face covered in blood and his eyes glowing with a dark, demonic fury. "Are you kidding me?" he growls. Clarice lets out a high-pitched squeak, her soul practically leaving her body as she sees the ghost of the man she just tried to vaporize. She flails her arms, terrified that he's come back for revenge. Ed just stands there, looking like he's had the worst day of his life. He's bleeding from his forehead, his clothes are torn, and he is visibly vibrating with anger. He just wanted his tools, and instead, he got a divine nuke to the face. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, the alarm has been raised. A frantic student shouts for the chief maid, Belle Mayuri. Belle listens to the report, her face staying perfectly calm. Another maid suggests a full search party, but Belle shuts it down immediately. Belle is well aware of Kylie's real identity. She knows that if the truth gets out, the entire nation will descend into chaos. The junior maid is in awe of Belle's composure, thinking she's a master of efficiency. Belle knows she has to handle this quietly. She realizes that with the Saintess's blessing, Kylie is likely safe from physical harm, but her identity is still at risk. Belle orders the other maids to watch the students, and specifically Lucy. She decides to find Kylie on her own. A witness reports that Kylie headed toward the northern forest. Belle's eyes narrow as she hears the location. That man's territory, she thinks. She flashes back to all the women already under Ed's blessing. Janica, Lortel, Lucy, Anise. Our guy is a literal magnet for drama. She imagines the worst-case scenario. A blizzard, a man and a woman trapped alone together, forced to depend on each other for warmth. She envisions them huddled together in front of a fireplace, a romantic spark igniting in the middle of the storm. Belle's face turns bright red as her imagination goes into overdrive. She's the one panicking now. Freedom is a beautiful dream when you're locked in a golden cage, but for our boy Ed, freedom is just another word for trying not to die. In the northern forest, the rumors are spreading about a suspicious man who walks through the dark, carrying the bloody corpses of beasts. To the students back at the academy, he's a freak, a hermit living on the edge of madness. They have no idea he's actually the only one keeping their world from falling apart. Belle Mayuri, the head maid, moves through the blizzard with a torch in hand. Unlike the students, she knows exactly what's going on in those woods. She reaches the hut, her eyes narrowing as she sees the flickering light inside. She's here to clean up the mess before the Saintess's disappearance becomes a national scandal. She spots the footprints leading right to the door. The trail ends here, in the heart of Ed's territory. Belle reflects on Ed's character. Despite his rough look, he's actually been pretty considerate to the women around him. Janica, Lortel, Lucy, they all seem to gravitate toward his honesty. He's a man who carries out his duties faithfully, making him someone worth trusting in a world full of liars. But thinking about how complicated these relationships are getting gives even Belle a headache. She's convinced Ed has no idea Kylie is actually the Saintess, which only adds to the potential drama. She steps inside, her boots crunching on the floorboards. She already knows what she's going to see. The scene is pure chaos. Ed is sitting there, chest wrapped in bandages after being blasted by holy magic, while Kylie, the Saintess, is huddling in the corner holding a chair over her head like a weapon. Belle maintains her composure, but her yellow eyes are sharp. She calmly asks the young master for an explanation for this absolute disaster. Ed quickly explains the misunderstanding, and Belle sighs in relief. She tells them they need to leave soon. The storm is getting too intense for even a high-level maid to navigate. Ed agrees, noting that Belle shouldn't leave the dorms unattended for too long anyway. Meanwhile, Kylie is still shaking, looking like she's about to cry into her chair. Ed looks at the girl, finally understanding why the Saintess would risk her life to come all the way out here in a blizzard. He realizes that while her identity was supposed to be revealed much later in the game, his own actions have forced the timeline to move too fast. She's doubting him, and that's a problem. He decides to be blunt. He apologizes for his rude behavior and prepares to drop a truth bomb that will change everything. He tells her to put the chair down. It's a hilarious moment of tension breaking as the Saintess finally lowers her shield. Ed calls her Saintess out loud, and both Belle and Kylie let out a collective scream of shock. He tells her again to put the chair down. He's not interested in her title, he just wants his guest to stop being weird. Ed looks her in the eye and promises his plans haven't changed. He has no intention of getting involved with the main characters or using her secret for leverage. He knows if he doesn't calm her down now, her anxiety might cause her to do something reckless that breaks the game's script even further. He tells her he understands why she's hiding. He knows she's tired of a life of restraint and just wants to breathe. Kylie's eyes widen. For the first time, someone actually sees her for who she is, not just the holy icon of a nation. But then, Ed's tone shifts. He gets serious, leaning in as he gestures to his rough surroundings. He asks her what she thinks of his life in the forest. To her, it might look like a wild, free adventure. But as she looks at the blood-stained bucket and the cold, dark walls, the reality hits her. This isn't a life of freedom, it's a life of brutal, exhausting survival. He explains that everything has a light and a dark side, and freedom is no different. While other characters like Adele might love the beauty of freedom, Ed represents its dark side, the hunger, the cold, and the constant threat of death. He admits he overstepped his bounds by telling her this, but he felt like she needed a dose of reality. He's basically telling her to appreciate what she has. With that, he tells them both to leave. He's got work to do, and he's tired of the drama. Belle leads the Saintess back out into the snow, thanking Ed for his time. She's just doing her duty, but she looks impressed by how Ed handled the situation. Kylie looks back at the hut as they walk away. She thinks about the delicious soup and warm room waiting for her at the dorms. She realizes that for her, this night in the storm will soon feel like a distant dream. But for Ed, that hut will always smell of blood and the harshness of reality. This is his everyday life. She never imagined that the man who stood like a wall against the students during the exam was living like this. Her perception of him has completely flipped. It's a sad thing when someone destroys your naive idea of freedom, but for Kylie, it was necessary. She realizes that coming out here was the right choice after all. Her face flushes with a new kind of warmth. She's finally met someone she can truly respect, someone who doesn't bow to her title or her beauty. Belle watches her, noticing the change in the Saintess's expression. The maid knows exactly where this is heading. Belle starts to worry. Is the Saintess actually catching feelings for the Academy's most notorious loner? She stares at the footprints in the snow, realizing that Ed's blessing with women is reaching dangerous new levels. Spring comes when you've nearly forgotten about it. The blizzard finally ends, and the world of Sylvania begins to thaw. We cut to the Laplace Bakery, a high-end spot where getting a seat usually requires a reservation months in advance. Ed is there with Lortel. He's not interested in the tea, he's just there to talk business while they wait for an inventory inspection. The baker bows nervously as Lortel smiles. She's currently holding the entire bakery's supply chain in her hands. Lortel admits that having a monopoly in these situations is incredibly fun. Ed just stares at her, noting that she's likely the only one enjoying the suffering of the local business owners. She sips her tea, looking like a total boss. She claims she doesn't harass people, but her definition of harassment is clearly different from everyone else's. She explains the situation. The bakery tried to hoard supplies before the storm, hoping to drive up prices, but they messed up and canceled their orders at the last second, trying to cheat the system. Lortel slams her cup down, her eyes sharp. She lectures them on morals and ethics, ironic coming from her, but she's technically right. They tried to play the market and got burned. The baker begs for mercy, but Lortel isn't moving an inch. She's teaching them a lesson in merchant warfare. She suddenly brightens up, her business mode switching off as she turns to Ed with a cheerful smile. She asks Ed to walk her to class, leaving the broken baker behind. She's cold as ice, and Ed can't help but be impressed by her ruthlessness. As they walk through the academy grounds, she explains that funds are tight because the storm cut off their main distribution base. They have to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Ed notes that even the powerful merchant guild struggles sometimes. Lortel just laughs it off. She's confident in her ability to manage money and run her trading company. She lives for this kind of pressure. Suddenly, she stops and looks at Ed, her green eyes narrowing. She's noticed something. She asks where his textbook is. Ed admits he has to stop by the library to borrow one. He's still living the frugal survivalist life. Lortel is baffled. Textbooks are pricey, sure, but she can't believe Ed is still too broke to buy one. She starts fumbling with her purse, looking genuinely distressed by Ed's poverty. She asks how much he needs, ready to drop a bag of gold right there. Ed just turns her down flat, appreciating the offer but sticking to his pride. Lortel sighs and shifts the conversation to the upcoming student council elections. This is the big political event of the semester. She asks if Ed is going to run, offering her full financial support. She knows having her man in power would be a massive win for her guild. Ed rejects the idea immediately. He doesn't want the spotlight, and he knows he wouldn't win anyway. She then asks about his sister, Tanya. Ed gets a bit closer, his expression darkening. He admits he doesn't want to have to suck up to Princess Fenia, which is why he's worried about Tanya's chances. Lortel notes that even with top student support, Tanya's gap between her and the princess is just too large. The Roth-Taylor name isn't what it used to be. Ed knows she's right. In the current scenario, Princess Phinia is the only logical choice for president. He remembers Tanya's role in the original game. She was the lesser evil, doing anything and everything to get a single vote, looking pitiful and pathetic in the process. But despite her desperation, she always ended up losing by an overwhelming margin. The princess's popularity was just untouchable. Lortel asks if Ed supports the princess. Ed admits he's not sure, but he personally supports Tanya more. Sibling loyalty dies hard. Lortel looks relieved. She admits she was worried he might admire Phinia like everyone else does. Her jealousy is showing. She leans in, her face turning red as she mumbles, "You know that I like you, right?" She confesses she almost got jealous of the princess. This is a rare moment of vulnerability for the merchant princess. She waits for a reaction, even offering to let him check her heartbeat to prove she's serious. Ed just looks at her with a deadpan stare. "Ugh," he groans, calling her cold. Lortel pouts, wondering if she did something wrong. Ed puts a hand on her head, telling her clearly that he doesn't plan on dating anyone until he graduates. He's focused on the grind, and only the grind. Lortel's eyes widen at the deadline. "Until you graduate?" she repeats, already calculating how much time that gives her. They stand there in silence, Ed keeping his hand on her head as she processes the rejection that actually sounded more like a maybe later. She smirks, realizing that graduation isn't actually that far away. To her, this is valuable information. She tells him she'll see if he can stand to keep rejecting her until then. She's not giving up, she's just adjusting her strategy. But as Ed walks away, his internal monologue gets dark. He knows that graduating safely is anything but a guarantee. He flashes back to the final boss of the story, the Sacred Lance Dragon, a monstrous beast that will eventually burn the academy to the ground. The main character, Taylor, must grow strong enough to defeat that monster if anyone, including Ed, is going to survive to see graduation. In the original script, Clarice and Phinia are the two key pillars that support the hero. They are essential to the world's peace. Taylor needs to grow according to the scenario and make the right friends. Ed is working tirelessly from the shadows to make sure that happens. So far, things are looking okay. The class placements were smooth, and Clarice is hiding her identity well enough. Ed feels bad for Tanya, but he knows Phinia must become the student council president for the timeline to remain stable. If everything goes back to normal, Ed can finally rest easy and focus on his own survival. But despite all of Ed's careful planning and expectations, the scenario is already starting to rot from the inside. In the quiet of a bedroom, a girl grips her bedsheets, her face twisted with indecision and stress. Princess Phinia looks down, her eyes full of exhaustion. "I don't think I want to run for the council position," she whispers. Sometimes the hardest thing about living a scripted life is realizing that you aren't the only one who can go off script. We start with Yix, looking absolutely stressed out, wondering why he's the one stuck in this mess. He's clutching his head in frustration, staring at a document that feels more like a death warrant than a simple piece of paper. He's cursing his luck, wondering why the hell he's being targeted. It's a formal dual request form. In Sylvania, getting one of these means someone is looking to climb the social ladder, using your head as a stepping stone. We flash back to the moment it was handed over. Wade Collarmore, the top first year, approaches Yix with a terrifyingly calm demeanor, claiming he just wants to learn from his seniors. Yix isn't buying the humble act for a second. He knows there's a much darker motivation behind that polite smile. Wade drops the act instantly. He isn't there to learn. He's there to prove his worth by dismantling the reputations of everyone above him. Wade points out that Yix is already the top student of his year, but to Wade being the best among freshmen means nothing. He's already done his homework on the academy hierarchy, Janica rules the third years, and a guy named Drake sits at the top of the faculty of combat. But then Wade mentions Ed. For some reason, our boy Ed is becoming incredibly famous among the freshmen, and Wade plans to duel every single person who has a name worth taking. He explains that there's an order to things, and he's starting from the bottom of the senior list and working his way up. He already sent a request to Clebius, the second-year combat ace, but Clebius is apparently too scared to even show his face. Wade lays out his hit list. After Clebius comes Alvira from Alchemy, and then he's coming for Yix. He's giving him a courtesy heads-up before the carnage begins. Yix is confused. He isn't a top student. Wade just smirks, saying if the actual top student is a coward, then Yix becomes the technical target. Yix calls him out for being self-centered, realizing Wade's plan is to steamroll through the second years just to get a shot at Janica and Ed. Wade steps closer, his presence heavy and intimidating. He tells Yix that the first lesson he needs to learn in this school is that he isn't always right. He grips his sleeve, his eyes glowing with an arrogant fire. He tells Yix flatly that he won't even make it past him, let alone get a chance to face Janica or Ed. Wade thinks the entire senior class is a joke. He delivers a final insult, claiming Yix wouldn't even be able to defeat the coward Clebius. Learn to perceive reality properly, he sneers, leaving Yix standing there in a stunned silence. Back in the present, Ed walks up and spots Yix looking like he's just seen a ghost. Ed waves him down, thanking him for the work he did organizing the secret library. He's completely oblivious to the freshman storm coming his way. Jix fills him in on Wade, the freshman monster who is sending duel requests to anyone with an academic pulse. He warns Ed that he's on the list too. Ed's internal meta-knowledge kicks in. He remembers Wade Collarmore's role in the original game. His challenges are supposed to last from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Wade was born a prodigy, the son of a border commander. He took the top freshman spot without breaking a sweat, but being the big fish in a small pond wasn't enough. He started hunting seniors, defeating them one by one with ease. Even someone as talented as Yix wasn't safe. In the original timeline, Yix went into the fight already exhausted and stood no chance. It was an unfair loss, but a loss nonetheless. Wade's ego only grew with every victory. His rampage only ended when he ran into the hero Taylor, who had spent the year leveling up, and finally put the freshman in his place. Jix mentions a welcoming festival tonight and asks if Ed wants to go check Wade out. Ed just declines, saying he's already got plans. Ed already knows exactly what Wade looks like and what he's capable of. He tells Jix to take care of himself, keeping his focus on his own grind. As Ed walks through the crowded halls, he admits that even though he usually avoids crowds, the high energy of the new semester is actually starting to rub off on him. There's a refreshing atmosphere in the air. For a guy who lives in the dirt, the sight of spring and bustling students makes his footsteps feel a little lighter. Jix watches him go, wondering if he should have mentioned the other rumor brewing at the school. He's noticed something while attending classes with the rest of his grade. Princess Phenia has been looking incredibly depressed lately. She's hunched over her desk, looking like she's carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. But the weirdest part? Whenever anyone mentions Ed's name or Wade's plan to fight him, she's clearly eavesdropping. Every time Ed is brought up, the princess's ears perk up, her face full of a strange, anxious intensity. Just the mention of Ed makes her flinch. She is acutely aware of everything he does. It's like his name has become a trigger for her guilt. Jix decides it can wait. He'll look into the princess's weird behavior a bit more before bothering Ed with it. We cut to the northern forest, where the weather has finally turned warm and beautiful. Blue butterflies flutter through the trees as the snow finally vanishes. The scenery is a perfect picture of spring, and for Ed, it's the best training ground he could ask for. We see a tiny Lucy napping on Ed's roof, lazily shooing away the butterflies. She's found her permanent napping spot. Down below, Janica is praising Ed's progress. His connection to his spirits has gotten way better, and since he's handled a high rank like Marilda, she thinks he's ready for a mid-rank spirit contract. She's currently in Teacher Janica mode, standing in front of a chalkboard with spirit drawings. Ed thinks it's cute, but he plays along because she's taking it very seriously. He gives her a little ego boost, saying his progress is all thanks to having such a great teacher. Janica puffs her chest out, looking proud. She explains that contracting a mid-rank spirit isn't just about having enough mana. You have to wander through mountains and valleys to find a spirit whose flow matches your own. Ed mentions he didn't really think about that with Marilda, but Janica notes he just happens to match well with fire and wind. She suggests he should try to branch out into other elements to become more versatile. Ed knows she's right. Sticking to one or two elements would make him a one-trick pony in a real fight. To handle various situations, he needs a wider arsenal of elemental magic. Ed admits it sounds difficult, and Janica agrees. She explains that most sorcerers view their mid-rank spirit meeting as a matter of fate. Ed recalls an illustration from the original game showing a sorcerer meeting a spirit in the wild. It evoked feelings of a destiny-bound connection, a connection met through fate. But Ed doesn't have time to wait for destiny. He's got Janica. She tells him to concentrate mana into his eyes. It's time for the first step, the connection. Ed focuses, and his vision shifts. The forest comes alive with magical energy. He blinks, and his jaw drops. Janica has summoned a literal zoo of mid-rank spirits, elephants, hippos, snakes, and birds, all surrounding the camp. Ed is overwhelmed, asking how she can even focus with this many spirits around. He's impressed, and a little terrified by her sheer power. Janica just laughs, saying there's no need to push them away when they all like her. She's already interviewed them all for him! She tells him to just pick one out. Ed sweats, realizing that for him, fate has been replaced by a spirit speed dating session arranged by his best friend. A massive blue pelican, Pello, flaps its wings and introduces itself as candidate number 1. Mug sits on Ed's shoulder, looking at the mid-rank spirits with a judging glare. Ed wonders why his low-rank spirit is acting like a talent scout. The scene is so ridiculous that Ed can't help but feel it's a bit weird. Janica panics, thinking she brought too many, and offers to reschedule. Ed just smiles and tells her it's fine. He realizes that fateful meetings are overrated when you have the Academy's top sorceress on your side. He wonders if this method is actually all right, but he's not about to turn down a shortcut to power. We cut to the welcoming festival back at the Academy. It's a lavish event full of new students hoping to make a name for themselves, but the two biggest stars are missing. Janica is busy in the forest, and Lucy is busy napping. The faculty are having a minor crisis because their top students are basically ghosting the most important social event of the year. However, the party is still buzzing for one reason. Princess Phinia is there, looking as dignified and untouchable as ever. Sylvania Academy prides itself on equality, but the reality is much different. Even the high-ranking nobles are too afraid to approach someone with royal blood. She sits in a bubble of isolation, despite being surrounded by people. Only one person has the guts to sit across from her. He slides a chess piece across the board and says, "Checkmate." It's Wade Collarmore. As the heir to one of the 3 greatest swordsman houses, he's one of the few who isn't intimidated by a princess. Phinia acknowledges his skill, telling him he's good at the game. She notes that he started to hesitate after sacrificing a pawn. She warns him that if he hadn't hesitated, she would have lost. Wade admits he doesn't like projecting real military tactics onto chess. He's a realist who knows that the board and the battlefield are 2 very different things. Phinia looks away, her eyes full of a new kind of self-awareness. She used to think she was a master at reading people, but lately, she's realized she was completely wrong. She remembers Ed's words about learning that one cannot always be right. That lesson is eating her alive. She thinks back to Ed Roth-Taylor. Kicking him out was a mistake she once treated like a fishbone in her throat, something small and annoying. But as time passed, Ed's actions started to overshadow his past. He saved Janica, built a home in the forest, and survived against all odds. As more time passed, his legend only grew. Even the new freshmen speak highly of him. The trash villain is becoming a hero in the eyes of the students. Phinia stares at her fallen king on the chessboard. As Ed's presence in the school grows, her original mistake regarding him grows into something she can no longer ignore. She tells herself she can't keep acting like a child and evading her problems. If she keeps running, nothing will ever be resolved. Her eyes snap open with a new determination. Regardless of status, her duty in this place is to learn, even if it's from her own failures. She thanks Wade, saying their talk was very helpful. She gives him a rare, genuine smile and asks if they should go again. She's finally found her spark again. She decides that running from her mistakes is foolish. She's ready to face Ed. She calculates that it'll take about 4 days to resolve her current duties. After that, she's going straight to the hut in the northern forest. She imagines sitting by a campfire with Ed, talking freely as equals. She wants to clear the air and apologize for everything. Princess Phinia feels refreshed. It seems like spring is finally finding its way to her heart too, but the scenario isn't done with her yet. On the morning of the 3rd day, the world of Sylvania is plunged back into darkness. A news report travels through the halls like a wildfire. A chess piece shatters on the floor, symbolic of the chaos about to erupt. Every legacy has its shadows, and for the Roth-Taylors, those shadows are finally coming home to roost. Tanya starts her day the same way she always does, writing a formal letter to her father, the man who rules their noble house from the imperial castle. She's adjusting to life at Sylvania Academy, but she refuses to forget the honor of her family name, even if she's miles away from home. The schedule is brutal, and the egalitarian vibe of the school is a culture shock, but she's managed to make a few school friends, though most of them just seem to sleep through class. Tanya is gunning for the title of youngest student council president in history, but she's worried. The popular Princess Phinia is supposed to be her main competition. She's also met Lortel, the merchant princess, and even as a noble, Tanya is intimidated by how perfect of a negotiator the red-haired girl is. But then, the tone of her letter shifts. There's something she finds hard to mention casually to the father, who excommunicated his own son. She knows Ed is considered a shame and an embarrassment to their bloodline, but the reality on the ground is completely different. She tells her father that her brother has become incredibly hardworking and diligent. It's like the trash version of Ed has been replaced by a completely different person. Tanya admits her memories of being young are a bit fuzzy and she might be getting things wrong. But she's been having a strange dream lately, of a time when the lilies and daffodils bloomed behind their residence in the spring. In the dream, she's walking up a hill, holding hands with two people who made her feel safe. One of those hands definitely belonged to their late sister, Arwen. And she asks her father if the other reliable hand was his. She's searching for a connection to a past that doesn't feel so dark. She wonders if back when Arwen was alive, Ed wasn't actually a scoundrel at all. Maybe he hasn't changed into someone new, but has simply returned to the kind brother he used to be before everything went to hell. Night falls, bringing a wave of complicated thoughts as Tanya signs off her letter. Little does she know, her father isn't the reliable man she remembers. Deep in the Roth-Taylor estate, we see a terrifying spell, the seal of deadly poison. It's a magic meant for one thing, a slow, painful death. A hand holding a twisted, magical dagger reads Tanya's letter. The blade glows with a sinister light, ready to be put to use. This is Crepin Roth-Taylor, the benevolent patriarch and the secret final boss of Act 4. He's already planning his response to Tanya and his upcoming negotiations with Lortel. He knows Tanya can't handle the political pressure of the Academy on her own. So, he's sending her help, a group of cloaked vassals that he trusts to get the job done in the shadows. Usually, families aren't allowed to send personal vassals to Sylvania, but Crepin is a master of loopholes. He frames it as a business necessity for their trading company, and the Academy falls for it. He sends his men off with a cold, calculating nod. As they leave, Crepin sits alone on his throne, a man surrounded by darkness. He pulls off his glove, revealing a sight that would make a demon scream. He has a massive, pulsing eyeball embedded in the center of his palm. He groans, clearly struggling with the physical toll of his dark magic. He activates his highest rank magic, cause and effect determination. This spell allows him to see the inevitable results of any action he sets in motion. It drains a massive amount of mana, but for Crepin, knowing the future is worth any price. This is an absolute power, a way to cheat destiny itself. He peers into his crystal ball, using his own variables to confirm what's about to happen at Sylvania. The vision is brutal. Under a pouring rain, we see a figure being run through with a blade. Ed Roth-Taylor coughs up blood, his eyes wide as the light begins to fade from them. Janica screams in the distance, sprinting toward the scene too late to stop the tragedy. Ed collapses backward, his body riddled with wounds, falling off a cliffside as he lets out a final, agonizing cry. A hand reaches out through the rain, but there's nothing left to grab. Janica's face is a mask of pure despair as she screams Ed's name over and over again into the void. The inevitable result has been confirmed. In the eyes of the future, Ed Roth-Taylor is a dead man. We see a glimpse of the killer's eyes, a terrifying glowing red that promises only more slaughter. Back in the real world, Crepin watches the vision fade. He admits that killing his own son doesn't feel great. However, he whispers, it's a necessary sacrifice. He's a monster who views his own family as nothing more than pieces on a board. The clock starts ticking. We are now exactly 3 days before Ed's predicted death. Back at the Academy, the sun rises on a beautiful day, completely oblivious to the dark prophecy. Tanya is staring at a chalkboard, her face a picture of pure defeat. The word impossible is practically burned into her brain. She's looking at a poll for the student council president. Princess Phinia is dominating with a massive chunk of the vote, while Tanya is stuck in a tiny, insignificant sliver. Phinia is a superstar in the Clole Empire. Her popularity is so high that everyone has heard her name at least once. Tanya realizes that if the princess actually runs, her own chance of winning is a flat 0. She sighs, admitting that her dreams are nothing but delusions. She's ready to give up and crawl into a hole. Suddenly, a voice calls out. It's Yix, asking if she's headed to her elemental studies class. He asks if anything has been bothering her, and even invites her to have tea later. Tanya is stunned. Why is the strongest student in her year being so nice to her? The other students whisper in awe. They see Tanya talking to a legend like Yix and assume she's a major power player. Then Lortel waves at her, inviting her to a high-level negotiation meeting for a legendary grimoire. The merchant princess treating her like a colleague sends the student rumors into overdrive. Even the lazy archmage Lucy waves a hand and says a rare hi. The students are losing it. They've never seen Lucy speak to anyone but Ed. Tanya's social connections look god-tier to everyone else. They think she's some kind of hidden boss. One of the girls says she'd be happy if she could be even half as dignified as Tanya. Our girl is blushing like crazy, barely keeping it together. She manages to keep her cool, telling the other freshmen to work hard so they can all become amazing students together. They look at her with literal stars in their eyes, convinced she's the perfect role model. But as soon as Tanya gets into her room and slams the door, her knees buckle. She realizes her status in the academy has exploded over the last few days, but she has no idea why. She's sweating buckets, screaming internally because she hasn't actually done anything to deserve this fame. Then it hits her. Everyone is being nice to her because she's Ed's younger sister. His reputation is so huge now that it's spilling over onto her. She used to think Ed was just a piece of trash, but now she's the one who feels like a fake. The irony is killing her. She clutches her face, wondering why the hell this is happening to her. Suddenly, her sharp ears pick up a sound from outside. The door creaks open, and she jumps back in surprise. Two massive men step into the room. They bow low, calling her Lady Tanya. It's Kadek and Nox, her father's lethal vassals. Tanya is relieved to see them, thinking her father is being considerate by sending help. She's way too naive to realize these guys are assassins. Kadek, the older one, promises to help with the market research for her grimoire negotiations. He looks like a loyal servant, but his eyes are cold. Nox offers to dig up dirt on Princess Fenia's campaign pledges, but Tanya shuts him down. She wants to win fairly, not through blackmail. She tells them there's new information that just came out this morning that changes everything. We cut to Ed and Janica sitting outside. Ed's jaw practically hits the floor as Janica tells him the news. Princess Fenia will not be running in the elections. The Imperial Secretary made the official announcement. Janica wonders if it can still change, but Ed knows this is a disaster. Ed's internal monologue gets intense. He knows Kreppenroth Taylor is the final boss of Act 4, a man of perfect work and hidden darkness. To the public, Kreppen is a benevolent leader. Only those who see past his mask know the truth. In the original game, Princess Fenia is the only one with the political and royal power to catch on to his darkness and lead the counterattack. She is supposed to be the most reliable ally, the person who takes the lead in the fight for the Academy's survival. That's how the scenario is intended to go. But if she doesn't run for president, she'll never have the influence needed to stop Kreppen. Janica notices Ed is spiraling. She pouts, realizing he's about to go do something reckless again. She grabs his shoulders, telling him she can't accept him getting hurt and bleeding out by himself while she sits around knowing nothing. She's fierce now, promising that regardless of what he's planning, she is going to help him. Our boy has the best support in the world. Ed admits that he really needs Fenia to win. Even though she's been mean to him, her leadership is essential for the future. Janica is surprised. She thought Ed would support his own sister. But she agrees that they need to find out why the princess is quitting. Suddenly, a voice from above mocks them. Jix is standing on a nearby balcony, calling their close conversation scandalous. Ed sighs. It's just Jix, the man with the worst timing in history. Jix jumps down, apologizing for interrupting their quality time, but he claims to know why the princess has lost her nerve. Janica shouts at him for his phrasing, her face turning beet red. Jix uses a metaphor. He says Fenia is like an alpha wolf who has lost her entire pack. He explains that because she made the wrong choice, her pack died, meaning her confidence was shattered by how she treated Ed. He pictures her facing a massive, glowing black wolf. She shows no reaction, standing still even as a literal arrow is pointed at her heart. Jix saw it in her eyes during their chess match. She's hollowed out from the inside. She's lost her self-confidence entirely and feels like she can't do anything right. Jix warns them that it's going to rain tomorrow and takes his leave. He's done his part as the observer. Ed realizes that Jix's animal-like senses are never wrong. If the princess is this broken, his instincts are about to be put to the ultimate test. He considers the absolute worst-case scenario, that Princess Fenia has lost all sense of hostility toward the Roth-Taylor family. Without that drive to fix the family, she'll never hunt down Kreppen. Ed hardens his gaze. He knows what he has to do. Janica, sensing the mood, brightens up. She notes that the rain will be perfect for training water spirits. She suggests they head to the northern cliffs tomorrow. Ed agrees. He'll train, then deal with the political nightmare later. He looks out at the sunset, a small smile playing on his lips. He thanks Janica for her support. She's the only thing keeping him sane in this chaotic world. He tells himself to just do what he can for now and worry about the rest as it comes. We cut to the next morning. The sky is dark, and the first few drops of rain start to fall. Lucy is sprawled out on the roof, staring up at the clouds with a grumpy look. She hates the rain. It ruins her naps and makes everything damp and annoying. She throws a piece of stone at the campfire, looking like a bored cat. She points toward the forest, her eyes sharp. She sensed something. The rain starts to come down in sheets, drowning out the crackle of the fire. Ed is standing under a tree, looking toward his hut. He feels a chill that has nothing to do with the weather. It's finally spring, but the atmosphere feels more like a funeral than a new beginning. He realizes that because of the rain, it'll be much harder to move around or see any incoming threats. The rain drizzling onto Lucy makes her even more depressed. She just wants to sleep, but the world won't let her. The fire is nearly extinguished by the downpour. Ed hopes the storm passes quickly, but his gamer instincts are screaming that something is wrong. We cut to the northern coast, where a figure in a dark cloak walks along the edge of a massive cliff. It's Ed, with mug tucked into his hood. He's never been to this desolate part of the island before. It's far out and dangerous, with few people around. But he knows there's no better place to train a water spirit formula. He's already made a contract with a mid-rank spirit named Lacia. He's planning on using mana arrows to boost the training, but then he freezes. He tells Mug to be quiet. These are the vassals in charge of the absolute darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. Family history is usually written in ink, but for the Roth-Taylors, it's written in the blood of their own kin. Ed stands face to face with Kadek and Nox, the two old men who have served his family's darkest interests for a lifetime. These are Crepin's most trusted subordinates, battle-hardened veterans who have seen more war than most people see books. Ed draws his bow, but his heart is heavy. He knows seeing these faces means his father has finally pulled the trigger. They still address him as young master, even though they're here to end him. Ed mocks the formal greeting, knowing that honor is the last thing on their minds right now. They admit they've heard about his new life in the forest, but their orders from Crepin are absolute. They state their goal with chilling simplicity. They are here to assassinate him. No more politics, no more exile, just a cold ending. But then, a flicker of something human crosses their faces as they look at Ed's sharp, determined gaze. They actually apologize, saying they repent for the grudge their servant held against him. It's a bizarre moment of respect before the slaughter. They reveal a dagger glowing with a deadly purple curse. They explain that they once thought Ed had changed into a monster, so they intended to kill him out of duty to the family's honor. But the more they watched him at the academy, the more they realized the truth. They saw the sharpness of his youth return. To them, our boy Ed didn't just change. He returned as the true heir the Roth-Taylor family actually needs. They bow low in the rain, begging him to return and restore the family's honor. It's a twisted offer. Become the heir to a den of snakes or die on this cliff. Ed just stands there, the wind whipping his cloak. The silence is deafening as he weighs his response. "Don't make a fuss," he groans. He's done with the noble games and the family drama. He just wants to live his life on his own terms. The assassins realize he won't be swayed. They acknowledge his growth one last time before the atmosphere turns lethal. The fight explodes! Kadek, the Eagle Knight, strikes first with a wind sword that moves faster than the eye can follow. Ed barely tracks the movement, his survival instinct screaming as the air itself is sliced around him. Before he can even breathe, Nox, the Bear Knight, lunges from the other side. He's swinging a mace wrapped in roaring flames, aiming to crush Ed into the dirt. Ed takes a glancing blow. The impact sent him reeling. These guys aren't just mooks. They're high-level bosses for a reason. Our boy doesn't panic. He releases a mana arrow, trying to create some distance in this 2-on-1 nightmare. He realizes these two are the embodiment of the Roth-Taylor's secret power. They represent the darkness his father has kept hidden from the world. Nox growls, asking if Ed remembers a girl named Meliana. We see a horrific flashback of a maid who lost her eye because the old Ed used her as a literal plaything. It's a reminder of just how much of a scumbag the original owner of this body was. "She is my daughter!" Nox roars, his grief fueling a massive surge of fire magic. This isn't just an assignment anymore. This is personal revenge. He slams his flaming fist forward, the shockwave turning the rain into steam. Ed's eyes narrow. He knows the history, and he knows that the old Ed was a piece of trash, but he's the one who has to pay the price now. He dodges through the fire, telling Nox bluntly that revenge is always empty. He's trying to talk sense into a man who's already lost everything. Nox doesn't care about philosophy. His glowing mace is the only answer he has left for the man who ruined his child's life. Ed admits it's a valid point. He is technically the one responsible. He's not dodging the guilt, he's just trying to survive it. Kadek sneers, noting that Ed has indeed grown stronger, but he warns him that blocking a magic-wrapped mace is impossible for someone of his rank. Ed is dodging like a pro, but the assassins know it only takes one hit. A single fatal blow will end this entire survival story. Kadek mocks him, saying his bow is just a hindrance in close quarters. It's making his movements too wide and leaving him open to a pincer attack. Ed's feet slide in the mud, his vision blurring from the intensity of the heat and the wind. He drops low, his hand touching the wet ground as he prepares a desperate countermove. Nox screams, raising his mace for a final, crushing strike. A small, confident smirk plays on Ed's lips. "I know," he whispers. In a flash of tactical brilliance, Ed doesn't dodge, he luring him in. A blade erupts from the ground. Nox lets out a guttural scream as blood sprays into the air. Caddock is stunned. He can't believe Ed actually landed a hit on the Bear Knight. He wonders if it was telekinesis or a hidden spirit summoning. He's starting to realize the young master isn't just skilled, he's dangerous. Ed used a basic defense to stop the magic, but he intentionally took the physical impact just to bait Nox into range. He prepared his move while huddling in the mud. It's the ultimate high-risk, high-reward gamer play. Ed groans, the physical toll of the battle finally starting to show. He's pushed his body to the absolute limit. A massive explosion of fire and wind rocks the cliffside. The pincer attack is relentless. Nox is still standing, his face a mask of rage. He's charging through the smoke with his cursed dagger drawn. Ed counters with a burst of spirit energy, the blue light clashing against the orange flames in a spectacular display of power. Caddock laughs, thinking he's got the upper hand. He's mocking Ed's madman tactics, wondering what kind of hell he went through to fight like this. His face contorts in frustration as Ed continues to survive. A new status buff pops up, Blessing of Fire and Misfortune. Ed's gained a temporary surge of flame immunity. It's exactly what he needs to stay in the fight. Caddock is losing his cool. He tells Ed there won't be a next time, preparing a massive wind-based finishing move. A vortex of energy surrounds the Eagle Knight, promising to tear everything on the cliff to shreds. The blast hits, a blinding light engulfs the area as the ground itself cracks under the pressure. Dust and debris fly into the air as the wind howls. Ed coughs, leaning on Nox's unconscious body. He used the Bear Knight as a human shield. It's a ruthless move, but survival doesn't have room for mercy. Caddock is beyond furious, lunging through the air for one last desperate strike. But then, a massive glowing blue predator appears out of the mist. It's a spectral tiger made of pure water. Caddock freezes mid-air. He can't believe what he's seeing. Even here, he gasps. He didn't think Ed had enough mana left to summon something this powerful. Meet Lacia, the Lieutenant Water Spirit. She's majestic, terrifying, and ready to protect her summoner. She lunges, and Caddock lets out a scream of pure agony as the water crushes the breath out of him. He drops his daggers, his body being tossed around by the spirit's fury. He gasps. He's being literally drowned in the middle of a rainstorm. But in the chaos, a bloody hand reaches out for the cursed dagger. Ed turns around, but it's too late. Nox looms over him like a vengeful ghost. The Bear Knight prides himself on his battlefield experience. Despite the burns and the deep wounds, his willpower is absolute. This is the one variable Ed didn't account for. His face is twisted in a final, ugly grin. He's finally got his revenge. Suddenly, a massive blast of wind erupts. It's the blessing of the storm, blowing the enemy away with a violent surge of energy. The shockwave is massive, sending Nox flying backward toward the edge of the cliff. The two of them are separated by a chasm of wind and rain. Ed looks down at the dagger buried in his flesh. Blood is pouring out, mixed with the glowing purple poison of the curse. Nox is barely hanging on, staring at Ed with a mix of triumph and exhaustion. The two warriors stand in the pouring rain, both broken and bleeding out. It's a scene of absolute tragedy. Lacia stands guard over Ed, her glowing form the only light in the darkness. Caddock lies on the ground, defeated and gasping for air. The fight is over, but the cost is devastating. Ed lets out a heavy breath, his vision starting to flicker. He's won the battle, but he's losing the war for his own life. Nox falls to his knees, asking for one final strike to end it all. He's ready to die. A single tear tracks through the blood on his face. Ed steps forward, looking the man in the eye. He knows what he has to say. He admits that since his father has decided to kill him, he'll likely die here regardless of whether he wins this fight. If the curse doesn't end, he's a dead man walking. "I will die right here," he says with a calm that is absolutely terrifying. He tells Nox that while revenge leaves emptiness, it doesn't have to be meaningless. He's giving Nox the peace he's been searching for. "This is a small gift," he whispers, reaching for the cursed dagger. He pulls the blade out of his own shoulder, the purple magic flaring one last time. They collapse together, two victims of a family's darkness, leaning on each other as they fade. Ed coughs up a massive spray of blood, his strength finally gone. In the distance, a voice calls out. It's Janica, apologizing for being late. She stops dead as she sees the scene. Her eyes widen in a moment of pure, soul-shattering horror. She watches as Ed's limp body is pushed off the cliffside by the force of the final clash. Time seems to slow down as Ed falls into the dark abyss, blood trailing behind him like a broken ribbon. Janica screams, her voice cracking as she sprints toward the edge. She wails, her hand reaching out for a person who isn't there anymore. She stares down into the waves, her heart shattering into a million pieces. She collapses at the edge, sobbing his name over and over again into the rain. But then, the sobbing stops. The atmosphere on the cliff changes. The rain starts to turn to steam. Nox stands up, cursing his luck that there was a witness. He's still trying to be an assassin even while half dead. He looks at Janica, but his warrior instincts suddenly scream at him to run. Janica looks up. Her eyes aren't kind anymore. They are a terrifying, glowing red, filled with a murderous intent that would make a demon weep. A massive purple magic circle erupts from the ground, dwarfing anything we've seen in the series so far. A sphere of pure, destructive energy surrounds Janica as she begins a ritual that shouldn't be possible for a student. Nox is frozen in place. For the first time in his life, the Bear Knight is experiencing true, paralyzing fear. This isn't just a high-level spirit, this is something from another tier entirely. A being that exists only once for each element in the natural world. This is the stuff of legends and nightmares. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky, tearing the clouds apart. It's a summoning ritual for a supreme spirit. Janica has officially snapped, and the girl standing in the center of it all looks like a goddess of death. She glares at the assassins, her voice low and full of a cold, vibrating fury. They thought they killed him, but all they did was awaken a goddess of destruction. A massive, blinding magic circle paints the sky, vibrating with a power that shouldn't exist in this world. Most mages wouldn't even understand the complexity of these runes, but the feeling of pure, concentrated rage is universal. Janica has already summoned a dark spirit's arm before, but this is different. At the cost of her own sanity and mana, she's creating a scene of absolute sorrow. The air itself is screaming as she prepares to trade everything for a chance at vengeance. We're at chapter 53, and the stakes just hit the atmosphere. Ed might be the survivalist, but the women in his life are the real powerhouses. A pillar of white light erupts, manifesting a sun that threatens to scorch the very earth beneath their feet. A massive, scaled tail, larger than the Imperial Palace, whips through the clouds. This is a creature from the Mythic Age, said to have burned entire mountain ranges to ash. This is Theorpus, the highest-ranking fire spirit. It's not just a summon, it's a tactical nuke with a heartbeat. The sky turns black as the monster's silhouette looms over the cliffs, its eyes glowing with the same murderous intent as Janica. Even if just a fraction of this thing is summoned, the entire northern forest is going to be nothing but a charcoal memory. There's no need to study the magic circle to know what's coming next. It's written in the heat of the air. Nox looks up, his face drained of all color. He's a veteran assassin, but even he knows you don't fight a god when you're already half dead. He's staring death in the eye as the ominous energy of the circle pulses right in front of him. The light becomes blinding, a roar of energy that drowns out the sound of the rain. Janica floats in the center of the chaos, her hair whipping around her like a halo of shadows. Anyone watching would know this is the end. "Do you even know what you've done?" she whispers. Her voice is cold, and for the assassins below, it's the last thing they'll ever hear before certain death. Nox gasps, the pressure of the mana alone making it impossible to breathe. He's being crushed by the weight of a girl's broken heart. He lets out one final, desperate roar, but it's completely swallowed by the fire. Suddenly, a massive blast of green wind cuts through the flames. Something is trying to stop the apocalypse. It's Marilda, the high-ranking wind spirit. She roars at Nox to run, using her power to push the assassins away from Janica's kill zone. She tells him to stay alive just long enough to report what he's seen. She's not saving him out of kindness. She's saving the island from Janica's meltdown. Nox is blown backward, barely clinging to consciousness as the green vortex carries him away from the cliff. Janica glares at the massive wolf, demanding to know why Marilda is interfering with her revenge. Janica screams, her hands glowing with destructive energy. She's lost all control, fueled only by the image of Ed falling into the sea. Marilda stands her ground, her giant paws digging into the rock. She's the only thing standing between Janica and a total massacre. Marilda realizes something is wrong. She hasn't been reverse summoned yet. She tells Janica to calm down and think for a second. She drops a truth bomb. Janica wasn't the one who summoned her this time. The realization hits Janica like a physical blow. We cut to the dark, choppy waters at the base of the cliff. The rain is still pouring down, cold and relentless. A hand reaches out of the surf, grasping at the wet sand. Someone is clawing their way back from the brink of death. We flash back to Ed's training during the break. Lortel asked how his magic engineering was going, and Ed admitted he was grinding all day and night. To put it simply, our boy was cooking up something legendary in that hidden library, and it was a massive success. That training is the only reason he's breathing right now. Ed clutches a shattered relic in his hand, the Delheim hourglass. It's a legendary-grade magical tool that restores the body to its state a few seconds prior, healing all damage and injuries. It's a one-time use, and it just saved his life. He coughs up salt water, realizing the hourglass successfully nullified the fall and the deadly poison curse. But the reversal was only for a few seconds. His old battle wounds are still stinging, and his body temperature is dropping dangerously fast in the storm. He remembers summoning Marilda just before he fell because things looked bad on the cliff. He's such a mess right now that he can't even tell if his plan worked. The Delheim hourglass shouldn't even exist in Act 3 of the game. Ed is officially breaking the balance of the world to stay alive. He looks at the broken shards, a bit sad that all that effort went into a single use. But then he looks at his hands. "I survived," he whispers. The trash villain just cheated death, and he's ready for the next round. Ed thinks about his father, Creppen Roth-Taylor. That causality magic is a nightmare to deal with. If Ed simply defeated the assassins and stayed alive, Creppen would just see a new future and keep sending killers until one of them succeeded. That's why Ed realized he had to die at least once. He needed a future where his father believes he's gone. He still doesn't know why his own father wants him dead, but if Creppen confirms a future where Ed is dead, he'll lose interest and stop the hunt. Ed knows it was hard for Creppen to bring assassins to the island without a good excuse. Once the elections and the grimoire negotiations are over, those retainers will have to leave. In other words, if Ed can exist as a dead man for a few weeks, he can finally move freely and survive. But he has a major problem. His body is barely functioning. He collapses on the shore, the world fading to black. Suddenly, a familiar fire spirit, Mug, descends from the cliff, glowing like a beacon in the dark. Ed groans, his whole body aching. He's relieved to see a friendly face, knowing he can't make it on his own. He feels a pair of hands grab him, and he lets out a quiet thank you as he's pulled away from the water. Janica is there, her face a mix of tears and pure joy. She pulls him into a crushing hug, her heart finally beating again. She's shaking, her boots sinking into the wet sand as she holds on to him like he's the only anchor in the world. They fall into the sand together, the storm raging around them. Ed apologizes for making her worry, his voice raspy and weak. He feels like he's always putting her through hell. Janica doesn't care about the apologies, she's just clutching his shirt, making sure he's real. The two of them lie there on the desolate beach, a tiny spark of life in the middle of a dark world. They find a nearby cave to escape the rain. The fire Janica builds casts long, flickering shadows on the stone walls. Ed explains the plan. He has to lay low until the elections are over. Being dead gives him a tactical advantage he can't pass up. Janica smiles, her eyes bright. She promises to bring him daily necessities and tools. She's back in helper mode and she couldn't be happier. But then, Ed winces. His wounds are starting to hurt as the adrenaline wears off. Janica immediately pulls him close to share her warmth. She blushes, apologizing for being so forward, but she admits that holding him makes her feel at ease. She gets flustered and tells him to forget what she said, huddling by the fire. Ed just watches her, realizing once again how lucky he is to have her. The rain keeps pouring outside, a rhythmic drumming against the cave entrance. They sit in silence, knowing there's still a lot of work to be done to fix the timeline. We cut back to Ed's cabin in the forest. The rain is coming down hard here, too. Lucy is sitting on the porch, looking lazy as usual. Most people would think she's just doing nothing, but she's actually waiting. For Lucy, waiting for Ed isn't boring. It's comfortable. It's the only time she feels truly at home. She can easily imagine Ed's daily routine. She pictures him checking the campfire and the wooden braces of the cabin, always thorough and focused. She sees him gathering soaked laundry and protecting his tools from the rust. She imagines him shaking off the water and greeting her with a calm smile. His life is eventful, but it always ends back at this hut. Eventually, he'd sit at his desk reading his Magitech books until he falls asleep by the fire. The sound of the rain and the crackling fireplace would be the perfect soundtrack for her nap. But suddenly, Lucy's eyes snap open. She senses a strange, magical energy and the metallic smell of blood. "Annoying," she mutters. Someone has disturbed her peace, and that usually ends badly for the intruder. She remembers how Ed would pat her head and thank her for keeping the house well. She won't let anyone ruin that. She yawns and leaps from the roof, her tiny form disappearing into the dark, rainy woods. She finds a figure stumbling through the mud. It's Knox, the assassin, looking like he's been chewed up and spat out. Knox sees the little girl and immediately plays the victim. He claims to be a loyal retainer who's been seriously injured. He spins a lie about slipping in the forest and his companion being attacked by a wild animal. He's trying to manipulate the innocent student. Lucy just stares at him, her eyes cold. "I'll save you," she says, but there's a sharp edge to her voice. She leans in, her shadow looming over him. If you're honest, I'll save you, but if you lie. Her eyes glow with a terrifying purple light. She asks him point blank, "What were you doing out here?" She spots the cursed dagger on the ground, the mark of deadly poison. A senior student, a guard, arrives on the scene recognizing the high-grade mark. He's shocked, knowing these are rarely seen in a lifetime. He notes that the magic in the mark is gone, meaning it's already been used. He assumes there must be casualties. Janica arrives and sees the mark too. She flashes back to the moment Ed was stabbed. Her heart sinks into her stomach. She confirms the story, her voice trembling. She tells the guard what happened. She identifies the culprits, Kadek and Knox, the Roth-Taylor retainers. The guard is stunned. He promises to report everything to the headmaster at daybreak. But then he notices a small silhouette standing in the rain. "What about that student?" he asks. Lucy is standing over Knox, her presence becoming incredibly heavy. Janica screams for her to stop, realizing Lucy is about to go nuclear. "Lucy, calm down," Janica begs. But Lucy has already caught the murderers of the man she cares about. She looks at Knox with a gaze that says he's already dead. She sees Ed's broken bow lying in the mud. She grips the air, purple lightning beginning to crackle around her. The guard shouts, but the natural disaster has been fully unleashed. A massive blast of space-tearing magic rocks the area. The ground itself is vaporized. The guard realizes they need to follow her right now before she levels the entire academy. Janica is frozen in terror, realizing the scale of the destruction Lucy is capable of when she's angry. Knox screams as the magic tears into him, but his cries are cut short. Lucy doesn't just want the assassins, she wants the family that sent them. She realizes they were serving the Roth-Taylor family. "Roth-Taylor," she whispers, her rage finding a new target. Knox tries to justify it, saying they were there to assist Lady Tanya and that they are properly authorized. He mentions Tanya's name, and that's the final mistake he'll ever make. "Tanya Roth-Taylor." Lucy repeats the name like a curse. She slams her fist down, an explosion of purple energy blowing a hole in the side of a nearby building. She stands in the crater, surrounded by lightning and falling debris, her eyes glowing like a demon. She looks toward the dorms, her voice a terrifying whisper. Where is she? Oh man, the atmosphere at the academy is suffocating. Lucy Merrill, usually the quietest girl in school, is surrounded by a terrifying aura of purple lightning and raw magical pressure. Her eyes are glowing with a murderous intent as she stares down the staff. She only has one question on her mind. Where is Tanya Roth-Taylor? The maids and guards are paralyzed with fear. They've never seen Lucy like this. She looks like a goddess of death ready to level the entire building. The rain pours down on the maids outside as they look up in horror. They can't even begin to process what's happening or why the strongest mage in Sylvania is attacking them. Inside the hall, a high-level magic artifact begins to glow intensely in someone's hand. The sheer amount of mana being pumped into it is enough to make the air vibrate. Lucy is hovering in mid-air, surrounded by massive blue magic circles. She's not just casting spells, she's rewriting the laws of the area. One of the senior maids tries to step forward, holding the glowing artifact and begging Lucy to calm down. Her voice is trembling as she asks what's wrong, but Lucy doesn't even look at her. Her expression is cold and empty, focused entirely on the betrayal she thinks has taken place. With a sudden flick of her power, the magic artifact is overwhelmed. The maid's eyes widen in terror as the energy around them turns a violent, chaotic purple. Lucy's command echoes through the hall like thunder. She isn't asking anymore, she's ordering them to bring Tanya to her immediately. The words hang in the air, dark and heavy. Bring Tanya. Lucy's face is partially shadowed, her one glowing eye looking like a demon's. The grief of losing Ed has completely snapped her sanity. An explosion rips through the courtyard, sending debris and dust everywhere. The physical impact of her mana is literally tearing the architecture apart. Elsewhere in the academy, a sparring match has just finished. A student stands over his opponent, casually saying it was a good match as the smoke clears. Elvira is on the ground, clutching her arm and gritting her teeth. She's pissed off, complaining that the guy is only acting tough because he's a second-year senior. Someone calls out, laughing slightly and complimenting Elvira on her effort. It's Wade Callamore. He stands tall, sheathing his blade with the confidence of a man who knows he's at the top of the food chain. He warns them that it's too early to celebrate. There's still Jix Nile to deal with, who's leaning against a pillar nearby, looking completely bored. Jix just sighs, his eyes closed. He doesn't seem interested in the petty squabbles of the magic department or the rankings. The students whisper amongst themselves. They can't believe Elvira, the head of alchemy, actually lost a one-on-one fight to a first-year genius like Joseph. Wade and Yix lock eyes. There's a silent tension between them, two of the strongest second years, both wondering if anyone could actually take down a monster like Yix. Suddenly, Yix's eyes snap open. He senses something. A massive vibration ripples through the ground, catching everyone off guard. The students panic as a thunderous sound echoes from the direction of the dorms. They start yelling, wondering if it's an attack and if they should run for their lives. In the distance, a massive pillar of purple energy erupts into the sky. It's an explosion of magic so powerful it makes the Academy's previous battles look like child's play. Jix doesn't hesitate. He starts moving, his boots thudding against the stone floor as he heads toward the chaos. He tells the others they need to find the head maid and take control of the situation, but he stops mid-sentence. His face turns grim as he looks at the horizon. He realizes that whatever is happening, they're already too late to stop the first wave. Back at the dorms, the maids have been turned into statues. They are frozen in time, caught in a shimmering field of light that keeps them from moving an inch. This is time prison, a celestial tier magic that shouldn't even be possible for a student to cast. It's the kind of magic that people spend their entire lives researching, yet Lucy is replicating it perfectly after seeing it only once. She's a true, terrifying genius. Lucy hovers above the frozen scene, her mind fixed on the girl she blames for Ed's death. She repeats the name like a curse, Tanya Roth Taylor. Jix arrives on the scene and can't believe his eyes. He recognizes the signature of the magic instantly. It's Lucy Merrill, and she's gone completely off the rails. A maid who managed to escape the freeze waves him over, her face pale with desperation. She's shouting for him to get inside and help. Wade catches up to Yix, looking equally stunned. The maid explains that even the head maid has been taken out, and the whole hall is in a state of total panic. Then she drops the bombshell that changed everything. She tells them that according to Lucy, Ed Roth Taylor is dead. Jix stops dead in his tracks. The weight of that news hits him like a physical blow. The maid continues, saying the assassin is rumored to be a retainer of the Roth Taylor family. Naturally, everyone's eyes are turning toward Tanya as the mastermind. The two boys share a look of disbelief. If Ed is really gone, the Academy isn't just losing a student, they're losing the only person who could keep Lucy in check. The maid begs Yix to do something, but he just stares ahead with cold, focused eyes. He tells her to go on ahead while he handles this. Wade is furious, asking Yix why he's being so stubborn. He thinks Jix is staying behind for some petty revenge and tells him they need to evacuate now. Jix ignores him, preparing to charge into the heart of the storm. He apologizes for what he has to do, but he isn't leaving until he finds the truth. He reaches a heavy, ornate door and hears the faint sound of sobbing from the other side. Jix kicks the door clean off its hinges. He doesn't have time for locks or manners anymore. He scans the room, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the situation is exactly what he suspected. It's been 5 minutes since the chaos started, and no one has seen Tanya. The door was locked from the inside, meaning she's definitely still in here. Jix looks toward a large wooden wardrobe in the corner. It's the only place big enough for someone to hide in a room this size. He throws the wardrobe open to find Tanya curled into a ball, shaking and sobbing. She's a complete mess, muttering to herself about how everything went so wrong. Jix looks down at her with a mix of pity and suspicion. Every piece of evidence points to her, yet seeing her like this, he just can't wrap his head around it. He thinks back to how Ed actually helped Tanya's reputation recently. Even if she hated him, ordering a hit right when things were going well for her makes zero sense. Tanya looks up, her eyes wide with terror. She sees Jix standing over her like a judge about to deliver a sentence. Jix leans in, his voice low and serious. He tells her to listen closely and that she needs to tell him the absolute truth right now. He asks the million-dollar question, "Did you order the assassination of your brother Ed?" Tanya wails in despair, screaming that she didn't do it. She looks like a broken child, not a cold-blooded conspirator. Jix realizes that while her denial isn't convincing enough for a court, it doesn't matter. If she stays here, Lucy will kill her before anyone can even ask for proof. He thinks about Ed. Even though he's supposedly dead, Jix feels a heavy weight in his chest. There are just too many unanswered questions for this to be a simple murder. For a second, he thinks about just leaving. Maybe it's better not to get involved in a mess this deep, but he grabs his coat and makes a choice. He tells Tanya they'll talk about the details later, but for now, she has to stay hidden and trust him. He warns her that if she steps foot in the square, she's a dead woman. He's trying to prevent a double tragedy. Because if Tanya is killed, Lucy will have blood on her hands that she can never wash off. It would destroy the girl Ed cared about. Jix decides he's going to stop Lucy himself. He tells himself that letting Lucy become a murderer isn't what Ed would have wanted. Wade steps into the room, looking at Jix like he's lost his mind. He asks if Jix even understands the scale of the threat they're facing. Wade argues that it's an impossible task. He says the only logical move is to give Lucy what she wants and hand Tanya over to save the rest of the academy. Jix stands his ground, telling Wade he'll act according to his own judgment. Tanya watches from the wardrobe, her heart pounding as she realizes her life is being debated. Wade grips his sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. He calls Jix's decision unreasonable and dangerous. Wade's eyes glow with a faint, threatening light. He tells Jix that if he won't listen to reason, he'll just have to take Tanya by force. Outside, the sky is a swirling vortex of flames and magic. Lucy is raining down destruction, and the sheer heat is evaporating the rain before it hits the ground. Massive beams of light crash into the academy buildings. Lucy is hovering in the center of it all, looking like a literal star that's about to go supernova. The power Lucy is throwing around is enough to level a city, let alone a school. Clevius is lying face down in the mud, his body bruised and his spirit broken. He's looking at one of his fallen classmates who's been turned to stone. A massive shockwave of air almost blows him away. He looks up, screaming in terror as another wave of magical energy sweeps across the courtyard. He can't believe it. His seniors, people who were supposed to be the top students, were wiped out in seconds. He realizes they aren't even fighting a person, they're fighting a force of nature. He looks up at Lucy, who is silhouetted against her own massive magic circle. She looks down on them with total indifference, like a giant looking at ants. Lucy's expression is haunting. There's no joy in this destruction, only a cold, hollow void where her heart used to be. Clevius lets out a strangled cry and turns to run. He can't handle the pressure anymore, his mind is reaching its breaking point. He's sobbing as he sprints through the rain, cursing everything. He didn't come to this academy for a war, he just wanted to study and live a normal life. His foot catches on a rock, and he goes tumbling into a puddle with a heavy splash. He slides through the mud looking completely pathetic. He's the image of total defeat, broken by a power he can't even comprehend. He tries to push himself up, his hands shaking. The rain is blinding him, and the sound of Lucy's magic is like a constant, deafening roar in his ears. He collapses again, muttering, "Damn it," over and over. He's terrified, and he isn't ashamed to admit it anymore. This is just too much. A shadow falls over him. A voice calls him stupid and asks why he's lying down in a place like this. Clevius looks up, confused and half delirious. It's Elvira. She's standing over him, soaked to the bone but still looking composed. She tells him she lost all her reagents in the fight and needs to head back to the lab. She looks up at the sky where Lucy is still hovering. She bluntly states that in this situation, the only ones with a prayer of stopping that monster are the top-ranked students. She calculates the time with a grim look. They need to hold Lucy off for at least 30 minutes until the academy staff and professors can arrive to help. She tells Clevius to get his act together. Once his legs stop shaking, he needs to run to the faculty building and bring back anyone who can fight. His mission is simple. Get help. If the staff is there, he has to drag them back to the front lines. Elvira turns and looks back at the glowing purple nightmare in the sky. She doesn't have a plan, but she knows she can't just sit by and watch her school burn. Clevius watches her walk away, his eyes wide. He's stunned by her courage, even though he knows she's just as outmatched as he is. He stays there for a moment, the rain washing over his face as he processes her words. He calls himself a useless idiot and a pathetic fool. He's disgusted by his own cowardice when compared to Elvira's resolve. He grips the mud, his knuckles turning white. He's tired of being the worthless guy who just runs away when things get real. The rain continues to fall, a cold curtain over the entire island. But far away from the academy, something is finally changing. At a small campsite in the forest, Janica is tending to a fire. She looks worried, mentioning that the academy staff has already headed out and that Marilda, the high-rank wind spirit, is also on the move. She's talking to someone sitting by the fire, explaining that Lucy somehow found out about what happened before anyone could tell her. She's terrified of what Lucy might do. A bandaged hand clenches into a tight fist. Janica says she thinks Lucy has gone to Ophelis Hall to hunt down Tanya. The person sitting there lets out a low, ragged breath. He's covered in bandages, but the aura around him is steady and sharp. He lets out a small, tired laugh. He knows Lucy better than anyone. She's a handful when she's sleepy, but she's a nightmare when she thinks he's gone. It's our boy, Ed Roth Taylor. He's alive, and though he's still healing, his eyes are full of a new, intense focus. He can't stay hidden any longer. The rain continues to drum against the roof of the academy, a cold backdrop to the chaos unfolding inside. We see a flashback to a younger Lucy, tucked into bed and clearly sick. An old man, her master, rests a hand on her forehead, warning her that rolling around in the rain is a one-way ticket to a fever. The old man smiles warmly, telling her to remember this feeling of being vulnerable and weak. Lucy looks up, confused. He explains that as she grows, the number of times she feels pain or gets sick will become less and less because of her overwhelming talent. He tells her that she will eventually meet people who have to work their entire lives just to achieve a fraction of what she does naturally. Back in the present, a massive explosion of light and magic rocks the Academy Hall. Lucy's power is absolute, and she's not holding anything back. A student's eyes bulge in pure shock. He can't believe Lucy is actually going through with this level of destruction. Lucy doesn't care about their shock. She simply says, "Fine then," her voice as cold as the rain outside. She declares that it won't be long before she finds Tanya herself, and God help anyone who stays in her way. We hear the old man's voice again, prophesying that she will become such a powerful mage that she'll have no rivals left in this world. The prophecy is coming true right now. The sheer scale of the magic circle Lucy is manifesting is terrifying. The air itself seems to crack under the weight of her mana. Huge clock-like gears of light spin around her, symbolizing her mastery over high-level celestial magic. Down below, students are desperately trying to counter her with arrows and spells, but it's like throwing pebbles at a hurricane. A flash of blinding pink light consumes the hallway, erasing any resistance in its path. Lucy lands softly in a puddle, her shoes splashing as she walks forward with zero hesitation. The old man's voice warns her that life might get tedious because of her talent, and eventually, everything will start to feel meaningless. He tells her that even the feeling of pain will eventually become nothing more than a distant, forgotten memory. Lucy mutters "lying old man" under her breath. She's in a world of pain right now, the pain of losing the only person who treated her like a human instead of a weapon. She steps into a magic trap, fire erupting around her feet as the Academy's defenses finally kick in. A massive pillar of fire roars upward, engulfing the tiny witch in a searing inferno. The smoke is thick, and for a second, it looks like someone might have actually landed a hit on the monster. But Lucy walks right out of the smoke, her hat not even tilted. She dryly comments that she thought it was a better plan than that. Elvira is standing there, huffing and puffing, her red hair soaked. She's realized that Lucy isn't just casting fast, she's on a completely different level of existence. Lucy raises a hand and simply commands her to move. She's not here to play games with alchemists. Elvira is sent flying backward, blood spraying from her mouth as the sheer pressure of Lucy's mana hits her like a truck. Elvira wipes the blood from her chin, a manic grin on her face. She realizes that wasn't even a spell, it was just raw mana being pushed out of Lucy's body. Lucy hovers in the air, glowing with an ethereal purple light, looking down at the defeated alchemist. Elvira laughs through the pain, asking Lucy if she knows how alchemists think. She's got one last trick up her sleeve. Lucy's eye narrows. She's sensing something different about the mana in the room. Elvira explains that alchemists transform mana into things that aren't magic, like the specialized engineering items she's just scattered all over the floor. She pulls out a vial of red quartz reagent. This stuff is designed to absorb massive amounts of mana and make it flow according to the user's will. She activates the mana circuit. A web of red energy connects all the gadgets on the floor, trapping Lucy in the center of an experimental draining field. Elvira lists off her babies, a collection of mana separators and noise generators, all designed to disrupt and evaporate any magic in the vicinity. She tells Lucy that if she turns the output to max, all the mana in the entire area will simply evaporate into nothing. She knows this will ruin all the expensive gear she spent her life building, but she doesn't care. She's doing this to save the students. We see a brief shot of the maids and students desperately evacuating. They need every second Elvira can buy them. Elvira challenges Lucy to try and break through her absolute defense. She's betting everything on this one gambit. The gadgets start to glow intensely as they begin to suck the mana out of the air. Lucy just stands there, her expression unchanged. She's like a bottomless ocean, and Elvira is trying to drain her with a straw. Suddenly, a warning pops up: overload. The amount of mana being pulled in has already surpassed the physical limits of the tools. Elvira's eyes widen in pure horror. She didn't think anyone could have this much mana. The gadgets start exploding one by one. They couldn't handle the sheer pressure of Lucy's power. Lucy is still floating, untouched, as the courtyard is littered with the flaming remains of Elvira's life's work. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all those items at once is technically possible, but no one ever bothers to do it because it's academically useless. Simply put, no one is supposed to have that much mana. If someone like that existed, you wouldn't try to stop them, you'd just pray. The narration starts a grim countdown. The time it took to take down the head maid and the top fourth-year students, plus 14 high-class maids, and the top alchemist, Elvira, was exactly 3 minutes. Lucy is an absolute monster. Lucy walks past the unconscious Elvira, her footsteps heavy in the silence of the defeated hall. But a hand grabs her ankle. It's Elvira, barely clinging to consciousness. She asks Lucy if she'll really be okay with the regret of what she's about to do. Elvira points out that Lucy could have just blown up the whole building, but she didn't. That proves she still has a heart. She tells Lucy that Ed wouldn't have wanted to see her become a murderer. Lucy pauses, her face shadowed by her hat. The silence lingers for a moment, broken only by the sound of the falling rain. Lucy raises her hand, a small glowing magic circle forming in her palm. She tells Elvira that whether Ed would have wanted this is something she'll decide after she meets Tanya. And he looks like a man possessed. He calls himself a crazy bastard for even trying this. Elvira is shocked to see him. Clebius roars at Lucy, telling her he won't let her get one step further, using some pretty choice words for the little witch. He stands between Lucy and the door, his giant sword planted firmly in the ground. It's a David versus Goliath moment, but David is shaking. Lucy doesn't even blink. She points a finger at him, energy gathering at the tip. A beam of pure destruction slams into Clebius's sword. The impact is so powerful it practically vaporizes the floor beneath him. The time it took to take down the top combat student, Clebius... He's shown slumped against a wall, blood dripping from his face, looking completely erased. Was exactly 1 second. Lucy is moving at the speed of death. Meanwhile, Wade Callamore is still trying to get to Tanya. He says if logic won't work, he'll use force to achieve his goal. He screams for Jix to give him Tanya. He's convinced that sacrificing one girl is the only way to save the Academy from Lucy's wrath. Jix just steps forward, his face calm. He's not moving an inch. Wade lunges forward, his silver rapier blurring as he strikes with lethal precision. But Jix parries it with effortless grace. The two swordsmen clash, their blades singing as they exchange a flurry of blows. Jix is actually holding his own against the heir of the Callamore family. Wade is stunned. He can't believe a delinquent like Jix can match his specialized training. He realizes the style Jix is using is the famous Eilon family swordsmanship, but something about it is different. More raw, more dangerous. It's the swordsmanship of a beast from the northern grasslands. It's wild and unpredictable, far removed from the civilized style Wade studied. Wade realizes this is real combat experience talking. Jix isn't just practicing, he's fighting like his life depends on it. Wade shouts, finding a gap in Jix's defense. He thinks he's found the winning move. He analyzes Jix's stance, noting that his center of gravity is too high. He thinks Jix's style is incomplete and full of weak spots. Wade screams, his eyes wide with a maniacal thirst for victory as he prepares a final thrust. Jix just looks at him with those cold green eyes. He was waiting for this. Jix suddenly manifests a spirit magic spell on his hand, catching Wade completely off guard. He isn't just a swordsman, he's a magic knight. Jix slams his hand into Wade, the wind pressure pinning the silver-haired noble against the wall. The impact creates a massive crater in the masonry. Wade is coughing up dust, his pride shattered along with the wall. Jix looks down at him, asking if he really wants to keep going. He's barely broken a sweat. Wade starts laughing hysterically. He's lost his mind, telling Jix that of course he wants to continue. Wade claims he's someone who enjoys fighting strong people. He says he can't give up an opportunity like this. He begs Jix to entertain him some more, his eyes looking completely unhinged. Jix looks at him with pure disgust, calling him unsightly. He's seen through Wade's entire persona. He tells Wade the truth, you don't enjoy fights, you enjoy victory. He points out that Wade only shows this kind of drive when he thinks he still has a chance to win. The two clash again, blades locking together. Wade looks desperate, his face sweating as Jix continues to tear down his ego. Jix tells him that if he really wanted to fight someone strong, he would have challenged Lucy Merrill, not him. He calls Wade a coward bastard, saying that looking for excuses is all he'll ever amount to. With a final powerful swing, Jix knocks Wade's sword out of his hand and sends him stumbling back. Wade looks at his empty hands, his face pale with shock. Everything he believed about himself has just been dismantled. Jix stands over him, his black blade pointed right at Wade's throat. It's game over for the Callamore heir. Wade is panting, the cold reality of his defeat finally sinking in. He asks Jix what he was supposed to do against an impossible opponent like Lucy. He thinks it's only natural to avoid a fight you can't win. Jix just sighs and agrees. Jix turns his back on the broken noble, heading toward the sound of Lucy's approaching magic. He's going to face the impossible, even if it kills him. A massive crash echoes through the building. Lucy has finally reached the inner sanctum of Awfulous Hall. The tiny witch stands before a wall of rubble, looking at the destruction she's caused. Pride, it's the cause of death for more warriors than anything else in the world. The narration continues, warning against those who think it's a virtue to charge forward with blind confidence. We see Klebius again, struggling to breathe, his body covered in his own blood. Be afraid, Klebius. Fear is your weapon. These words echo in his mind, probably from his own father. The narrator warns that if you live only for victory, there will come a day when your feet are stuck to the floor, unable to move. Even though you want to run away, your feet won't let you. It's the ultimate test of a warrior's soul. Your entire body might be trembling with terror, but fascinately enough, the hand holding your sword will be firm and steady. That is the feeling of true conviction. A final word from the flashback. Son, Klebius stands up. He's surrounded by a violent, swirling red aura of pure killing intent. He's no longer the scared kid. He's a demon. Blood runs down his face, but his eyes are glowing with a terrifying light. He's ready to die to protect the academy. Elvira is absolutely stunned. She can barely recognize the guy as the same Klebius who was shaking in fear just moments ago. Lucy doesn't wait. She raises her hand, manifesting a massive bow made of pure, searing flames to end this nuisance. She fires an intermediate fire magic, Flame Pillar. It's a shot designed to incinerate everything in a straight line. The fire hits with the force of 100 explosions. The hallway is filled with a blinding roar as the heat melts the stone floor. Lucy thinks to herself that she hasn't forgotten her promise not to kill, but she knows that a monster like Klebius won't die from just this. As the smoke clears, Lucy's eyes widen. She sees a shadow moving through the flames at an impossible speed. Klebius lunges through the fire, his body wreathed in dark energy. He's ignoring the burns and focusing entirely on the kill. Lucy is genuinely surprised. He's gotten even faster! She barely has time to react as he closes the gap. She triggers her Blessing of the Storm, a windshield designed to blow away unexpected strikes. The air screams as their powers collide. Klebius lets out a guttural roar, his face twisted in agony and rage. He's pushing his body past its physical limits. The wind blast sends him skidding back, but he doesn't stop. He digs his heels in, tearing up the floor. He charges again, looking like a literal beast of blood. Every step he takes leaves a scorched red footprint on the ground. His wounds are literally reinforcing him. As fresh blood flows over the old clotted gashes, his power spike is visible. Normally, a human would have died from this much blood loss, but Klebius is using that blood as fuel. The more he bleeds, the thicker the magical aura around his sword becomes. It's a self-destructive loop of infinite power. He clashes with Lucy again and again. The Silver Witch is actually being pushed back by the sheer desperation of his strikes. Lucy is gritting her teeth, a bead of sweat running down her face. For the first time tonight, she looks like she's actually trying. This is the forbidden technique of the Nortondale family. It's a cursed sword style that was banned for being too monstrous. The blood sword technique, a power that turns your own life into a weapon. Klebius looms over Lucy like a giant shadow, his red eyes glowing through the magical haze. Lucy realizes she can't play around anymore. She gathers a massive amount of purple lightning in her palm. She slams her hand down, creating a web of advanced magic circles that cover the entire area. She clenches her fist, and the magic circles erupt in a synchronized blast of energy. The entire wing of the building seems to lift off its foundations from the sheer force of the explosion. Lucy stares into the dust, her breathing slightly heavy. She's waiting to see if he's finally stayed down. Klebius bursts through the debris, his clothes torn to shreds, his skin literally smoking. Lucy raises her hand defensively as Klebius swings his massive blade with enough force to shatter the air itself. The impact sends a shockwave through the hall, blowing out all the windows and extinguishing the fires. Lucy's mana and Klebius's blood magic create a violent clash of purple and red light that looks like a dying star. Another massive explosion! The power being thrown around is reaching a level where the building might actually collapse. Klebius is shown slumped, blood raining from his body. This technique is literally tearing him apart from the inside out. The blood sword technique, it uses your own life force as a battery for magic. It's the ultimate taboo. No sane person would ever use it, let alone master it. In a flashback, we see the whispers of the people. They call Klebius a monster, a sword demon, and a freak who keeps the family's curse alive. But then, a hand rests on young Klebius's shoulder. Someone tells him, "No, you're not a monster." It was his brother. He looks at Clebius with a kind, warm smile, believing in him when no one else would. Back to reality, Clebius's hand is shaking as more blood flows down his arm. The curse is taking its toll. His vision is blurring, turning into a bloody red haze. But then his one good eye snaps open. He's found a second wind through sheer willpower. He's a monster who mastered a forbidden technique, all on his own, the sword demon, Clebius Norton Dale. He thinks of his brother, wondering if even he would acknowledge how far Clebius has fallen into the darkness. But his eyes fix on Lucy. He realizes that she is the true monster here. Lucy is gathering a terrifying amount of celestial energy, the air around her distorting into a vortex of light. She looks down at him, her expression colder than ever. She prepares her most lethal spell, Advanced Lightning Magic, Divine Punishment. The screen goes white as a massive bolt of lightning strikes, with the sound of the world cracking in half. Meanwhile, Jix is sprinting through the rain, leading Tanya through the chaos. He tells her they're almost at the exit. He points toward a door at the end of the hallway, thinking they've finally made it out of the kill zone, but someone is already there. A girl in a simple nightgown stands blocking the door, her arms crossed. Jix stops in his tracks, his heart sinking. It's Lortel. Lortel looks up, a faint, chilling smile on her face. Her eyes are glowing with a terrifying green light. She tells Tanya she's lucky she had Jix accompanying her, otherwise she wouldn't have made it this far. Lortel steps into the light, and the pressure she's emitting is just as heavy as Lucy's. She asks Tanya if she's heard anything about Senior Ed. The way she says his name makes it clear she's on the edge of a breakdown. Jix steps in front of Tanya, his hand on his sword. He asks Lortel what she would have done if it were just Tanya alone. Lortel's face goes blank. The silence is deafening. She says it simply, "I would have ripped them apart." Her voice is devoid of any emotion, which makes it even scarier. Jix tells her she's being rash, but Lortel just laughs. She says instead of killing, she'd start with their nails. She wants them to confess everything. Tanya is shaking, crying out that she didn't do anything. She's staring into the eyes of a woman who has lost her only reason to be kind. Lortel steps aside, telling Jix he can move along because she knows she can't beat him in a direct sword fight anyway. But Jix can't move. His body is frozen by instinct. He knows that Lortel is a merchant. She doesn't let anyone go unless she has a plan. Everyone in Sylvania knows that making an enemy of Lortel Keelan is a death sentence for your future. She doesn't need to fight you with a sword to destroy your life. Her hostility is a poison that seeps into everything. Jix is torn. He doesn't know if he should run or try to negotiate. The pressure is getting to him. Outside, lightning continues to rip through the sky, echoing the battle happening elsewhere in the hall. Tanya is sobbing, begging them to stop. She's a noble girl who's never seen the world turn this ugly this fast. Back to the fight, Clebius is on his knees, steam and smoke rising from his body. He's taken more advanced spells than any human should be able to survive. His hair is matted with blood, and his sword is chipped. He looks completely spent. In another flashback, his brother tells him not to blame himself. He says it's the world's fault for testing his strength, not his. His brother tells him to lift his head and see the truth. His power isn't a curse. He tells Clebius about their ancestor, Velcus Norton Dale, a hero who used this same power to protect his family from an entire army. Clebius mutters in the present. He's reaching for his sword, his fingers barely working. He realizes his brother was wrong. This is a curse. The Norton Dale family doesn't house a hero. They house a sword demon. We see a vision of a monster slaughtering people in a sea of blood. This is the reality of Clebius's bloodline. No matter how human they act, when they lose control, everyone around them dies. To a monster with glowing red eyes, nothing matters but the next kill. Morality and reason are just outdated concepts to someone who has fully embraced the demon within. A massive pillar of lightning slams down on Clebius, the sheer power creating bubbles of distorted space in the air. The shockwave sends Clebius flying. He's literally hovering in midair from the force of the blast. He lunges one last time, his blade inches away from Lucy's throat. Lucy's hat is blown back, and for a split second, she looks genuinely panicked. Her purple eyes are wide with shock. She can't believe he's still moving. In that fleeting moment, something shifts in Lucy's mind. She looks into Clebius's dying eyes and sees something she's never encountered before. She realizes that for the first time in her life, she might actually be in danger. Clebius coughs up blood, asking himself how he could ever be a hero with a power like this. We see a vision of his brother, covered in blood, looking at Clebius with a peaceful expression. His brother tells him thank goodness, as he holds the blade that Clebius just used to stab him. He tells Clebius he's relieved that he was the one who died this time, because he can forgive him. He reaches out with a bloody hand, begging Clebius not to let the guilt consume him. He says the true hero died that day, and that Clebius shouldn't feel too guilty about it. Young Clebius is left standing there, tears streaming down his face, as he realizes he's just murdered the only person who loved him. In the present, Lucy looks down at the broken Clebius. She mutters, "Damn it," her voice shaking slightly. Clebius is gritting his teeth, tears mixing with the blood on his face. He tells himself he really can't do this anymore. He doesn't want to be a hero, and he's tired of being a monster. He just wants the pain to stop. He stands there, his sword dragging on the ground, looking like a ghost. He finally collapses, falling face first into the mud in front of Lucy. His eyes are barely open, looking up at the rain one last time. Nearby, the maids and students are finally finishing the evacuation. They've managed to escape thanks to the time Clebius bought them. Lucy stands over the fallen sword demon. She's completely unhinged now, her aura darker than ever. The blood sword technique gets stronger with death, and the magic it produces is monumental. But even that power was too insignificant to actually reach a god-tier mage like Lucy. However, in that one fleeting moment when Clebius almost hit her, Lucy, who has lived her entire life as the strongest, felt something she could never get used to. She felt the first taste of the fear of death. That fear made her decide to finish him off for certain. She's going to kill a man who can't even fight back anymore. She raises her foot, manifesting a concentrated blast of magic to crush him. Suddenly, Lucy stops. Her eyes widen as she senses a familiar presence. She mutters, "What the damn it?" Clebius looks up, a faint, relieved smile on his bloodied face. He whispers, "As expected." Through the rain and smoke, a hooded figure walks slowly toward them. His presence alone is enough to calm the chaotic mana in the air. The figure pulls back his hood, revealing sharp blonde hair and cold blue eyes. It's Edroth Taylor. The standoff in the hallway is dead silent. Jix stands his ground, but the pressure coming from Lortel is unlike anything he's ever felt. Jix is sweating bullets, staring at the green-eyed merchant princess. He's desperately trying to figure out a way to get Tanya out of there alive. There's no time left. He has to make a choice. Either fight a girl who could destroy his entire future, or let an innocent girl be taken. He looks at Lortel, ready to draw his blade, but the air in the room suddenly shifts. A massive wave of spirit energy shatters the tension like glass. Jix's eyes widen in shock. He wasn't expecting another heavyweight to enter the ring. Lortel's face goes pale. She recognizes that mana signature immediately. Out of nowhere, a figure drops from above, glowing with a soft but powerful light. She lands perfectly between them, the impact blowing back the rain and debris. She grabs Lortel, trying to calm her down, while Lortel looks completely rattled. Janica isn't holding back, using her strength to pin the vengeful Lortel down. She looks toward the shadows and calls out to Tanya, telling her she's finally found her. The hallway is a mess of broken stone and heavy breathing. Jix is still on high alert, his sword pointed at both of them. Lortel looks at Janica with pure disbelief. She can't understand how Janica can be this calm when they just heard Ed is dead. Lortel's eyes are frantic. She's wondering if Janica has finally snapped and gone completely insane. Janica just blinks, looking a bit awkward. She asks if she missed the mood or something, acting way too casual for a war zone. Behind Janica, a massive spirit wolf, Marilda, manifests in the air, glowing with an intimidating blue light. The rain continues to fall outside, but inside, the atmosphere has turned from murderous to just plain confusing. Marilda's voice echoes through the hall, noting that it seems they arrived at just the right time. Back in the courtyard, Ed pulls back his hood. He looks down at the carnage Lucy caused and mutters, "You were alive all along, you bastard!" He looks at the broken body of Clebius lying in the mud. He asks him if he's still with them. Clebius can barely move. He groans in pain, admitting that he got beaten to a pulp and that he knew the fight was pointless from the start. He's full of self-loathing, telling Ed that he should have just run away instead of trying to be a hero. He's crying into the mud, asking why he had to be such a fool. He looks at the statues of the frozen maids, feeling his own weakness like a physical weight. Elvira is shown rushing toward him, her face full of concern for her fallen teammate. Clebius thinks about his ancestors, warriors who never gave up, even when death was certain. He thinks of his brother's smile, feeling like a failure because he couldn't protect anyone. Elvira grabs him, her hands trembling. Clebius is a mess of blood and regret, wondering why the world won't just let him escape his destiny. He's sobbing now, saying it's all ruined and that his effort was for nothing. But then, a firm hand reaches out and grabs his shoulder. Ed looks Clebius and Elvira in the eye. His expression is serious, but there's a deep respect in his gaze. He tells them straight, "Your efforts weren't in vain. What you did was truly valuable." Elvira looks up, her eyes wide. She can't believe who is standing in front of her. Clebius is still muttering about being a useless trash bastard, but he stops when he realizes Ed is actually there. Ed tells him to get a grip. He isn't going to let Clebius wallow in self-pity after such a legendary stand. Ed admits to himself that he's genuinely amazed. He didn't think anyone would actually stand up to Lucy. He knows the combat abilities of every single person at this academy, and he honestly didn't think these two had it in them. He realizes that they held Lucy off for a full 10 minutes, long enough for the evacuation to finish and for him to arrive. He looks at Lucy, who is the literal final boss of this act in the game. Against the Awakened One, 10 minutes is an eternity. Against Lucy, no one is supposed to last more than a second. Lucy stands there, her silver hair matted by the rain. She's silent, staring at Ed like he's a ghost. Ed walks toward her, his voice softening. He apologizes for not telling her he was alive, explaining that things were just too crazy. He tells her his life was hanging by a thread and he didn't have a single second to send word. Lucy's hat falls off, landing in a puddle with a splash. She's completely frozen. Suddenly, she lunges forward and buries her face in Ed's chest, grabbing his cloak with everything she has. Her voice is a broken whisper. "I thought you were dead." Ed just holds her, his own expression filled with a mix of guilt and relief. "I'm alive, Lucy." He rests his hand on her head, finally bringing the nightmare to an end. The two of them stand in the middle of the rain-soaked courtyard, a small island of peace in a sea of destruction. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, Jix is still on edge. He prided himself on never feeling fear, but this situation is breaking him. The giant spirit wolf Marilda stares him down, its eyes glowing with ancient power. Janica is still holding Lortel, shouting that she's been looking for Tanya. The narration notes that this is an incredibly difficult spot. With Ed dead, these girls are completely off their rockers. Jix realizes that Janica and Lortel are already half out of their minds with grief. Janica starts to say something about Ed, her face glowing with a frantic kind of hope. Jix suddenly lunges. He unleashes a burst of wind magic, creating a smokescreen to cover their escape. He grabs Tanya as she coughs in the smoke, telling her she needs to get it together right now. He points toward a back path, giving her rapid-fire directions to the living quarters. He tells her she needs to find the royal authority or a powerful noble she can trust to get protection. Jix stands in front of the smoke, his sword ready. He tells her he'll hold Janica and Lortel off as long as he can. Tanya asks why he's going this far. Jix just tells her it's because she's Ed's sister. That's the only reason she's getting this lucky. Tanya runs into the darkness, disappearing through the hole in the wall. Jix takes a deep breath, his body surrounded by a swirling aura of wind. He's ready for the fight of his life. He knows he's outclassed, but he's determined to do his job. He addresses Janica, saying he understands her feelings because loss is a universal pain. He shouts that he loves someone too, and that imagining losing them is unbearable. He reflects on how the flames of anger are inevitable when you lose the person who means everything to you. He screams at Janica, saying she loved Ed more than anyone and that her pain must be absolute. Janica's face is shown, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light as his words hit home. Jix continues his speech, saying those passionate feelings for Ed will always be a part of her heart. Suddenly, Jix realizes he's gone too far. He drops his sword and just starts screaming at the top of his lungs. A massive explosion of fire and light erupts from the building. The building is smoking, a giant hole blasted through the side of the masonry. Jix is shown covered in soot and blood, looking like he just survived a volcanic eruption. He gasps out the words that change everything. "He's not dead." Janica freezes, her staff hovering over Jix's head. She looks like she's about to cry as the news finally sinks in. The clouds start to break, revealing a crescent moon in the night sky. Back with Ed and Lucy, the tiny witch is still clinging to him, her face hidden against his chest. The spring rain fell, washing away the scent of smoke and the blood on the roadside. As the rain stops, the season finally reveals a new face. We see a flashback to Lucy as a child, being tended to by her master while she was sick. The old man notes that once emotions are let out fully, reason returns, and relationships can enter a brand new phase. Lucy always thought her feelings for her master and her feelings for Ed were exactly the same. She viewed both of them as her only safe space in a world that only saw her as a weapon. But as she clings to Ed right now, she realizes the sensations are strangely different. She wonders what that difference could be as she looks up at Ed. She reaches out, touching Ed's face with a trembling hand. She's huffing and puffing, her face turning a bright, frantic red. Ed just looks at her, confused, asking, "Lucy?" Just hearing him call her name casually sends a surge of heat through her chest that she can't explain. And finally, the realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Her face is bright red, and her eyes are wide with a brand new kind of panic. The air is fresh and crisp after the storm, carrying a scent that Lucy is starting to realize means more to her than she ever thought. The smell of grass. It has a way of soothing the mind and clearing away the chaos. Usually, Lucy would just lie on the roof of Ed's cabin, letting that fresh scent drift over her as she drifted off into another long nap. She never disliked that grassy smell. It was just a constant part of her world, something she took for granted. Back at the academy, she was always surrounded by high-class maids, expensive perfumes, and the stuffy air of nobility. The maids hated the smell of tobacco on smokers, and the air in the halls always felt heavy and artificial. A girl who grows up in a peach orchard will always carry the scent of peaches in her hair. It's just the nature of things. And for Lucy, her life had become defined by the lingering scent of the forest and the man who lived in it. Once you notice a scent like that on someone, it becomes impossible to ignore. For Lucy, Ed is that smell of grass. In the present, Ed is looking over the damage, realizing they're running out of time before the academy staff arrives to investigate the explosion. He knows he has to explain his situation to his inner circle, but he needs to keep the circle small. Jix, Lortel, Elvira, and Clebius are the only ones who can know he's alive for now. Ed looks down at Lucy, who is still staring at him with a dazed red face. He asks her if she's even listening to a word he's saying. He lays into her, telling her she's definitely going before the disciplinary committee and that she needs to apologize to Clebius and Elvira immediately. He points out that Elvira lost every single magic tool she worked her whole life to build, just trying to stop her. And Clebius? The guy was bleeding like a fountain, literally stabbing himself just to buy a few minutes of time against her. Lucy tries to defend herself, stammering that she was actually trying to make sure they didn't die, but Ed isn't having any of it. Lucy looks up, her eyes watery and shocked. She's never been scolded like this in her entire life. Ed lets out a long, heavy sigh. He tells her that if she won't apologize, he'll have to take the blame since he's partly responsible for this mess. The sight of Ed sighing sends Lucy into a full-blown panic. In her mind, that sigh is the sound of absolute disappointment. She imagines everyone hating her, being treated as a pathetic failure, and most importantly, Ed losing all respect for her. She screams, caving instantly. Ed just nods, telling her that's a wise choice. But even as she agrees, that smell of grass is hitting her harder than ever. Ed looks like a literal angel to her right now. She pulls her hat down over her blushing face, her heart hammering against her ribs. She can barely breathe when he's this close. She thinks back to how she used to view him, just a guy who ran a good camp and fed her warm soup by the fire. She thinks about all those nights they spent rolling around in the cabin, living together for over a year like it was the most natural thing in the world. She remembers the feeling of rubbing against him and the warmth of his presence. It wasn't just survival, it was something deeper. The realization is like a physical weight. That smell of grass isn't just a scent anymore, it's her entire world. Ed's mind is elsewhere. He's worried about Janica and Tanya, knowing that he owes Janica a massive favor for finding his sister. He feels a tug on his cloak and looks back. Lucy is standing there, looking like a lost puppy. In a tiny, trembling voice, she asks him, "Do I really have to go now?" She doesn't want to leave his side for a single second. She's looking up at him with those huge, pleading eyes, her face bright red. She's completely smitten. Ed just stares at her, totally confused. He has no idea why the Silver Witch is suddenly acting like a shy middle schooler. They arrive at the central entrance of Ophelis Hall, where the rest of the survivors have gathered. Janica is standing there, looking exhausted, but relieved. Jix is nearby, covered in soot, while Elvira and Clebius are leaning against the rubble. Ed walks up to them, announcing that everyone is finally together so they can get their stories straight. But he notices something off. He stops and asks, "Huh?" He sees Lortel standing there with her back turned, a visible aura of irritation radiating off her. He asks what she's doing. Lortel just lets out an aggressive huff, refusing to even look at him. The merchant princess is throwing a full-blown tantrum. She finally turns around, wearing a fake, sugary sweet smile. She tells Ed she's so relieved he's safe, though her eyes say otherwise. She tries to use logic, saying that anyone would know Ed wouldn't die easily because he has items like the Delheim hourglass. She claims that as a merchant, staying calm and rational is essential, and she was just verifying the facts. She even asks Jix to back her up. Jix just looks at her, deadpan. He remembers her being a hair's breadth away from tearing Tanya apart with her bare hands. Lortel doubles down, saying she only exchanged brief, harsh words with Tanya. Her green eyes are glowing with a lie so big it's impressive. Ed just stands there, watching her adjust her collar. He knows she's full of it. Lortel's mask slips for a second as she looks at Ed's face. She admits that honestly, a little bit of worry might have built up. She leans in close, her eyes narrowing. She reminds him that in the world of business, there's no such thing as a free lunch. She tells him it's only right that he pays a worry fee. Ed is caught off guard, wondering what kind of price she's about to demand. Suddenly, a tiny foot steps between them. Lortel's eyes widen in shock as she's physically pushed back. Lucy has lunged in, physically separating Lortel from Ed. She's not letting the merchant girl get any closer. Ed is just standing there with his hands up as the tiny witch stakes her claim. Lucy grabs Ed's sleeve, pulling him away from Lortel like a kid guarding their favorite toy. Lortel is actually stumbling back, looking like she can't believe the audacity of this little brat. The entire group stands in the courtyard, the tension between the three of them thick enough to cut with a knife. Lortel is sweating, staring at Lucy with a mix of fear and realization. She whispers, "No way, Lucy, you!" Ed puts a hand on Lucy's head, asking what's wrong with her. He's completely oblivious to the war he's standing in the middle of. He tells Lucy that Lortel was just worried in her own way and not to overdo it. Lucy's face turns an even deeper shade of red. Janica is watching from the side, her girl's intuition screaming at her that something has fundamentally changed. Janica realizes that Lucy is way too close. She starts panicking, thinking this is an emergency situation for her own heart. Janica lets out a kya and physically shoves Lucy away from Ed. The courtyard has turned into a slapstick comedy. The three girls stand in a triangle of jealousy, while Ed stands in the center looking like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. Jix just watches from the side, rubbing his chin. He looks at Ed and simply says, "Whew, this is..." The girls are all glaring at each other, their killing intent now focused on their rivals instead of the enemy. Jix decides to break the tension, giving Ed a thumbs up and a hey, like they're just old buddies catching up. Jix gestures toward Elvira and Klebius, who are still slumped against the wall. He reminds Ed that they're seriously lacking time. Ed nods, his expression turning serious again. He knows the window for their cover story is closing fast. He explains to the group that he needs to stay hidden. If the Roth-Taylor family finds out he's alive, the assassins will just come back stronger. He makes Lucy apologize to Klebius and Elvira. She does it with a deep bow, looking incredibly small and humbled. Jix seems a bit dissatisfied with the plan, but he doesn't argue. He knows Ed's logic is sound. Before Lucy reverses the time prison on the maids, they align their stories. They're going to frame this as an outside attack that they barely repelled. We see a close-up of one of the captured assassins. He's battered and tied up, but his eyes are still sharp. He realizes the trash villain he was sent to kill is something far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Ed looks at the fountain in the courtyard. He knows that before his survival is revealed, he has to vanish. He looks up at the moon, knowing that for the sake of his plans, Ed Roth-Taylor needs to die one more time. Over with Klebius, he suddenly gasps, his eyes snapping open. He looks at his hands, realizing his wounds are almost completely healed. He wonders if it was magic or some kind of miracle. He looks up, seeing a shadow looming over him. It's Elvira, standing over him upside down. She calls him a foolish Claveus for making such a fuss. Klebius sits up, holding his head. He's confused, asking if he's dead. He jokes that with how badly he messed up, dying stupidly wouldn't be a surprise. Elvira tells him that when the academy staff arrives, he's going to testify that he was the one who stopped Lucy. Klebius is stunned. He asks how a useless worm like him could have stopped a monster like that. We see a montage of the aftermath, Lucy healing Klebius, Lortel paying off witnesses, and Ed's final instructions. Ed's words echo in the night air. Today was truly a series of unexpected events that changed the course of everyone's lives. Elvira tells Klebius to just take a break and stop whining. She physically pushes him back down to rest. The two of them sit among the rubble of the building they tried so hard to protect. Klebius sighs, admitting that in the end it was Ed who stopped the disaster. He feels like he couldn't even win foolishly. Elvira smiles, a real, genuine smile. She tells him that despite everything, she made a significant new discovery today. Clebius mutters that life really is a piece of crap, expecting Elvira to scold him for his negativity. But she doesn't. She leans in and simply says, "No, you're right. The world really is crap." She had a lot she could have said, but in that moment, she chose to just be there with him. The two of them lift their heads and gaze up at the vast starry sky above the academy. Up there, stars that didn't even know they were shining were quietly reflecting their own light back at the world. The scene shifts to the dark forest outside the academy grounds. Footsteps echo through the trees. Someone is stumbling through the mud, their clothes torn and their bodies shaking with exhaustion. A desperate voice whispers, "It's Tanya." She's crying, convinced that someone is still chasing her through the darkness. She tells herself she has to find the truth and clear the murder charges against her brother. The tragedy is that in the academy, no one actually thinks she killed Ed anymore. The charge has already been dropped. Someone, please, catch her and stop this shadowboxing. She's fighting a war that's already over, but there's no one there. Tanya keeps running into the night, alone in her fear. The investigation into Ed Roth-Taylor's death is finally reaching its conclusion, and the atmosphere at the academy is heavy with the weight of finality. Using advanced flame-scrying magic, the investigators tried to recreate the scene. Even though the magic was distorted, Yenika's testimony filled in the gaps. The official report is grim. Ed was stabbed by his own family's retainers and fell into the dark abyss below the cliff. The two assassins, Kadek and Knox, are now locked away in the Academy's high-security facility, waiting for their fate to be decided by the Imperial family. Inside the principal's office, the evidence is laid out. It's almost certain now, in the eyes of the world, Ed Roth-Taylor is officially dead. Principal Ophilus Forcius watches the magical recording, his face set in a hard, pragmatic line. He knows the Academy has a lot of cleanup to do. The ripple effects of Ed's death were insane. Lucy's total loss of control forced the entire student body to evacuate in the middle of the night. The principal looks at Ed's file, realizing this trash noble actually held the hearts of some of the Academy's most powerful people. Officially, the rampage was stopped by Clebius Norton Dale, who found Lucy sitting quietly in the rose garden after her power burned out. Principal Ophilus is impressed, deciding to grant Clebius a high-level commendation for his supposed bravery. But now, the focus shifts to Lucy's disciplinary committee. The strongest student is finally being held accountable. Vice Principal Rachel, a woman who looks like she eats rules for breakfast, is the one presiding over the case. Elvira and Clebius are there too, but instead of demanding justice, they're actually petitioning for Lucy to receive a light punishment. The list of damages is massive. Tanya's dorm wall, the rose garden, and several pavilions were turned to rubble by Lucy's magic. In any other situation, this would be an expulsion, but the Academy knows Lucy is too valuable to lose. Rachel sighs, realizing that if they can just find one reason to be lenient, they can settle this without a scandal. Lucy stands there, looking completely bored. She's not showing a single ounce of remorse, which is driving the committee crazy. The truth is, Sylvania is ranked as the best institution because of geniuses like Lucy, and the Imperial family is always watching. Expulsion was never an option. Lucy is the Academy's ultimate weapon and its biggest pride. Rachel is furious that Lucy is yawning during her own trial. The Silver Witch doesn't care about decorum or the record. The initial sentence is read: revocation of her scholarship, a 10-day suspension, and being kicked out of Ophilus Hall. Lucy casually says yes, because she doesn't care. Her scholarship is already paid for by a foundation, and her grades are so high a drop doesn't matter. To her, this isn't a punishment, it's a vacation from the annoying maids. But then, a voice cuts through the room. "Please wait a moment." It's Velmaya, the head maid of Ophilus Hall. She steps forward with a cold, sharp intensity that makes even Lucy flinch. Velmaya argues that kicking Lucy out of the hall is exactly what she wants. It wouldn't make her reflect, it would just make her lazy. Lucy realizes where this is going and starts to panic. She tries to grab the agreement to sign it before Velmaya can finish. But Velmaya is faster. She requests a 30-day confinement inside Ophilus Hall instead. She declares that the maids will monitor Lucy 24/7 on rotation. It's a literal prison of etiquette and supervision. Rachel loves the idea. It solves the discipline problem without leaving a black mark on Lucy's permanent record. Lucy is screaming in despair now, begging for the suspension instead. She'd rather be expelled than spend a month under the maid's thumbs. Vilmaya looks down at her with a shadow over her eyes. The game is over. She promises thorough and clean work, which is maid speak for making Lucy's life a living hell of manners and chores. Lucy is literally carried away like a sack of potatoes while the maids bow. The Silver Witch has finally met her match. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave, our boy Ed is taking it easy. He notes that Lucy's punishment ended up being pretty light, all things considered. Yenneker presents a pot of beef stew, looking like an absolute angel. She's confident in this recipe and wants Ed to enjoy a proper meal. Ed is genuinely impressed, while Yenneker gets a little flustered by the praise. She's been doing everything, the laundry, the cooking, even his schoolwork. Ed realizes she's just inherently kind to a fault. But Ed's mind is on the student council election. He knows there are 3 variables he has to manage to keep the story on track. First, there's Princess Phinia. She's losing her will to lead, which is a major problem for the Academy's stability. Second, his sister Tanya has gone missing. Without her to play the villain, the election scenario is breaking. And lastly, the 2 retainers, Kadek and Nox, are still locked up. If his father, Kreppen, finds out they failed, he'll know Ed is still alive. Ed went through all that trouble to stage his death and erase his existence from his father's awareness. But now things are tangled. If Kadek and Nox confess, the whole plan falls apart. They are being held under suspicion of murder, and Ed needs them out of that cell as soon as possible. He has to find a way to free them quickly, so they can report his death back to Kreppen. Only then can Ed end this frustrating life of seclusion and move on to the next phase. Ed sighs, feeling the weight of the tasks ahead. There's just too much to do and not enough time. Yenneker watches him, feeling a bit out of her league. She realizes Ed's life as a noble heir is filled with troubles she can't even imagine as a commoner. She feels bad because she doesn't know how to comfort him properly. She thinks empty words like "cheer up" are meaningless. Ed tells her she's already doing enough, but Yenneker isn't satisfied. She genuinely wants to solve his worries for him. She looks at him with those warm, blushing eyes. "I just want Ed to stop struggling." Ed is momentarily stunned. The sincerity in her voice hits him harder than any spell. An awkward silence falls between them. They both look away, clearing their throats in a classic rom-com moment. Ed admits that lately, being alone with Yenneker feels different. It's not awkward, but there's a tension there that wasn't there before. He pivots back to Tanya, saying finding her is the top priority. Yenneker mentions she has a guess where she might be. Ed reflects on Tanya. She's different from the villain he remembers from the game. In the game Sylvania's failed swordsman, Tanya was strong, fearless, and incredibly noble. But our guy has seen her boldness with his own eyes. She's a survivor, just like him. He smiles, trusting that Tanya is enduring well somewhere and preparing for her next move. As she always does, except she's not. Cut to Tanya, who is curled in a ball, sobbing her eyes out in the dark. She's muttering about how she never ordered the hit on her brother. She's a complete wreck. In the shadows, Princess Phinia is watching her. She remembers hearing the news of Ed's death right before Tanya came to find her. Phinia admits she wanted to untangle her complicated relationship with Ed. She had even cleared her schedule just to have one proper, honest conversation with him. But she was one day too late. Ed died before she could make things right. The regret is eating her alive. If she had been just one day earlier, none of this might have happened. She blames her own petty pride for preventing her from reaching out sooner. The silence in the room is heavy with her self-loathing. Phinia looks at all the information she's gathered since enrollment. Her goal was to become student council president, not for the title, but for the power it offered. She wanted to wield independent authority within Sylvania, outside of the imperial family's reach. She wanted to be more than just the third princess. She wanted to be a leader in her own right. She wanted to use that position to confront the darkness of the Rothtailor family and the imperial family herself. But after killing Ed through her own judgment, her confidence is shattered. "I am someone who should never seize power." She's crying now, broken by the weight of her mistakes. Suddenly, her maid Claire knocks on the door. Phinia quickly wipes her tears and tells her to come in. A knight enters, supporting a hooded, battered girl. "Tanya Rothtailor?" The full details of the night are still a mystery to the public, but based on the investigation, it's likely that Ed was assassinated by his own family. And on Arkan Island, there is only one Roth Taylor left who could have ordered it. Every finger is pointing at Tanya. Tanya pulls back her hood, her face covered in dirt and tears. She begs the princess to believe her. She repeats that she didn't do it, her eyes wide with a desperate fear of being judged again. But instead of a cold shoulder, Fenia reaches out and pulls Tanya into a warm hug. Fenia tells her she's been through a lot. She refuses to repeat the mistake she made with Ed. She's decided not to judge someone just because of the name Roth Taylor. Fenia tells Tanya she trusts her and will hide her in the royal quarters until things settle down. Tanya is overwhelmed with gratitude, finally feeling safe for the first time in days. Fenia looks at her, thinking Tanya is just a delicate, innocent girl. She can't believe she ever considered her a political rival. Claire mentions that another guest is waiting in the reception room. Fenia nods, ready to move to the next task. She leaves the room, her expression turning hard and focused. She knows the real opponent is someone else entirely. She enters the room and asks the visitor if they've been well. She notes that while Ed's death is unfortunate, the Academy's schedule must go on. The visitor agrees, their voice smooth and dripping with confidence. They ask Fenia why she's been hiding. The silence in the room is heavy, broken only by the sound of a ticking clock. Lucy Merrill stares at nothing, her silver eyes reflecting a boredom so deep it's practically physical. She collapses onto her bed, limbs spread-eagled, letting out a groan of pure misery. To the strongest mage in the world, being stuck in this room is a fate worse than death. There are still 29 grueling days left until her probation ends. For someone who lives for freedom and naps in the sun, this is literal torture. 3 hours before the big political showdown between Lortel and the princess, the scene shifts to the coast. The waves crash against the rocks with a violent roar. A blur of blue energy tears through the air. It's the mid-tier water spirit, Raisha, lunging forward with predatory speed. Ed parries the spirit's strike with a dagger, the water splashing against the blade as he holds his ground. Our boy is in the zone, his shirt open and sweat glistening on his abs as he moves with the reflexes of a pro-combatant. He's not just a mage anymore, he's becoming a genuine warrior. Raisha dissolves back into a pool of water, splashing harmlessly onto the cave floor. But the spirit doesn't stop, manifesting again and again from different angles, forcing Ed to stay on his toes and keep his guard up. Ed grips his dagger tight, his eyes sharp and focused. He knows that in the world of Sylvania, being good enough is just another way of saying, you're ready to die. The tiny firebat, Mug, flies around in circles, cheering Ed on while he catches his breath. The spirit is clearly impressed by how much the young master has grown. Raisha sits back on her haunches, her glowing blue form flickering. She tells Ed that for a mage, his close combat skills are reaching an extraordinary level. Ed wipes the sweat from his forehead, giving a tired smile. Sparring with a mid-tier spirit is the perfect way to sharpen his senses while he's in hiding. We see Ed's current stats and contracts. He's mastered Fire Spirit Formula Infusion, and he's juggling 3 different elemental spirits now. He wonders if he should try sparring with the giant windwolf, Marilda, but Raisha warns him he'd be sent straight to the afterlife if he tried that. Ed leans back, feeling a sense of contentment. The grind is hard, but seeing his progress makes every bruise worth it. But then, he hits a wall, literally. His stats, dex, willpower, and intelligence have all hit 15, and they aren't moving an inch further. He realizes he's hit his upper limit. To go beyond this, he's going to need a special ability or a hidden quest that breaks the game's normal rules. Whoa, huh? Ed's internal monologue is cut short as he hears footsteps approaching the secluded beach. Lortel steps out of the shadows, looking at Ed's shirtless physique and blushing like crazy. She jokes that she's enjoying a rare treat for her eyes. She walks up and starts wiping the sweat off his chest, telling him that while she knows being cooped up is annoying, he should at least try to rest while he can. Ed mentions that Yenica has been helping him with everything: food, clothes, and training. Raisha watches them with a skeptical look. Lortel's green eyes narrow, a mischievous and slightly jealous smirk playing on her lips. She leans in, noting that if the spirits are always with him, they must have seen everything he and Yenica do in this cave. Mug and the other spirits go into a full-blown panic, screaming emergency, while Ed tries to play it cool. Ed gets back to business, asking what she's planning. Lortel admits she's heading to see Princess Phinia to stir the pot of the upcoming election. She mentions there's a way to make some serious gold from the political chaos, but before that, she wants to finish her deal with Ed. She confirms that releasing the two knights, Kadek and Nox, won't be hard, but as a merchant, she demands an advance payment. Ed looks confused, wondering what kind of rare artifact or gold she wants. Lortel tilts her head, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Will you give me a hug?" Ed's brain short-circuits. Ah. He wasn't expecting the merchant princess to be this bold. He lets out a long, defeated sigh and closes his eyes. He knows when he's been outmaneuvered by a pro. Lortel doesn't wait for permission. She dives in, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his shoulder. The two stand there in the glowing light of the cave, a rare moment of genuine intimacy amidst all the lies and survival. Lortel's heart is pounding through her chest. She's terrified and thrilled all at once, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. "Wait a second, Senior!" she gasps, her hands trembling as she feels the warmth of his skin. She suddenly pushes him away, looking completely flustered. Ed is just standing there like, "What the hell are you doing?" She hides her face behind her hood, muttering that attack and defense are separate things. Even the genius merchant can't handle a counterhug. She stammers that it felt way different from how she imagined it. She's genuinely rattled by how much she actually likes him. She tries to regain her composure, telling him he should show some mutual respect for her internal struggle. Ed just stares at her with a deadpan expression, asking if she's quite finished with the drama. Lortel slowly calms down, the seriousness returning to her gaze. "Actually," she looks at him, her eyes soft. She says she came because she wanted to hear his answer to a question she asked a long time ago. She reminds him of their promise, that someday he'd take her side at least once. Ed realizes she's plotting something massive. He can see the gears turning behind her green eyes. Lortel admits she's about to make a lot of enemies. She's going to turn the entire academy against her for the sake of her plan. "At least you, Senior. I hope you'll remain on my side." She looks small against the vast ocean, asking for the one thing money can't buy, his loyalty. The scene shifts to the opulent royal quarters. Princess Phinia sits across from Lortel, the air between them thick with tension. Lortel sips her tea casually, her smirk back in place. She asks the million-dollar question, "Why are you hiding Tanya?" Lortel breaks down the logic. Tanya would have looked for help from someone with royal authority or a friendly noble. She knows Tanya went toward the residential area, making Phinia's quarters the most logical hiding spot. Phinia keeps a poker face, but Lortel can see the slight bead of sweat. She knows she's already won this argument. Lortel leans back, claiming she has some personal baggage to unload. She's acting like a predator toying with its prey. She calls herself petty and opportunistic, saying she acts weak toward the strong, but is harsher than anyone to the weak. She takes another sip of tea, her eyes glowing with a cold green light. She points out that while the Roth-Taylor family is a powerhouse, Tanya herself is currently vulnerable and alone. "I can't touch the Roth-Taylor family itself, but Tanya is the weaker one right now." Lortel notes that with the princess's support, Tanya is becoming harder to catch. Phinia's expression is grim. She knows Lortel is leading up to an ultimatum. Lortel drops the bomb. She announces she's going to run for student council president herself. She claims that if she presses Tanya down with the combined power of the presidency and the trade association, the girl will have nowhere left to hide. Lortel stands up to leave, noting that she controls every route out of Arkan Island. Tanya is trapped in a web of Lortel's making. The narrator notes that Lortel likely believes Tanya killed Ed, and she's out for blood, or at least a very painful confession. After Lortel leaves, Phinia sighs, looking at the door to the inner room where Tanya is hiding. She tells Tanya she has to know the truth. If Tanya didn't order the hit on Ed, then who did? The answer comes from the shadows, quiet and heartbreaking. "It was me." Phinia's eyes widen in absolute shock. She wasn't expecting a confession like this. Tanya explains that Kadek and Nox came to Sylvania under the pretext of supporting her, but the order to kill Ed came from the very top. Crepin Roth-Taylor, the head of the family. Tanya realizes that her own letters home, where she mentioned Ed's survival and growth, were the things that triggered her father's extreme decision. She breaks down into tears, sobbing that she set the stage for her brother's terrible end. She views herself as the accomplice to murder. Phinia looks at her with pity, but Tanya's face suddenly changes. The despair is replaced by a burning, desperate resolve. She thinks of Ed, the man who changed everything because he refused to give up, even when the world called him trash. She realizes that cowering in a royal bedroom won't uncover the truth or honor her brother's memory. "I've decided I'll run for the student council president election." The words are a vow. She slams her fist down, her eyes burning with a purple fire. She's done being the victim. Phinia warns her it won't be easy. The entire school thinks she's a kinslayer. Tanya roars that she can't just hide anymore. For the sake of Ed and those who helped her, she has to fight. Phinia is moved by the girl's spirit. She asks if she should officially declare her support for Tanya's campaign. Tanya is stunned, asking why the princess would risk so much for her. Phinia looks away, her hand resting on her chest. She smiles, a warm and genuine look. She admits she has a debt to Ed Roth-Taylor that she never got to repay. This is her way of making things right. The sun rises over the academy, signaling the start of the most chaotic election in Sylvania's history. Lortel is already at her desk, burying herself in paperwork with a cold, relentless efficiency. She's heard the news about Tanya and Phinia's alliance. She knows the approval ratings are against Tanya, but she isn't underestimating them. Her secretary, Rihanna, worries about her. Lortel is cutting down on sleep and taking on an insane workload. She asks if it's even possible to do both jobs. Lortel's eyes flash with a momentary irritation. She tells Rihanna to only ask necessary questions. Rihanna apologizes and scurries away to submit the documents. Lortel is left alone in her massive office. With Ed presumed dead, the election begins. Lortel smirks, noting that the distorted scenario is finally unfolding in her hands. Every second is passing with a desperate urgency as the factions prepare for war. Except for one person. Lucy wakes up in her room, letting out a massive, happy yawn. She stretches her arms, feeling refreshed after a long night of sleep. She sits there for a second, the silence of the room finally sinking in. She blinks, looking at the calendar on the wall. "By the way, how many days are left?" A maid pops in with a cheerful smile and informs her that 27 days remain. But then, she drops the bad news. The disciplinary proposal was actually delayed by administrative work. She explains they'll have to recount the 30 days starting from yesterday. Administrative errors are the one thing even magic can't fix. Lucy falls back onto the bed, her soul literally leaving her body. 29 days remain. The deep, damp silence of the Academy's high-security dungeon is about to be shattered. Inside the cold iron bars, the two retainers of the Roth-Taylor family sit in the dark. One of them mutters that their Duke was right all along. Ed was a bigger threat than anyone realized. They realize that even though he wasn't fully developed, Ed's adaptability and combat skills were reaching a level that could have toppled their entire family line. Knox looks up with a bruised face, admitting that Ed's raw abilities weren't even the scariest part about him. "Our guy was a spirit summoner who was crazy enough to burn through his own magical sensitivity just to win." We see a vision of Yenica, her eyes glowing red with a murderous spirit power that almost leveled the island for Ed's sake. And then there's Lucy, a mage who vowed a terrifying revenge without a single second of hesitation when she thought he was gone. The assassins realized that Ed's true potential was in the deep, unbreakable bonds he formed with the strongest people in the Academy. They remember the disgraceful heir Ed used to be, acting like trash while looking down on everyone from his throne of lies. They finally understand why the head of the family, Crepin, was so desperate to order his assassination. If Ed had this level of skill while staying hidden and held ideals that completely opposed his father's dark plans, then he was likely pretending to be a madman just to escape his father's reach and flee to Sylvania. The realization hits them. Ed wasn't just surviving, he was building his own private army right under their noses. But Knox sighs, noting that it's all pointless to talk about now since Ed is dead. Suddenly, a shadow appears at the cell door. A knight in shining armor looks down at them, catching them completely off guard. The knight tells them to be quiet and not to worry. He explains that there are people who will benefit greatly from the chaos of their escape. The man identifies himself simply, "I'm Dune." He holds up a ring of keys with a chilling, confident smirk. The dungeon's security means nothing to him. He reveals he's a scout for the LT Trading Company. The Merchant Guild is officially making its move to disrupt the Academy's justice. Meanwhile, back at the Academy, chibi versions of Ed's thoughts are swirling everywhere as the world tries to move on. Lucy is lying on her bed in her white nightgown, staring at the ceiling with dead eyes. She's so bored she's literally losing her mind. She asks Belle how much time is left. The maid informs her she still has 24 days and 3 hours of confinement to go. Lucy begs Belle to just kill her now and get it over with, but Belle just stares back with a blank, polite expression. Confinement is the ultimate anti-witch weapon. Construction scaffolds are all over the buildings as the school repairs the damage from the rampage. Clarice walks through the courtyard, looking like a common student. She pauses, humming to herself, and notices a beautiful person with a unique aura walking past her. She sees a flash of shiny silver hair and remembers that she used to have hair that color too, before she took on her current disguise. But when she turns back, the person has already vanished into the crowd. Clarice is left blinking in confusion. She realizes there's still so much she doesn't know about the secret powerhouses hiding in this academy. She hypes herself up, determined to make every day of her student life meaningful, since she doesn't know when this freedom will end. But then, she looks down at her notes, and her energy levels just plummet. She lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Even for a saintess, the grind of student life is real. She looks at the academic newsletter, which shows Tanya and Lortel are both officially running for student council president. Clarice feels a bit relieved to see that Tanya is at least safe and trying to fight back. But the front page is dominated by the shocking news of Ed Roth-Taylor's death. His face is plastered everywhere. The article names his family's retainers as the prime suspects and mentions the scene at the snowy winter cabin. In a flashback, we see the moment Ed was teaching his friends the true meaning of freedom. He was always the one pointing the way. His blue eyes were always so full of focus, as if he was looking at a future no one else could see. But now, Tanya, the first friend Clarice made at the school, is being dragged through the mud as his killer. We see a memory of Tanya and her friends laughing. It feels like a lifetime ago. With the news of the retainers escaping prison, the case against Tanya is only getting uglier. Students gossip in the park, whispering about how a girl could ever think of killing her own brother. The public sentiment is toxic. The atmosphere of the academy without Ed feels darker and gloomier, like a light has been snuffed out and replaced with suspicion. Every hallway and every classroom is filled with a sense of lingering dread. Students walk past each other with their heads down, the shadow of the Roth-Taylor scandal hanging over everyone. In the principal's office, Ophilus notes that the workload related to Ed's death is massive. He wants one professor to take full responsibility. He asks if there's a professor who knew Ed, has ties to Clebius, and is also connected to Lucy. Cut to Assistant Professor Claire. She's buried under a mountain of paperwork, looking absolutely exhausted. Back when things were busy, Ed used to help her with everything. Now that he's gone, she's realizing he was the one keeping her department afloat. She stares at the stack of documents with hollow eyes. Life is really hitting her hard right now. Nearby, Anisie is also unusually quiet. She's staring at her books, but isn't reading a single word. She starts to tear up, the reality of the situation finally breaking through her professional shell. A painful, suffocating feeling rises in her chest as she thinks about her friend. She tells herself she'll be okay, but her eyes keep drifting back to the newspaper photo of Ed. His image still lingers in her mind, a ghost that she can't seem to shake. She thinks back to the rain and the moment Yenneca gave her testimony. It was all so sudden and violent. The fact that Yenneca herself had to testify about the murder makes it even more tragic in Anisie's eyes. She looks at Yenneca, thinking that her friend must be going through a much more painful time than she is. But Yenneca walks in with a huge, radiant smile. She chirps that she was thinking of making curry for dinner. She asks Anisie for cooking advice, acting as if nothing is wrong at all. Anisie looks at her like she's seeing a lunatic. Anisie's hand begins to tremble on the table. She can't stand seeing Yenneca like this. Suddenly, Anise lunges forward and grabs Yenika in a desperate hug. Yenika's eyes widen in shock. She's caught in a lie she can't explain without blowing Ed's cover. A tiny spirit bird flies around them, asking if this is the right time for this conversation. Yenika just tries to shush her friend while looking totally awkward. Back at the cave, the dead man himself is sitting peacefully by the fire, reading and tending to his chores. He's reading about Tanya's decision to cooperate with the investigation to prove her innocence. Yenika is doing laundry by the water, mentioning that Princess Fenia's support has helped Tanya's approval ratings a little. However, Lortel is still the heavy favorite. Yenika casually asks Ed if Lortel did anything when she visited the cave. Ed freezes, remembering the intense hug and the blushing face of the merchant princess. He stays silent, which is a total giveaway. Yenika aggressively scrubs a shirt, muttering that it's none of her business anyway, though her aura is terrifying. Ed quickly changes the subject, noting that at this rate, Lortel will likely become the next student council president. It's Jix Nile. He's come because of his promise to Ed, but he's surprised to see Yenika there too. Jix gets straight to the point. With the retainers escaping, the suspicion against Tanya is becoming a death sentence for her reputation. He mentions that even though she's with the princess, Tanya's mental state is in shambles. We see a vision of Tanya, looking broken and haunted. She looks like a shell of the confident girl she once was. Jix points out that as Ed's sister, she would have stood out anyway, but now the entire academy is watching her every move like hawks. He warns Ed that when candidate registration is over and she has to stand before the crowd, she won't be able to endure the pressure. Ed looks down, his expression turning serious. All right, no need to say more. He knows he has to step in. It's now Act 3, Scene 2, the Student Council election battle. Ed recalls that in the original game, this scenario didn't have a single fight. It was all about building relationships. By the book, the hero Taili would support Princess Fenia because she saved him at the start of the semester by expelling Ed. Ed knows how these campaigns work. You don't win by talking to every student individually. You win by winning over the top students of each grade, who then influence their peers. He lists the unpersuadables. Lucy is too lazy. Yenika wants everyone to win. Wade is already with the princess, and Dorothy supports Tanya. Winning makes Fenia the president, which gives Taili the royal support he needs to survive the late-game trials. That power is essential when they eventually have to face the final boss, Ed's father, Kreppenroth Taylor. Maintaining the main flow of this scenario is literally a matter of life and death for the entire world. Ed thinks back to all the chaos he's barely survived so far. He views this election as a weapon for his own personal gain, too. It's the most reliable way to make sure he survives the looming great trials ahead. He concludes that despite the small changes, the main flow must align. Princess Fenia must become president. But he realizes that if he stays hidden, Tanya will be crushed by the public's hatred. To stop Lortel, he might have to convince Fenia to run again herself. He wonders if it's time to secretly inform the princess that he's still alive to get her back in the race. He looks at the board again, realizing he has connections to almost all of the top students. He has the power to shake up the entire election. Registration is still open. There's still a window to make Fenia a candidate again. But what about Tanya? Ed's guilt is finally showing. He realizes that Tanya, who was supposed to be a minor villain, has become a murderer because of his fake death. He asks himself the hardest question yet. Does he choose Tanya? Or does he choose the scenario? Jix notices Ed's heavy mood and asks if they should cancel their appointment. Jix stands up, cracking his neck with a confident smirk. He's ready for some action. Ed reaches for his dagger, his eyes turning cold and focused. He tells Jix that when his head is cluttered, he prefers to move his body. Training is his only escape. Jix thanks him, saying he hasn't had a proper sparring partner in ages and wants to loosen up. The two monsters of Sylvania lock eyes, their mana beginning to flare. The world used to be so bright, filled with the scent of flowers and the warmth of a spring sun. But like all old memories, the colors have started to fade, leaving only the ghosts of what used to be. Tanya remembers a time when the three siblings held hands and spent their afternoons on a blooming hill without a care in the world. There was Arwen, the eldest, and Ed, the brother she once admired before everything fell apart. That was likely their last happy memory. After that, Tanya's life became a never-ending cycle of noble burdens and heavy responsibilities. She stares at her reflection, longing for those simpler times, but the harsh reality of the present screams over her thoughts. Outside, a mob of students is chanting for her resignation, calling her a murderer and a traitor to her own blood. She wonders how it ever came to this, how the girl who wanted to restore her family name became the Academy's most hated villain. Far away at the beach, Ed watches the waves, hesitating on whether he should step in to help his cornered sister. He knows that interfering could permanently break the game's main scenario, and there are already too many variables he can't account for. He looks across the sand at Yix Nile, who is standing ready with his massive blade, looking more like a monster than a student. In the original game, Yix was a powerhouse who stayed with the hero until the end, but he was never supposed to be this strong this early. Ed narrows his eyes, focusing on every subtle shift in Yix's mana. He can't afford to overlook a single detail in a fight like this. The beach explodes as Yix closes the gap in a split second, his sword leaving a trail of destruction in the sand. Ed knows he's the biggest anomaly in this world's history, and it's time to see if his grind can match a natural genius. He throws up a basic defense magic shield, the hexagonal barrier groaning under the pressure of Yix's overwhelming physical power. Ed's eyes widen as he realizes the impact is even heavier than he anticipated. Yix isn't holding back a single ounce of strength. Through the cloud of dust and sand, Yix looms like a shadow, already preparing his next move before Ed can even reset his stance. Ed is stunned. He's never seen a human move this quickly without using high-level teleportation magic. But Yix keeps coming, his speed increasing with every step, forcing Ed to push his reflexes to the absolute limit. Yix smirks, his green eyes glowing with the thrill of the hunt. He knows he's found a sparring partner who can actually keep up. Ed realizes he can't just dodge forever. Yix is cutting off every possible exit with the sheer reach of his blade. "Mug!" Ed calls out to his fire spirit, his dagger erupting in a brilliant searing flame to parry the incoming blow. The collision of mana and steel creates a shockwave that sends a pillar of fire and sand high into the sky. Yix's expression shifts to one of pure focus. He notices something strange about Ed's movements. They're too precise, too mechanical. Yix starts moving in an unnatural, jerky pattern, his body flickering in and out of focus like a glitch in reality. Ed parries another strike, the heat of his blade meeting Yix's cold steel as sparks fly everywhere. Could it be? Ed thinks, realizing Yix is doing something completely insane. Yix is using telekinesis magic, but not on an object. He's using it on his own body to pull himself through the air. It's a technique that requires a terrifying level of body control and mana precision. It's something you can't just learn from a book. Yix is fighting with pure instinct now, his movements becoming a blur of unpredictable aggression. He raises a hand and fires an intermediate magic, Ice Spear, a lethal shard of frozen mana aimed right at Ed's chest. Ed dives through the sand, the ice spear narrowly missing him and shattering against the rocks behind him. He knows the ice spear was just a distraction, a bait to force him into a vulnerable position. Yix begins a high-speed chant, his aura turning a violent shade of green as he gathers energy for a massive finisher. Ed yells that he thought this was supposed to be a light sparring match, but Yix just laughs through the mana storm. Yix admits he only planned to use a single sword, but somehow Ed has pushed him to go all out. He tells Ed that practice should be treated like the real thing, his face twisting into a manic grin of pure warrior joy. A massive explosion of green energy rocks the entire coastline, masking Yix's next move. Back at the camp, Yenica pauses, her Ed sense tingling as she hears the distant sound of the battle. She worries about whether Ed will like the carrots in the curry she's making, completely unaware that he's currently fighting for his life. Back on the beach, the sand has been turned to glass in patches from the sheer heat and pressure of the fight. Ed is struggling, his clothes torn and his skin covered in bruises as he tries to find a gap in Yix's mana armament. Yix swings a massive spectral blade, and Ed barely manages to deflect it with his spirit-infused dagger. Our boy pulls back, manifesting a bow made of water to try and keep Yix at bay. He fires a volley of water arrows, but Yix just cuts through them like they're made of paper. Jix is a force of nature, his mana armament, giving him a literal arsenal of floating weapons to attack from every angle. The narrator explains that mana armament literally turns the user's mana into physical weapons, but most mages find it too difficult to master. Normal mages stick to spells, but Jix is a unique freak who can wield almost any weapon without a single restriction. This versatility makes him Ed's worst nightmare, a mage with the skill of a master swordsman. The air is filled with the sound of clashing steel as Jix rains down a literal storm of blades on Ed's position. Ed groans as Jix uses the magic to dodge mid-air and strike from a completely impossible angle. Jix's movements are too fast to track and completely impossible to predict. He's essentially rewritten the laws of physics for himself. Ed's vision is blurring as he tries to find a way to counterattack. He's reaching his limit. Suddenly, a massive burst of wind clears the field. It's the blessing of the storm, a windshield blowing away Jix's unexpected strikes. Jix lets out a roar of frustration as his spectral blades are scattered by the sudden gale. Ed finally lands a hit. A burst of mana catches Jix in the side, drawing first blood. The water spirit, Reincarnated, manifests behind Ed, adding her own pressure to the counterattack. Jix skids back across the water, his boots splashing as he regains his balance. He's genuinely impressed, wondering when Ed even had the chance to prepare such a precise counter. Ed activates a spirit-style manifestation of a water source, turning the entire shoreline into his own personal mana battery. The water rises up in tendrils, surrounding Jix like a cage of liquid energy. Reincarnated lunges forward in her leopard form, her jaws glowing with a cold blue light as she goes for Jix's throat. Jix is forced to use a defensive mana blast to keep the spirit at bay. Jix's face is shadowed with blood and dirt, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and absolute excitement. Ed doesn't give him a chance to breathe, lunging in with a focused explosion magic point blank on Jix's chest. The beach is rocked by a massive concentrated blast of fire. Ed is panting heavily, realizing that if Jix has grown this much, the rest of the hero's party must be becoming absolute monsters too. He thinks that at this level they should be able to handle anything the game throws at them, but then he senses a massive spike in mana. Jix stands up through the smoke, coughing up blood but laughing. He tells Ed that he's officially lost his right to hold back. Jix's foot slams into the sand, the green aura around him becoming so dense it's practically solid. "I see I can't let my guard down, Senior Ed," Jix mutters, his eye glowing with a terrifying predator-like intensity. He tells Ed that he's getting serious from now on, his smile looking more like a threat than a friendly challenge. "Advanced mana armament, convergence!" Jix shouts, pulling all his spectral blades into one massive, shimmering spear. Ed calls out to Reincarnated, realizing that if he takes this head-on, he's a dead man. Reincarnated lunges forward, acting as a living shield, but Jix's spear of mana is too powerful. The spear rips through the spirit's form, heading straight for Ed with the force of a falling star. Ed is frozen. The abilities Jix is showing right now are far beyond anything he anticipated for this stage of the scenario. He realizes this is a form Jix wasn't supposed to achieve until Act 4, during the infiltration of the Gregel Cathedral. This is Jix's final combat pattern, the absolute peak of his power. Jix stands silhouetted against the sun, holding a spear of vegetation that looks like it could split the world in half. He tells Ed that clumsy mind games are over. He's just going to overwhelm him with pure, unadulterated firepower. The spear strikes! The entire beach is consumed by a blinding green light. Ed is thrown back, his own mana failing him as the impact rattles his very soul. Explosions ripple across the sand, the shockwaves turning the beach into a cratered war zone. Ed gasps. He used everything on that last defense, and he's got nothing left in the tank. He looks up through his bloodied fringe, realizing Jix is already preparing a second attack. Jix looms over him, the spear of vegetation glowing brighter than ever. It's game over. A massive explosion of white energy erupts at Ed's feet. Ed is thrown through the air, his body limp as he hits the sand and rolls. He reaches into his belt, pulling out a shock-enhanced wave orb, a Magitech tool he spent weeks building. Jix laughs, noting that if Ed is resorting to gadgets, it proves he's completely tapped out of mana. "This is the end!" Jix screams, bringing his massive blade down for the final, crushing blow. The blade descends, a wall of green energy that Ed has zero chance of stopping. Suddenly, Jix freezes mid-swing, his eyes widening in pure shock. Wind magic? How are you doing this without mana? Jix gasps as a violent cyclone erupts around Ed. Ed lets out a long, heavy sigh. He didn't want to use this yet, but Jix left him no choice. He raises his hand, revealing Glast's golden phoenix ring, a legendary artifact that allows him to squeeze out mana from thin air. He grits his teeth, forcing the ring to drain every last drop of latent energy from the environment. His eyes glow with a new ethereal light as he finally manifests his greatest contract. Finally, Ed whispers, looking at the figure beginning to take shape in the wind. A beautiful woman with flowing silver hair and golden eyes steps out of the cyclone, looking at Ed with a mischievous smile. It's Marilda, in her true human form. She looks at the dead man and tells him he's made remarkable progress. The announcement echoes across the academy grounds, signaling the end of the first round of candidate speeches. The crowd erupts into cheers, but the energy in the air is far from friendly. It's hungry for drama and a scapegoat. The students are whispering, calling the election one-sided since no one in their right mind would vote for a murderer like Tanya. The tension peaks as the announcer prepares to name the next candidate to take the stage. It's time to see if the dead man's sister can survive the wolves of Sylvania politics. Lortel stands at the podium, basking in the applause. She's a master of sincerity, making every student believe she has the leadership to run the school just like her business. She flashes a radiant, practiced smile, looking every bit the perfect president the Academy thinks it needs. The observers realize that if Lortel actually wins, there will be absolutely no one left in Sylvania with the power to stop her. As she steps down, the chants for her name are deafening. She's already won the crowd over before the opposition even speaks. But then, her expression shifts. She spots Tanya waiting in the wings and lets out a mocking, "Oh my." Lortel leans in, taunting Tanya about her well-done nails while the younger girl trembles with a mix of rage and fear. She asks what's wrong, poking at Tanya's obvious nerves like a predator playing with its food. Tanya can barely find her voice, the weight of the entire Academy's hatred pressing down on her shoulders. She clenches her fists and snaps back, insisting she didn't kill her brother, but Lortel just walks away with a smirk. Lortel's green eyes are cold. She knows the public doesn't care about the truth, only a good villain story. Tanya steps out onto the red carpet, facing a sea of students who look at her with pure, unadulterated disgust. She takes a deep breath, clutching the microphone as if it's the only thing keeping her from collapsing. She forces the words out, trying to sound like the noble girl she was raised to be. The square is packed, and for a few seconds the only sound is the rustle of the wind and her own frantic heartbeat. She starts to explain why she's standing on this stage, but the top students watching from the sidelines look completely unimpressed. The crowd is stunned by her audacity. They can't believe she's keeping a straight face and acting like she hasn't been accused of the ultimate crime. Lortel watches from the stairs, wondering if Tanya is actually talented at politics or just spectacularly foolish. 10 minutes pass, and the silence from the audience is more painful than any booing could ever be. No one is responding to her words. Tanya tries to wrap up her speech, her voice cracking as she realizes she's lost the room entirely. Suddenly, a voice screams "murderer" from the back of the crowd, hitting Tanya like a physical blow to the chest. Then come the stones. Small rocks are pelted at the stage, clattering around her feet as the mob loses its restraint. The students start shouting about power struggles and internal family conspiracies, demanding she confess to the murder right then and there. Tanya flinches as a stone grazes her, her noble facade finally crumbling into a mess of uhs and sobs. She trips over a bottle thrown onto the stage, her foot slipping as she loses her balance in front of the entire school. Thud. She hits the floor hard, lying in the dirt while the students above her jeer and point. The laughter is the worst part. It rings in her ears, a chorus of mockery that makes her feel smaller than a grain of sand. She realizes now how reckless she was. She was a fool to think she could stand on this stage and change anything. She tells herself she should have just run away. She wasn't built for this kind of war. Even now, her brain is screaming at her to just vanish, to escape the glowing eyes of the crowd. She buries her head in her hands, wishing the ground would just swallow her whole. But then, the atmosphere changes. A massive surge of mana ripples through the square, making the students gasp in terror. A shadow falls over the stage, and everyone looks up as the air begins to howl with unnatural wind. Tanya looks up through her tears, seeing a symbol she recognizes, the mark of a high-ranking spirit. Merilda, the giant windwolf, descends from the sky, her massive form dwarfing the podium and sending a shockwave of energy through the crowd. Tanya is frozen, her faded and worn-out spirit suddenly jolted back to reality. She remembers the blooming hill from her childhood, a memory that felt like a distant dream until this very second. She was about to give up on everything, including those happy days with her brother. But then, a familiar hand reaches out to her through the monostorm, firm and warm. She looks at the person holding her hand, and the tears start flowing again, not out of grief, but out of absolute impossible relief. A hooded figure stands over her, his eyes sharp and blue. He tells her there's a lot to explain, but first, they need to deal with this mob. A few days before the stage reveal, the beach is calm, but the air is electric. Merilda, in her human form, smirks at Ed, telling him his progress has been remarkable. She notes that his magic efficiency is much better now, though he still has a long way to go to reach the top. Ed activates Updraft, a spell designed to take away an opponent's freedom of movement by lifting them into the sky. Jix is caught in the vortex, roaring as he tries to fight against the crushing wind pressure. Ed watches with a cold intensity. Something about this fight feels strange, like the laws of the scenario are bending. He assumes Jix should have hit his limit by now, but the guy just keeps finding new depths of strength. Ed realizes he's already burned through all the mana he borrowed from the ring. He's completely tapped out. He's used every trick in the book, every magical gadget and spirit contract at his disposal. Merilda complains about her human form, saying her mouth is too small and her balance feels weird without a tail. Wait! Merilda's eyes widen as she senses Jix's next move. Ed calculates that he's already won, but a sudden shadow looms over him from behind. Merilda is shocked. She didn't see Jix move that fast. The hero's companion has surpassed all logic. In his final form, Jix is simply too fast and too powerful for Ed to track anymore. Jix delivers a crushing blow that sends Ed sliding across the sand, his mana shield shattered. Ed holds up his hands in surrender, panting for breath. I lost. He smiles through the pain, admitting that he's learned a valuable lesson about underestimating the growth of his allies. Jix is huffing, amazed that Ed has trained this much in just 1 year. He knows he's facing a monster in the making. Jix admits his own calculations were wrong because Ed's daily grind motivated him to push even harder. He looks at Ed with a grin of pure respect, his clothes torn and bloodied from their light sparring match. Ed sits in the sand, reflecting on how he tried so hard to control everything according to the game's script. He thought maintaining the scenario was the only way to ensure the hero wins the final act. He truly believed that the scenario was the best and only solution to survival. That's why he hesitated to save Tanya, even after hearing the assassins had escaped. He was terrified that saving her would twist the scenario into something he couldn't predict. He sees the timeline like a branching tree, and he was too scared to prune the wrong limb. But he realizes that he was the one making things uncontrollable by holding back. He looks around at his current life, messy and blood-stained as it is. Jix is stronger, ready to fight alongside the hero until the bitter end. And Ed himself has become a powerhouse, with allies like Yenica and the spirits by his side. He admits it might be a naive thought, but he's done living in fear of the future. Sometimes, trusting your instincts and your friends is better than trusting a script. Just because they strayed from the scenario doesn't mean it will lead to a bad ending. Back on the stage, the crowd is panicking, wondering what the hell a high-ranking spirit wolf is doing in the middle of the square. A voice calls out, commanding everyone to calm down. The authority in the tone is undeniable. One of the top students recognizes the spirit, mentioning he's seen that silver wolf before. Another student points out that hardly anyone in the world can control a spirit like that. He realizes the identity of the hooded man instantly. The hood comes down, and the entire academy gasps in unison. Ed leans into the microphone, his voice cool and steady as he gives the most shocking greeting in Sylvania history. He declares that he was not murdered by his sister. In fact, he announces that he supports Tanya more than anyone else in this room. He drops a political nuke. Yenica, the top third year, and Lucy, the Academy's strongest mage, are also backing Tanya. He lists the others. Clebius, the top of the combat department, and Elvira, the head of alchemy, have already joined the cause. Then he adds Yix, Joseph, and Wade to the list. In one sentence, Ed has secured the support of every influential student in school. But he tells the crowd that before all these political calculations, he just wants Tanya's true intentions to be heard. He looks at his sister with a warmth that clears away all her doubts. He vows that as her family, he will always stand behind her. The murderer narrative is officially dead. Tanya finally collapses into him, the weight of her suffering finally lifted. She can finally feel at ease. Yeah, Ed sighs, the aftermath of the spectacle finally sinking in. He spent the next few hours explaining everything, the poison dagger, the Delheim hourglass, and his survival. He detailed his life in the cave and how Yenneker rescued him, making it clear he rushed to the stage the moment he was able. He's exhausted. The investigation has gone into double digits, and he's sick of repeating the same story to every official. His eyes are heavy with dark circles, looking like he's ready to sleep for a week. A voice calls out, "Third-year student of the magic department, Ed Roth Taylor." Ed walks into the grandest office in the academy, realizing he's finally facing the one person who can end this mess. Headmaster Obel Fortius looks at him with those intense, scarred eyes. "Welcome." Headmaster Obel starts the meeting by admitting he's read every single detail of the investigation, acknowledging that Ed has been through a living nightmare. As he pours some tea, he offers a formal apology for the Academy's security failure, but Ed calmly notes that the assassins were just too professional to be stopped by normal guards. The headmaster takes a slow sip, his eyes fixed on Ed as he weighs the gravity of the situation. He looks down at the swirling tea, wondering what the actual truth is behind such a targeted hit. Our boy Ed keeps his cool, sipping his own tea while knowing exactly how deep this conspiracy goes. Obel points out that the killers, Kadek and Nox, were incredibly calculated, waiting until the perfect moment to strike and then vanish. He admits that the internal power struggles of the high-ranking Rothstaler family are a mystery to him, and frankly, he doesn't want to know the details. He sets the papers down firmly, making it clear that while he avoids family drama, he takes his role as the Academy's manager very seriously. If he reports that Ed survived to the Imperial family, Ed's father, who tried to kill him, will find out instantly. He warns Ed that reporting this now would change everything, likely in a way that blows up Ed's entire plan. So, he proposes a deal. Why not just delay the report and keep Ed dead for a while longer to avoid the risk? Ed confirms the headmaster's suspicions. His father, Kreppen Rothstaler, is indeed the monster behind the curtain, but Obel insists his only interest is what happens inside the school walls. Ed agrees that keeping things quiet serves everyone's interests for now, so there's no reason to rush into a political war. Suddenly, the headmaster says Ed's name, his gaze sharpening as if he's seeing the boy for the first time. He notes that Ed's grades are soaring, his reputation is recovering, and he's managed to earn the respect of the Academy's top geniuses. It's like Ed has been replaced by a completely different person, and the realization hangs heavy in the air. The headmaster slams the file shut, satisfied with Ed's response. He gives a rare, supportive smile and tells Ed that Sylvania looks after its own, especially the talented ones, and promises to remember his name. Walking away, Ed realizes the headmaster has a full grasp of the situation and chose to look the other way, ensuring Ed's survival stays a secret within the Academy. Meanwhile, outside the office, Tanya's assistant is busy fending off a crowd of guys trying to shove gifts at the new president. Ed watches the chaos from a distance, wondering if all this security is a bit overkill, but he doesn't have to wait long before Tanya spots him. Tanya runs over, still reeling from the fact that the headmaster personally requested to see Ed, and she beams as she congratulates him on finally getting the recognition he deserves. She tries to act all professional about her new position, but she can't hide her giddy excitement as she laughs to herself. The narrator notes that Tanya's innocence is now common knowledge, and the support she received from the top students was nothing short of a landslide. It was a miraculous turnaround for a girl who everyone used to despise just a few weeks ago. But the real secret behind her win was Lortel's strategic downfall, as he purposely turned the election into a two-person race. Lortel played his part to perfection, standing at the podium and drawing all the attention to himself. Because of his aggressive tactics, the students completely forgot that any other candidates even existed. He successfully manufactured a fierce rivalry that kept all eyes on him and Tanya. Then, at the exact moment their popularity ratings were dead even, he pulled the trigger on his own reputation. Papers began flying all over the campus, carrying news that would change the course of the election instantly. A scandal broke out accusing Lortel of massive embezzlement and mistreating business partners, forcing him to resign in total disgrace. With the competition gone, Tanya was the only choice left. Later, she finds Ed on a bench and thanks him for being the one person she could count on. Ed tells her she's thanked him enough, flashing back to the day he announced her candidacy, and she was a crying, grateful mess. Tanya lets out a long sigh, her face turning a little red as she prepares to ask something serious. She admits she's been holding back this question because it feels a bit personal, but she just has to know. She asks why he risked his entire secret life to step up and support her during that speech. If his goal was to stay hidden and safe, there was absolutely no logical reason for him to put himself in the spotlight like that. She tells him that in that moment, it felt like he simply couldn't stand to see her being treated so unfairly. Ed looks at her, a drop of sweat forming as he realizes how much his sister saw through his pragmatic exterior. He gives in and tells her that, yeah, that was exactly the reason. He tells her straight up that she's family, and that means he'll always be on her side, no matter what. He flashes a warm, genuine smile that completely catches Tanya off guard. She smiles back, looking more at peace than she has in years, finally feeling like she has a real brother again. She jokes that as president, she has to be fair, but maybe she'll show him a little bit of favoritism since she's only human. She walks off into the sunset, telling him to call her if a crisis ever hits because she's ready to back him up now. Ed watches her go, feeling a sense of relief that the political storm has finally settled. He smiles to himself, satisfied with how things turned out for his sister. He repeats his words about taking family's side, almost finding the sentiment a bit funny coming from him. Suddenly, Lortel pops out from the shadows, teasing Ed for saying such embarrassing things to his little sister. Ed asks if Lortel is actually doing okay, considering his reputation is currently in the gutter because of the fake rumors. Lortel just laughs with pure joy, saying that everything is moving exactly according to the script he wrote. The narrator explains that the scandal was the ultimate weapon that secured Tanya's victory. Lortel's side leaked the embezzlement story on purpose, tanking his own career just to clear the path for Tanya. It was a cold, calculated move to erase all other candidates and make Tanya the hero of the school. Even his villainous behavior toward Princess Phinia was just a way to pressure Tanya into running for the presidency. He knew that once Ed came back to life, the princess and Tanya would feel so guilty and indebted that they'd become Ed's strongest shields. Ed knows he's going to face a mountain of enemies soon, but Lortel tells him that even if the whole world turns on him, he hopes Ed stays on his side. Ed admits he'd already decided to save Tanya the second he learned about the merchant's plan. That brutal duel with Yix was just the final test to make sure he was ready to handle the fallout. While it was true he saved her for family, he's also pragmatic enough to know that having the student council president in his pocket is a huge tactical win. The fourth act of the game's scenario is fast approaching, and it's going to be a total war against the Rothstaler house. A dark, ominous figure looms over a red-lit academy, signaling the arrival of a much greater threat. Ed is already their primary target, and the blood on the floor in this vision proves just how high the stakes are. With Tanya as an insider, Ed now has the perfect source for gathering info and running circles around his father's forces. But there are some dark details about these relationships that are better left in the shadows for now. Lortel stretches, looking completely unbothered by his newfound infamy, a true master of playing the long game. He jokes that since Tanya hates him now, he'll just leave all the good guy responsibilities to Ed while he handles the dirty work. Ed calls out his habit of manipulating everyone, but Lortel just laughs it off as a hazard of being a merchant. Ed watches him walk away, still a bit concerned about the weight Lortel is carrying. Lortel grabs Ed's arm and smiles, saying that rumors don't cost him a dime and he's perfectly happy being the villain. He blushes slightly, telling Ed that as long as they aren't enemies, he's satisfied with everything. Human relationships are messy, and sometimes you'll never truly know why someone does what they do. The story is shifting into a dangerous new phase, with Princess Fenia's future actions becoming the ultimate wildcard. The looming battle between the Empire and the Rothstalers is a powder keg waiting for a spark. As the night falls, Ed realizes it's time to sit back and prepare for the next wave of chaos. After being away for a month, Ed finally makes it back to his humble cabin in the woods, and it feels like home. He starts by kicking aside the stones at the bonfire, ready to get his camp back in working order. He opens the door to his cabin, bracing himself for the mess he left behind. But as soon as he steps inside, he hears a strange, rhythmic snoring sound. He spots a familiar, oversized witch hat resting on the table. He looks over at his bed and finds Lucy fast asleep, huddled under the covers like she never left. She's out cold, snoring softly and looking completely at peace in Ed's space. Ed just smiles, his eyes softening as he realizes that despite all the political madness, some things stay exactly the same. He sets a book down on his lap, feeling the familiar warmth of his quiet life returning. He takes a seat in his chair, finally letting the exhaustion of the past month wash over him. He covers his face with the book, deciding that for tonight, all the world's problems can wait. Under the starlit sky, Ed is finally back where he belongs, resting before the real war starts. 3 days pass, and the news of Tanya officially becoming president spreads like wildfire through the academy. Inside the Spirit Studies office, a student is having a minor breakdown over the fact that a professor is actually grading them. Professor Melina, looking as elegant and bored as ever, tells the student she's feeling generous enough to give out some bonus points. She turns to Janica and notes that while she's still a student, her control over high-ranking spirits is already beyond what most pros can do. Janica gets all flustered, her hands clasped together as she tries to handle the unexpected praise. Melina reminds her about the upcoming joint training, telling Janica she needs to start acting with the dignity of a top senior. She teases Janica for always smiling like she's in a dream, looking like the happiest girl in the entire world. Then she drops a bombshell, saying she knows Janica is dating Ed and is clearly head over heels for him. Janica's brain completely resets as she slams the desk, her face turning a shade of red that matches her cloak. She starts stuttering and shouting in a panic, desperately trying to figure out where the professor heard such crazy talk. Melina lists off all the evidence. They're always together in class, walking through the halls, and eating together at the cafeteria. She points out that lately, Janica is always grinning whenever there's even a slight chance to be near him. Even during serious lectures, Janica just stares at the board and starts smiling at nothing, acting exactly like a kid who just started dating. Janica begs her to stop, her voice cracking as she realizes everyone in the room is listening to her love life being dissected. She looks up with wide, trembling eyes, hoping there's some way to take it all back. But Melina just looks at her with a smirk and delivers the final blow. The news is already out. Literally everyone at the academy already knows that she and Ed are a couple. Deep in the eastern Spard region, 3 days out from the capital, lies the mountainous land of Pollen, a place known for nothing but its livestock. If you follow the valleys deep enough, you'll find a tiny, quiet village tucked away near the ridges. This is Torin, a village of less than 300 people, and the home of Yenica Fealore, a girl who's been talking to spirits since she could speak. She was the village's pride, a total genius, but her quiet life changed whenever outsiders came to visit. There was one postboy in particular who always stuck in her memory, because he was the only person who ever spoke to her with formal respect. In a village where all the young people had left and Yenica was treated like everyone's little sister, that formality felt strange. Our girl was used to the casual life, so being addressed so politely actually made her feel a bit out of place. But she was naturally friendly, and soon the postboy started telling her stories about the massive cities far beyond her small mountain home. The two became close, with the postboy constantly gushing about the wonders of the imperial capital. Yenica grew up surrounded by love and care, becoming the absolute pride of her community. It was only a matter of time before the postboy lost his heart to her, eventually coming back with a massive bouquet to confess his feelings. Yenica was the type of person who hated saying no to anyone, but this was a situation she wasn't ready for. She was still too young to understand what love even meant, and the bouquet ended up on the ground as she turned him down. The young man fled the village in shame and didn't show his face again for a very long time. Yenica watched him run away, likely feeling a heavy weight of guilt for hurting someone who had been so kind to her. When they finally crossed paths again, he didn't bring flowers. He brought her admission letter to the legendary Sylvania Academy. With a simple, formal goodbye, he walked out of her life for good. Yenneker stood there with the letter in hand, watching the person who set her on her current path walk away. Fast forward 3 years at Sylvania, and while she's a top student, some things never change. She can barely remember the postboy's face now, but the impact of that day still lingers. Even now, Yenneker finds formal speech incredibly unfamiliar, and the act of refusing someone's request absolutely terrifying. Back in the present, Yenneker is at the administrative office, looking like she's about to have a panic attack over a simple form. The staff member at Trix Hall tries to be helpful, telling her they can process her request quickly if she just hands it over. Yenneker stammers and hesitates, her face flushing, as she tries to find the courage to go through with it. She's holding a withdrawal application for the Dex Hall dormitory. She's literally trying to move out so she can stay at Ed's camp full-time. The staffer tells her that if she's struggling, she should talk to the people around her, knowing Yenneker always has a crowd of supporters. But for Yenneker, that constant attention is exactly why it's so hard to speak her mind. She eventually meets up with her friend Anise, who looks at her with a deadpan expression, already knowing Ed is the reason for her distraction. Yenneker tries to apologize, but Anise just sighs, realizing that our boy Ed is basically the center of Yenneker's universe now. Anise asks what she's so worried about, and Yenneker admits that she's worried she's becoming too much of a pushover. She admits that she's bad at saying no, and even refusing a small request makes her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Anise points out that because Yenneker always says yes, she's basically turned into Ed's personal maid, doing all his cooking and laundry. She asks what kind of heavy request Ed made this time to make her act so strange. Yenneker turns bright red and waves her hands frantically, insisting she does all that stuff just because she wants to be near him. Anise tells her that they've become too comfortable with each other, and that makes it harder to ask for favors or set boundaries. She suggests that maybe it's time to create a little bit of distance between them. Anise argues that if they take each other for granted, the excitement in the relationship will die out, and they'll just become like an old married couple. Internally, Anise realizes she's giving potentially terrible advice, worried that if they grow apart, Ed will end up all alone again. She tells Yenneker to just make him a little restless by creating some space, and Yenneker suddenly lights up like she's found the meaning of life. With a determined look, Yenneker thanks her for the great idea and bolts out of the room. Anise tries to call her back, reaching out as she realizes she might have just accidentally sabotaged her best friend's love life. She stares at her hand, feeling the weight of the bad advice she just dispensed. She groans in frustration, face-palming as she wonders what kind of chaos Yenneker is about to unleash on Ed's camp. The staff is a very rare item that boosts spirit resonance and magic efficiency, but the materials are nearly impossible to find. He needs a very specific branch from a tree that's at least a millennium old and has been twisted by a lightning strike. In the original game, this was a quest reward, but in this reality, he has to find or craft every single piece himself. He knows there's at least one ancient tree like that in the northern forest, but finding one that's been hit by lightning is the real challenge. He realizes the lightning is the main problem, and he looks over at his resident lightning generator. Lucy is passed out nearby, and Ed starts wondering if he can borrow a little of her power to strike the tree himself. He gently tries to wake her up, but Lucy just mumbles in her sleep, completely dead to the world. One of her eyes cracks open, glowing with a purple hue as she registers someone is bothering her. She looks up and sees Ed's face inches from hers, and for a split second, she's absolutely stunned. In a flash of panic, she leaps out of bed and zips up into the trees, her face flushing as she tries to process the sudden wake-up call. Ed looks up, totally confused, noting that it's not exactly the first time he's woken her up, so he doesn't get why she's so shocked. He tells her to forget it for now, noticing how embarrassed she looks, and reminds himself they have an appointment soon anyway. The leaves rustle as someone else approaches the camp through the dense forest. It's Yenneker, popping out from behind the bushes with a bright but slightly forced smile, greeting Ed. Ed notes that she's about 10 minutes late, which is unusual for her, and she tries to play it off casually. He asks if something happened on the way, but Yenneker just keeps repeating distance to herself like a mantra, trying to stick to the plan. Ed tells her it's fine since she's been busy, and then he offers her some tea as they get ready for resonance training. Yenica says yes instantly, then immediately regrets it, screaming distance in her head as she fails the very first step of being spaced out. She's internally screaming, wondering how on earth she's supposed to create distance when she just wants to be near him. As the sun sets, Ed praises her spirit handling, genuinely impressed by how much she's improved in such a short window. They walk together as Ed talks about his contract spirit, Mug, and how the little fire bat is the perfect match for his low mana pool. Mug is floating around looking proud, but the peaceful moment is interrupted by a formal greetings. It's Belle, the head maid, who's arrived to take Lucy back for an official inspection by Vice Principal Rachel. Belle admits she was shocked to hear about Ed's death and is genuinely relieved to see him alive, and Ed offers a polite apology for the worry. A literal spark of tension flies between Ed and Belle as they stare each other down, both recognizing the other as a serious player. Belle reminds him that as a maid it's a virtue to stay in a lower position, but Ed counters that he's not going to stop using formal speech with her. She says she's leaving to inspect the other maid's etiquette, her eyes narrowing as Ed doubles down on his polite but firm tone. Yenica watches them, terrified by the strange power struggle happening right in front of her. Her mind starts swirling with all the advice she got: distance, power struggles, and formal speech. Belle notes she's glad Yenica is doing well in the dorms, and Yenica stammers that living with friends is actually pretty great. The head maid picks up a sleepy Lucy, saying she needs to get the top student ready for the upcoming inspection. She bids them both farewell, hoping they have no major issues with their studies as she carries Lucy away. As Belle disappears into the forest, Yenica turns to Ed, her face determined to try one last tactic. She awkwardly asks if they should try using formal speech with each other from now on. Ed is completely blindsided, asking why they would ever need to do that when they're already so close. Yenica starts rambling, saying it's not just about the words but about acting as if they've only just met, keeping a respectful distance. She grips the hem of her shirt, her heart pounding as she tries to justify this weird request. She tells him she just wanted to try it at least once, looking down and unable to meet his eyes. Ed gives in, seeing how much she wants this, and notes that her curfew is coming up soon anyway. He agrees to exchange a few formal words and then call it a night, just to make her happy. Yenica takes a deep breath and gives a stiff, terrifyingly awkward greeting. "Hello, Mr. Ed." Ed is visibly sweating, responding with a shaky "ah yes" as the atmosphere turns into a total train wreck. He feels like he can't even get his voice out, realizing that Yenica's intense nervousness is actually contagious. He has no clue why she's so embarrassed, but the tension is starting to make his own heart race. 3 minutes pass in total, agonizing silence as the campfire crackles between them. They're both just sitting there on logs, staring at the fire, and unable to say a single word. Yenica tries to start a sentence but immediately gives up, her face glowing red in the firelight. Ed is internally panicking, thinking about how their relationship used to be as comfortable as family, but now it feels like a high-stakes interrogation. He realizes Yenica was the one who suggested this, but she clearly didn't realize how much it would backfire. He desperately wants to break the silence and move past this weird vibe, wondering if he should be the one to speak first. Suddenly, Yenica jumps up, pointing at the sky and shouting that it's almost dorm curfew. She gives a quick, panicked thank you and bolts into the woods, yelling that she'll see him tomorrow. Ed is left sitting alone by the fire, staring into the dark forest where she just vanished. Our boy Ed is taking a breather under the massive guardian tree, trying to clear his head after the chaos of the last few weeks. A voice cuts through the quiet. It's Marilda, teasing him about the formal speech game he and Yenica have been playing. Ed lets out a long sigh, basically telling her that since she was there to see how awkward it was, she doesn't need to ask. Marilda is lounging on a branch above him, swinging her feet and wondering if anything else juicy happened while they were in class. Ed flashes back to the day before, remembering Yenica panicking and scurrying away like a scared rabbit every time they made eye contact. He starts to worry that something might actually be wrong with her, thinking maybe the stress of the election finally broke her. Marilda drops down, her bare feet hitting the grass with a light thud as she moves closer to the MC. She asks him straight up if he's worried about Yenica, and Ed doesn't even hesitate. Of course he is. Marilda gives him a knowing, playful smirk, clearly enjoying how much he cares about the spirit genius. Ed changes the subject, asking if he can take a few dry branches from the tree to craft his legendary lightning-struck staff. She tells him that technically he doesn't even need to ask permission for something as simple as a couple of branches. Ed points out that the tree is literally named after her, but Marilda explains that the whole guardian title is actually a bit more complicated. She looks up at the towering branches, explaining that an old friend was the one who decided to slap her name on this tree. Ed realizes that since she's lived for centuries, she must have some incredible connections that the game never even hinted at. Marilda twirls around in her human form, asking Ed a deeper question: why do spirits usually choose to look like animals? She explains that for most spirits, animals are just the easiest and most familiar things to copy in the physical world. Then she drops the real bomb. If spirits need something to copy to look human, then whose form did she use for herself? She leans in close to Ed, reminding him that because of their contract, she can sense exactly what he's thinking. She whispers that she created this form specifically to match Ed's ideal type of woman, giving him a look that would melt anyone else. Ed is genuinely shocked, trying to process the idea that he's secretly into this specific look. But then her eyes sharpen, a mischievous glint taking over as she waits for the punchline. She bursts out laughing and tells him she was lying, she can't actually read his mind like that. Ed is visibly annoyed, realizing she was just messing with him, and reminds her that high-level transformation is supposed to be incredibly rare. Marilda gazes out at the landscape, reminiscing about the days when this island was just a wild, uninhabited land before the academy was ever built. She explains that this form belonged to the most unique person she ever met, the girl who started it all. This was the woman who built the academy and trusted Marilda to protect the forest. The great sage Sylvania herself. Ed realizes this is a massive secret that was never mentioned in the game. Marilda and the founder were best friends. He stares at her, seeing the resemblance to the legendary sorcerer, realizing he's literally hanging out with a copy of the greatest scholar in history. The scene shifts to later that night, as someone cautiously walks through the dark woods toward the camp. Ed is sitting by the fire peeling an apple when Yenneker shows up, giving him a stiff and awkward greeting. She's still struggling with the formal speech game, stuttering over whether to say hi or hello, while Ed just looks on. He offers her an apple, trying to be polite, and she accepts it with a face as red as the fruit itself. They sit together by the fire, but the atmosphere is so heavy you could cut it with a knife. Yenneker holds out a plate for the apple slices, her hands trembling as she tries to maintain her respectful distance. She's internally screaming, wondering how things got this weird and what she should do next. Ed is just as stressed, wishing she would either commit to the formal act or just drop it and be the Yenneker he knows. He asks if she's sick, but Yenneker suddenly blurts out that she has a question that might sound really strange. She hides her face in her knees, begging him to listen to the whole thing before he gives her an answer. Ed takes a deep breath, telling his adult brain to stay calm and handle whatever she's about to throw at him. Yenneker finally says it. She wants to know if she can move out of the dorms and live at the camp with him. The news hits Ed like a physical blow, and he accidentally slices his finger with the knife he was using. Yenneker screams in a panic, jumping over to him to check the injury, her formal speech flying right out the window. The fire crackles as Ed tries to wrap his head around the most unexpected proposal he's ever received. He's been a survivalist and a fighter for over a year, but this is the one situation he wasn't prepared to handle. He wraps his finger and looks at her, knowing he has to be clear about his answer even if it's hard to say out loud. He starts by telling her how much he respects her, saying she's hardworking and kind and that everyone feels the same way. Then he looks her right in the eye and tells her straight up he likes her quite a bit. But he points out that he's still a guy, and she's an incredibly beautiful, stunning woman. He admits that living under the same roof would be a huge test of his self-control, and he can't guarantee he'd be able to stay a gentleman forever. He appreciates her trust, but he's being honest. Guys aren't as strong as people think when it comes to stuff like this. There's a long, heavy silence as Yenneker processes his words, the firelight dancing in her eyes. She looks up with a blush that's brighter than the embers and whispers that if it's him, she doesn't mind. Both of them turn beet red, the reality of what she just said hitting them both at the same time. The two of them sit in a stunned silence, the tension at the camp reaching an all-time high. Ed realizes they've been playing a tug-of-war on an invisible line for a long time, and that line just snapped. He thinks about how distant they were trying to be with that formal speech, and how it only made them feel closer in the end. He just wanted some peace after the exhausting elections, but life seems to have other plans for him. The suggestion of living together was the last thing he expected from the shy and polite Yanika. It feels like the universe is testing his resolve, tempting him to let go of his logic and just give in to the moment. Ed closes his eyes, trying to stay grounded and think about what's actually best for her. He asks her gently if she's been struggling a lot lately, sensing that there's more to this request than just wanting to be near him. He knows that Yenica doesn't do things without a reason, and he needs to figure out what's pushing her to run away. Yenica gives a sad smile, admitting that he's too sharp and that nothing ever gets past him. She looks up at the moon and confesses that she just wanted to run away from the pressure and the constant eyes of the other students. For someone like her, who previously lost control because of everyone's expectations, being the center of attention is a nightmare. Living in the regular dorms meant being watched and judged all day, forcing her to maintain a perfect smile for everyone else. Ed realizes she's been enduring that suffocating environment for almost a year, just to keep up appearances. She tells him the camp is her only true refuge, but she's worried that her presence will be a huge burden on him. She knows running away won't fix everything, but she just needed to ask him, even if it was just this one time. Ed admits that the idea of her moving in is definitely overwhelming. But then he shifts the tone, telling her that being a burden is a completely separate issue from her staying at the camp. He explains that living together means carrying each other's burdens, and if it feels one-sided, he'll just make sure to ask her for favors in return. He tells her they're going to be in each other's lives for a long time, so they might as well get used to helping each other out. Yenica looks up with tears in her eyes, as Ed suggests they build a separate hut just for her, so they can still have their own space. She starts crying and hiccuping, completely overwhelmed by his kindness and his solution to her problem. She throws her arms around him in a massive hug, thanking him over and over as she lets all the built-up stress out. Ed notes that she's finally dropped the formal speech, and she just responds with a loud, messy hiccup. He realizes that even if she had succeeded in creating distance, their bond was already way too strong to break. She was always the kind of girl who helped everyone else, but seeing her collapse in tears made him realize she needed someone to catch her. The two of them stay like that for a long time by the fire, a moment of pure connection in the middle of the dark forest. Even the coldest, most distant person wouldn't have been able to resist comforting her in that moment. The next morning, the sun rises over the northern forest, signaling the start of a very busy day. Ed wakes up and stretches, realizing that building a whole new hut is going to be a massive project on top of his classes. He's already losing sleep just trying to figure out how to fit everything into his schedule. He steps out of his cabin and is immediately greeted by a massive presence that definitely wasn't there yesterday. It's Takan, the fire dragon spirit, who's arrived with a literal army of lower spirits carrying logs and building supplies. Takan looks just as tired as Ed, explaining that the spirits were up all night partying in their own realm before coming to work. The dragon has already picked out the perfect spot right across from Ed's cabin, talking about how romantic it'll be to see each other first thing in the morning. The spirits start debating exactly where to put the hut, considering everything from privacy to being as close as possible. Something tiny and orange hops onto Ed's shoulder, startling him for a second. It's Mug, looking adorable in his little yellow hard hat, ready to act as the official field supervisor for the project. Mug tells Takan that the construction will take about 10 days, but Takan is not having it. The dragon goes on a rant about how spirits back in his day would run for days and cross mountains without resting, calling the modern generation lazy. Mug starts shaking in fear, quickly trying to cut the schedule down to a week to satisfy the boss. Takan tells Ed he has other business to attend to, but promises the hut will be finished in 5 days, telling Ed to just deal with the noise until then. Ed is stunned. It took him months to build his own hut, and these spirits are going to do it in less than a week. Poor little Mug is sweating bullets, promising that he'll get the job done no matter what, and Ed feels a wave of guilt for what he's putting the spirit through. With the construction handled, Ed grabs his tool bag and head out to work on his own special project. Since the spirits are handling the hut, he finally has the free time to finish crafting the staff he's been working on. He thinks about all the times Yenica helped him with laundry and cooking, realizing that just letting her stay at the camp isn't nearly enough to repay her. He starts carving the ancient lightning-struck wood, wondering if she'll actually like it since she usually sticks to her simple oak staff. He pours all his focus into the work, wanting to make sure this gift is perfect for the girl who's become his everything. As the birds fly over the camp, Ed sits outside his cabin. Lucy is having a rough time getting any shut-eye. The constant hammering and shouting from the spirits is ruining her afternoon nap. Our boy Ed has an entire army of spirits, gorillas, bears, and even little Mug, working overtime to build Janica's new hut. Lucy looks absolutely miserable, standing there in her oversized hat and wondering when the noise is finally going to stop. Janica, meanwhile, is sitting on the lumber pile, looking like the happiest girl in the world now that she's moving in. She spots Lucy and gives her a bright, cheerful greeting, but the tension between these two is thick enough to cut. Janica's expression shifts for just a second. She's kind, but she knows she's moving into Lucy's territory now. The narrator reminds us that these two have already clashed before. Yenica is usually a sweetheart, but she isn't backing down when it comes to Ed. She puts on a brave face, determined to make this camp her new home, no matter how much Lucy pouts. Janica clears her throat and announces with pride that she's officially going to be living here from now on. Lucy just pulls her hat down and lets out an annoyed tch, clearly not thrilled about sharing her favorite human with someone else. Back at the Academy Plaza, Ed is taking a quick break, chewing on a twig while he plans his next move. He's carrying a massive stack of books from the library, knowing that to survive Act 3, he needs to level up his magical knowledge fast. Our guy has been practicing Focused Explosion, an intermediate spell that packs a punch but is hard to master. He thinks back to his fight with Yix, realizing that against someone with that much speed, he needs raw, overwhelming firepower to win. He mutters to himself about needing more boom, but his thoughts are interrupted by a sudden sound. Near the fountain, he sees a girl calmly plucking away at a lute, looking like she doesn't have a care in the world. This is Adele Saris, a bard and prophet who was a minor companion in the original game, but is now standing right in front of him. Adele looks up and notes that Senior Ed always seems to be in a rush, buried under a mountain of work. Ed is genuinely surprised that she's even talking to him, since they've never really had a direct connection before. She mentions that the original game's hero, Taylor, and his friend Ayla talk about Ed all the time, though they usually have pretty mixed feelings. Ed knows Taylor is growing stronger every day, but he's more focused on his own survival grind for now. He flashes back to a vision of Taylor training with a flaming sword, the true protagonist steadily approaching his peak. Adele offers to play him a song from her travels, but Ed bluntly turns her down, saying the books he's carrying are heavy enough as it is. As he turns to leave, Adele's tone shifts, becoming much more serious as she calls out to him one last time. A dark, blood-red vision flashes before Ed's eyes, a master's throne standing in a hallway covered in blood. She drops a terrifying prophecy. When Ed finally reaches the top, he'll have to kill the person he respects most with his own hands, or die himself. Ed stands there frozen, wondering if this girl is just a weird bard, or if she actually just saw his future. He remembers that Adele's ability to see the future is real, but it's often cryptic and not always 100% accurate. She goes back to her lute as if nothing happened, walking away while Ed is left with a heavy weight on his shoulders. The uneasy feeling sticks with him because, unlike everyone else, Ed actually knows what the real future holds. He watches her go, but he can't forget the original game lore. In Act 3, Adele Saris is destined to lose her life. Ed looks at her retreating figure, feeling a pang of annoyance at the idea of another person he knows being erased by the scenario. Our guy grits his teeth, deciding that he really hates the way the original game script treats the people he's starting to care about. Back at camp, he sets his sights on a new goal, crafting 2 legendary staffs from that lightning-struck wood he found. He asks Lucy to help him with the lightning infusion, but the lazy witch insists she's only going to do it once. She gives him a cold, disinterested stare, making it clear she isn't interested in helping him make extra gear. Ed sighs and says fine, he'll just make one and give it to Janica since she can make better use of it. Lucy starts growling and pulling her hat down, her jealousy flaring up at the thought of Janica getting a special gift while she gets nothing. She immediately changes her mind, shouting that she'll do both of them, much to Ed's satisfaction. But she adds a condition. Ed has to come somewhere with her right now, grabbing his arm before he can even protest. She drags him into the woods, her tiny frame pulling our boy along with surprising strength. The narrator shifts to a legend, the great mage Glocht, a man who mastered almost every field of magic known to humanity. He was so powerful that he once defeated the supreme spirits of fire and water at the exact same time. After his legendary career, he retired from the spotlight, choosing to spend his final years in total seclusion. He gave every penny he had back to the academy and research, living a life of humble simplicity despite his fame. While Sylvania founded the school, Glocht was the one who actually turned it into the world's greatest magical institution. Back in the present, students gossip as Ed and Lucy walk through the academy grounds together. One student whispers about the rumors of Ed dating Yenica, wondering why he's currently wandering around with the Silver Witch instead. The backstory continues. In a remote monastery, Glocht found an abandoned, starving child. And that child was Lucy. He quickly realized that Lucy's talent for magic wasn't just great, it was bordering on godlike. She was basically a living gem of magical potential, unlike anything the world had seen in centuries. Glocht spent his twilight years personally polishing that gem, teaching Lucy everything he knew. Despite his epic life, his final days were quiet, spent in a tiny, unremarkable hut in the mountains. He had lost his wife and all his old companions years ago, leaving him alone with just his young apprentice. He hid away from the world because he was tired of people trying to use his fame for their own gain. But having Lucy there was his one silver lining, a reason to keep writing and researching until the very end. He poured all his remaining life force into making sure Lucy could carry on his legacy. Then came one rainy day in that shabby hut that changed everything. Glocht passed away peacefully, leaving the young Lucy all alone with nothing but his research and his legacy. That was the moment the great mage's journey ended, and Lucy's own lonely journey truly began. As they walk, Lucy mentions that the history books got her master's hometown completely wrong. Ed is shocked, realizing that the facts he learned in the game might be total lies. Lucy looks down at the ground, remembering the long path she had to walk to get here. They reach the edge of Arkan Island as the sun sets, the orange light reflecting off the waves. She explains that Glocht never stopped talking about this island and this academy, even in his final moments. Ed listens as Lucy describes the impossible journey she had to take as a child. After Glocht died, tiny Lucy covered his body, tied it up with leather straps, and used ice magic to freeze it solid. Most master mages would pass out trying to maintain that kind of spell for an hour, but Lucy did it effortlessly for months. It's a tale that sends chills down Ed's spine, a little girl floating a massive ice coffin through the wilderness. She started in the frozen northern mountains and began walking south, all by herself. She crossed massive forests and great lakes, never letting the ice melt for a single second. She passed through holy cities and marshes, eventually reaching the borders of the empire itself. The journey took her through countships and commercial cities, following the rivers downstream. If you look at the map, she basically crossed half the known world on foot, dragging a corpse behind her. Finally, after months of travel, she reached the great bridge that leads to Arkan Island. She had to use magic to preserve her master and more magic just to keep her own exhausted body moving forward. Ed looks at Lucy, seeing the ghost of that exhausted, dirty little girl who arrived at the academy 3 years ago. It took her 3 months of getting lost and another week just to find the specific spot her master talked about. They enter a deep, hidden cave that Glocht and Sylvania used to use as their private training ground centuries ago. In the center of the cave is a simple grave made of stones, with Glocht's old staff standing as a monument. Lucy reaches into the pile and pulls out a book titled Principles of Celestial Magic, written by Glocht himself. Ed is stunned. Glocht's normal books are worth thousands of gold coins and are the most expensive items in history. This final work, containing his secrets on celestial magic, is something so valuable that a price tag doesn't even exist. Lucy hands the priceless artifact to Ed, saying she's already memorized every word and doesn't need the physical copy. She sits down and looks out at the ocean, wondering if she'll ever have to go on a journey like that again. She says she might just drift through life until the end, looking tired and far older than her actual age. She reveals her one true goal. She promised her master that if the academy ever faced a true crisis, she would protect it at least once. She warns Ed that her story isn't a happy one, and that coming here is usually just a hassle for her. There's a long, heavy silence as they watch the sun set together from the cave's entrance. Lucy admits that despite everything, she really wanted to show Ed this place, her master's final resting spot. Coming to this island and burying her master was how she closed the first chapter of her life. The master's staff glows in the dim light of the cave, a silent witness to their conversation. Ed realizes that Lucy is still living in the massive shadow her master left behind. She spends her days in a state of idle waiting, half expecting the crisis she promised to stop to finally arrive. She feels she has no choice but to be lazy and idle until the day she's finally needed. But Ed knows that once those trials pass, she might finally be free to live for herself. Knowing that time is actually coming very soon, Ed decides to just sit and be idle with her for the rest of the day. The only sound is the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the cliffs of Arkan Island. A cool spring breeze blows through the cave, but neither of them feels the cold anymore. Ed reaches over and gently pats Lucy's head, and for the first time in a long time, the world's strongest mage looks like she can finally relax. Janica stands in front of her brand new cabin, her eyes wide with total disbelief. She can't wrap her head around the fact that the spirits managed to build a literal house in just a few days. Little Mug is exhausted, babbling about being a humble spirit, while Janica frantically tells the workers they should have taken it easy. Mug is basically seeing stars, muttering that after working under Lord Takan's strict orders, he's ready to ascend to a higher plane of existence. The Firebat gives a final dramatic blessing, wishing Janica the absolute best in her new camp life. As the spirits vanish into sparkles of mana, Janica waves goodbye, thanking them for the weirdly intense miracle they just pulled off. With the workers gone, Janica grabs a stick and starts doodling in the dirt like a schoolgirl with a crush. She stares at the word she wrote, cohabiting, feeling a rush of excitement that she's finally living next to Ed. Our girl is practically glowing, her face turning bright red as she imagines their new life together under